With the recent surge in flu cases, please take precautions, minimize visits to public places, avoid unnecessary gatherings, and keep warm. Han Qingxia, did you hear me? Han Qingxia, who was staring at the news on TV, jolted awake, staring incredulously at everything in front of her. In the sparsely furnished, old-fashioned living room of about 30 square meters, a group of middle-aged men and women sat huddled together on an old mahogany sofa. In the very center sat a plump old woman in her 60s or 70s, with gray hair. The old woman was glaring angrily at Han Qingxia, her sagging, fleshy facial muscles twitching. Han Qingxia watched this scene unfold. Wasn't this the scene from 2 weeks before the apocalypse, when her good grandma, good dad, and good stepmother came to force her to vacate the house? She was just in the zombie horde siege of the eastern base. Han Qingxia, after your mother left, your stepmother always treated you like her own daughter. Everyone says she's good. Now your brother is getting married and is borrowing your house. What's there to be stingy about? You're such an ungrateful wretch. Mom, Qingxia isn't ungrateful. She'll definitely be grateful, the fat woman sitting next to her said, feigning concern. Humph. The fat old woman sneered. Hurry up and vacate the house. Your brother said you've been renting this house out for too long, and the things are too worn out. He can't get married without some new furniture. You'll have to reimburse him for the expenses. He's your brother. As his sister, you have to buy him some things for his wedding. Standing in the middle of the group, Han Qingxia suddenly burst out laughing. It's ridiculous that they want her house and also want her to pay for new furniture. What's even more ridiculous is that she actually did it in her past life. In her past life, her mother died in a car accident when she was 14. Not long after, her stepmother married into the family with a son. Her stepmother was a perfect figurehead, genuinely attentive to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia was going through a rebellious phase then, a real troublemaker, always ready to prick anyone, but she desperately craved the warmth of family. Li Lin's gentleness and understanding truly captivated her. She supported her in everything and didn't interfere in her affairs, leading Han Qingxia to genuinely consider her mother. She was willing to give them everything good. Even the only house her mother left her, she only hesitated briefly before agreeing. But after the apocalypse, she was abandoned by them more than once. Later, to get onto a rescue vehicle, they even kicked her aside to buy themselves time to escape. Only then did Han Qingxia truly understand what hypocrisy was. What family love really is. She had always been nothing more than meat on their plates, blood on their plates. Once she was no longer useful, they'd kick her aside. Not a single one of them treated her like family. She really wanted to slap her foolish self a few times. Bang! Right in front of them, Han Qingxia flung several bags of cheap fruit from the old coffee table into the trash can and plopped down in front of them. Han Qingxia, what are you doing? These are imported apples my mom bought especially for you. She said you love apples the most. How could you throw them away? The young man who had been playing on his phone on the sofa immediately put it down and berated her angrily. Han Qingxia smiled contemptuously. She loved apples the most? How come she didn't even know? She glanced coldly at her good brother and said, Do you have the right to talk to me about the house? At that moment, Han Qingxia stared at him with icy eyes, and Hanning felt a sudden tremor in his heart, unable to meet her gaze. Those were eyes filled with murderous intent, the murderous aura Han Qingxia had honed over 10 years of struggling alone in the apocalypse after being abandoned by them. Hanning immediately cowered. At this moment, stepmother Li Lin quickly tried to smooth things over. Qingxia, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? If not, we can come another day. I know you're upset, but Hanning is your brother, isn't he? The woman insists on a house in the city center. These days, even money can't buy a house in the city center. You have to enter a lottery. Sigh, I'm begging you. Please help your only brother. We'll try to get you one after you get married. Give it back? What do you mean? Give it back. Old man Han, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up, glaring angrily at Han Qingxia. Do you really think this house is yours? What does a young girl need a house for? This house is for your brother. Your husband can buy it for you, when you get married. Why are you arguing with your brother? Hearing her father's words, Han Qingxia was too lazy to even be angry anymore. In her past life, she had wondered why old man Han treated his own daughter so badly, but treated his stepsons so well. That's because Hanning was his own son, his very own son. Before he married her mother, he had been married to Li Lin back in his hometown. They had a son. She was nothing to him, let alone after the apocalypse. How ugly could his true colors be? She held up 2 fingers, 2 million. Everyone present was stunned, completely bewildered. Han Qingxia, what are you saying? This house is my mother's premarital property, later notarized as a gift to me. The property deed is in my name. If you want it, pay up. I'll give you a discount, 2 million. You're going to sell the house to us. Are you kidding me? And where would we get that much money? Han Qingxia raised her digital watch. I'll give you 5 numbers to consider. If you don't agree, I'll sell it to someone else. 5. Han Qingxia, we are your elders. You're talking to us about money. Grandma Hanning shouted angrily. 4. You ungrateful wretch. I'll beat you to death. Han Qingxia glanced coldly at the old woman, quickening her pace. 3, 2. I'll see if you dare. Han Ying's father stood up and hit her. Han Qingxia kicked the chair he was sitting on away, coldly looking at her father who had fallen on his backside, and coldly spat out. 1. Han Qingxia, you've really got guts. You even dare to hit your father. Faced with the group's rage, Han Qingxia was too lazy to pay them any more attention. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Manager Li, I want to sell the house. 2 million. This house had been entrusted to a real estate agency for rental until Han Qingxia turned 18, which was why the house had remained untouched. You want to take it? Han Qingxia smiled and glanced at them. Fine, then I'll stop talking, we agree. Li Lin quickly agreed when she saw Han Qingxia was about to sell. Qingxia, sell it to us. Just kidding. This house is worth 3 million. Selling it for 2 million is a piece of cake. Besides, there are too many restrictions on new houses in the city center. You need a local household registration, and you have to enter lottery. Han Qingxia's house is incredibly sought after. Although she didn't know why things weren't going as planned, the most important thing was not letting outsiders get the bargain. She could make an extra million by reselling it after buying it for 2 million. Buy it now. Han Qingxia smiled slightly at Li Lin's agreement and hung up the phone. Okay, she'd sell it to them. At 2 million, Han Qingxia was losing a little money, but she couldn't sell it so quickly. Time is money, and she needed both. Most importantly, after selling the house to them, they would be out of money. She had calculated that they only had 2 million. 3 days before the apocalypse, the government issued a warning about stockpiling supplies. She'd like to see what they stockpile. Beep 2 million yuan deposited into bank account. Half an hour later, at the bank counter, Han Qingxia's account had an extra 2 million yuan. Li Lin and the others reluctantly gave it to her. Manager Li's phone kept ringing on Han Qingxia's end. She was unhappy but dared not say anything, fearing Han Qingxia would sell the property directly to the real estate agency. The housing bureau is closed for the next few days. I'll go with you to complete the transfer when they reopen, Han Qingxia said, looking at them. It's all right, Qingxia. Don't you trust us? Li Lin smiled sweetly at her with her foxy eyes. The transfer isn't urgent. We'll let you know later. She appeared generous and reassured, but Han Qingxia knew that she wasn't really trusting her. She was wary of her soon-to-be daughter-in-law. She was terrified that her name would be on the property deed. Now that the property deed is in Han Qingxia's name, she can still try to deny it. Han Qingxia's smile deepened upon hearing this. This is perfect. At this moment, Hanning said, Han Qingxia, now that we've bought the house, you get out of here. Throw out all that junk and rubbish from your place. I don't want a single piece. I'm bringing my wife over later to buy new furniture. Seeing that they'd spent money, his attitude immediately changed. Ingzi, where can you let your sister move in so quickly? Let her stay a few more days. She's so sensible. She'll definitely give you some storage fees and even get you some new furniture. You're the older brother. You should be more considerate.
Mom.
Why are you still feeling sorry for her? She doesn't deserve it with that money-grubbing face of hers. Get out of here. Oh, and that wretched dog in your house. Take it away right now. If I see it again when I come back, I'll kill it and eat it. Wretched dog Han Qingxia, who wanted to teach this group a lesson, suddenly shuddered. A dog her summer was still alive. She didn't waste another second arguing with these people and immediately ran back home. As soon as she opened her bedroom door, a German shepherd that had been pacing back and forth in the room but was too quiet to make a sound jumped into her arms. Woof woof. Summer. Han Qingxia hugged Summer so tightly she almost cried with emotion. Her Summer was still alive. Summer was a retired military dog, a gift from her mother for her 10th birthday. It was incredibly intelligent and caring, and after her mother's passing, it was Summer's companion during her most difficult time. Her stepmother's family disliked it and tried to abandon it several times, but Summer would always run back. Later, they even tried to give it away. Han Qingxia resolutely insisted on protecting it, arguing with everyone several times. Li Lin, for the sake of her stepmother's good reputation, kept Summer, but it was always confined to Han Qingxia's room. It was only after Han Qingxia moved back to the house her mother had left her that Summer had more space to roam. But again, whenever Han Ying and her family came, it was locked up again. In her previous life, not long after the apocalypse, because Summer was old, Han Ying's family ate it while she was out searching for food. Han Qingxia always felt guilty for not protecting it. Summer. Woof! Summer licked Han Qingxia's hand. Xia Tian, don't worry, I will never let you get hurt again in this lifetime. Woof woof woof! Xia Tian barked, displaying remarkable understanding. After settling Xia Tian in, Han Qingxia began packing her things. This apartment had been rented out for many years and was quite old, but the tables and chairs were all bought by her mother before her death. They were very expensive when they were purchased, and she had lived here with her mother while she was alive. The things weren't very useful, but they were filled with memories. Han Qingxia returned here, her gaze filled with reluctance. Just then, a voice rang in her mind. Ding Super Lord system activated. Within 1 hour, for every 1,000 yuan worth of supplies carried, a reward of 1 cubic meter of space will be given. Han Qingxia was stunned. Her cheat system had arrived. Countdown, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Han Qingxia felt the words in her mind in disbelief. She grabbed her phone from the table and tried it out. Beep mobile phone detected. Value 4,999. Reward 4 cubic meters. A 4 cubic meter empty space truly appeared in Han Qingxia's mind. And the phone in her hand vanished in the blink of an eye, reappearing in that empty space in her mind. Space. Here it comes. She tried silently reciting phone, and instantly, the phone returned to her hand from the spatial storage. Han Qingxia was overjoyed, just as she expected. She had read countless novels before. This was the legendary system. Han Qingxia quickly accepted this cheat code and began frantically absorbing things. At the same time, she discovered the pricing standard within. The system recognized the original purchase price of these items. Even if they were worn out or disassembled, it didn't matter. She immediately began moving and disassembling things. Beep gold jewelry detected, worth 58,000 yuan, reward 58 cubic meters. Beep water cup detected, worth 39 yuan. Beep calendar detected, worth
10 yuan.
Beep small desk detected, worth 369 yuan. Reward 4 cubic meters. Beep a 4-piece mahogany table and chair set detected, worth 25,000 yuan. Reward 25 cubic meters. Beep trash can detected, worth 15 yuan. In about 10 minutes, everything that could be moved from small items like shoes, hats, clothes, pots and pans, paper, pens, cups, trash cans, storage containers, collectibles, photo albums, and nail clippers to large items like tables, chairs, benches, beds, and cabinets, was taken by Han Qingxia. Even the rotten apples Han Ying and the others brought over today were picked up and thrown in. Beep 5 gene of rotten apples detected, worth 2.5 yuan. Han Qingxia spat upon hearing the price. What damn bad luck. They bought rotten apples for 50 cents a pound and claimed they were imported, then demanded a $3 million house from her. What kind of awful people are they? But she didn't mind. Even a small mosquito is still meat. Keep it. Soon, everything that could be moved was gone, and her focus shifted to what couldn't be moved. Beep toilet detected. Value $19.99. Han Qingxia pulled the toilet off with a mighty effort. She used to be quite strong, but compared to her 5 years of struggle in the apocalypse in her previous life, her current body was much weaker. It seems she'll have to work out for a while. After removing the toilet, beep wash basin detected. Value $699. Beep range hood detected. Value $2,599. Beep stove detected. Value $489. Beep security door detected. Value $15.89. Damn it, she'd take everything she could off. Not a single screw left for those bastards. Beep glass window detected. Value $400. Beep floor detected. Value $150. In 1 hour, Han Qingxia had completely demolished her house. Except for the walls, everything else that could be moved was torn down. The floorboards were all ripped off, the windows and doors were all removed, and even the tiles that couldn't be taken were smashed and taken away. Beep countdown. 3 seconds left. Hearing the countdown, Han Qingxia thought of something, rushed to the front door, and hooked a small light bulb from the railing in the stairwell. Beep 10. What light bulb detected? Value 5 yuan. Time's up. Total obtained, 289 cubic meters. Satisfied. Han Qingxia said to Xia Tian, let's go. Not long after she left, Han Ying's family brought their pregnant new daughter-in-law to their new home. Honey, this is our new apartment, downtown, in a good school district, over 100 square meters. 2 apartments per floor, and no one lives next door yet, so we can use the whole hallway. Great natural light, the best layout in the whole complex. Only 100 meters from your workplace. If you want to move in right away, you can. Furniture and appliances are all included. A large group of people marched up to the 3rd floor. When they reached the east-facing apartment, they were all dumbfounded. This. The entire apartment wasn't just bare. It didn't even have a front door or windows. What's even more infuriating is that they weren't even given a light bulb in the hallway. Upon seeing this, Han Ying's new wife turned and left. Humph. You want my family to pay for the renovations with this bare-bones house. I'm telling you, I won't get married until this house is finished. And my name has to be added to the deed. Han Ying's grandmother was furious. She wanted to call Han Qingxia and ask her what she had done. Although they didn't like the furniture and planned to buy new furniture and renovate, she couldn't just tear it down to a bare shell. They could just buy some new furniture. The flooring Han Qingxia's mother had laid was perfectly fine. How did it end up like this? But they couldn't contact Han Qingxia anymore. At this moment, Han Qingxia was in front of an air raid shelter in a tunnel on the outskirts of an city. This air raid shelter was built inside a tunnel. Originally, a mountain road was planned to be built here, but due to insufficient funding and government rerouting, the tunnel was abandoned. However, after the project was halted, the government used this place as an air raid shelter. What do you need a bomb shelter for? The real estate agent who brought her there asked routinely. Start a business, grow mushrooms. Han Qingxia replied casually. She only learned in her previous life that there were 3 types of bomb shelters. The first type was the ordinary bomb shelter found in downtown shopping malls, parking lots beneath residential buildings, and underground hospitals. Those were conveniently located, fully equipped, and allowed for rapid evacuation, but in a zombie apocalypse, they were completely useless. In fact, because of the large number of people gathered there, they were the fastest places to fall. Then there were tunnel-style bomb shelters and specialized defense fortifications. Specialized defense fortifications played a significant role in the later stages of the apocalypse. Many stable large bases were built upon them, but Han Qingxia couldn't rent any specialized defense fortifications. These tunnel-style bomb shelters were perfect for her. The location was secluded, far from crowds, spacious enough, and had a complete ventilation system and a large iron gate, exactly what Han Qingxia needed. Moreover, these air raid shelters are easy to rent, and the price is very low. The one Han Qingxia rented was only 2,000 yuan a year, with a minimum lease term of 20 years. 3 years rent paid upfront. 6,000 yuan for an air raid shelter the size of 5 basketball courts. When the real estate agent heard Han Qingxia say she wanted to start a business, he was practically ecstatic, like he'd found an absolute sucker. There are just too many fools out there, only looking at the cheap price, not even considering how remote the location is. Transportation will be inconvenient for her in the future. Truly, 9.5 out of 10 entrepreneurs are idiots. But he wouldn't warn Han Qingxia. Having someone take over was a good thing. He took the money, signed the contract, collected the 500 yuan service fee, and left immediately. Han Qingxia watched the beaming agent leave without saying a word. She watched the agent leave indifferently, refusing to reveal her true purpose. After 10 years of surviving the apocalypse, the first thing she learned was never to ask fools to predict disasters, because fools themselves are disasters. After seeing the agent off, Han Qingxia took Xia Tian into the bomb shelter. She inspected the place inside and out. Besides a rudimentary ventilation system, she was pleasantly surprised to find a well and an electrical wire left behind by the previous tenant. Han Qingxia tested the well water. It was surface spring water. It wasn't connected to the city's piped water system. After the water treatment plant was contaminated, the tap water was unusable. This well could provide her with a usable water source. And then there's the electrical wire. Although it's not carrying electricity, that means there was once electrical wiring inside. If she buys a generator, she can get this running. She suddenly remembered that a large section of the tunnel was surrounded by barbed wire, much of it abandoned and collapsed. It seemed perfectly feasible to repair that barbed wire and then connect it to electricity. This would significantly increase the defensive capabilities of her air raid shelter. This was a job she could do. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Superlord system activated. Please reinforce the original base. The system will reward you based on the level of reinforcement. 15 days countdown. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. She paused slightly upon hearing the new mission, then heard the system notification. B1 base war dog detected. Reward. War dog combat power increased 100-fold. Physical attributes increased 100-fold. Han Qingxia watched in amazement as Xia Tian's body began to change. His physique doubled in strength, his claws and teeth grew longer and sharper, and the signs of old age vanished, replaced by a terrifying, beastly aura. Woof woof woof, Han Qingxia exclaimed. Building materials market. Han Qingxia had a car left to her by her mother, ensuring her safety. She was about to frantically reinforce her base. She found a wire mesh factory and ordered 2,000 square meters of razor wire, looped barbed wire. This barbed wire loop could be wrapped around existing wire mesh, requiring minimal work and yielding excellent results. At 7 yuan per meter, Han Qingxia spent 14,000 yuan. The quantity was substantial, so the factory owner sent one of his large trucks to accompany Han Qingxia for delivery. Han Qingxia led them to the outskirts and had them unload the goods in an open area by the roadside. I'll call a truck to pick it up later. Okay. She didn't want to reveal the location of her base.
Fortunately, it was dark now.
After unloading the goods in an open area, Han Qingxia had Xia Tian keep watch, and while the remote outskirts were deserted, she carefully stored everything into her spatial storage. Today, she got 289 cubic meters of storage space. Her own furniture only took up a few cubic meters, leaving plenty of room to store the barbed wire. After clearing everything out, she drove Xia Tian back to the base. On the way, she thought she still needed to rent another warehouse. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia returned to the air raid shelter. Back at the shelter, she began reinforcing a section of old, worn-out barbed wire. She worked alone, winding and reinforcing it meter by meter, with Xia Tian occasionally bringing her tools. The two of them worked from dusk till dawn. Finally, they had reinforced all 2,000 meters of the old barbed wire. She couldn't wait to hear about her reward for this reinforcement. Just as she finished the last bit of reinforcement, a voice echoed in her mind. Reinforced barbed wire detected. Reward defense effectiveness increased by 100-fold. The reward appeared, and Han Qingxia stared in amazement at the barbed wire she had just reinforced, visibly thicker, denser, and sharper. Every blade on the Okinawa razor blades she had bought gleamed with a chilling light, and the tiny barbs had grown much longer. What had been a rather flimsy barbed wire door had now been upgraded to a steel lifting door. She walked to the mesh and pushed hard, but it wouldn't budge. When she first reinforced the fence, she discovered that while the barbed wire was effective at stopping people from entering, it wouldn't hold up against a car forcing its way in or a large-scale zombie swarm. But now, even thousands of zombies attacking at once couldn't tear through her barbed wire. Han Qingxia was extremely satisfied. She couldn't wait to buy other supplies to continue reinforcing the fence. However, something more important reminded her. Gurgle, woof woof, she was hungry, and Xia Tian circled around her, looking incredibly hungry. You're hungry too, aren't you? Woof, Xia Tian whimpered twice. They had only eaten a little yesterday, and after a whole day of work, they hadn't even started officially purchasing supplies. Han Qingxia then remembered she still had some food in her storage space. Thinking about emptying the buns from the house yesterday, a thought flashed through her mind, and a packet of steaming hot soup dumplings appeared in her hand.
Still hot?
Han Qingxia then took the refrigerator out. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find, sure enough, even without electricity, it was still ice cold. Even without electricity, it remains exactly as it was. This meant the space the system had rewarded her with was a sealed space with no heat loss. Things put in were exactly the same as when they came out. Han Qingxia was overjoyed. This also meant she could stockpile supplies without limit, without worrying about expiration. She could stockpile food with complete peace of mind. It costs 300 a month to rent here, 1 month's rent as deposit, at an abandoned house in the suburbs. Han Qingxia stood there with Xia Tian. In front of her was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. There were many abandoned houses along the suburban road. These were their former farmhouses. Now, most people had moved to the city. Large areas of farmhouses were empty, and some in better locations had for rent signs posted. Han Qingxia found a relatively large, easily accessible farmhouse on the main road outside her air raid shelter. She planned to use it as a transit point, storing supplies there before using her system space to transport them elsewhere, discreetly and conveniently for her shopping. This would prevent her from attracting attention like yesterday when unloading goods by the roadside. 400, no deposit required. I'll only rent it for a month, as a warehouse. Han Qingxia bargained with the landlord. That won't do. If you can't, it'll go somewhere else. The landlord immediately stopped her. Fine, 400 it is, but you can't damage this place, and you have to leave on
time.
No problem. Han Qingxia paid 400 and got the key. She would definitely move out when the lease expired because she wouldn't even live to see that day. Similarly, if she paid a deposit, she wouldn't get it back. Spending an extra 100 was still saving her 200. The price for the air raid shelter was hard to negotiate, but she had to save money on this. After successfully renting the warehouse, she began purchasing supplies. The first thing was food. She divided her purchases among 10 shops, buying 400 bags of rice, each weighing 50 jin, 25 kilograms. She planned to stockpile 100 tons of rice first. 100 tons of rice wasn't actually that much. A regular specialized grain wholesale station could provide that. 100 tons of rice only needs to occupy a container 5 meters long, wide, and high. It fits in her space. It can be transported. This rice cost Han Qingxia over 400,000 yuan, enough for her to eat for several lifetimes. In addition, she'll stock up on 1,000 boxes of instant noodles in various flavors: Japanese tonkatsu, braised beef, seafood ramen, spicy beef, dry noodles. Basically every flavor available on the market. After the apocalypse began, instant noodles were a luxury. Easy to make, tastes good, and provides plenty of oil and salt. No need to search for seasonings everywhere. The best food in the apocalypse. Instant noodles cost between 50 and 100 yuan per box. The most common box of 24 packs of braised beef noodles costs 54 yuan. The more expensive Japanese tonkatsu costs about 100 yuan for 30 packs. On average, it's about 70 yuan per box, so 1,000 boxes of instant noodles cost a total of 70,000 yuan. And what's instant noodles without ham sausages? Han Qingxia bought 200 boxes of her favorite spicy and crispy corn sausages and ordered another 100 boxes of wujiang pickled mustard tubers. These two items cost less than 30,000 yuan. After ordering the basic food items, her attention turned to self-heating meals and pre-made meal kits. These are very convenient. You can just heat them up whenever you want to eat. She went to various brand stores and bought a box of every single dish they had. 1 box of Taiwanese braised pork, 1 box of homemade tofu, 1 box of Brazilian barbecue, 1 box of sweet and sour pork, 1 box of mushroom and chicken, 1 box of minced pork and eggplant, 1 box of kung pao chicken, 1 box of curry chicken. The average price of a pre-made meal kit is 7 or 8 yuan per bag. Han Qingxia bought over 20,000 bags from more than a dozen stores, spending a total of about 150,000 yuan. This amount is basically enough for her to eat 1 bag for every meal from now on until she dies. Only after stockpiling enough basic food supplies to last Han Qingxia a lifetime without any food worries did she feel a little more secure. A sufficient food supply is essential for preparing for other things. And today, she had unknowingly spent nearly 700,000 yuan. She already had over 300,000 yuan in savings, half of which came from rent over the years. Now, having sold her house for 2 million yuan, she had 1.7 million yuan left. And that was before she even started preparing anything else. Money just disappears so quickly. It doesn't last long. Han Qingxia's gaze suddenly deepened. She opened her hand, revealing a bright red property deed. Calmly, she found the phone number for a local private lending firm online and called. "Hello, I'd like to mortgage my property to borrow some money." "Sure, come to my company at 10 a.m. tomorrow to discuss it in person." Han Qingxia hung up the phone. She was going to mortgage her property again. Some grudges must be settled, and doubled. Get ready for her grand gift. That afternoon, Han Qingxia came out of an old office building in the city. "When I came out, there was another 1.5 million more in my account. This kind of small loan company can suck more than vampires." She sold the house to Han Ying's family for 2 million, and the small loan company sold to the vampire can only get 1.5 million. And the interest is extremely high. Han Qingxia signed an IOU with them for 7 days of repayment, and within 7 days, she had to return 2 million to the lending company. Otherwise, they would take the house away. This is simply a bottomless pit, just to suck her house. But it doesn't matter, because she has no intention of paying back the money at all. There is no house at all. The 12-day loan cycle is very good. Just before the end of the world, the lending company can find Han Ying's family. At that time, the dog-bite dogs on both sides will be fiercely pinched. None of them are easy to mess with, or I don't know who can be better. But no matter who they win, within a few days the house will turn into a pile of bubbles. Han Qingxia now got 1.5 million, looking at the money put down by the loan company on the account. She moved her mind and borrowed all the lending platforms on the market. Harvest. Fiercely. It's all gone. After one operation, she had another 500,000 yuan. Purely plot arrangement. Please do not take out online loans. Stay away from online loans and live a happy life. Now Han Qingxia has 3.7 million in his hands. She can buy a wave of supplies again. After the money was full, she first went to the building materials factory to continue to strengthen her fortress. She first bought 40 or 50 cameras and then found a generator seller. She needs a power generation device. Generators are divided into wind, hydro, thermal, and diesel. The first 3 are not very applicable. The installation is troublesome, very time-consuming, and basically there is no stock. If you want to go to a professional manufacturer to customize, diesel is very suitable. "How many kilowatts of generator do you want?" the boss who sold the goods asked. "How many are there?" 30 or 50, 200 to 800, and thousands are expensive. Han Qingxia had a rough understanding of the properties of diesel generators. Like the smallest 30 kilowatt hours, the price ranges from 10,000 to 20,000. The average mid-range 200 kilowatts is priced at 50,000 to 100,000 yuan. 300 kilowatts. It costs more than 100,000, and the price is doubled. Those above 1,000 kilowatts start at 1 million. And imported ones are 2 or 3% more expensive than domestic prices. Just by domestic ones, the quality of our domestic ones is not worse than imported ones, and domestic ones are more durable, highly practical, and imported ones are also picky about diesel. What are you going to buy them for? Open a restaurant? The boss continued to introduce. Yes. She needs electricity to power the power grid for daily air raid shelter lighting, and the hotel-grade ones are almost the same. But she still bought the most expensive and the most powerful, because her system rewards will increase according to the level. Want the best. I want the best. One step. Not bad for money. Han Qingxia looked like a local tyrant and bought the best and most cost-effective generator of 1.2 million in his store. When the boss saw Han Qingxia like this, his face was about to smile. Han Qingxia asked him to give her a little more things, and Han Qingxia wanted the small and scattered things in his store, such as soundproof mats, tool kits, and small items that were not worth much, all of which were added to the head. The boss did not hesitate at all, and gave Han Qingxia the remaining 10 liters of diesel fuel in the store together. Han Qingxia's eyes immediately lit up when he saw the oil. Boss, do you know anyone? Can you get the oil cheaper? Diesel is not easy to buy. Take your ID card to the gas station to buy. Register every time. You can only buy a few liters at a time, and even many gas stations do not sell bulk oil, only refueling the car to sell. However, people like this who sell generators are very likely to know some ways. There is a black market for oil, and some shameful small black oil workshops steal oil from large-scale oil fields and collect tortuous oil from the sea, processing it themselves and selling it secretly. These are black oils. Sure enough, after her words fell, the boss's face showed mystery. He pulled Han Qingxia aside and gave her a business card. If you use oil to make this call, saying that I introduced it, I can give you a discount, which is 20% cheaper than the market. Thank you. Han Qingxia took the business card. Sure enough, these related industries have their own ways with each other. Han Qingxia was about to leave, and the boss muttered, "The flu has broken out recently, and the market is really bad." Yes, Han Qingxia casually echoed and strode away. Say nothing. This flu is actually a precursor to the end times. Half a month after the outbreak of the influenza virus, people infected with the virus died suddenly one after another, and before everyone came out of the pain of losing their loved ones, they found that all these deceased relatives were alive. Of course, this one came back to life and became another creature, a zombie. In her previous life, Han Qingxia has been busy with Han Ying's marriage, and Han Ying's new wife was found out to be pregnant during this time, and in addition to paying for them to buy new furniture for decoration, she was also busy accompanying her to the hospital. On the day of the end of the world, she happened to be in the hospital with her new sister-in-law to get the report, and then she heard screams erupt in the hospital. She witnessed a patient in the corridor who had been pronounced dead suddenly sitting up and biting her relatives around her. A group of people ran to stop the blocking, and Han Qingxia saw that within 5 minutes of seeing the first relative who was bitten, her whole body began to mutate. He got up from the ground convulsively, and when he stood up stiffly, there was no trace of blood all over his body, and his eyes turned into the lead gray of the zombies in the movie. There are no eyeballs, no vitality, emitting a terrifying hunger and bloodthirsty light. He opened his mouth wide and bit down on the people around him who were helping him stop him. The entire hospital rioted. Such things happen in every corner of the hospital. All bitten people mutate within 5 minutes, joining in the game to bite others. Han Qingxia was also afraid at the time, but in order to protect her pregnant sister-in-law, she was very calm, bravely picked up her weapon to fight back against the zombies who rushed up and rushed out with her in the riot. It is because she performed too well at the beginning, and the Han family felt that she was very capable and let her do everything in the future. Searching for materials and protecting everyone, all of them are Han Qingxia's charge. In her previous life, she always felt that it was her satisfaction to be needed by them and to protect the whole family. But it also depends on whether she protects her family or a litter of beasts. In this life, she will never be a fool again. Han Qingxia asked the boss to deliver things to the warehouse and called on the way to ask about diesel. and it can be delivered to her tomorrow. Han Qingxia asked her to give as much as she wanted, and she wanted the spot he had there. Directly bought out the other party's 1 million goods. The other party gave her a 75% discount, and Han Qingxia spent almost 2 million on a trip to go out today. After unloading supplies from the warehouse, Han Qingxia put the large generator into her personal storage space. There was enough space. A short while later, Han Qingxia returned to her base. She first installed the generator in the innermost storage room of the air raid shelter. Beep 1000 kilowatt generator detected. Reward permanently indestructible. Lowest energy consumption generator. Han Qingxia. She looked at her generator with delight, its exterior seemingly coated with a silver sheen. Its strength and quality were instantly different from before. And most importantly, it was permanently indestructible. Generators require maintenance later on, and Han Qingxia could only try to make it last as long as possible. Unexpectedly, the system directly enhanced it to be permanently indestructible. Fantastic. Let's get to work. Han Qingxia then installed the camera on the barbed wire she had used yesterday. Her tunnel air raid shelter was in an excellent location, surrounded by a large circle of trees. The main road was a kilometer away, and a side road disappeared into the forest after extending 500 meters. From the outside, the tunnel enclosed by barbed wire was virtually undetectable. It was completely inconspicuous. Internal cameras monitored her area without blind spots. After installing the cameras, Han Qingxia connected them to the power supply, powered by a generator, which could monitor any creature that might accidentally intrude. Immediately, all the cameras and the electrified barbed wire began operating. Her computer screen displayed a densely packed monitoring
feed.
Meanwhile, beep monitoring system and electric grid system detected. Monitoring system upgrade reward. Electronic eye monitoring range increased tenfold. Automatically detects all living and non-living beings. Electric grid system upgrade. Maximum electric grid attack of 10,000 volts. Han Qingxia. She looked at the much clearer monitoring feed on her computer screen, randomly selecting one the resolution was more than 10 times higher than before.
She zoomed in.
Han Qingxia had purchased the best 100-meter monitoring range. Now she could zoom in up to 1,000 meters. She could see the distant highway clearly through the gaps in the trees. Just then, a bird tried to land on Han Qingxia's barbed wire fence. It circled for a moment, then found a foothold. Instantly, a beep. A spark flashed. The bird landed straight down. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up with even greater satisfaction. This defense upgrade is excellent. Very good. She'd like to see who dares to trespass on her base in the future. Touch them and they'll die. Xia Tian, don't go near those barbed wire fences anymore, understand? Whiff. After the upgrade, Xia Tian's physique had increased, and his intelligence had also increased. He was more human-like than before. Han Qingxia ruffled his hair, took out some food from the refrigerator at home, and ate with Xia Tian. After eating, she continued tidying up her base. She discovered that cleaning the bomb shelter also had rewards. For example, clearing wells and weeds inside air raid shelters. Beep well upgrade detected. Reward independent mountain range clean water source. Beep weed area reduced. Reward high quality soil. Crop yield increased 100-fold. Crop growth rate increased 10-fold. Han Qingxia was filled with enthusiasm upon seeing this. Clean water source, high-quality soil. Her base was getting better and stronger. This basic resource guarantee would allow her to grow fresh fruits and vegetables later, enabling her to produce them herself and be self-sufficient. She go buy some seeds later. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were less than 3 days left until the apocalypse. For the past 7 days, Han Qingxia had started each day by running 10,000 meters around the air raid shelter, significantly improving her physical strength while also familiarizing herself with the terrain. She now knew the surrounding terrain by heart. Her tunnel-style air raid shelter was inside a mountain, with a wire mesh protective belt built around it from a point halfway up the mountainside. The point where the wire mesh connected to the mountain was a steep cliff. Going around the wire mesh was extremely difficult, and going around it from the other side of the mountain was even more difficult. The terrain on the other side was much steeper than the front, covered entirely in bushes and trees. Even professional mountaineers would find it difficult to climb over. The only potential hazard was fire. Forest fire prevention was always a major concern and extremely difficult to prevent, unless Han Qingxia herself preemptively cleared a large layer of trees to create a firebreak. However, clearing the trees would make her location very exposed. After careful consideration, she bent down and began clearing the surrounding area of dead branches and leaves. Trees were definitely out of the question. Cutting them would make her easily spotted. In the apocalypse, humans were the most dangerous element. Preventing humans from coming was far more reliable than preventing potential disasters they might bring. She couldn't put the cart before the horse. Furthermore, forest fires were actually rare. The forest was damp, and clearing the ground of leaves and dead branches would effectively prevent them. Han Qingxia cleared a clean area centered on her base's firebreak. Just then, a voice entered her mind. Beep, fire hazard detected reduced. Reward, no more fires detected within the cleared area, Han Qingxia. Her cheat code really came through at the crucial moment. The safety of her bomb shelter will be enhanced again. With her biggest worry eliminated, Han Qingxia immediately focused her energy on other tasks. She received a reward for every inch she cleared, and the base's defenses improved with every reinforcement she made. Her base is rapidly being strengthened. Her deliveries have been arriving one after another these past few days. After finishing her work in the bomb shelter during the day, Han Qingxia would go to the warehouse to collect her items at night. She had the delivery men put the items in her warehouse, which also had a huge surveillance camera installed at the entrance, with Xia Tian watching over it from inside. Now that it's a peaceful time, even without anyone watching, no one would dare to act maliciously, especially with a super fierce dog inside. The delivery men unloaded the goods truckload by truckload each time and left immediately afterward. Han Qingxia went to retrieve the items that evening, using her personal spatial storage to take them back to her base. Beep, warehouse full detected. The 100 tons of rice, 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, 200 boxes of ham sausages, 100 boxes of pickled vegetables, and over 20,000 packets of ready-made meals that Han Qingxia had purchased all arrived, neatly stacked in a large warehouse at the very back of her bomb shelter. Rewards Super Warehouse. Food preservation permanently locks in freshness. In the blink of an eye, the warehouse door in front of Han Qingxia transformed into the kind of bank vault door she'd seen in TV dramas. The sturdy metal door was impenetrable even by professional breaching tools. Only Han Qingxia herself could open it using iris recognition. Once the warehouse door was open, the stored items inside were neatly categorized and stored. Most importantly, it had a unique function: permanent freshness preservation. No fear of expiration. In addition, a batch of seeds that Han Qingxia had ordered later also arrived. She ordered common crop seeds and seedlings. Almost all vegetable seeds could be planted and grown, while sweet potato seedlings were needed. All the seeds were very cheap, especially the sweet potato seedlings. Han Qingxia ordered a large quantity from the largest seed store, and after asking the owner, he simply gave her several seedlings for free. Then, for fruit trees, it's best to buy mature seedlings, those with a longer lifespan.
Cultivating.
Fruit trees is time-consuming and laborious in the early stages, and the fruiting is slow, so buying 10-year-old seedlings directly is very cheap. A top-quality 10-year-old Fuji apple seedling only costs 70 or 80 yuan. Han Qingxia bought a large batch of 10-year-old seedlings at once. Apple seedlings, fig seedlings, jujube seedlings, pear seedlings, mulberry seedlings, cherry seedlings, orange seedlings, plum seedlings, apricot seedlings, walnut seedlings, chestnut seedlings, hazelnut seedlings, peach seedlings, pear seedlings, pomegranate seedlings, persimmon seedlings. 3 of each. This ensured their survival and provided fruit throughout the year. She bought over 100 trees in total, spending just over 6,000 yuan. The land occupied was no more than half an acre. That is, a vacant area to the right of her air raid shelter. On the left, she built a first-class plastic greenhouse and frame, where she sowed various vegetable seeds. Bok choy, cucumbers, eggplants, carrots, tomatoes, cabbage, scallions, kale, green beans. Many types of vegetables are actually easy to grow from seed, but considering that buying seedlings only yields one crop, and there are no good seedlings left for the following year, Han Qingxia started by cultivating seeds herself. Potatoes, of course, can be grown from tubers. Fortunately, her land was super fertile, and the seeds would grow vigorously after being planted, requiring minimal care. In just 10 days, Han Qingxia's air raid shelter had undergone a complete transformation. It was brand new inside and out. As time passed, only 3 days remained until the apocalypse. After planting the last tree, Han Qingxia wondered what else she needed. She planned to live a self-sufficient, secluded life here, raising some chickens, ducks, and fish. Even with an endless supply of ready-made meals, nothing tasted as good as fresh food. Like how she'd been eating ready-made meals every day for the past few days, and it still felt like something was missing. Buying some chickens, ducks, and fish to raise herself would mean she could have meat whenever she wanted. With this in mind, Han Qingxia immediately drove to the farmer's market. As usual, she left Xia Tian in the warehouse for when supplies arrived. Han Qingxia hadn't been to the city for several days, and today, upon entering, she clearly sensed something was amiss. Everyone was wearing masks, their faces showing anxiety. "Young lady, what do you want? Hurry up, I need to pack up and go home as soon as I sell these." Han Qingxia stood in front of a live chicken and duck stall. Han Qingxia glanced at the dozen or so chickens and ducks in front of her. Both male and female, they looked quite well raised. "Then give me a discount. Sell them all to me." The stall owner's eyes lit up immediately. "You want them all?"
Yes.
"Then I'll give you 10 yuan a pound. Normally my chickens are 15 yuan a pound, and my ducks are 11 yuan a pound." Okay. There were 26 chickens and ducks at the market, each averaging 6 or 7 pounds. Han Qingxia spent over 1,900 yuan on them. After having the vendor deliver the chickens and ducks to her warehouse, Han Qingxia continued shopping for other items. While browsing the farmer's market, she saw a lot of fresh fish. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. The air raid shelter had a water source. She could easily dig a small pond. She bought over 30 fish from the fish stall in one go. There were carp, crucian carp, silver carp, grass carp, and over 40 pounds of fresh shrimp. Han Qingxia loved shrimp the most: stir-fried shrimp, sweet and sour shrimp balls, shrimp and scrambled eggs. Han Qingxia paid a little extra for these fish, asking them to deliver a large plastic tank and an oxygen generator to her, leaving her warehouse address as the delivery address. These fish and shrimp cost over 3,000 yuan.
Continuing to shop.
Live pigs and cows were unavailable, but Han Qingxia had a cold storage warehouse and space for them. She immediately ordered 1,000 jin of pork and 500 jin of beef from a pork stall. This was a large quantity, and Han Qingxia pressed for more money, so the stall owner decided to order from the slaughterhouse on the spot and guarantee delivery to her warehouse that same day. The meat was more expensive. Han Qingxia spent over 40,000 yuan in total, leaving her with over 1.6 million yuan. She then wandered around the farmer's market, intending to buy some more fresh produce, but found that many stalls were closing up shop. Just as she was about to leave, she noticed a stall in a corner that was about to close up. Someone was selling live baby goats. Han Qingxia immediately bought them, purchasing 2 lambs for 1,500 yuan. It was said that the seller had previously raised goats specifically for selling goat milk. The market was too bad, so he sold the goats. Most of them had already been sold, leaving only a few lambs, and Han Qingxia happened to buy the last 2 that day. "Young lady, hurry home after you've bought your things," the stall owner said after taking her money. "There's a flu outbreak these days. Try to stay home as much as possible." Han Qingxia nodded. Of course she knew this. She always wore a professional doctor's mask when she went out. But actually, the flu wasn't the root cause of the zombie virus. It was just that the widespread flu outbreak lowered people's immune systems, and when the zombie virus struck, those with weak immune systems were directly infected and turned into zombies, leading everyone to mistakenly believe that the flu was the real culprit. Han Qingxia had only gradually learned these things after 10 years of struggling in the apocalypse, but she had no idea what the origin of the zombie virus truly was. Some people said at the time that the zombie virus was a hunting ground for the gods because this virus had also brought about unusual changes in humanity. Han Qingxia, after having the vendor take her things to her warehouse, didn't linger at the farmer's market. With less than 3 days left until the apocalyptic virus outbreak, she didn't plan to go out during this time. Before heading back, she wanted to spend all the money. She couldn't possibly leave so much unspent. Han Qingxia found a secluded spot without surveillance cameras, stored the 2 lambs in her spatial storage, and drove away from the farmer's market with Xia Tian in tow. On the way, she stopped at a farm tool shop and bought a set of all the commonly used farm tools, plus 20 shovels. Many people don't know that shovels are top-tier combat weapons among farm implements. During wartime, unarmed families would grab their own shovels. In rural fights, shovels were no joke. Even today, powerful military shovels are directly upgraded from the traditional shovel. Especially in the apocalypse, melee weapons are more effective than firearms. Han Qingxia stockpiled a large number of shovels, enough for early-game weaponry. Besides, there were baseball bats, whose offensive power was also considerable. Han Qingxia entered a sporting goods store. After buying several of the sturdiest and best baseball bats, she also purchased a batch of adventure gear. Flashlights, helmets, armor, protective gear, tents, protective suits, waterproof jackets. She bought all the outdoor equipment. These cost over 20,000 yuan in total. The store also had emergency kit accessories, such as tweezers, forceps, styptic tape, and a thermometer, reminding Han Qingxia that she also needed to go to a pharmacy. After leaving the outdoor gear store, she went to the pharmacy to stock up on common medicines such as cold medicine, hemostatic agents, fever reducers, vitamins, bandages, alcohol, and iodine. Han Qingxia had absolutely no interest in other prescription drugs, because she really wouldn't need them. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse, anyone who needed to take various medications daily was long obsolete. A little of these emergency medications was enough, not even a lot. In the apocalypse, poor health was a cardinal sin. It was already 5 or 6 in the evening when she left the pharmacy. The city lights were dazzling. Han Qingxia had already prepared everything she could. Food, drinks, shelter, and daily necessities. She had secured the most basic necessities and could now replenish her supplies of upgraded daily necessities. She currently had 1.57 million left. Let's go shopping. Let's have some fun. Buy whatever we see. Before the apocalypse, let's enjoy this prosperous world to the fullest. Han Qingxia started by dining at a Michelin-starred hotel she used to be unable to afford. She ordered a lavish feast: mushroom soup, garlic pork ribs, pan-fried cod, crispy chicken, garlic shrimp, everything she couldn't afford before. Having enjoyed the garlic shrimp and filet mignon, Han Qingxia immediately asked the kitchen to prepare 10 portions to take home. She also needed to take some for Xia Tian. After booking a suite at the hotel, she continued shopping at the mall downstairs. The mall was overflowing with all sorts of goods, and the food selection was incredibly tempting. Having grown accustomed to hardship, Han Qingxia, as usual, started by browsing the food section. Smelly egg waffles, takoyaki, Hong Kong-style cakes, pork floss buns, fried skewers, fried chicken, fried pork cutlets, oden, ice cream, milk tea, Cantonese sweet soup. Everything was available. Seeing all this, Han Qingxia realized she wanted to buy so much. Mainly, she didn't have enough time or money. These things couldn't be on her must-buy list. These were the icing on the cake in a peaceful world. After the apocalypse, they were all flashy but impractical. But now, she could buy to her heart's content. Eat and drink to her heart's content. Han Qingxia emptied each shop, then discreetly yet extravagantly approached the staff, ordering all the snacks, paying for them, and having them delivered to her hotel room upstairs. Every shop assistant's eyes widened upon hearing this, and they quickly began packing for Han Qingxia. For example, at the first bakery, all their freshly baked bread, cheesecake, ice cream puffs, cream squares, mochi, cream rolls, durian milfai, egg yolk pastries, waffles, butterfly cookies, and so on were all packed into bags and delivered to Han Qingxia. At the Korean fried chicken shop, Han Qingxia ordered every flavor imaginable: sweet and spicy, amber sauce, garlic soy sauce, honey mustard, and more boneless chicken pieces, drumsticks, wings, and whole chickens. At the milk tea shops, she ordered every flavor imaginable: milk tea, fruit tea, ice cream tea, milk foam tea, shaved ice. She got them all. After paying, Han Qingxia left her address and left without alerting anyone. After this whole shopping spree, she had spent over 200,000 yuan just on snacks. Each shop had about 10,000 yuan worth of in-stock items. For items she felt didn't need to stock up on, like those from cold noodle shops and egg waffle shops, she only ordered a few hundred to a few thousand yuan worth to go. She had spent over 200,000 yuan to browse all the snack shops on the second and third floors of the mall. After shopping for snacks, she went to the supermarket at the bottom. The supermarket was a must-visit. She first pushed 2 large shopping carts around the enormous warehouse-style supermarket. At checkout, her carts were filled with various single items and only one of each. For example, she had a bag of each flavor of potato chips, a piece of each type of biscuit and candy, a bottle of each type of beverage, juice and cola, and cooked food like grilled sausages, grilled chicken, grilled fish, sushi, rice balls, and bento boxes. She couldn't leave anything out. She also had to get semi-finished marinated chicken, pork chops, fish cutlets, and army stew. For daily necessities, she ordered toiletries, face cream, and, almost forgetting, sanitary napkins, disposable towels, and wet wipes. Of course, since this purchase was based on improving her quality of life, she also ordered a washing machine, a robot vacuum cleaner, and a refrigerator essential appliances. She wouldn't have considered these things before, but now that she had the money, of course, she had to spend it. After checking out and pushing the 2 large carts full of groceries, Han Qingxia went straight to the manager. She asked him to provide her with the store's entire inventory of everything in her carts, except for the appliances. But Han Qingxia had actually underestimated the stock and prices of these items. Before she could even finish buying everything in her 2 shopping carts, her wallet was empty. 1.3 million yuan. Han Qingxia had only bought a third of what she needed. How embarrassing. Basic groceries and oils were cheaper when she stocked up, but these processed goods were several times more expensive. Looking at her nearly empty account, Han Qingxia finally decided to just take what she had. This would do. She could always make her own food using the raw materials later. She left her address with the manager and asked if he could deliver the goods today. The manager said, "Absolutely no problem." She looked at the large supermarket with such ample supplies with a touch of regret. After leaving the supermarket, she strolled upstairs. She had only explored the food court and the main supermarket area on floors B1 and B2 so far. She didn't have much money left in the clothing sections. She only had about 70 yuan left in her account. 70 yuan is enough to shop. Even without money, you can still go shopping. She first bought a 14 yuan iced cocoa at a convenience store, then browsed through the clothing stores one by one. After browsing 3 floors of clothing stores, she finished her iced cocoa. She did manage to find a few clothes she liked. "How much is this baseball jacket?" "Miss, it's on sale now. Half price, 2,000 yuan. Han Qingxia didn't say much after hearing the price. 2,000 yuan, even after a 50% discount. This was the best shopping mall in their area, selling only designer clothes. It was truly too expensive for her. After she left empty-handed, Manager Wang nudged the sales assistant who had just given Han Qingxia the price. "Why bother with her? She's obviously a poor wretch who can't afford anything. Didn't you see her wandering around several floors empty-handed? How could she possibly buy anything from us? You need to be smarter in the future, learn to read people." The sales assistant, being lectured, pursed her lips but didn't say anything. Han Qingxia heard their words but ignored them and continued walking. Having struggled for so long in the apocalypse, she wasn't some brainless idiot who would rush to argue with someone or impulsively buy something just because they said something, only to be proven wrong. In the apocalypse, there's no need for humiliation, only killing. As Han Qingxia continued shopping, she suddenly caught sight of 2 familiar figures. A young man was walking ahead of Han Qingxia, accompanied by a pregnant woman. It was Han Qingxia and his wife, the ones Han Qingxia had tricked.
Honey, calm down.
By whatever you want today. Please forgive me. Don't be angry. You might upset the baby.
Han Qingxia.
You've been lying to me all along. Your family doesn't even own that house. You're deliberately lying to me. That house really is mine. Then what about those people today? Debt collectors were at your doorstep. They said the house was theirs. They even made your grandmother go to the hospital. Honey, I don't know what happened either. My mother really did spend $2 million to buy that house from Han Qingxia. We can transfer the title as soon as we find her. That's not right. Didn't your mother say that house still belonged to Han Qingxia? That she gave it to you to live in, so she couldn't add my name? How come it's your family's house now, and the title can be transferred? Wife, sigh, anyway, this house will be ours from now on. I'm their only son, so everything that's not mine is yours. Just trust me.
Han Qingxia.
How can I trust you? You said it was furnished and ready to move in, but it's just a bare shell now. You said it was your property, and now a debt collection company has come. I've seen through you. Your family is just trying to scam me. I absolutely cannot keep this child.
I'll abort it right now. Wife.
Han Qingxia, standing around a corner, overheard their conversation, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. How exciting! Only 10 days, and the Han family has already become so dramatic. Her grandmother is even in the hospital. But it could get even more dramatic. Watching Han Qingxia, who was already using the escalator to catch up with his wife, she mischievously whistled in his direction. Han Qingxia, who was in a complete panic, turned around at the sound of the whistle and caught sight of a girl leaning on the glass railing, leisurely looking in their direction. That's not Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia stopped abruptly upon seeing her, wanting to turn back and chase after her, but his wife had already run to the next floor. Wife. On one side was his wife, who was going to have an abortion. On the other was Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia wished he could split himself in two. After weighing his options, he finally decided to chase after Han Qingxia. Damn it. Just grab this bitch and bring her to his wife to explain. Wouldn't that solve everything? He turned and ran frantically up the descending escalator to catch up with Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia walked at a leisurely pace. After Han Qingxia caught up, she had already gone down the escalator opposite him, causing Han Qingxia to chase her around the entire mall. He chased her all the way to the underground parking lot. Damn it. Where do you think you're going, you bitch? Han Qingxia, panting, cornered Han Qingxia in a corner of the parking lot. You betrayed me behind my back. I'll kill you when I catch you today. Perfect. Han Qingxia grinned at Han Qingxia, casually closing the trunk lid. I was thinking the same thing. She stepped out, carrying a baseball bat. Han Qingxia saw the baseball bat, and her alarm bells blared. You son of a bitch. You dare hit me? As soon as he finished speaking, with a thud, Han Qingxia slammed a stick into him. She immediately pinned Han Qingxia down, dislocating his jaw so he couldn't speak, then dragged him to a corner of the parking lot and began to beat him mercilessly. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse, she had learned all sorts of fighting techniques. She could kill a grown man in 3 blows. But she was incredibly merciful to Han Qingxia. She dragged him to the corner and beat him for half an hour, breaking all his arms and legs, using the most ruthless methods, only hitting the places that hurt the most but wouldn't kill him. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia lay on the ground, barely alive. Han Qingxia leaned against the car door, kicked the lifeless Han Qingxia at her feet, bent down, picked up his phone from his pocket, and, stepping on his head, used his phone to call 120, the emergency number. See how good I am, even calling 120 for you. Thank me. Han Qingxia almost vomited blood upon hearing this. Damn it. If she had just moved her foot away from his head even a fraction, he would have accepted her kindness. I'll fuck your mother. Tisk tsk, so ungrateful. Then, like your grandma, stay in the hospital and recover. Han Qingxia pressed down hard on his foot, sending him into a 7-day coma. Han Qingxia cleaned up the
scene.
She removed all of Han Ying's identity information, so that even if the hospital called the police immediately, they wouldn't be able to verify Han Ying's identity. She also transferred all the money from his WeChat and Alipay accounts to her phone. His phone had a fingerprint sensor, so she used his fingerprint to pay directly. After doing all this, she took him to the bar street outside the parking lot. She called 120, the emergency number, from that bar street. The ambulance arrived shortly after, and she watched as a bystander dragged him away. She calmly stood under a lamppost and used Han Ying's phone to send messages to his parents. She told them he'd been beaten and asked them to go to the hospital to find someone. After doing this, Han Qingxia sold his phone to a small phone shop on the roadside. Even if they called the police, they definitely wouldn't be able to trace it back to Han Qingxia within 3 days. And by the time they investigated Han Ying's whereabouts and discovered her connection, it would be too late. Having ripped off Han Ying, Han Qingxia had an extra 30,000 yuan in her account. With this money, she bought some supplies. She emptied several shelves at a convenience store outside the mall and stuffed the items into her car. Just as she was about to drive away, her car door slammed shut, and a man collapsed into her car. Han Qingxia's eyes darkened. At that moment, several stylishly dressed men and women stepped forward and helped the man up. "Excuse me, beautiful. My friend is drunk," one of the tattooed men waved and explained to Han Qingxia. After helping the unconscious man up, the group left, chatting and laughing. Damn it, Third Brother's passed out after just 2 drinks. He always said he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. I remember Third Brother used to be a really good drinker. Maybe he's weakened after getting married. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Laughter rose and fell. Han Qingxia leaned against the car window, watching the group leave. Her gaze fell on the young man, being supported in the middle. His head was drooping, his body stiff, and his hands, held up by his companions, were an unnaturally pale white. But soon, the young man woke up. "What happened to me just now?" "What happened?" "So, what if you were drunk?" "You're so useless. How much did you even drink?" "Work pressure must be too much. I have to go back." "Go back what?" "Keep drinking. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk." The group left, chatting and laughing. But Han Qingxia's eyes grew even deeper. She looked down at her phone and glanced at the time. Today is the 9th. In her previous life, the zombie virus outbreak was on the 11th, Apocalypse 8.11. She returned to her hotel. Her room was already overflowing with belongings. She told the front desk to send something over, and then opened the door and let it in. Now, the table, floor, and bed were all piled high with things. There was also a considerable amount of hot fried chicken. Han Qingxia waved her hand, storing everything into her spatial storage. She would stay here tonight and leave the next day. She couldn't waste the money she'd paid for. Before going to sleep, Han Qingxia did 3 hours of physical training, pushing herself to her physical limits before taking a shower. Then she checked the security cameras in her bunker and the warehouse before going to sleep. Both were fine. She spoke briefly to Xia Tian, her pet dog, through the video robot, telling it to watch over her things. She would be back first thing tomorrow morning. Xia Tian responded very human-like and obediently stayed in its doghouse in the warehouse to watch over the things. Han Qingxia slept soundly until 6 o'clock the next morning. She was awakened by the blaring sirens of police cars and the calls of ambulances. She was staying in a downtown hotel with excellent soundproofing, but she was extremely sensitive and easily startled by the slightest noise. The moment she heard the sirens, she rushed to the window. Pulling back the curtains, she saw countless police cars and ambulances blaring their sirens on the street. Not far from her hotel were densely populated bars and entertainment venues, and these police cars and ambulances were coming and going from there. She saw an ambulance parked in front of the bar she had seen the day before, carrying out several people covered in blood. A bad thought formed in her mind. Just then, she heard hurried footsteps and urgent knocking on her door. Han Qingxia grabbed a shovel and went to the door. Looking through the peephole, she saw hotel staff. They looked tense, but there were no wounds or bloodstains on their bodies, and their complexion was normal. "What is it?" "Miss, this is room service. We've received many reports of guests fainting and needing help. Are you all right?" Han Qingxia replied through the door. "I'm fine." Please stay in your room for a while. The hotel will extend your rest time free of charge. Sorry for the inconvenience. The room attendant finished speaking and went to the next room. But Han Qingxia's nerves suddenly jolted. The apocalypse might have come early. She had to leave. Han Qingxia immediately grabbed her car keys and left the hotel, making sure to take the complimentary water, drinks, and toiletries from her room. When she opened her room door, she saw the room attendant had gone to the far corner room. After knocking several times, she simply took out her room key and opened the door. By the time Han Qingxia saw her, she was already inside. Soon she heard a hurried voice. Sir, what's wrong? A guest has fainted in room 809. Come quick. The waiter called out to his colleague through his earpiece. Han Qingxia strode towards the elevator. As she entered an unmanned elevator descending, the elevator ascending beside her opened simultaneously. A group of staff members emerged from the elevator and rushed towards the innermost guest room. As the elevator doors closed in front of Han Qingxia, she heard a piercing scream. Ah, that familiar sound. The zombie virus had broken out ahead of schedule. Han Qingxia, seeing the elevator going down, decisively pressed the button for the 5th floor. She didn't go to the reception hall on the 1st floor. This was a hotel building connected to a shopping mall. The second basement level all the way to the 5th floor was a large shopping mall, the one Han Qingxia had shopped in yesterday. It was 6 p.m. now and the mall was closed. The earliest employees wouldn't arrive until 8 p.m. So the mall area was now a true deserted zone. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing is people. She had to escape the crowds. Han Qingxia decisively went down to the 5th floor. Just as she expected, the 5th floor mall was completely dark. None of the lights were on. But after entering the 5th floor lobby, she could clearly hear someone screaming outside. She glanced out the window. Sure enough, a riot had broken out in the streets. She watched as a blood-soaked man rushed out of a bar on a nearby street and pounced on a woman jogging by. He lunged for the woman's abdomen, and after knocking her down, he began tearing at her stomach. The woman screamed in agony, but she couldn't stop the man from tearing at her internal organs. His face was covered in blood, his gaping maw like a ferocious beast devouring her heart and lungs. It was 7 in the morning, and the city was mostly deserted, with only police cars and ambulances on duty. A police car, seeing the commotion, immediately stopped to drag and subdue the man. The rescued woman lay in a pool of blood. When no one noticed, her limbs began to convulse. After a few rapid spasms, she suddenly stopped moving. Miss, you're still? Ouch! The woman suddenly opened her dull, lifeless eyes and bit down hard on the person who came to her rescue. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Han Qingxia watched the scene from her 5th floor window. This was the apocalypse she knew best. It had indeed come early. A whole day early. Welcome to the apocalyptic era. Han Qingxia turned and ran towards the 5th floor. She wanted to leave via the escalator and go down to the B2 parking lot, avoiding all the elevators. She rushed into the empty mall, and the dazzling array of goods caught her eye. Supplies. Could she leave empty-handed after passing through the treasure vault? She would take everything she had here, even if she had to leave. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. Beep Super Lord system activated. Limited time, 2 hours. For every 10,000 yuan worth of supplies collected, you will receive 1 cubic meter of personal space. Han Qingxia, holding a baseball bat, you're such a godsend. With a crash, the glass in front of Han Qingxia shattered. Han Qingxia rushed in, opening her arms wide. Everything she touched vanished into thin air. They went straight into her space. Han Qingxia didn't care at all if the security cameras caught her, because it really wasn't necessary. It's the apocalypse. Who the hell would check security cameras? Beep 279 pieces of fashionable women's clothing detected, worth 650,000 yuan. Reward, 65 cubic meters. Beep 144 pieces of fashionable men's clothing detected, worth 580,000. Reward 58 cubic meters. Beep 489 pieces of branded wedding dresses detected, worth 1,890,000. Reward 189 cubic meters. Men's and women's clothing, children's wear, underwear, shoes, socks, bags, wedding dresses, and formal wear. Han Qingxia wanted it all. And this looting was much more satisfying than her first move. Even if she cleaned her house thoroughly, she only had so much stuff. This time, the rewards were off the charts. Each store was worth hundreds of thousands, even millions. She ransacked each store. Everywhere she went, it was spotless. In about an hour, Han Qingxia had completely looted the luxury stores across these floors. She didn't leave anything behind. Women's wear, men's wear, children's wear, sportswear, shoes, socks, bags, watches, cosmetics, including the large jewelry and diamond shops below. She frantically snatched the latest pineapple phones and computers. America has Apple, China has pineapple phones. SKI, the little light bulb, serum, La Mer, things she couldn't afford before. She snatched them all. High-end bags she could only look at before, and luxury items that required additional purchases, she snatched them all. Large, dazzling diamond rings, gemstones, jade, and gold in the shop windows, she snatched them all. Her personal space had instantly reached over 10,000 cubic meters. High-end stores are expensive. A single bag can cost tens of thousands, but inventory is limited. Many luxury stores only have the top shelf stock. Even ordering a few items requires restocking because the unit price is too high. There's simply no stock. And this mall didn't even have the truly top-tier luxury items, those priced over $1 million. Otherwise, Han Qingxia's spatial storage would explode. Luxury goods are really valuable. Han Qingxia arrived at the underground food court. Yesterday, she had already swept through the food court. Although spending money yesterday felt a bit wasteful, it actually saved her quite a bit of time. Time was of the essence for her now. The zombie virus had just broken out, and everyone was in a daze. She had to finish her sweep within 2 hours and escape before the transportation broke down. If she hadn't spent money yesterday, she would have had to skip over all these scattered and cheap shops. However, Han Qingxia did manage to grab a few things while running through the food court. An oven, an ice cream machine, a coffee machine, things she could use to make food at home later. Running through these areas at full speed, she arrived at the large supermarket she had visited yesterday. She had spent over $1 million here yesterday and only bought a tiny fraction of what was inside. The supplies inside were incredibly abundant. Han Qingxia jumped over the barriers and leaped into the large supermarket, where she emptied the shelves with incredible speed. She went straight for the shelves. Shelf after shelf, sweeping them up. A shelf of chocolate. A shelf of cookies. A shelf of potato chips. A shelf of cooked sausages. Han Qingxia even rushed into the kitchen of the raw and cooked food section, grabbing a freezer full of frozen ham. A freezer full of chilled roast chicken. Everything Han Qingxia hadn't bought yesterday, she bought in one go. In less than half an hour, the entire huge warehouse-style supermarket was completely emptied by Han Qingxia. She even wore roller skates to the end. She skated rapidly, sweeping away everything in her path. After she emptied the supermarket, she still had 20 minutes left. Han Qingxia then noticed their internal elevators. These large supermarkets all have their own warehouses. Han Qingxia entered the internal staff elevator. As the elevator doors slowly opened in front of her, she saw rows and rows of boxes of supplies. Hundreds of boxes of premium rice, hundreds of boxes of imported snacks, hundreds of boxes of alcoholic beverages, condiments, daily necessities, sanitary napkins, and more. This was the supermarket's warehouse area. Han Qingxia finally realized that the millions of dollars worth of goods she'd taken yesterday had all been taken here. Really, there was still so much. Han Qingxia skated through the crates of supplies. Each spot she passed was empty. When the system's 2-hour countdown ended, Han Qingxia, drenched in sweat, opened a bottle of ice-cold cola and drank it down. The warehouse in front of her was now empty. This trip yielded over 14,800 cubic meters of space. Small in some ways, 14,800 cubic meters, roughly 25 meters by 25 meters by 25 meters high. Large in others, almost the size of a 10-story building. The supplies she'd taken only accounted for 1% of that, not even enough to fill one floor. And this largest shopping mall in the city had been completely emptied. All the supplies were in her space. Han Qingxia smiled with satisfaction. She changed into her running shoes, tossed the empty Coke bottle into the deserted warehouse, took the internal elevator back to the supermarket, and then went back via the staff stairs. Work done. Time to go home. She didn't take the elevator, but she manually set it to her floor and pressed the button for the B2 underground parking garage. Follow her rhythm as she went down. Because the elevator made noise going up and down, and if there was danger in the parking garage, the zombies would be attracted to it. Safe. Han Qingxia hopped lightly and quickly down the staff stairs. When she reached B2, the elevator she had arranged arrived just in time. Ding! At the same time as the sound rang out, Han Qingxia saw a woman who had been about to rush into the staff elevator turn around and run towards it. Running and screaming. Help! Help! Two people, covered in blood and also wearing staff uniforms, followed behind her. Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. There's someone in there. Eat her. The woman, as if seeing a cry for help, saw the elevator doors open and lunged forward, intending to push the person inside out to shield the monster outside. But when the elevator doors opened, it was completely empty. In her stunned silence, she was pounced on by the monster chasing her. Don't bite me.
Don't bite me.
Look who I am. I'm your manager, Wang. Don't bite me. The woman screamed and shouted, then suddenly noticed the staff stairwell door she had just been trying to leave had opened. A young woman dressed in simple sportswear stepped out. The woman paused when she saw her. This person looked familiar. Wasn't that the girl she had called a poor wretch yesterday? Help me.
Help me.
She pleaded, waving frantically at Han Qingxia. Save me. I'll give you our store's gold card.
No.
I'll give you 1 piece of clothing.
10.
100. Save me. Han Qingxia, baseball bat in one hand, knew only one thing to do and one word of thanks in the face of such a situation. That was to flee as the screams grew louder and louder. Thank you for being of some use before you die. Vroom! She slammed on the gas. Han Qingxia sped out of the garage. It was a little past 8 o'clock. The city was gradually waking up. Because the zombie virus had broken out in the early morning, the past 2 hours had plunged everyone into confusion and terror. The first to suffer are early opening breakfast shops, sanitation workers, public transportation systems, and 24-hour businesses. These open, densely populated areas are thrown into chaos the moment even one case of mutation occurs. This morning, 110 police and 120 ambulance were overwhelmed with calls. Those trying to call the police couldn't get through. City departments were paralyzed. Next up are commuters, like those at the mall where Han Qingxia works during rush hour. Those who rely on public transportation are relatively lucky. Most are stranded on the streets because there are no buses available. Unfortunately, those who managed to get on public transport. Once on the bus, it's the beginning of hell. Many elderly people are fainting on buses. Once they stand up, everyone on the bus has nowhere to escape. A few lucky ones manage to reach their workplaces, like manager Wang from before. They have their own cars or ride electric scooters, and they've managed to get there, only to find the doors closed today. Gathering in small groups, wondering what's going on, they see people covered in blood stumbling towards them. This is the early stages of the apocalypse. Everyone seeing this only thinks of a fight or danger. Those who try to help immediately receive a zombie card. This is happening all over the city. Everything is falling. Han Qingxia knows this is only the beginning. Many people are still in their homes. Now is the best time to leave before everyone realizes what's happening. Wait a minute, there'll be a mass exodus, paralyzing the entire traffic. Help! Just then, a young woman with outstretched arms appeared in front of Han Qingxia. Her boyfriend was helping an elderly person who had fallen by the roadside.
Stop.
Someone's fainted here. Stop and take her to the hospital. The woman stood in the middle of the road, her arms outstretched to stop her. Because at this moment, Han Qingxia was the only car on the entire street. Heaven knows why there were hardly any cars on the road today. She couldn't get through to 110 or 120. Finally, she saw a car. She had to stop it. She stood in the middle of the road. Han Qingxia looked at the woman in front of her, her eyes slightly cold, and stepped on the gas pedal. Whoosh! The woman blocking the road was startled by Han Qingxia's car, which was going full throttle and didn't even turn. Luckily, she managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, she would have been run over and killed. Who do you think you are? Not only did you not help, but you tried to run me over. You're crazy, cold-blooded, selfish, heartless,
Pervert.
wife. Are you all right? Honey, I've never seen anyone like that before. She didn't help and didn't even slow down. She almost hit me. You're standing on the side of the road trying to flag down a car. Be careful. There are so many selfish people in this society. How many are as kind as us? Take a picture and post it online. Expose Hira, the man suddenly screamed. His neck had been bitten hard. The one who bit him was the unconscious old woman he was helping. At that moment, the old woman woke up from her unconscious state, opened her cloudy eyes, and bit his neck. Bright red blood spurted out instantly. Honey, the woman immediately took 2 steps back, then rushed forward and smashed the old woman with her bag. Let go of my husband. Let go of my husband. She kicked and pounded at the old zombie woman, and as the woman loosened her grip, she quickly pulled her husband to his feet. Honey, we need to get to the hospital right away. Are you all right? The woman supported her husband with one hand while continuing to fight off the old zombie woman who was getting up from the ground. She discovered that no matter how much she hit her, the zombie woman was unharmed. Even more terrifying was that her limbs were bent in a way that defied human logic. Su Gao's face was deathly pale, devoid of any color. Her dull, lifeless eyes stared fixedly at them, her toothless mouth gaping open, its lips a deep crimson. She looked exactly like Kia's zombie from television. The woman finally felt fear. Could this really be a zombie?
Just then,
She was suddenly tackled to the ground by the person beside her, her zombie husband biting her neck. A husband. Husband, it's me. The old woman zombie pounced on her, tearing open her abdomen, the zombie greedily biting into her flesh. The last thing she saw as her intestines were violently ripped out was the exhaust fumes of a car speeding away. The car that hadn't stopped. Han Qingxia saw the woman being attacked and torn apart in the rearview mirror, but quickly looked away. Kindness, compassion? Sorry, those are things only found in heaven. And here, this is hell. Han Qingxia accelerated at full speed. Whoosh! Boom! Bang, bang, bang. As she sprinted forward, Han Qingxia found the road conditions ahead were getting increasingly worse. A large number of vehicles and people were fleeing in the opposite direction from Han Qingxia. Several cars had overturned at the intersection ahead, blocking most of the lane. As Han Qingxia passed by these cars, she saw hordes of zombies beside the open car doors. They pounced on the smoking vehicles, greedily tearing at the drivers and passengers inside. Screams erupted, and blood gushed out. Sensing Han Qingxia passing by, the zombies, as if smelling fresh prey, chased after her car. All moving living things were their targets. The entire street intersection was in chaos. Han Qingxia's brow furrowed. This isn't right. How can there be so many zombies? Suddenly, Han Qingxia saw a huge red plus sign ahead. Damn it! A hospital! She had just been wondering how this road could have erupted so violently. So there's a hospital. Bang, bang, bang. Han Qingxia directly trampled over the dozen or so zombies that pounced on her, speeding across the intersection. The hospital was a disaster zone, but once she broke through the hospital's perimeter, she would be safe. The zombies frantically pouring out from several entrances on the left side of the intersection saw Han Qingxia walking against the flow of traffic towards their vehicle and swarmed towards her car. A female zombie in a nurse's uniform, her face covered in blood, was the fastest. She smashed through the guardrail on the left and pounced on Han Qingxia's car. Bang! A large, bloody handprint gripped Han Qingxia's windshield. The female zombie opened its bloody maw and, with a loud "awoo," pounced on Han Qingxia's windshield, devouring her flesh. At this close range, Han Qingxia could clearly see her mangled face. Her nose had been completely devoured by the zombie, leaving only a bloody black hole. The skin of her right eyelid was gone, and her eyeball drooped from its socket, as if it might fall out at any moment. One half of her mouth was torn open to reveal the bone, and in the other half, one could still vaguely see the shimmering lip gloss she had applied that morning.
Awa. Awa.
Awo. The zombie nurse, having tried to bite into Han Qingxia's body several times without success, grew desperate. She opened her bloodied, mangled mouth wide, her muscles ripping open a gaping wound on half her face, resembling a slit-mouthed woman from a Japanese anime, and lunged to smash through Han Qingxia's glass. A sharp screech of brakes rang out. Han Qingxia executed a graceful 360-degree spin, throwing the zombie aside and using the momentum to shake off a wave of zombies attacking from both sides.
Zombies?
Nothing to fear. She'd killed too many. She pressed the accelerator again, roaring forward at full speed, speeding out of the hospital grounds. Just as Han Qingxia was about to escape the hospital after speeding through an intersection, a deafening crash echoed. A massive 22-wheeled truck had lost control and collided with the car in front of her, crashing right in front of the intersection Han Qingxia was sure to cross. There was no way to avoid it.
Boom.
Crash, a deafening screech of a vehicle overturning. Han Qingxia's head jolted violently. It was the airbag. At that moment, at the major intersection, a massive truck, crushing 7 or 8 small cars, had overturned sideways, completely blocking the intersection. Han Qingxia's car, however, was safely beneath the truck's massive, raised tires, just 10 centimeters away. After narrowly avoiding the collision, Han Qingxia, her head still ringing from the airbag shock, slammed her fist on the airbag in front of her, trying to start driving again. Damn it, the car was broken. Han Qingxia hadn't considered getting a car before. Firstly, time was tight. Secondly, money was scarce. And thirdly, having lived in the apocalypse for so long, she would rarely need a car later on. Because she had a car but no fuel. Fuel was an incredibly scarce resource in the later stages of the world. It was needed for everything, and using it for a vehicle was too extravagant. Han Qingxia was used to short distances walking, medium distances using modified bicycles or other vehicles, long distances she wouldn't go. Why would anyone go that far? In the apocalypse, running around everywhere is just suicide. Therefore, as a consumable item, a fuel-powered car wasn't considered an essential investment by Han Qingxia. Damn it, now that the car's broken, it set her up in advance. Awa. Awa. The rustling sounds outside grew closer. Inside the car, Han Qingxia rubbed her head. Once she was fully conscious, she calmly surveyed her surroundings, unbuckled her seatbelt, and opened the car door. As the door opened, an iron shovel appeared in her hand. A knife wouldn't work against zombies. The blade is thin and narrow. Once it cuts into flesh, it's impossible to pull it out. But an iron shovel. Bang! Han Qingxia swung her shovel, flattening the head of the nearest lunging old zombie. She followed with a kick. With a clang, her shovel head was embedded in the old zombie's head, severing its brainstem. The zombie was now truly dead. She twirled the shovel in her hand, then pulled it out with a hint of disappointment and left. It was only the early stage. Zombies didn't have crystal cores in their brains yet. Since that was the case, she would kill even more brutally and concisely. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! Han Qingxia found a spot with fewer zombies and single-handedly, shovel in hand, charged and killed her way through the rear of the accident scene. At this moment, the zombies were mainly clustered in front of the car crash site, where the stench of blood was strongest. Han Qingxia moved quickly and nimbly, keeping her voice down. Taking advantage of the relatively small number of zombies, she smoothly rushed out of the crash scene. Just as she was about to break through the intersection, she heard screams from a car that had also been hit, but whose occupants were still alive. It was a very valuable sports car. Osh killed someone, the girl in the passenger seat screamed, trembling, clutching her boyfriend's hand and staring in terror at Han Qingxia wreaking havoc outside. Han Qingxia glanced coldly into their car. The airbags had deployed. She looked away. A useless car. Just as useless as the people inside. Han Qingxia continued to retreat forward. She needed to find another car to leave, or at least run out of the city. Just then, the door of the car behind her opened. "Can you take us with you?" The young man in the driver's seat opened the door and immediately pleaded with Han Qingxia for help. "Take us to safety, and I'll give you money. My dad's the chairman of Dongping Group. My family has tons of money. You can have as much as you want." Han Qingxia didn't even bother to glance at him and continued running. "Honey, what are you saying to her? She killed people. So many people. We need to call the police and have her arrested." "Shut up." Seeing Han Qingxia disappear into a side alley without looking back, the man grabbed the woman beside him and quickly followed. Bang! 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 After clearing out 5 zombies, Han Qingxia finally left the hospital area. This was a small alley in a residential area. At this time, because most people in the residential area were trapped in their homes, a large-scale zombie outbreak had not yet occurred. Han Qingxia walked along the deserted greenbelt, occasionally encountering a few zombie sanitation workers or jogging zombies, which she easily dispatched with a shovel. She searched for a vehicle as she walked. Unlucky enough, she didn't see a single car. And behind her were 2 little tails. "Honey, this road is too difficult to walk on. I can't walk in high heels." "If you can't walk, then get out." The man was losing his patience. After being yelled at, the woman's face instantly filled with grievance. She wanted to use her charm to get her boyfriend's pity. Honey, unexpectedly, her usually foolproof trick only earned her a reply today. "How could I have married such a useless, brainless woman? You can't do anything, and you're a burden. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Get lost." The woman's beautiful face froze upon hearing this. She bit her lip, glanced at Han Qingxia, who was carrying a shovel, and her boyfriend, who had abandoned her and run after her, and said nothing more. She limped after him in her high heels. Han Qingxia dashed along the side green belt, and just then, she finally spotted an open unloading truck in front of a convenience store. A truck. If there wasn't a truck, she would have had to sneak into the dealership and steal one. Without a word, Han Qingxia sprinted towards the unloading truck. As she ran, a couple behind her quickly gave chase. When Han Qingxia reached the car, she was surprised to find the keys still inside, the door open, and the person inside gone. She glanced at the convenience store behind her. The store was empty too. No one was there. Only blood splattered on the counter. It seemed this store hadn't escaped the zombie outbreak either. Someone must have turned to the zombies and driven everyone else away. After removing the keys, Han Qingxia, true to her principle of never leaving empty-handed, rushed in and looted one last time. She knew that spending even half a minute clearing out the store now would mean spending 100 or 1,000 times more time and effort to find the same amount of supplies later. The zombie era wasn't just a few seconds away. It was forever and ever. After her escape, the future could only be increasingly dire. No one complains about having too many supplies. Han Qingxia made a quick decision. Get out and grab a loot. When the 2 little tails that had been following her rushed in, the convenience store was practically empty except for what was at the counter. This time, Han Qingxia didn't bother with the shelves. The convenience store was small, so she ran around twice, scooping up every single item. All sorts of snacks and candies, daily necessities, and even Han Qingxia's favorite convenience store exclusive rice balls, sushi, bento boxes, bread, cakes, and ice cream. The drinks were almost all gone too. "Is this a newly opened convenience store?" the woman asked breathlessly as she ran in, seeing that it was almost empty. Han Qingxia knew she had been followed. Before leaving, she pretended to be carrying 2 buckets of water, carrying them to her car outside right in front of them.
Hey.
You didn't pay, did you? And you took all that stuff. What are we going to eat? The woman demanded angrily. Her words only earned her a curt, "Are you fucking crazy?" from the man beside her. After cursing her, the man tried to catch up with Han Qingxia. "Miss, can you take me away? Take me to the Wan family mansion in the west of the city. I'll give you money there. 1 million. Han Qingxia got into the car, slammed the door shut, and this time she seemed somewhat interested in replying. Do you still think money is useful at a time like
this?
The man's face immediately turned ugly. Money was useless now, absolutely useless. He watched helplessly as Han Qingxia drove away in her delivery truck. Honey, look, she doesn't appreciate your efforts at all. She ignores everything you say. We should call the police. Idiot. Do you think the police and money are still useful now? The man roared. 40 minutes later, Han Qingxia successfully drove out of the city and onto a suburban road. As she drove away from the big city, the number of zombies and mutants on the road decreased significantly. The outer areas did not appear to have been affected yet. Screech. Han Qingxia parked the car in front of her warehouse. Woof woof woof. Xia Tian immediately sensed Han Qingxia's arrival and barked excitedly at her. Han Qingxia went over and ruffled its hair. Thank you for your hard work. She picked up Xia Tian and also brought a large pile of goods from the warehouse. These were the items Han Qingxia had purchased yesterday at the farmer's market and supermarket. With a wave of her hand, all the densely packed supplies entered her spatial storage. Her storage space could hold the chickens, ducks, and lambs she had acquired yesterday. Thinking of this, she tried to put Xia Tian inside. But, woof woof woof, it wouldn't fit. Seeing this, she could roughly guess that the system could only store low-intelligence living creatures with food attributes. Dogs wouldn't work. Then living people definitely wouldn't work either. Han Qingxia wasn't too disappointed. Having this function was good, but not having it wasn't a big deal, because she always believed that her own strength was the true strength. A system like this, a powerful cheat, couldn't be relied upon too much. She could only use it to strengthen herself, making this power completely her own. Otherwise, if the system disappeared or something unexpected happened, she would be doomed. After emptying the warehouse of supplies, Han Qingxia closed the door and left with Xia Tian, heading straight to her bomb shelter, returning to her self-made apocalyptic refuge. An hour later, Han Qingxia sprawled on the ultra-soft cloud-like sofa she'd snagged from the mall, opened a bottle of cola, and microwaved the steak and shrimp she brought back from the Michelin-starred restaurant yesterday. She, Xia Tian, and their dog watched the news on the giant TV. Urgent report. Urgent report. A large-scale bloodshed and assault incident has occurred this morning. Please join our reporter on the scene to learn more about the situation. During the off-site interview for the live news broadcast, a reporter followed the camera towards an area cordoned off with police tape. In his view, this was the vicinity of the hotel Han Qingxia had fled that morning. The bar street was cordoned off with large police tape. Inside the cordon, police were desperately using smoke grenades and other dispersal weapons to disperse the surrounding crowd and suppress the riot, but with little success. Through the thick smoke, there were jostling heads and occasional screams. Vehicles were overturned or smashed, and ambulances were trapped in the center. Paramedics were nowhere to be seen. Clearly, a group of people had tried to escape after the incident, but had failed.
Leave. Leave now.
At the edge of the cordon, a policeman shouted, urging away anyone trying to approach. The scene is really bloody, the reporter said, looking at the scene with serious anxiety. We don't know the exact cause yet. Let's interview someone who knows. At that moment, the reporter saw an injured person emerge from the smoke, and he immediately ran towards him with his camera. Hello, sir, do you know? Ouch! A scream rang out, and the camera shook violently, spinning wildly, as if the cameraman behind it had also been attacked. When the camera crashed to the ground, everyone saw the reporter who had just been there be heavily tackled to the ground by the people who had run out, and with a splash, blood gushed onto the screen. Beep, the image disappeared completely, and the interview was abruptly cut off. The citizens watching the news live at home were all stunned by this scene. Han Qingxia looked at the city station, which had been shut down, and raised an eyebrow. She had evacuated very quickly. If she had been any later, it definitely wouldn't have gone so smoothly. She turned the remote control and switched to the next channel, the provincial television station. At this moment, the provincial television station was broadcasting the previously prepared news script. The latest news from the grassroots level has a lag. The city station could broadcast live news, but the provincial station hadn't even reacted yet. After finishing an economic news report, the anchor, as usual, smiled, and announced a flu warning. The flu continues. We urge everyone to stay home and avoid cross-infection. Just then, a staff member covered in blood rushed onto the stage. He collapsed onto the anchor's desk. After falling, he remained motionless. Upon seeing this, the anchor's usually calm and composed face showed panic and bewilderment. He tried to look towards the director, and instantly, as if witnessing something utterly horrifying, his eyes filled with terror. "Director!" Tisich, before he could finish shouting into his headset, the man who had just collapsed onto his desk lunged forward. Immediately following, a beep the television station displayed no signal. Such incidents occurred at numerous television stations. Some experienced them earlier, others later. Those that broke out early had already lost all television signals, leaving only static on the screen. Those that broke out later were seen live by viewers. That day, all institutions were falling victim to the virus. Beep, beep, beep. Han Qingxia switched channels several times, finding that only a few channels pre-programmed to play animation and dramas still had a signal. The rest were all black. And soon, all the interrupted signals were switched to national channels. A black banner appeared on the large screen. Urgent notice. A large-scale attack has occurred nationwide. All citizens are urged to stay indoors. All universities are closed. All shopping malls and businesses are shut down. Lock your doors and windows. Await rescue. Await rescue. Await rescue. The national broadcaster cut off all signals and broadcast the notice uniformly. Await rescue was repeated 3 times. Han Qingxia was all too familiar with this scene. During the apocalypse in her previous life, the television station issued a similar announcement. Initially, everyone believed the announcement, thinking the crisis would soon be resolved. But little did they know, this was a devastating blow. The zombie virus was incurable. Aside from immediately sealing off everything and killing all infected individuals, including those with even the slightest injury, there was no other way. By the time the higher-ups realized what was happening, the zombie virus had already spread widely and deeply. In the end, they abandoned comprehensive rescue efforts and turned to local self-rescue. Finally, they stopped issuing any notices at all. Everyone was left to fend for themselves. The state apparatus had collapsed. By the time the people at the bottom realized what was happening, their food and supplies were completely depleted. No one would bring them supplies. Only then did they realize that the true apocalypse had begun. They had to find their own way to gather supplies. Han Qingxia was incredibly lucky in her previous life. She witnessed the mutation at the hospital, the first site of the outbreak. Knowing the horror of the zombie virus, she and her sister-in-law returned home and immediately instructed the Han family to keep all doors and windows tightly shut. This way, they luckily avoided the initial zombie outbreak crisis. At that time, screams echoed through her neighborhood for 3 days and 3 nights. Any household that opened their doors was wiped out. Later, people gradually discovered a pattern. Keeping quiet and keeping doors and windows tightly shut could temporarily protect against zombies. While everyone else was hiding, Han Qingxia decisively went out to gather supplies. At this time, the zombies' attack power was still relatively low, and most people hadn't even realized what was happening. Everyone cowered in their homes, too afraid to move. Han Qingxia, fully armed and completely covered, grabbed a weapon and cautiously went out to the neighborhood supermarket to loot supplies. She returned safely, albeit with some close calls. But when she got back, the Han family initially didn't want to open the door. They were worried that Han Qingxia had mutated. It was Xia Tian who kept calling from inside, attracting more and more zombies. Fearing they would surround their house, they finally let Han Qingxia in. Afterwards, once they confirmed that Han Qingxia was unharmed and had returned with a large amount of supplies, their expressions changed completely, and they fawned over her. Han Qingxia treated them like true family. She let them coax her and even scold her a few times, sharing her supplies and giving them many tips on how to fight zombies. While others were still too afraid to act, she, along with Han Ing and her father, went to retrieve supplies several times. Other households had long since run out of supplies. But seeing Han Qingxia's actions, they began to imitate him, and the apocalypse entered its second phase. Looting. Soon the shops in their neighborhood were completely looted. In the process, a large number of residents died. Han Qingxia remained cautious throughout, even forcefully fighting back against several groups of neighbors who came to demand supplies, protecting her family until the rescue truck arrived. The third phase of the apocalypse. Rescue is coming. Han Qingxia learned from the radio that the rescue truck was coming and decisively led her entire family to the rescue point. At the time, the Han family members were reluctant to go. They felt that with Han Qingxia there, staying at home was quite safe. After all, the rescue convoys broadcast on the radio weren't about simply rushing to your location to rescue you. There was only one rescue route. They broadcast several relatively safe areas, instructing residents to gather there, and the rescue convoy would pick them up as it passed by. That was incredibly dangerous. Especially when the Han family discovered the rescue point was quite far away, they were extremely resistant. What if something happened on the way? The elderly and the pregnant women, what would they do? Han Qingxia, however, patiently persuaded them, urging them not to be tempted by temporary comfort. Only at the rescue point would they be truly safe. There would definitely be government-provided food, and Han Ying's wife could give birth safely, and elderly people like Grandma Han would have a safe place to live. Most importantly, Han Qingxia guessed this rescue wouldn't last forever. They should seize this opportunity and go now. Otherwise, no one would want them later. After much discussion, the Han family decided to follow Han Qingxia's advice and leave with all their supplies. In fact, all of Han Qingxia's predictions were correct. They caught the last and only wave of rescue. Later, citywide rescue efforts were simply abandoned. There were too many zombies, and the area couldn't contain them. They could only rescue one group at a time, then designate a safe zone as a base. The base, as a human settlement, was the inevitable trend in the later stages of the apocalypse. This was the fourth stage of the post-apocalyptic world, base civilization. Those who joined the base early were extremely lucky. Not only did they receive free supplies and housing in the early stages, but those who joined later had to provide everything they had. And they had to find their own shelter. The later they joined, the worse it got. It could be said that Han Qingxia had always been on the right path. However, her only mistake was treating the Han family as family. She poured her heart and soul into planning for the Han family, only to be kicked aside by them in the fight against the zombies. Han Qingxia finally woke up after being kicked away. This person must always learn true self-love and grow up. She should never covet things that don't belong to her. The so-called family was always just a delusion. Han Qingxia later miraculously escaped the carnage, ending up in another base, where her mindset completely changed. She no longer needed to love or be loved. She was absolutely cold-blooded and inherently rebellious. In the fifth stage of the apocalypse, the era of the rise of superpowers, she became the only self-defense force captain without superpowers. She established herself as an ordinary person among a group of superpowered individuals, and her squad consistently ranked first. Everyone knew that if Han Qingxia had even a little bit of superpower, she could have controlled not only the self-defense force, but the entire base. Her strength lay within herself. However, as time went on, the conflict between humans and zombies became increasingly difficult, and the fragmented bases became a chaotic mess. Where there are many people, there are many conspiracies and schemes. Han Qingxia perished in a zombie siege at her own base. I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, I'm not going to someone else's base. Han Qingxia rubbed her temples. She recovered from her memories of her previous life. The isolated bases weren't havens for humanity. In the early stages, there were no rules or regulations. Everything grew wildly. It wasn't a paradise for ordinary people. It was more like a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Truly good bases where people could live relatively peacefully were few and far between. Han Qingxia initially gained notoriety in the base for her ruthlessness, gradually rising to a position where no one dared to mess with her. Without ruthlessness, you couldn't survive there. This is my base. She looked at the air raid shelter she had built, her eyes shining. She would make her base stronger and stronger. She would build it into her own true steel fortress. She glanced at the other stations, confirming that all signals were currently cut off and there was no useful information, then got up to reinforce her base. She remembered that her base reinforcement bonus period hadn't ended yet. Han Qingxia, having eaten and drunk her fill, took Xia Tian to her vegetable garden. She marked out an area and used a pile of branches and deadwood she had collected some time ago to build a makeshift chicken and duck cage. After the cage was finished, she waved her hand. The 20-odd chickens and ducks she had bought earlier all went inside. She also set up a separate sheep pen and put 2 lambs inside. Beep livestock detected, chickens, ducks, sheep. Reward livestock reproductive and health levels increased to maximum. No more diseases. Han Qingxia. She already saw a hen clucking as it walked by and laid a steaming hot egg right in front of her. A powerful patron. Keep going. Han Qingxia found a clearing near the orchard, mainly looking for a water source place close to her well and in low-lying terrain, and began digging a pond. Digging a pond was hard work. She dug all day by herself and finally dug a square pond of moderate size. Once the pond was emptied, she dug a waterway beneath her well, and water immediately flowed in. After the pond was full, she released the fish and shrimp in. To prevent her shrimp from being harmed by the fish, her pond was divided in the middle. The fish and shrimp were raised separately. Beep fish and shrimp pond detected. Reward fish and shrimp reproductive health value increased to the highest level. Never to suffer from disease. Han Qingxia was initially quite worried. Raising fish and shrimp requires a certain level of skill. She was worried she wouldn't be able to raise them well. Unexpectedly, the system arranged everything for her. Having a powerful system is great. She just needed to focus on moving forward, and the system handled everything else. After arranging her chickens, sheep, fish, and shrimp, Han Qingxia quickly reinforced her base. In her previous life, she had been a squad leader in the self-defense force, and she was very skilled in infrastructure and security. Her basic defensive fortifications were already in place. High-voltage barbed wire, Okinawan razor blades, a large iron gate, and basic air raid shelters. Now, she also needed some offensive equipment. She couldn't procure larger offensive structures, but digging simple traps was no problem. She left Xia Tian to watch the house, while she began setting traps 500 meters outside the barbed wire fence in the woods. If anyone came, walking into the traps first would be a warning. Let them get lost. Han Qingxia spent a day digging 10 trap pits. She considered most of the possible routes outside could take in. They were placed right on their likely paths. After she finished digging the traps, a sound rang in her mind. Beep drop detected *10 reward trap attack power increased by 100 times. Before Han Qingxia could even rejoice, another voice sounded. Beep base basic defense complete. Start rating, basic security complete. Basic warehousing complete. Basic energy complete. Basic agricultural and livestock sustainable productivity complete. Basic combat force configuration 1 base combat dog, 50% completion. Reward, grade a gift pack. Congratulations on achieving a 100% increase in overall base security. 1 crossbow tower. 100 baskets of short arrows. 1 state-of-the-art high-performance armored vehicle. 1,000 tons of fuel. As the system rewards appeared, Han Qingxia's base was completely transformed once again. The electrified barbed wire and gate were transformed again, twice as tall and thick. They exuded an incredibly strong sense of security. A tower-like arrow tower rose directly above her air raid shelter. Her space now contained 1,000 tons of fuel supplies and a very beautiful luxury armored vehicle. Han Qingxia first released her armored vehicle. The oversized armored vehicle, with its camouflage pattern, gleamed with a cold, domineering steel aura in the sunlight. Han Qingxia immediately got into the vehicle to test it out. She had driven plenty of military vehicles in her past life, and she knew how to drive armored vehicles. But she had never driven such a superior armored vehicle before. It boasted exceptional off-road capability and protection, along with firepower support. The armored vehicle was equipped with a small-caliber flamethrower turret, and both the engine and the turret ran directly on fuel. The system-enhanced tires were even stronger than tracked steel plates. It also possessed excellent agility and speed. The vehicle's body strength was 100 times that of ordinary armored vehicles. The vehicle was covered in hidden panels, and with a single button start in the driver's cab, the entire vehicle was completely surrounded by armor. Han Qingxia drove this vehicle, rampaging through hordes of zombies without any problems. This was indeed the most advanced and powerful armored vehicle. Nothing on the market could compare. Good thing, Han Qingxia drove the armored vehicle around, familiarizing herself with all its functions before getting out of her vehicle with obvious
delight.
After getting out, she headed straight for her tower. A second staircase had been added to the interior of her bunker. Han Qingxia climbed the stairs and entered the newly rewarded crossbow tower from the system. 8 long, narrow windows provided perfect sniping opportunities, covering an area within a kilometer radius of Han Qingxia's bunker. A 360-degree rotating crossbow sat in the center of the tower, with 10 baskets of short arrows neatly stacked beside it, each basket containing 100 barbed wooden arrows with steel tips. Han Qingxia picked up an arrow, knocked it, and aimed at a bird within her range. Whoosh! The arrow pierced the air. Thud! A bird that had been perched on the edge of her bunker landed with a thud. Han Qingxia immediately led Xia Tian to the spot where they had just killed the bird. A bird lay lifeless on the ground, a short arrow piercing its body. Almost silent, with incredibly strong penetrating power. This is practically the perfect weapon for the apocalypse. Han Qingxia struggled to retrieve the barbed arrow. These are sustainable resources. Of course, they should be recycled and used sparingly. Satisfied, Han Qingxia led Xia Tian back. Looking at her increasingly powerful base, she couldn't help but think back to when the system released its rewards. She had only received an A-level reward. If she achieved a higher completion rate, wouldn't the reward be even greater? She then thought of what she was missing. Her base's combat strength was only 50, because she only had Xia Tian, her dog. Does this mean she didn't have enough dogs? Looks like she'll have to find an opportunity to take in a few more dogs later. Let's go. Xia Tian, let's go back for dinner. Woof woof woof. Han Qingxia led Xia Tian back to her fully upgraded air raid shelter. After the two had a big meal, Han Qingxia went online. It was the 3rd day since the apocalypse. The internet was still available. After the zombie outbreak, the city's water supply was quickly affected. Countless zombie corpses floated on the large water purification pools of the waterworks, and the water source was infected immediately. Electricity, on the other hand, was more sustainable. In some smaller cities with inadequate power systems, the power supply was cut off immediately after the zombie crisis, while those with robust power systems could last 1 to 6 months. Han Qingxia remembered that City A's electricity lasted for 3 months in her previous life. After the power went out, the internet followed. Of course, later on, almost no one went online at all. Those who survived in the early stages still had some supplies, water, and food, and stayed at home doing nothing but going online. A week later, their homes ran out of water and food. Who had the heart to go online anymore? Help! I'm trapped in my bedroom, and my parents are banging on my door. I haven't eaten for 3 days. I've even finished my last bottle of Coke. Please help me. Does anyone know the owner of apartment A101 in Qingxia Garden? My girlfriend has been missing for 3 days. I really want to know how she is. Wah. I've run out of water, and I have some snacks left, but no water. What am I going to do? Wasn't there supposed to be rescue? I've been waiting for 3 days. There's still no rescue. Day 3 of the apocalypse. The hallways are filled with howling. The fridge is almost empty. My dad wants me to go out and find food for my younger brother and sister, but he said if I don't go, he'll throw me out. I'm old enough to contribute to my family. They're old and young. Wish me luck. Come on, Qingqing. Han Qingxia looked at the flood of posts and noticed a post from a girl named Yearning for Eternal Sunshine. She opened the girl's profile page. She had been sharing her life experiences before the apocalypse. Han Qingxia noticed that she also lost her mother early, her father remarried, and her stepmother soon gave birth to a younger brother and sister. She was essentially rendered invisible in this family. Her family was lucky enough to escape by hiding at home in the early stages of the apocalypse, but soon their food supplies ran out. At a time like this, was there any need to think twice? They would definitely push her out. It's a wonder she remained so optimistic even after being sold out. She foolishly went. Han Qingxia looked at the girl's latest post, which was 5 minutes ago, and typed a line on the screen. First, arm yourself. Put on the thickest, sturdiest clothes you have at home. Wrap your hands and feet 3 times with duct tape. Put on a helmet, carry a bag, and follow the designated route. Your target is the nearest convenience store. Don't go anywhere else. If you have a shovel or baseball bat at home, use those as weapons. If not, use a bedboard. Don't use a kitchen knife. It won't cut through the zombies, and you won't be able to pull it out. If you encounter a zombie outside, hit it on the head. Their weak point is the head. Don't be afraid of them. This is the early stage. Once you overcome your fear, you can defeat them. Han Qingxia finished writing the last sentence and pressed the send button. Perhaps she saw a glimpse of her former self in this young girl. Han Qingxia generously gifted her a set of experience points. Whether she listened or saw them was up to her fate. After sending the message, she began physical training at the base. She wanted to raise her physical fitness to its former peak in the next few days. As she began training, a ding sounded in her mind. Ding Super Lord system activated. 10-day time limit. Hosts will receive rewards for increasing combat power. Final rewards will be rated based on completion rate. Han Qingxia, already training, became even more motivated. This time, she wanted to get the reward for 100% completion. Roar, roar, roar. Han Qingxia began her insanely intense military-style physical training inside her air raid shelter. 354. 355. 356. 360. Han Qingxia finished 360 sets of physical training, drenched in sweat. After completing the last plank, she felt as if her entire body was about to fall apart. She had no strength left, completely drained. But at the same time, she could clearly feel her limits being broken time and time again. She was improving, becoming stronger. This set of exercises was taught to her by Su Xiaoyang, her most loyal subordinate, back in the base. He used to be a soldier in the army. After the apocalypse, he came to City for rescue, but was abandoned by his superiors during the rescue. Su Xiaoyang's comrades were either dead or scattered, leaving him alone to flee to the Earth base, where Han Qingxia had previously been. Han Qingxia rescued him. He was always quiet and reserved, not fond of talking, only good at executing orders, and was Han Qingxia's most important weapon. Many teams tried to poach him, but he wouldn't listen. Perhaps those who have served in the military have extremely high loyalty. Once he accepted Han Qingxia, he wouldn't easily betray her. Later, he even sacrificed himself in front of Han Qingxia during a zombie siege. After finishing her physical training, Han Qingxia thought about her past life, but her trajectory had changed, and she probably wouldn't encounter the people and events of her previous life. One should be content. She could have Xia Tian in this life too. She dragged her tired body to take a shower, steaming a pot of rice in the rice cooker and heating 10 self-heating packs in the microwave. She also fried 5 fragrant eggs. After showering, Han Qingxia piled all the dishes on top of the rice, opened a bottle of cola, and ate in front of her computer while holding the rice cooker. High energy expenditure means high food intake. She had too many resources. She also had sustainably produced eggs, duck eggs, chicken, and fish. She could eat as much as she wanted. When she turned on her computer again to find some movies to watch, she saw several messages on her previous reply page. I took your advice. I climbed over the least crowded back garden in our neighborhood, and sure enough, I didn't see any zombies. I've successfully made it to the convenience store. I just took pictures of 3 people in a row. I was terrified. But thankfully, it was all over, and there was no one inside. I've filled a bag with supplies. Time to go back. Thanks, Qingxia. Han Qingxia chuckled softly at the words xiagage. Her online name was Qingxia, so this person probably mistook her for a man. She thought for a moment, found her private message portal, and replied to her individually. Don't go home. Block the convenience store door, and stay in the employee storage room. There was water and food there, and convenience stores were usually in good locations. The zombie virus outbreak occurred in the early morning. Although there seemed to be many zombies on the streets, there weren't actually that many. In the apocalypse, what you need to stay away from is people, not hordes of zombies. Blocking the convenience store door and hiding in the cramped storage room meant she had food and water. When the rescue vehicles arrived, she could be among the first to evacuate. The real danger lay in the residential areas filled with people. Large numbers of zombies lurked in every corner of the residential areas. Once people came out to search for supplies, the neighborhood would face a massive zombie crisis. Escape and avoidance of crowds were the safest places. However, Han Qingxia's reminder went unanswered. Perhaps she went back. Lucky, she'd return home. Unlucky, she'd die on the way. She didn't look anymore. She found a relaxing movie to watch while eating. She also downloaded every movie, TV series, and novel she could. These were all snacks to accompany her meal. After eating, Han Qingxia digested her food, took Xia Tian for a walk, checked on the area around her base, and looked after her chickens, ducks, vegetables, and sheep. After returning, she continued training. Training continued until late at night, when she finally went to rest, exhausted. The next morning, after getting up, she started her physical training and clearly felt her strength and endurance had increased. Her muscles ached all over, but she gritted her teeth and continued training before showering and cooking. Another large bowl of rice, but today's dishes were roast chicken and army stew. These were all foods she'd bought from a large supermarket. Everything was in her storage space, perfectly fine. She added some water, plugged it in, and a huge pot of food, steaming hot, was ready in her arugula stew. It contained sliced beef, shrimp paste, various beef balls, chicken balls, fish balls, all kinds of mushroom sanoki, oyster, shiitake, and a variety of seasonal vegetables, a huge quantity, and a wide variety. This was a 4-person pot. Han Qingxia ate it all by herself. Plus, she made several fragrant fried eggs. These were fresh eggs from her chicken coop. She checked this morning. Her chickens were laying about 20 eggs a day. She couldn't finish the eggs, so she kept them in the coop to hatch chicks. Later, when she had more supplies, she'd store them in the warehouse. After her hearty meal, she leisurely sipped a glass of charcoal-roasted yogurt to help digestion. She still had training to do later, so she needed to digest it all. Right now, who could be as carefree as Han Qingxia? Everyone else is starving, and she still has to exercise to digest it all. She turned off the movie she was watching halfway through, finding it uninteresting, and went to browse the forum again, only to find that her comments from yesterday had exploded. Over 10,000 likes in one day. A bunch of people were calling her a big shot and urging her to share more experience points. Some even wondered if she was involved, knowing so much detail. Han Qingxia ignored it all. She only noticed that the girl who originally posted the question, named Qingqing, had replied to him with a message. Brother Qingxia, I'm home safely. Thank you. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow slightly upon seeing this. This person, she really went home. Han Qingxia didn't reply, but then saw that she had just posted a brand new status update. Today is the 4th day of the apocalypse. 6:55 this morning. Thanks to my brother's advice yesterday, I successfully got the food from outside. I got a total of 20 packs of instant noodles, a bucket of 4.5 L of water, 10 packs of bread, 5 packs of ham sausages, and 7 chocolates. My dad and my stepmother said that I did a good job, and my brother said that if he went out, he would definitely take more than me, and he would take some cheap things. 7:30 this morning. Oh no. My brother is going out now. My dad wants me to accompany him. I really don't know what to say. It's really dangerous outside. I don't want to go again. Today at 7:42, I'm going to leave again. My dad said to take advantage of the fact that there are fewer people now to get more things. Let me take my brother, bring more supplies back. I'm going out. Everyone give me good luck. Han Qingxia read her 3 updates in a row. Her messages below exploded. A group of people praised her, a group of people scolded her brother, and a group of people asked her for experience. Han Qingxia looked at it casually. The little girl in her private message also sent her a lot of messages, but she didn't leave any more messages, only collected this post. All should watch the live broadcast. After watching the play, she went to exercise again. 10 days of intensive period. Every minute must be hurried. She ran around the edge of the base as usual, and while warming up, she patrolled the territory to see if there were any abnormalities around, whether the traps arranged had been destroyed, and after making sure that there was no abnormality at all, she returned to the base to continue physical training. Every movement is trained to the extreme. Within 3 minutes, she began to sweat profusely. After 5 minutes, she was sweating all over her body, and the pain in her muscles made her feel the edge of her limit all the time. Breakthrough, breakthrough, breakthrough. Han Qingxia strives to last 1 more second in each set of training. Fortunately, she practices the most scientific and effective, and she will arrange appropriate rest time between each group in the middle, so as not to waste her practice. It was during this almost ascetic, perverted workout that her physical growth was most effective. Trained for 5 hours. As usual, after this workout, she took a hot shower and nibbled on the rice cooker with 10 bags of cooking bags covered. There is consumption and input, eating more, digesting more. She is in the process of crazy transformation of energy in the body. These will become part of her strong physique. Han Qingxia turned on the computer this time and saw new developments in her collection of posts. And it was sent a minute ago. I'm really going crazy. I took my brother back with great difficulty, and I was almost killed by him several times on the road, but fortunately, there were really not many zombies on that road. We came back, but when we came back, we found that he had wounds on his body. He refused to say it just now, and when his sister found that his fingers were black, he said that he was accidentally scratched by the zombie's claws. What should I do now? There is also a picture below this dynamic. Above is her brother's finger bitten through the skin, and the skin has turned purple-black. The netizens below quickly told her that he would mutate and kick him out. Han Qingxia also sent her a message. Kill quick. After her message was sent, she quickly received a reply. Brother Midsummer, you are finally out. I just showed the suggestions of netizens to my parents and stepmothers, and my father and stepmother chopped off his fingers, and they said that the injury was small, and it would be fine. When Han Qingxia saw this, he wanted to scold the fool. Hurry up and leave.
Quick.
After her message was sent, she never received a reply. Han Qingxia held a spoon and stared at the screen for 15 minutes, and did not receive any news until a spoonful of rice was cold. The time for zombie mutation is 1 to 10 minutes, and the poor body will mutate in about a minute, and those with strong body and strong willpower can hold on for 10 minutes. And if you get bitten, chop where you go. This is a joke. The zombie virus will melt into the blood as soon as possible, frantically contaminating the whole body, and there is no chance for people to survive. Han Qingxia could almost predict the outcome of that girl. Her brother would start with shortness of breath, and then his whole body would be black, cold, and stiff for more than 10 seconds. If they kill him at this time, they will still live. But her eccentric father and stepmother who loved her brother would definitely not let her touch him. They hesitated for more than 10 seconds, and they could go to hell with him to reunite. Han Qingxia shook her head, completely turned off the forum in front of her, and found a more relaxed family chapter to eat and watch while eating. It's not that she didn't help that girl. As long as she could listen to her, she would hide in the convenience store at the beginning, completely cut off from those people, or kill her brother by force. Will not be pitted like this. But 99% of people in this world are like this. They can't break free from the net that oppresses them, and even if they feel strong reluctance, they will still jump into their own fire pit without hesitation. Stupid as she was in her previous life. Fortunately, it is impossible for her to repeat the same mistakes in her life. Whoever dares to oppress her, she will kill him. Do whatever you want, and live your true self in the last days. Han Qingxia stopped reading the post, and after eating, she began to continue training. Do some digestion training first, and after the stomach gradually digests it and there is no burden, start high-intensity physical training. In a blink of an eye, it was another 7 days. Han Qingxia's content in the past few days is training, bathing, eating, training. 24 hours a day, Han Qingxia is training for 18 hours. Her training is very scientific, and the more she exercises, the more energetic she becomes. Her physical fitness has been visibly improved, and she used to be out of breath when she ran 10,000 meters, but now her face is not red and her heart is not beating. The power has doubled as before. She used to be able to carry 100 pounds of rice, but now she can carry it with one hand. In terms of fighting skills, she has reached her previous state, and when she is empty-handed, she can kill 5 big men at the same time. If she had the equipment, she could kill with one blow. After Han Qingxia finished today's training, she hugged the braised beef and began to gnaw. She used the 500 pounds of fresh beef that she stockpiled before the end of the world, plus various spices, and stewed it in a pressure cooker. Her appetite became more and more tricky during this time, and she didn't want to eat the cooking kits and instant noodles she bought before. After all, there are fresh good things. Who wants to eat those things that are dealt with in an emergency? Anyway, Han Qingxia has enough materials, and he eats it alone, no problem at all. She ate braised beef by herself and also boiled a large pot full of beef alone, without adding accessories, and only a little salt for the summer. What she eats in the summer. She and Xia ate and drank happily in the base. At this time, the outside has long changed. It's the 10th day since the apocalypse began. This is completely different from the first few days. Radio resuscitation announcements have stopped, all national announcements have been suspended, and the public's anxiety and the near-empty food supplies have reached rock bottom. In the past few days, residents have started rushing out to find food. They either starve to death or are bitten to death. Driven to desperation, the zombies aren't so scary anymore. However, after this wave began, the number of zombies in the city has surged. Very few can escape unscathed from a horde of zombies. 9 out of 10 who go out to find food will die. No joke. Because of the initial fear and inexperience with zombies, people simply dared not face them directly. Zombies are omnipresent, and they can suddenly attack you. If you're unlucky enough to encounter a swarm of zombies while searching for food, you're their meal. The number of new zombies in the city has surged, and just as the people inside have been starving for a long time, the zombies outside have been starving for just as long. Driven by hunger, zombies began a frenzied invasion of human settlements. For example, holy crap, my door is about to give way. The zombies outside have been screaming louder and louder these past few days, banging on my door every day. I've blocked it with everything I can. I've locked myself in the innermost room every day, so why can the zombies still find me? I still have a lot of food at home. Is anyone going to save me? I'm willing to trade my supplies for it. Han Qingxia saw a handsome young man rescuing someone in a live stream. His profession was a food blogger. No wonder he had a large amount of food sent by advertisers as well as food he bought for product reviews. The stock was considerable. Moreover, he was usually a homebody and rarely went out, making him very lucky during the zombie crisis. His only misfortune was that he lived in a youth apartment. Almost everyone on his floor had mutated. Zombies roamed outside his apartment all day. After several days of panic, the blogger, following advice from netizens, reinforced his front door and hid in the innermost suite, trying to isolate himself from their scent. But now, all he could feel was the increasingly loud banging on his door. It seemed like all the zombies in the building were surrounding his door. After posting a plea for help, the blogger quickly received a reply from a fitness instructor living in the same building. I can come rescue you, but you have to share half of your food with me. No problem. The blogger quickly replied, how are you getting here? I live directly above you. I'll put a rope out your window in a bit. You grab it, and it'll pull you up. Okay. The blogger immediately started packing. He strapped a camera to his head to broadcast live to everyone. Instant noodles, jerky, a self-heating pot, water spread everything out. His upstairs neighbor told him to hoist the food up first so he could climb up later. The blogger complained to the camera, I'm not stupid. If they hoist all the food up there without me, that won't work. He strapped all the supplies he could carry to himself. Just then, he heard the sound of his bedroom door being broken down. Crash. Hurry up. Coming, the blogger glanced over. Sure enough, his bedroom door had been broken open and countless zombies swarmed inside. All the zombies were grayish-black from head to toe. Many had their abdomens ripped open, with rotten intestines, knotted like black ropes, protruding from their stomachs. Dark brown skin clung tightly to their faces. Some had no facial features, only gaping, bloody holes revealing bone. These zombies, who hadn't eaten for days, lunged at him, baring their fangs and claws. The sight was enough to make anyone's legs tremble. He slammed the flimsy door to his bedroom and jumped onto the balcony. "You have to save me," he grabbed the rope hanging down. However, as he grabbed the rope, he realized he was carrying far too much. "You're too heavy." The gym instructor upstairs nearly fell from the weight. "There's still time. Lower the food separately. Bring the food up first."
No.
All together. The blogger firmly disagreed. In this dangerous situation, if he gave him all the food, he definitely wouldn't save him. Then throw some food out. Upon hearing this, the blogger immediately shook off the water on his clothes. "Not enough. I haven't eaten for days. I don't have enough strength. Throw some more." The blogger on camera complained, "This is supposed to be a fitness instructor. If I throw all my food out, what will I eat later?" He threw out a few more pieces of food, and just as his weight was finally enough for the person above to hold him up, his room door was forced open.
Ah.
"Pull me up quickly. Pull me up quickly." He was stuck in midair. "Hang the food in the basket over there. I'll pull you, and the food separately. Pull you up. Then pull the food."
No. No.
"The food has to be with me. Heaven knows if I'll let go of him after he puts the food in. These days, food is life. You have to trust me. Otherwise, you won't be able to get up here." The blogger hesitated for a moment, but before he could, a withered hand grabbed his ankle. The blogger struggled violently, kicking and pulling. The excruciating pain and fear spurred him to climb higher. "I really can't pull you up. I'll give you food. I'll give you food." He finally decided to give up the food, but it was too late. Smelling the human scent, the zombies howled and scrambled towards the windowsill, frantically reaching out of the window. Some zombies fell. Others grabbed onto the climbing net, and the surging zombies trampled their own kind, like a zombie horde, reaching for the blogger in midair. Sharp claws pierced his skin, and a lithe zombie grabbed his leg, tearing it off with a powerful tug. After one of the blogger's legs was torn off, the other was quickly grabbed and ripped off as well, leaving only two bloody, bare leg bones. The piercing scream and the gushing blood spurred the frenzied zombies below. The zombies below the apartment building rapidly converged in this direction, all trying to climb upwards.
Eat. Eat. Eat.
The fitness instructor upstairs, seeing the scene, no longer cared about the food.
He
loosened his grip and threw the blogger, who was dangling in midair, down. As the blogger landed, the zombies clinging to the walls and windowsills, like vicious dogs chasing after food, followed him and jumped down. The moment he hit the ground, he was engulfed by the surging horde of zombies. He was quickly torn apart and devoured. After watching the live stream, Han Qingxia's computer screen beeped and the signal went dead. Of course, this wasn't due to any alleged violence or gore. It was because the website server crashed. The city's power was still on, the internet was still on, but the website servers scattered across the country didn't all shut down at the same time. Some smaller servers, hosted directly in administrators' homes or offices, had already failed days before the apocalypse. Larger companies could last a long time even without management. But clearly, this major video platform had gone down. This also meant the online frenzy was gradually coming to an end. For a while, no one would be online to vent their emotions. They had to face the apocalypse head-on. After shutting down the website, Han Qingxia opened her downloaded movie library. Fortunately, she had already downloaded all the resources she could find. Living alone, watching her old movies wouldn't be a problem. After finishing her meal, as she was about to pause a movie, her security camera beeped an alarm. Han Qingxia immediately rushed to her monitoring console. All her monitoring equipment was connected to her large computer. Among the numerous monitors, a small, inconspicuous screen in the corner lit up. Han Qingxia paused slightly upon seeing the monitor feed. It was the surveillance footage from the warehouse she had previously rented. On the day the apocalypse struck, Han Qingxia took Xia Tian and the supplies from the warehouse with her, forgetting to remove the surveillance cameras. The monitor was currently showing the intrusion into her warehouse. Because she had purchased high-quality cameras with audio recording, the conversation outside the monitor could also be heard. This woman contacted me about 2 weeks ago to rent the warehouse. I saw a lot of delivery trucks coming and going from here recently. She must have supplies here. But you rented it out to someone else. Going in is illegal. What time is it now? Who cares about legality? Just grab it. Exactly. If she has anything, she should share it with us.
Bang.
A loud crash. The door to Han Qingxia's warehouse had been broken open. The old landlord led a large group of people, rushing inside aggressively. But when they got inside, they were all dumbfounded. Holy crap! How come it's so empty? Deh, is this what you meant by overflowing with supplies? With stuff everywhere? The old landlord stared at the empty warehouse, not even a piece of cardboard, and kept saying, "Impossible. I clearly saw cars coming and going here every day during that period. She came several times a day. How could she have taken everything?" You must be mistaken. Even if cars came to deliver goods, it's impossible for everything to be for her. A few packages and a few boxes of stuff, and she just took them. What bad luck. We risked our lives to come here with you. It was all for nothing. The group left, cursing and swearing. Before leaving, the old landlord was even more furious. He glanced up at the security camera Han Qingxia had left there and smashed it down with a stick. Beep! One of Han Qingxia's surveillance cameras went dead. Han Qingxia saw this, slung herself back at her chair, and was in a great mood. She knew countless people would be watching her, so she had prepared by renting a warehouse. Otherwise, with the apocalypse now in full swing and the ugliness of humanity awakened, if many people knew about her base, someone would definitely come. Better safe than sorry. Watching these people leave dejectedly, she felt a mixture of relief and secret delight. However, she was always petty. She remembered that old guy who smashed her surveillance camera. The next day, Han Qingxia braced herself on her elbows, legs together, toes touching the ground, abdomen tightened, all her muscles taut, large beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. She had been holding this plank position for almost an hour. Her entire body was soaked in sweat, as if she had been in a water bath. In these short 10 days, while eating 3 bowls of rice a day, Han Qingxia had lost a significant amount of weight. However, this weight loss wasn't in weight but in physique. She had become noticeably thinner from head to toe. Her muscle lines were firm and defined, her body fat percentage had plummeted, and her abs were now visible. The loose, soft muscles were gone, replaced by a sense of power ready to explode at any moment. At the same time, her mental state had undergone a dramatic transformation. Maintaining exercise kept her spirits high. And Han Qingxia, inherently a ruthless individual, had a pair of bright, sharp eyes that contrasted sharply with the fearful and listless ordinary people outside. A single glance was enough to subdue a group of people. That's the difference between a beast and a flock of sheep. She gritted her teeth, making her final push on the mat. Her muscles felt like they weighed a ton, the aching pain causing beads of sweat to pour down her forehead.
Pain.
The pain was so intense her muscles began to tremble.
But
she couldn't give up. She had to persevere. Every second she held on was a breakthrough in her physical abilities, and more importantly, the reward time was about to end. Just as her jaw was clenched until it went numb, and she felt herself reaching her limit, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Beep! Physical enhancement time ended. Han Qingxia collapsed onto the yoga mat with a thud, gasping for breath. It was over. Finally, she could rest. At this moment, not a single finger in her body could move. The excruciating pain had brought her rewards. Rating initiated. Host's physical abilities increased 100% complete. Speed increased 100% complete. Endurance increased 100% complete. Strength increased 100% complete. Congratulations on receiving an S-rank reward. Congratulations on receiving doubled physical abilities. Doubled speed. Doubled endurance. Doubled healing speed after injury. Reward. Advanced combat technique *1. Long life without major injuries. Han Qingxia. After receiving the rewards, she immediately felt a dramatic change in her body. Her body, which had just been drained, seemed to be replenished in the blink of an eye. She was filled with inexhaustible power. Han Qingxia leaped up from the ground and found that her agility had also increased significantly. She walked outside the base, looked at her beloved armored vehicle in front of her, and felt an urge to lift it. In fact, she actually did it. Han Qingxia gripped one side of the vehicle frame, planted her feet in a horse stance, and exerted force. Han Qingxia actually managed to lift a corner of this state-of-the-art 8x8 armored vehicle off the ground by 1 centimeter. Damn, don't underestimate that 1 centimeter. This armored vehicle weighs over 20 tons. Han Qingxia then tested her speed. In her burst of speed, she could easily run at world champion level. Physical limits here are such that every tiny increase creates an insurmountable chasm. But the system's reward for her was doubled. Her strength and speed had reached the absolute ceiling of human physical capabilities. Han Qingxia even felt that with the rise of superpowers in the future, her current state would be comparable to ordinary speed and strength superpower users. This reward was truly amazing. After testing her physical abilities, Han Qingxia entered her personal space. A martial arts manual lay within her space. Han Qingxia immediately opened it. After browsing a few moves, Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. All the moves were precise and ruthless, all killing techniques specifically targeting humans and zombies, mechanical beings containing numerous unexpected and decisive points. No wonder it was said to far surpass current-era martial arts techniques. Each move contained the culmination of decades of experience from veteran martial artists. Han Qingxia was overjoyed and immediately began studying. 5 days passed in a flash. Han Qingxia spent these days training, and more training at the base. Every morning, as usual, she goes for a run around the mountain, and after warming up, she practices her martial arts. While the rice cooker is cooking, she and Xia Tian eat, then feed the chickens, ducks, and sheep, and tend to the vegetables and fruits. She has more eggs than she can eat each day, laying about 20 eggs daily. Han Qingxia only takes a few for her own daily consumption, leaving the rest in the pen for the old hen to incubate the eggs. The vegetables in her garden are growing exceptionally well. Han Qingxia estimates that in another 10 days, the chives and bok choy, which have short ripening periods, will be ready for harvest. The base is thriving and developing in an excellent direction. Meanwhile, in the past few days, the city outside has undergone another dramatic change. Yesterday evening, Han Qingxia stood on her tower, looking around at the surroundings and towards City A. A little after 8 o'clock, the scattered lights in the city flickered and went out in large swaths, stretching from front to back. The power went out prematurely. In her previous life, the power lasted a long time. This time, it only lasted about half a month. After all, the zombie virus outbreak was premature and all uncontrollable factors were changing. The power plant should be completely destroyed. However, it seems this life is far more difficult than the last. Because electricity is a basic energy source, in her previous life, when the natural gas was cut off, Han Qingxia relied on electricity for cooking and drinking. Moreover, at night, she could observe the zombie situation through the voice-activated lights outside the gate and the surveillance cameras. Now, without electricity, the difficulty of survival in the city will increase significantly. Standing on the tower, Han Qingxia could almost hear the shrill screams and car horns drifting from the city ahead. Boom, boom, boom. From the farthest position of the infrared camera, she saw a number of vehicles rapidly speeding out of the road at the end of the path outside her air raid shelter. They were fleeing into the city like madmen, followed by a long line of zombies in pursuit. In the darkness, many of the fleeing vehicles were wrecked. The speed of the cars and the sounds of the crashes were exceptionally clear in the night. Half a month was enough time for everyone to accept the reality, especially the fact that rescue was impossible. Today's citywide power outage would be the final straw for everyone. They cared about nothing but desperately fleeing the city. Han Qingxia knew that a new wave of exodus was about to begin. Early the next morning, she stood on the tower again and saw numerous car accident scenes on the highway outside her alley. The number of zombies roaming the main road began to increase. Some were huddled around the vehicles at the accident scene, gnawing on the corpses, while others wandered aimlessly nearby. Many even wandered into her territory. Han Qingxia grabbed her crossbow, intending to shoot one of the unsuspecting zombies, but stopped. Why kill zombies? Zombies aren't a threat. Besides, having zombies roaming around her territory is like having natural guards. Let's see who dares to come this way. Thinking this, Han Qingxia immediately stopped thinking about shooting the zombies. Looking out through her binoculars, she even felt a pang of regret that there weren't enough zombies at the entrance to her base. If only there were more. Ideally, they'd block her path. With this thought, Han Qingxia immediately had an idea. Half an hour later, Han Qingxia drove her armored vehicle to the outskirts of her territory. She parked the vehicle in the woods, got out with Xia Tian, and walked towards the highway. The further she walked, the stronger the stench of blood became. She stood on a hillside, looking down at the highway below. Seeing the scene up close was far more thrilling than through binoculars, especially the section of road just outside the city. A massive number of vehicles fled the city, each followed by a swarm of zombies. These zombies seemed oblivious to fatigue, relentlessly chasing after the moving vehicles with ferocious attacks. Some unlucky vehicles, experiencing minor mishaps or slowing down even slightly, were instantly engulfed by the horde. The zombies swarmed the vehicles like leeches, frantically pounding and pounding on the windows. Drivers' views were completely obstructed, and with a loud crash, the vehicles would ram into others. Once the vehicles overturned, the zombies would climb on them even more excitedly, devouring them. Some lucky vehicles, those with sufficient structural strength, had to dodge and speed through roads riddled with accidents, screaming as they fled the city. The section of road beneath Han Qingxia's feet had relatively few accidents and zombies. At a glance, there were only 4 accident sites. A dozen or so wandering zombies. They roamed along both sides of the road, following any passing vehicle. After the road conditions calmed down, and 3 cars sped past, drawing away most of the zombies, Han Qingxia led him down from the 100-meter-high rubble. Xia Tian walked much more steadily than her. They landed at a car accident site. Roar, a middle-aged female zombie, was trapped inside an overturned car. Seeing Han Qingxia appear, she struggled violently to get out. She looked extremely disheveled. Her hair hadn't been washed in a long time, and her face was gaunt and devoid of muscle, though her face itself was relatively intact. Her chest was torn open, and a thin, withered claw wearing a diamond ring emerged from the gap in the car, trying to grab Han Qingxia. However, because her seatbelt was still fastened, she could do nothing. Han Qingxia glanced around her empty car. It seemed her husband had abandoned her when disaster struck. The unfortunate fellow hadn't even unbuckled his seatbelt before being bitten. Be a zombie with character. Han Qingxia shoveled at the car. Go find your husband in heaven. After dealing with the hazard in the car, she walked to the back and grabbed the crossbar. With a pole, snap, she dragged the abandoned car to the intersection near her home. Several zombies rushed towards her from the road. Without Han Qingxia's intervention, Xia Tian let out a howl and pounced, biting the zombie to death. One good thing about this zombie crisis is that it doesn't infect animals. It only infects humans. This is a catastrophe for humanity. As a German shepherd with off-the-charts combat power and enhanced by a system, these zombies are nothing compared to Itone Claw at a time. Killing them wouldn't be too easy. Don't kill them, Tianji, just cripple them. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's command, Xia Tian barked and spared the zombie that was about to smash its head, only tearing off its upper body. Han Qingxia looked at the zombie, now only its upper body, howling and crawling forward. Her Tianji's execution is superb. She and Xia Tian worked together. Xia Tian handled the zombies, while she towed the vehicles. They dragged all the other 4 wrecked cars to the intersection of their small road, completely blocking the way. Looking at this massive accident scene at the main intersection, no one with eyes could possibly get in. Furthermore, she had Xia Tian drive the remaining zombies this way. Han Qingxia had them act as her guards, protecting the area. Several passing cars saw Han Qingxia doing this. But not a single car stopped to ask. Because this was a post-apocalyptic world. Everyone was running for their lives. Who had the energy to care about anyone else? Han Qingxia paid no attention to the passing vehicles either. They were just disposable spectators. For 99.99% of the cars that drove off this road, it was a perpetual one-way street. There was no turning back. Han Qingxia displayed her monstrous strength before them, but they only watched and moved on. No time for curiosity, no time for questions. Their lives were about to face their own peril. After securing her path and assigning tasks to the zombies who were now only their upper bodies, Han Qingxia left. After returning to the base with Xia Tian, they took a shower together when she heard an alarm sounding from the base's surveillance system. She immediately went up to the tower. Her surveillance computers were all moved to the tower for easy monitoring and defense. At that moment, one of the dozens of small surveillance cameras, monitoring the furthest point with a view of the highway, started ringing. Han Qingxia zoomed in on the monitor. A pickup truck loaded with goods rushed from the direction of the city and screeched to a halt in front of the path she had just blocked. The other party, seeing the narrow path completely blocked by a group of cars, was clearly at a loss. They paused for about 10 seconds, attracting all the half-zombies. Then the people inside reversed the car slightly to avoid the approaching half-zombies before stepping back on the gas, preparing to force their way through. Han Qingxia's eyes instantly turned cold upon seeing this. Good heavens, they're clearly coming for her. She grabbed the crossbow beside her and aimed the crosshairs at the tire of the car that had entered her attack range. Whoosh! A sound of air being cut through. In Han Qingxia's vision, the tire of the moving car burst with a loud bang. After the tire blew out, the people inside the car lurched forward for a moment before coming to an immediate stop. A short while later, 4 or 5 burly men got out of the car. Among them, Han Qingxia recognized a familiar figure. Wasn't that the real estate agent who had rented her the bomb shelter? Are you sure it's safe in there? Of course. It's an air raid shelter, and there's nobody for miles around. Almost nobody knows about this place. I rented it to a girl a month ago to grow mushrooms. Maybe we'll even find some mushrooms to eat. Brothers, let's get this going. Clear out the zombies, change the tires, and charge in. In Han Qingxia's view, a group of burly men quickly split into 2 teams, one clearing away the surrounding zombies and the other lifting the car to change a tire. Brother Tiger, it looks like all the zombies around here have been dealt with.
Yeah.
They're all half destroyed. And were these cars towed here? At this moment, the man who had been lying down to change the tire shouted, Brother Tiger.
No.
Our tire was shot out. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh. Boom, their other tire had blown out. This time, anyone with a brain would know. Something was wrong. They had entered someone else's territory. Tiger, there's a big shot nearby. This is their territory. What do we do now? The burly man with tattooed arms, called Tiger by the crowd, grabbed the real estate agent. Damn it, what did you do? Didn't you say there was no one here? I really remember only one woman renting it. Don't be a fool. Could one woman have caused all this trouble? I don't know. Maybe someone else has. Already taken it. The agent looked at Tiger with fear and timidity. Get lost. Tiger threw him forward. Whoosh. A short arrow flew out again. The agent, already panicked, was pushed down and quickly ran back. He had barely moved an inch when a short arrow shot in the direction he had just been. He scrambled and rolled towards Tiger to dodge. Tiger, leading a group of men, felt his scalp tingle at the sight of the arrow. Fast, accurate, and silent. He didn't even know where it came from. If she wanted to kill them, there was no way to dodge. But at the same time, they immediately realized something. I know. Her range is limited. That's right. She can only hit the front tires at most. Everyone immediately understood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have only shot out their 2 front tires and wouldn't have only fired when they were pushed forward by the middleman. It was because that was her maximum range. Brother Tiger, what do we do now? Leave? Wang He's fierce eyes flashed with bloodlust. Leave? How could that be possible? Not only were their cars broken down, and they couldn't move, but where could they go? If they didn't take over this place and kill the people inside, they would have nowhere to stand. He opened the back door and pulled out 2 disheveled women. You 2 get out of the way. Move. 2 young women, covered in wounds, appeared in Han Qingxia's crosshairs. They were herded ahead like 2 lambs from behind, panicked and at a loss. Han Qingxia, having survived the apocalypse, had seen countless scenes like this. In the face of the apocalypse, women, due to the vast disparity in physical and psychological strength, quickly became appendages of men. The evil of human nature would be displayed in its most blatant form under such circumstances. The limits of depravity were unimaginable. But Han Qingxia hadn't expected that only half a month into the apocalypse, someone would already be willing to challenge the bottom line so quickly, treating women as less than human. TSK. The righteous Han Qingxia couldn't stand it anymore. She considered herself the absolute bottom of human morality, and this was even worse than her. That's inhuman. Han Qingxia removed her fingers from the crossbow at those inhuman beings. She took off a short arrow, attached something to eat a little gift for them. If you don't leave, I'll leave you here today. Feed the zombies. Move forward. Wang Hu, leading the 2 girls forward, saw them enter firing range but weren't shot, and his eyes lit up.
Stop.
Stay where you are. He was now certain that the people inside still had some sense of morality and wouldn't kill innocent women. That meant they could easily control her. Brother, what do we say now? Tow the car out, change the tires, and have them clear the way. He had the car quickly towed to a safe zone, took 2 spare tires from the supplies, changed the tires, and then tied the 2 women to the front of his car. Her actions made it crystal clear. If she were to harm them, these 2 women would die first. If she truly didn't care about the 2 women's lives, they could escape immediately since they were in the car. But if they succeeded, they would kill her. In this apocalyptic world, morality was irrelevant. They fixed the tires, secured the hostages to the roof, quickly got in, and, seeing the road blocked by Han Qingxia's vehicles, they roared in and forced their way in. This time, the charge went smoothly. The enemy didn't even fire. The group was secretly pleased. Whoosh! A short arrow, dripping with fresh chicken blood, pierced their pickup truck door. The arrow entered at an angle, half wedged into the vehicle, the other half locking the door shut. The people inside the car, to their shock, both their inner and outer car doors were simultaneously struck by short arrows.
Bang!
Their tires were punctured again, the car spun around, and then screeched to a halt. Bright red blood covered their entire car, the overwhelming stench of blood instantly making them a prime target for all the zombies. All the surviving zombies along the roadside were converging on them. They were all trapped inside the car, like sardines in a can. Holy shit. Damn it. That bastard in there. She tricked us on purpose. Can we still get out? The doors won't open. Wang Hu, seeing the zombies rushing towards him outside, decisively rolled down the window and climbed out. He didn't climb foolishly. He grabbed a woman as a shield and crawled out while hiding behind her the entire time. Just then, a half-zombie on the ground grabbed his leg. Wang Hu, with sharp eyes, shoved the woman aside, dodging the attack. Whoosh! A short arrow immediately shot towards his back. Wang Hu narrowly avoided it, relying entirely on instinct. After dodging, he knew he absolutely couldn't release the hostage. He had to hide behind her and rush inside. He grabbed the woman again, using her as a shield, and strode towards the air raid shelter. After running about a kilometer along the path, he indeed spotted a perfectly concealed air raid shelter in the woods. Outside the air raid shelter stood a tall barbed wire fence, densely packed with cameras and an incredibly sturdy, thick iron gate. Jumping over the wire fence, he could vaguely see vegetables growing inside and chickens and ducks being raised. He stared in utter shock at the fortifications and the complete equipment within. This place had indeed been taken over by a powerful figure. Someone had bought it in advance and turned it into a base, a fortress. Could it be that someone had foreseen the zombie apocalypse? That's impossible. But just as he was wondering what was going on, the woman clutching his chest suddenly bit off his hand. Han Qingxia, peering through the crosshair, almost burst out laughing at the scene before her. She had seen the woman get bitten long ago. That's why she had let Wang Hu charge all the way to her base entrance. Watching the woman mutate right in front of him, and then bite him. The most satisfying thing in the world is lifting a rock only to drop it on your own foot. This is probably karma. No one escapes the judgment of heaven. She gleefully watched the others through the crosshair. If anyone tried to escape, she would send them an arrow, giving them a hand. Them here refers to the zombies. Han Qingxia was no saint. A vengeful, apocalyptic thug. Anyone who dared offend her would be repaid 100-fold. Atop the tower, she steadily controlled the situation. After watching the group of guys all perish, her gaze fell on someone inside the car. The real estate agent was still hiding inside. He's quite prudent. Everyone else was running away, but he dared not run, hiding tightly inside the car. Han Qingxia, seeing this, calmly knocked a short arrow and aimed it at the car window. Whoosh! Bang! The windshield of their pickup truck was shattered by the arrow. The zombies that had just finished devouring the others heard the sound and rushed back towards the pickup truck, including Wang Hu and the others, who had already turned into zombies. They rushed onto the pickup truck and, through the shattered glass, desperately tried to grab the only survivor inside. At that moment, the person inside truly felt what suffocation meant, what regret meant. Why did he bring all this here? Perhaps because he was the weakest in this small group, he had to provide them with the most useful resources. Otherwise, they would be driven away. His first thought was of the bomb shelter he had rented out a month ago. He remembered the girl who had rented it from him. She's a young, brainless, entrepreneurial idiot. She actually wants to grow mushrooms in here. He even imagined that when their group rushed in, there would already be tons of mushrooms and that pretty girl inside. If they were unlucky, the girl would turn into a zombie. With so many of them, killing a female zombie would be a piece of cake. If they were lucky, she wouldn't even have mutated. They'd have another woman in their group, and he could have his fun with her. That girl is stupid, but she's very beautiful. He never imagined they'd all be wiped out here. He hadn't even seen the girl yet. Just then, as he surged in, he caught a glimpse of a girl's figure in the woods ahead amidst the countless zombies. She stood with her arms crossed, looking in his direction with a cold expression. In that instant, he understood. He's the real idiot. That pretty girl is the boss they were talking about. She's been here all along. This territory is hers. Unfortunately, he had no time for regret. The zombies swarming and ripped open his chest. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Xia Tian drove all the zombies outside. Han Qingxia retrieved the short arrows she had fired earlier and went to the back of the pickup truck. With a wave of her hand, she took all the supplies back with her. A day of returning laden with supplies. Consider it an apology from those blind bastards. Han Qingxia also towed the car to the side to reinforce it and block the way. This time, no one could possibly get in. After returning to her base, she took out her loot to examine it. The pickup truck carrying that group of people had 20 large cardboard boxes in its back. Inside were 10 full boxes of instant noodles, 5 boxes of rice, 2 boxes of drinking water, 1 box of various meats and vegetables, and 1 box of gold. The price tags were still on. It was obvious they had deliberately robbed it while passing by a gold shop. Han Qingxia was genuinely impressed by the sheer volume of gold, at least 30 or 40 pounds. This person's love for gold was truly ingrained. However, they were right to bring gold. Even in the apocalypse, gold was the only commodity with real value. She sorted the supplies and stored them in her warehouse. She also seized a handgun. It was a police-issue model. It seemed these thugs had definitely looted places they shouldn't have. Han Qingxia felt like a true good person who had rid the world of a scourge. After all, there aren't many people like her, so full of a sense of justice and enthusiasm. Any normal person encountering this mob would run away as fast as they could, avoiding them at all costs. Only she, besides bravely fighting back and repelling the enemy, thoughtfully gifted them a zombie meal, preventing them from harming others. Otherwise, she could have simply scared them away, driving them out of her territory. Why lure them in and ensure their deaths? Such a wickedno, such a righteous good person is rare these days. Consider this a reward for her act of bravery. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to stand by and watch. Han Qingxia gladly accepted her spoils. Just then, a system notification sounded in her mind. Beep-based defense battle *1 detected, successfully defeated 6 enemies and seized 20 boxes of supplies. Congratulations on gaining 26 points. System shop open. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Point shop. She was surprised to see a shop panel appear in her mind. A pile of supplies appeared in it. There was food, medicine, firearms, and base construction items. Each item had its attributes. For example, in the food section, energy bar *1 quickly restores stamina to full. Resists hunger for 10 hours. Price, 5 points. Bread *1 quickly restores stamina to full, resists hunger for 20 hours. Price, 8 points. Yunnan Baiyao *1 stops bleeding and relieves pain. Instant relief. Price, 20 points. She flipped to the weapon interface. The weapon types included all kinds of firearms. There were even extra damage and accuracy bonuses. These were all treasures, but the prices were too high. She only had 26 points. Han Qingxia looked at them enviously, even starting to hope that someone would invade her territory. Just then, the alarm sounded again on her monitor. Han Qingxia went to her computer and saw that the sky outside had darkened, and several large vehicles had stopped outside her monitoring area. The infrared camera could only see a group of people get out of the cars after they stopped. They surveyed the surroundings and cleared out the nearby zombies. Han Qingxia was delighted. No way, they're coming to kill her so soon? She carefully observed the group's movements through the camera, planning to attack as soon as they invaded her territory, but she saw that these people were only killing zombies. They lured all the nearby zombies to the roadside, killed them, and then opened the back door of the car, releasing a pack of dogs. Han Qingxia couldn't make out their faces or clothing at the moment, only able to discern them by the shape of the heat signature on her infrared detector. She was certain of one thing. They had indeed released a pack of dogs. After releasing the dogs, a few of them seemed to have an argument. But quickly, everyone got back into the car. Only the pack of dogs remained. Watching the vehicle drive away, the dogs all chased after them at full speed. In Han Qingxia's infrared camera view, both the car and the running dogs were heading towards the city. A hint of confusion appeared on her face. What were they doing? The next morning, Han Qingxia got up early, as usual, to warm up. Even without the system rewards now, the warm-up exercises had to continue. Just as she was about to run a lap around the edge of her territory, her surveillance camera alarmed again. Han Qingxia connected her phone to her computer this time, allowing her to view all the footage on her phone. When she picked up her phone, she saw a pack of dogs on the road outside the bomb shelter. There were about 14 or 15 of them. Each dog was wearing a uniform. The pack of dogs ran to the spot where Han Qingxia had witnessed the strange scene yesterday, and all stopped. They circled around, seemingly waiting for their owner to return. Just then, her phone received a public message. The rescue operation in City A has begun. Rescue vehicles are entering City A. Survivors, please proceed to the following assembly points as soon as possible. Han Qingxia heard this. She understood. The people who had passed by her door yesterday were part of the rescue team. Their dogs. Han Qingxia drove her car to the outskirts of her base. At this moment, all the zombies on the main road outside her had been cleared, creating a rare safe zone. A pack of dogs stood guard at the intersection near Han Qingxia's road, constantly looking towards the city. The dogs were in poor condition. Almost all of them were injured. They had been scratched or bitten, with abdominal scratches being common, and their ears and tails all bearing cuts and scrapes. One dog was the most severely injured, Both of its hind legs had been torn apart, exposing half of their leg bones in a bloody mess. It could barely walk, relying almost entirely on its two front legs, dragging its broken hind legs as it followed the pack, its eyes fixed longingly on the city. Han Qingxia got out of the car and, seeing the state of these 15 dogs, knew they must have chased their way into the city last night, encountering a large horde of zombies. But clearly, they hadn't found their owner. They were in grave danger, and their owner hadn't returned. After a desperate struggle, they had returned here. It seemed they still wanted to wait for them. In this apocalypse, everyone is caught in a cycle of suffering. Since you've met me, you'll have to follow me from now on. She bandaged up all the dogs, especially the one most badly injured. Han Qingxia gritted her teeth and exchanged Yunnan Baiyao from her system shop for it. 2 legs. You must remember your new owner's kindness. This medicine cost me 20 points to exchange for you. From now on, follow me obediently, understand? I will never abandon you. Han Qingxia muttered to herself as she bandaged the dog, which was lying on the ground, barely alive. The dog, lying on the ground, seemed to understand Han Qingxia's words, its human-like eyes silently watching her. After bandaging the dogs, Han Qingxia gave them fresh beef and raw meat. This was all good stuff. The dogs saw the food and excitedly pawed at each other, but hesitated to eat. Eat up, it's all for you. Hearing this, the dogs finally went up and began to eat heartily. Just by looking at how they ate, you could tell they hadn't been hungry for a long time. However, they didn't finish it all. Each dog left a little bit untouched. After finishing, they picked up the meat, turned, and ran towards the gate. Han Qingxia. Woof! Seeing the dogs trying to run away after eating, Xia Tian rushed over and barked at them. Having been enhanced by the system, Xia Tian was twice the size of these ordinary dogs, and his claws and teeth were 10 times sharper. His ferocious aura was comparable to that of the king of beasts. The military dogs were intimidated by Xia Tian's imposing presence. All the dogs huddled together, confronting him. Han Qingxia shook her head at the sight. She walked to Xia Tian's side. Let them go. Woof woof woof, Xia Tian barked defiantly. It was as if to say, these ungrateful dogs ate your food. Good dogs don't need to be kept. Han Qingxia ruffled Xia Tian's hair, opened the door, and released the pack of dogs trying to run away. As soon as the door opened, the dogs gave Han Qingxia a grateful look and quickly ran outside. Even the dog Han Qingxia had saved with her points carried a perfectly preserved piece of beef and walked away with its companions. Before leaving, it circled Han Qingxia once, then limped along, dragging its 2 legs. Han Qingxia released an electric scooter from her spatial storage and followed with Xia Tian. The dogs returned to the place where they had been abandoned. Upon arriving, they placed the meat on the ground, whimpered towards the city, and circled back and forth. They were still searching for their owner. After getting food, their first thought was of their former owners. Even if they weren't full themselves, they would save some for them. Seeing this, Han Qingxia's usually cold and indifferent heart suddenly clenched. Most dogs are truly more loyal than humans, especially military dogs. Once they've chosen an owner, they would never abandon or betray them. Han Qingxia hugged Xia Tian's head tightly. Brother Tian, I'm sorry for my past life. Whiff! Xia Tian responded crisply in her arms, nuzzling her head affectionately. A very human-like warmth towards its owner. Although it didn't understand why Han Qingxia was so sad. Han Qingxia watched the dogs for a while, then took Xia Tian back to her base. That evening, she brought the dogs a pile of food and rebandaged their wounds. Seeing this, Xia Tian became even more dissatisfied with the dogs. Woof woof woof. Every time they met, it would bark fiercely at them, as if to say, you ungrateful dogs who freeload off my master. The military dogs all whimpered and dared not defy it in its presence, but they were exceptionally affectionate towards Han Qingxia. Whenever Han Qingxia arrived, they would all linger around her for a while. 2 days passed in a flash. These military dogs guarded the path outside Han Qingxia's residence every day, waiting expectantly. Each time a vehicle passed by, they would follow for a while, but upon realizing it wasn't their owner, they would dejectedly return to their original spot. In addition, they also cleared out the zombies in the vicinity. They would kill any zombie that approached Han Qingxia's territory, never allowing a single one to enter. Seeing the dog's unwavering resolve, Han Qingxia, aside from providing them with food and checking their injuries, once a day, would return to her base. The situation occurred on the evening of the third day. Having finished her work at the base that day, Han Qingxia went to check on the dogs and saw them running rapidly ahead from afar. Han Qingxia had never seen them like this before. They were incredibly excited. She led Xia Tian to the broken wall where she usually gazed, and looking ahead, they saw a line of green-clad military vehicles emerging from the direction of the city. Seeing this, Han Qingxia immediately understood. They had finally found their master. The military dogs excitedly ran towards the several green-covered vans that were approaching, their appearance surprising the vans. One of the vans following behind stopped. A young man stepped out of the driver's seat. He hugged one of the dogs tightly. The other dogs excitedly barked around them. One of the military dogs excitedly ran to their previous base and brought back a piece of meat for him. He was surprised to see fresh beef, but quickly released the dogs. Equally hungry, he returned the beef to them and turned to walk back to his vehicle. Because they had received orders from base to provide sufficient space for the survivors and to abandon the dogs. It was an order, and no matter how reluctant they had to obey. Seeing this, the military dogs rushed towards his green van one by one. Even from a distance, Han Qingxia could hear a chorus of screams.
Ah, dogs.
Get out!
Get out!
There's a virus! Terrible dogs!
Ah, get out!
The soldier who had gotten out got back into the vehicle and quickly started it. The dog he had just hugged, carrying meat in its mouth, lunged at him, but instead of being embraced, it was met with a cold car door. Boom! The vehicle started moving again, quickly catching up with the car in front. The pack of military dogs watched the vehicle leave again, and they chased after it frantically, but unfortunately, the distance between them and the vehicle only increased, until they could no longer catch up. When they returned one by one from the end of the road, wounded again, none of the dogs had shown any anticipation from earlier in the day. They wandered aimlessly, their masters gone. This was the cruelty of the apocalypse. No one had a choice. If there were any chance, no one would willingly abandon them. In the apocalypse, to protect the greatest interests, if given a choice between people and dogs, the base chose people. This time, you should come with me, right? Han Qingxia appeared before them. I told you, I will never abandon any of you. Give me your trust. Han Qingxia wasn't some righteous savior. She didn't want people. She wanted dogs. The pack of dogs fell silent briefly upon seeing the humans appear before them. Soon, the dog whose legs Han Qingxia had spent a fortune bandaging emerged from the pack. It circled Han Qingxia once, then whimpered, and lay down at her feet. With its arrival, the other dogs rushed forward, surrounding Han Qingxia. As Han Qingxia led the military dogs back to her base, the familiar system voice echoed in her mind. Beep 15 base combat dogs detected. Loyalty 100%. Reward-based dog health restored to full. Base defense doubled. 150 points. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up again upon hearing the notification. When she returned with the dogs, she saw that the gates to her base had been thickened again, and the barbed wire was twice as high. The mesh was covered in sharp barbs, and her bomb shelter had been upgraded inside and out. All the doors inside were brand new, and the walls were reinforced 100-fold. Judging from the outside, her base already looks like a castle. What surprised Han Qingxia even more was that receiving these military dogs also earned her 150 points. This was definitely a win-win situation. She immediately opened the shop panel. This time, she looked more carefully at what she could redeem. 10 items had already appeared on the food page, from energy bars all the way to 100-point super energy liquid. All of them quickly replenished energy, providing satiety for hours to days. Han Qingxia had no need for food, but she did add 2 items to her medicine list. Besides Yunnan Baiyao, 20 points for quick hemostasis, there was a 50-point super bandage and a 100-point emergency pill. Han Qingxia clicked on these two medicines to see the details. Super bandage. Applies to all wounds, quickly repairs wounds, including arteries. Han Qingxia. Wow. That means if my neck was cut, I could just apply this, and it would heal. And the emergency pill surprised her even more. Emergency rescue pill. As long as there's still a breath left, it can be used for emergency resuscitation. Han Qingxia. Wow. These two pills are incredibly powerful. Han Qingxia looked further down and saw something even more surprising. Zombie virus inhibitor 100,000,000 points. There's an inhibitor. It can cure the zombie virus? After her initial surprise, Han Qingxia saw the price. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 100 million. Forget it. Goodbye. With her pitiful 156 points, she wasn't even worthy of thinking about it. However, Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. Her system shop actually had such an incredible treasure. If she were to take this out, it would definitely shock the world. She secretly rubbed her hands together. 100 million points. She absolutely had to save up 100 million points to exchange for one. She had to get herself one. After looking at the medicine, Han Qingxia went to look at the weapons. The weapons in the inventory were making her mouth water. A basic P5 cost 500 points, a better Glock 1000. Submachine guns and shotguns were even more expensive, starting at 5,000 points. Han Qingxia had her eye on an AK, priced at 8,000. The system-produced guns were a whole tier higher in attributes than those outside. Their power and lethality were far superior. Despite the high price, they were exactly what Han Qingxia wanted. Han Qingxia silently added the AK to her shopping cart. She needed to save up more points to buy a good weapon. But there was a locked interface in the shop. It showed that she needed 5,000 points to unlock it. Han Qingxia wondered what other good things were waiting for her. This system shop was perfect for her. She wanted everything, but she didn't have enough points.
It was so frustrating.
Han Qingxia tried clicking on the points acquisition channel. A prompt appeared before her. 1. Complete system tasks to earn points. 2. Expand your territory to earn points. 3. Add territory members to earn points. Han Qingxia looked at these three columns. She remembered that she had earned points for killing the intruders, completing the defend the base task. Today, she had accepted 15 dogs. Increasing her territory members, this was another way. And the second one, expanding territory. She understood. She'll start expanding her territory tomorrow. Early the next morning. This time, Han Qingxia didn't run along the designated area. Instead, she ran towards the back mountain. As she ran, she led her dogs, each carrying a rope, to mark off the area. In ancient times, horses were used to mark territory. Now, dogs are used. Han Qingxia had Xia Tian, carrying the dogs with the names Gongxi, Fatsai, Hongbao, Nalai, Daji, Dali, Changming, and Baisui, run from the left. She, along with Dongfeng, Nanfeng, Shifeng, Beifeng, Hongzhong, and Baiban, ran from the right. Gongxi, Fatsai, Hongbao, Nalai, Daji, Dali, Changming, Baisui, Dongfeng, Nanfeng, Shifeng, Beifeng, Hongzhong, and Baiban. These were the names Han Qingxia had given her newly acquired dogs. They split into two groups, both using ropes to encircle the area along the back mountain. By the afternoon, Han Qingxia and Xia Tian had successfully met up in the middle of the back mountain. Han Qingxia tied the ropes at both ends, then tied all the rope ends together. Han Qingxia and her pack of dogs worked until evening, finally fencing off an entire area of the back mountain. The ends of the ropes were tied to her barbed wire fence. Thus, she had barely managed to claim the entire mountain with a circumference of about 3,000 meters. Ding territory area doubled detected. Reward 1,000 points. First time expanding territory. Reward territory connected hearts. Han Qingxia was thrilled. It really worked. She actively claimed territory, taking over uninhabited areas, and the system would recognize it as her territory. Moreover, she only claimed her own mountain and she already received 1,000 points. If she claimed several nearby mountains as well, how many more points would she get? If she could conquer city ahead, those 100 million points wouldn't seem so unattainable. She then felt another reward from the system: territory link. When she closed her eyes, the land she had marked out earlier that day, the back mountain, and the air raid shelter in front seemed to automatically draw a map in her mind. When any alien creature entered, she would sense it immediately with her sixth sense.
Xia Tian.
500 meters to the west.
Woof.
Xia Tian heard the command and charged out immediately. Half a minute later, she heard the sound of fighting. By the time she arrived, Xia Tian had already killed a zombie that had somehow sneaked into Han Qingxia's territory. Han Qingxia saw this and understood. So that's how this thing is used. Within her perception range, a few more gray dots appeared. She led her dogs to eliminate them. Wishing you prosperity and good fortune. Take longevity to the south. Good luck and a red envelope to the west. Winds from all directions go east. The rest of you follow me. Han Qingxia and her dogs quickly quelled the zombies within their territory. During this process, she gained a clearer and more proficient understanding of the uses of the territory linking system. Sure enough, gray dots indicate zombies, and even in very remote locations, Han Qingxia could pinpoint their location. This allowed her to know the movements within her territory immediately without needing surveillance alarms. This was incredibly useful, especially now that she was expanding her territory and the cameras couldn't keep up. She could sense in advance whether someone had entered her territory. Han Qingxia worked until well past midnight, then returned home with her dogs, feeling quite accomplished. Tomorrow morning, she'll expand into new territories. Early the next morning, Han Qingxia began clearing an area in front of the barbed wire fence of the air raid shelter. This time, she tried a different method. She cleared away all the zombies from the area leading to the road, then erected a marker private territory, beware of vicious dogs. She put up a sign as a boundary marker. You see, at this point, not many would still be alive, and those who were alive enough to argue with her about land ownership were practically non-existent. She'd put the sign here. This place was hers. Who dared to complain? Ding territory area increased by 5 acres. Reward: 500 points. Han Qingxia was immediately delighted upon hearing the system notification. Sure enough, her idea was correct. She could expand into these uninhabited areas, even areas that had previously been owned. But there was a prerequisite. The land had to be cleared and measured by her or her dogs. Today, Han Qingxia led her dogs from the base to the location of the monument, covering approximately 5 acres. She marked the areas she and the dogs had explored. It was somewhat like an exploration game. The map only lights up areas the protagonist has to traverse. Fortunately, her dogs were also part of her team, significantly expanding her exploration range. She planted her marker in the ground, clapped her hands, and her mental territory map expanded to this point. Han Qingxia stood still, pondering her next expansion direction. By now, she had essentially conquered the entire hillside surrounding her air raid shelter. To her left was a highway, and to her right was a sparsely populated mountainous area. This mountainous area contained an abandoned quarry and a few scattered mountain villas. The highway to the left led north to City A. The terrain was flat and easy to conquer. The mountainous area on the right, however, would be more challenging. After a short deliberation, Han Qingxia decided to start from the right. Of course, the right. She was a cautious person, preferring stability to haste. The terrain on the right was complex, but almost certain to succeed. Why go to the left-hand road if she didn't secure what she could first? One person after another, a horde of zombies kept appearing. She had to clean them up properly. Yes, there were security requirements for her territory. All zombies had to be cleared. If they weren't cleared for a long time, the system would automatically erase that area. This was easy to understand. If your territory was full of zombies or other strange creatures, could it still be called your territory? However, this also put an end to her idea of raising a few zombies to guard the area. Fortunately, she had many helpers now. Gongxi fought size 15 military dogs were highly intelligent and efficient, making them very useful as guards to clear out stray zombies. She still needed to raise more dogs. especially as her territory expanded. These were far from enough. Han Qingxia abandoned her other thoughts and steadily began her ascent towards the mountains on the right. When she returned in the evening, she had successfully expanded another hill. Her points increased by 1,000, bringing her total to 2,656. Everyone's worked hard, let's eat. Han Qingxia waved her hand, releasing fresh beef from her spatial storage for the dogs. She was never stingy with her companions. If she ate meat, her people would certainly have meat too. Han Qingxia took out a steaming hot Korean fried chicken set meal and ate it. This was something she had stocked up on at the mall. She had too many supplies to eat them all, so she changed the menu every meal. Today she ate Korean fried chicken, tomorrow army stew, and the day after that, crispy roasted meats with a glistening sheen. When exploring new territories, she would grab whatever was readily available from her spatial storage, hand-pulled pancakes, cold noodles, grilled cold noodles, and so on to tide her over. All the food was kept as fresh and piping hot as it had been put in. Even with gloves on, Han Qingxia could feel the crispness of the chicken's scaly skin as it came straight from the oil. With just one tear, the tender, juicy chicken thigh meat burst with flavor, and the aroma of garlic and soy sauce assaulted all her senses. A sip of ice-cold cola followed.
It was so satisfying.
Especially in a post-apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy the delicacies of pre-apocalyptic prosperity was pure bliss. Han Qingxia's fatigue from the day vanished at this moment. She devoured fried chicken, eating enough for 3 people. Xia Tian and the dogs, drawn by the aroma, also wanted some. Han Qingxia ate half and tossed the rest of them. The dogs happily ate around her. After finishing, feeling quite full, Han Qingxia got up to stretch and digest, while also tending to her chickens, ducks, fish, vegetable garden, and fruit trees. The eggs she had left in the chicken coop were piling up, and chicks had already hatched in the past 2 days. The poultry, enhanced by the system, were incredibly healthy, and their reproduction rate was astonishing. Ducks hatch more slowly than chicks, with ducklings incubating for about 40 days and chicks for about 20 days. No ducklings had hatched yet, but Han Qingxia had noticed many mother ducks brooding. Her 2 little goats were a pleasant surprise. They were growing rapidly and developing. Han Qingxia remembered the boss mentioning that these 2 goats were bred for goat milk production. It seemed she'd soon have goat milk to drink. Then there was her vegetable garden. Fast-growing, high-yielding vegetables like bok choy and chives had already begun their explosive harvest. Han Qingxia came every day to harvest them. Even if she harvested some, there would be more the next day, so she had to come again, but not harvesting wasn't an option. She couldn't bear to see anything go to waste. No matter how hard she worked or how busy she was, she had to make time to harvest the vegetables. She even set aside a room in her air raid shelter specifically for storing fresh vegetables. In addition, her radishes, spinach, romaine lettuce, and other vegetables were all nearing harvest time, and soon the tomatoes and potatoes would be ready to produce their full yield. Then there's the fish pond. The number of fish has doubled, with a large number of fry appearing. Han Qingxia hadn't really taken care of the fish pond much because she simply didn't know how, but with the system support, she didn't need to worry about it at all. All the little fish were lively and energetic, getting fatter every day. Everything at her base was developing well, and her territory was expanding. The future was promising. The next day, as usual, Han Qingxia went to expand her new territory. Today, she went out in her armored vehicle. Xia Tian was tasked with leaving the 7 dogs, including Gong 11 Fa Kai, to guard the base and patrol the mountains, killing any zombies they encountered. She, on the other hand, would lead the remaining 8 dogs to conquer the next hilltop. Her target for the day was the villa complex. The mountain villas had once been a very famous development, exclusively for the wealthy. The entire complex consisted of only 10 villas, but it was said that not even half had been sold, and almost no one had actually moved in. When Han Qingxia arrived at the mountain villa area in her armored vehicle, she immediately saw rows of small villas nestled on the mountainside. These villas were widely spaced, offering excellent privacy. Perched on the mountainside, they overlooked the entire city of A, offering a panoramic view. Those who could live there were undoubtedly the wealthiest and most powerful people in a city. She first sent out her dogs to scout the area for any living people. East, south, search the left. West, north, search the south. Red, center, white, search upwards. Air Tiao Fa Kai, stay put. If anyone appears, call me. Woof woof woof. The 8 dogs immediately scattered, carrying out Han Qingxia's commands. Han Qingxia calmly took out a sign, smashed it in and wrote, "Private territory, trespassers die." She wouldn't write about vicious dogs anymore. This was her radiation territory, and she rarely came here. Mainly, she didn't have enough dogs to distribute. She'd put up a sign as a boundary marker and kill anyone who sensed her approaching. After she nailed the sign down, the dogs returned, but no notification sound appeared in their minds. Han Qingxia glanced at the 10 villas, knowing she'd have to raid them all. She left 4 dogs outside and, with her dogs in tow, began searching the villas. The first villa clearly hadn't been sold. The door still had the original lock. Han Qingxia found a wire in her spatial storage, fiddled with the lock for a bit, and opened the door. Having lived in the apocalypse for so long, Han Qingxia knew a little bit of everything. She went inside and found it was still in a bare, unfinished state. She surveyed the place, leaving the character Xia on the mailbox by the front door, and a map immediately appeared in her mind. Beep territory expanded by 500 square meters. Reward, 100 points. Han Qingxia smiled slightly. That's more like it. She continued her sweep of the other villas. She swept through to the 9th villa. Of the previous few, only 2 had renovations. The rest were all unfinished. And Han Qingxia didn't see a single person. She successfully expanded the territory of 8 villas. When Han Qingxia arrived at the 9th villa, she noticed a car parked in the small garden in front. She touched the dust on the car window. It wasn't much, so it seemed the person inside hadn't been there long. She observed the windows of the villa in front of her and found that all the curtains were tightly closed. She knocked on the door and rang the doorbell, but the sound echoed in the empty villa area. There was no response from inside. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. As usual, she took out a wire and carefully fiddled with the lock. This time, she felt it. The door was locked from the inside. Han Qingxia was certain. There was definitely someone inside, either alive or already a zombie. Just then, she felt a vibration from her wire mesh. Someone inside was turning the lock. Han Qingxia knew. A living person. Han Qingxia hesitated for a moment. She could occupy any unclaimed or even occupied place without any guilt. But there was someone inside and a living person at that. She lowered her hand from the door. In this apocalyptic world, all laws have collapsed and all the evil in humanity can be unleashed. As long as one is powerful enough, bullying the weak and seizing property by force is acceptable. However, Han Qingxia couldn't do that. She considered herself the floor of human morality, feeling no guilt when killing, but she wasn't a tyrannical or ruthless psychopath. Her evil and ruthlessness only applied to those who infringed upon her interests. For example, right now, if anyone dared to occupy the territory she had already conquered, she would absolutely kill them. But now, she was actively invading other people's territory, driving away or killing the inhabitants, and then forcibly seizing their houses. She couldn't do that. Han Qingxia spared the survivors inside for the time being. Just then, the door behind her opened a crack. A middle-aged man with a stubble-covered face, wearing refined glasses, and a haggard appearance, clearly someone who hadn't eaten in a long time, cautiously looked at her. Behind him was a similarly haggard, middle-aged woman. Just then, a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, peeked out from beside him, looking at her curiously. Sensing their daughter run out, the couple immediately blocked her away, hiding her behind them. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. The dogs barked loudly at the person behind the door. Stop barking. Han Qingxia stopped the dogs. She looked the middle-aged man up and down, leaving him with these words, "Everything except this place is my territory. You are not allowed to enter, or I will kill you all." After saying this, Han Qingxia strode away, heading towards Villa number 10 at the very back. Just then, the man shouted to her, "There are man-eating zombies in there. Don't go." Han Qingxia stopped and looked at him. "You know?" "I saw it," the man nodded gravely. There was a party at Villa number 10 that day. A group of young men and women were partying all night. Around dawn, suddenly there were screams coming from inside. Many young people ran out bleeding, but they didn't get far before they were pounced on and bitten to death. "What were you doing at the time?" "We were terrified. We kept the door locked and stayed inside. Later we found out they were zombies." Han Qingxia's gaze fell on the middle-aged man's face, the door, the house, and the dried but still blood-stained pavement outside. "You had supplies at home that you've managed to hold out until now." The man pursed his dry, chapped lips, remaining wary and silent. At a time like this, no one would casually share supplies with anyone. Han Qingxia was wary of him, and he was just as wary of her. Seeing that they were no longer speaking, Han Qingxia led the dog towards Villa number 10. Watching her stride away towards Villa number 10, the man wanted to offer a hint, but ultimately said nothing. "Honey, who was that person?" "I can't be sure, but she should have supplies." The man thought of Han Qingxia's fair complexion and healthy, radiant figure, and said with certainty. Even her dogs had shiny fur. At this point, how could she maintain such a state without sufficient supplies? "Can we ask her for some food later?" his wife asked anxiously. "Daddy, I'm hungry." His daughter hugged his leg tightly. The man's gaze deepened. He stretched out his hand, and a green light appeared in his palm. The branches of the potted plant near the entrance seemed to come alive and flew towards his hand. The man gripped the vines, his expression grave. "Let's take a look first, don't rush." Han Qingxia walked to Villa number 10. Sure enough, the villa was in a state of chaos. The gate was tightly shut, and blood was everywhere in the ground, on the door, and in the garden. Han Qingxia circled the villa, first surveying the terrain and the general interior. Han Qingxia's strength was now extraordinary. She kicked the metal sliding security door open with a single blow. With a loud bang, the door swung open. The moment the door opened, she and her 4 dogs scattered quickly to either side. With a roar, 3 long-starved zombies rushed out. There were 2 women and 1 man. One of the female zombies had been a great beauty in life, and even in death, she was more attractive than the other zombies. Her face was well preserved, but one leg had been gnawed on, revealing a section of stark white bone. The other female zombie wasn't in such good shape. Most of her face had been gnawed on. Her prosthetic nose was exposed, dangling awkwardly from her face. One eyeball was rolled outwards, with yellow maggots wriggling in the exposed flesh. The male zombie, dressed in an elegant suit, had a large hole torn in his chest, his hands flailing in the air. Smelling fresh human scent, he lunged forward frantically. The moment 3 zombies charged out, Han Qingxia shoveled one away. The other 2 zombies were quickly dealt with by the 4 dogs. These were top-notch military dogs who had solved many problems for Han Qingxia. Thump! 3 sounds and 3 zombies were dead in an instant. Quick and stylish, killing zombies was a piece of cake. Han Qingxia stood by the door and knocked on the doorframe, making noise to continue luring the zombies inside. However, it was silent inside. It seemed there were only these 3 zombies. Han Qingxia cautiously probed inside with the dogs. Even without zombies, her movements were extremely cautious. This villa had 3 floors, 1 basement and 2 above ground. The interior was luxuriously decorated, exuding an air of wealth. However, the interior was a mess and desolate place. Bottles, food plates, and other items were scattered everywhere, and a large pile of beautifully wrapped gifts lay near the entrance. Han Qingxia picked one up casually. It read, "Happy 20th birthday, Lu Mengyue." So, it was a birthday party. Unfortunately, this unlucky girl's birthday fell on the very day the zombie crisis broke out. Han Qingxia quickly tore open the gift box. Inside was a designer diamond bracelet. Following her principle of never leaving empty-handed, Han Qingxia collected all the gifts. She'd unpack them slowly back home. Having collected the gifts, she went to the kitchen, intending to take all the food. Unexpectedly, there was practically no food. It seemed the person living here was a pampered young lady who never lifted a finger. The kitchen was nearly empty, but the refrigerator contained quite a few snacks. Han Qingxia didn't hold back, taking everything. Imported bird's nest, imported drinks, imported box snacks, even the frozen Japanese Wagyu beef and Australian lobsters, she took them all. Furthermore, she took the brand new silk and down comforters from the bedrooms, quickly clearing out the first 2 floors of the building. She left her 2 dogs at the door to watch over the place while she led them down to the basement. As soon as she entered the basement, she sensed something was wrong. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Red center and whiteboard were both making low whimpering sounds towards the front. It was a warning, a sign of fear. As if they had encountered some terrifying creature. Han Qingxia only felt a cold, deathly silence. She tapped on the railing beside her, hoping to attract the zombies inside. Only silence answered her. Han Qingxia descended the railing step by step, just as she stepped onto the last step. Roar! A gust of foul wind swept over her. It was incredibly fast, unlike anything any of the previous zombies had possessed. However, this zombie missed its target. Immediately afterward, bang! A shovel fell from the sky, its immense force sending it flying several meters away. Han Qingxia had fought in the apocalypse for 10 years. Her combat experience didn't need repeated losses or being tricked. After being knocked away by Han Qingxia, the zombie, under her gaze, assumed a bizarre, reverse joint position. Its 2 forelimbs were twisted 180 degrees, its back facing down, its hands supporting its weight, while its legs remained in a lateral position. She arched her back, then rose again like a giant 4-legged centipede, her long hair covering most of her face. Through the parting of her hair, a grayish-white eye stared intently at Han Qingxia. The basement lights flickered. This grotesque creature charged towards Han Qingxia in an extremely bizarre and terrifying manner. Its speed was so fast that it left after images. Han Qingxia's gaze turned serious. A word rushed into her Mindus speed-type mutated zombie. In the blink of an eye, the 4-legged zombie was in front of her. The female zombie's face, hidden beneath her long hair, opened into a gaping maw. Han Qingxia then saw that she had no tongue. Her entire lip had been bitten off. Beneath the bloodied, gaping maw, 2 rows of uneven teeth snapped down towards the person in front of her. Thump! She bit into something. Just an iron shovel. A shovel pierced her mouth, pinning her head to the wall. The zombie was momentarily immobilized, its limbs thrashing violently. Han Qingxia gripped the shovel and pulled hard. A crack silenced it completely. The zombie was fast, but Han Qingxia was even faster. Not only that, her strength was astonishing. The shovel was embedded an inch into the reinforced concrete wall. Most people couldn't pull it out. Han Qingxia pulled the shovel out, stirred it inside the zombie's brain, and when she pulled it out, a transparent crystal, tinged with yellowish white, appeared before her eyes. Han Qingxia took out a bottle of water from her spatial storage and washed the surface. Instantly, the crystal shone brightly. This was a zombie crystal core. High-level zombies all possessed it. In the later stages, many bases used crystal cores as their currency, and large bases continuously bought them back at high prices. In her previous life, Han Qingxia had only managed to become a squad leader. Because she lacked superpowers, she had no access to many things. She only knew that this familiar thing was useful. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Beep zombie crystal core *1 detected. New points exchange unlocked. 1 ordinary level 1 zombie crystal core is worth 100 points. Exchange now. Han Qingxia. Crystal cores can be exchanged for points. An exchange panel appeared in her mind. There was also a notification. First exchange reward. A gift pack. Subsequent exchanges of every 100 crystal cores will also reward a gift pack. Han Qingxia decisively chose to exchange. The crystal core in her hand was gone, and then a notification popped up in her mind. Ding reward. 1 dose of Yunnan Baiyao 1 first aid pill. Ding reward. 1 set of combat uniform. Ding reward, 1 pair of combat gloves. Ding reward, 1 set of combat boots. Ding reward, 1 revolver. Han Qingxia. She'd hit the jackpot. The Yunnan Baiyao and emergency pills alone were worth 120 points. She didn't see the price tag on the combat suit, but she had seen the revolver on the weapons page. It seemed to be worth over 5,000 points. What a steal! Han Qingxia tucked the pistol into her waistband, stored the combat suit in her spatial storage to check on later, and then ransacked the basement again. She found quite a lot there. A cabinet full of expensive red wine, gold bars and jewelry in a safe, plus a motorcycle and 2 sports cars, with the keys all inside. Han Qingxia returned home laden with her spoils. As she left, she wrote a large Xia character on the front door. The area of this villa was added to the domain map in her mind. At the same time, all the villas in this complex, except for Villa number 9, were conquered and connected, added to her domain map. Only Villa number 9 remained, a dark, unlit abyss. As she emerged from the villa, the people at Villa number 9 immediately withdrew their gazes. He stared incredulously at Han Qingxia, who had returned unharmed, her eyes lost in thought. Honey, that woman came out of Villa number 10. Didn't you say it was extremely dangerous there? She's more formidable than we thought, the man affirmed. He felt a wave of fear mixed with relief. Thankfully, his wife had initially acted kindly. Otherwise, his special abilities might not have been enough to deal with this woman. He now needed to adjust his strategy. As Han Qingxia left Villa number 10 and reached the main road, a family of 3 appeared before her. A family of 3 from Villa number 9. Miss, can we make a deal? The man adjusted his black-rimmed glasses. I'm a botanist, capable of cultivating new crops. We'd like to exchange some food with you. The man had his daughter hand over a large box of vegetables and bean sprouts. Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow at the items. Aren't you afraid I'll steal all this stuff? The man shook his head. Cultivating these isn't complicated for me. He raised his hand, and a pot of bean sprouts in the box was growing rapidly upwards. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. A wood-type ability user. No wonder this guy could stay home and protect his wife and children for over a month during the zombie outbreak. This man has some skill. At the same time, Han Qingxia knew what his action meant. First, it was to tell her he was a useful person, capable of providing her with resources. Second, it was to intimidate her. It was to tell her not to act rashly, lest it harm his family, that he could protect himself. However, neither of his intentions worked on Han Qingxia, because Han Qingxia didn't need them. Keep them for yourselves. Han Qingxia didn't even linger a glance at the pot of vegetables, because her family had more vegetables than they could eat. No need to make a deal. She simply took the dog and left gracefully. The man, seeing this, immediately panicked, his eyes filled with utter confusion. No way.
He was a smart man.
In the early days of the apocalypse, he deduced from news reports that things weren't simple. When the zombie outbreak occurred next door, he decisively locked his door, huddled his family in a sheltered spot, and survived without making a sound. Later, he was even more fortunate to awaken his wood-based superpower, which solved his family's basic food problem. But vegetables alone weren't enough. The adults could manage, but the children were already malnourished. At the same time, he was certain that his homegrown fresh vegetables would have a huge market outside. How many survivors outside could afford fresh vegetables? This was definitely something worth trading. But he never expected it. The other party
Completely looked down on it.
Just as Han Qingxia was about to leave, the man immediately called out to her. Miss, what do you need? Money? My family has that too. We can trade anything we have. Han Qingxia stopped, a hint of interest finally appearing on her face. She looked at their villa, number 9, and said, I want your house. The man opposite her. Damn it, this is the apocalypse. What does she need a house for? It's not food or clothing. I can give you 500 jin of rice, 50 jin of meat, 100 eggs, and 10 boxes of milk. You sell me your house. The price was attractive. Although it wouldn't have cost 5,000 yuan before the apocalypse, not even enough to buy 1 square meter of this house site was the apocalypse now. This large sum of supplies for their house was a great deal. However, the two men opposite her looked troubled. They could give her the house, but where would they live? Miss, we're selling the house to you. Can we still live here? The man adjusted his glasses, a thought forming in his mind, and looked at Han Qingxia with unwavering determination. Our whole family can work for you, and we'll give you half of our daily vegetable production. In other words, we can become your workers. His mind raced. While this move resembled becoming a long-term servant in an ancient landlord's household, it was actually the best option. First, they wouldn't have to move. They could still live there, only needing to hand over half of their daily vegetable production. More importantly, they would gain Han Qingxia's protection. This girl was clearly not simple. Her allegiance to her, her dependence on her, was undoubtedly the best choice. And it wouldn't be a loss for Han Qingxia either. Han Qingxia had originally intended to buy his house and incorporate it into her territory, but she didn't need to actually live there. She was short-handed. Now that the area had expanded, many places were unguarded. This family could watch over her territory, and they would also hand over half of their daily food production. The man was even a wood-type ability user. This deal was quite good. At that moment, a notification appeared in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep territory residents have been detected defecting. Accepting them will grant 300 points and a special resident attribute. Han Qingxia. Special attribute. I agree. Han Qingxia agreed to their defection. As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible force connected her to the three people in front of her. For some reason, Wang Yumin and his wife suddenly looked at Han Qingxia as if she were a reverent deity, feeling an involuntary desire to submit before her. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia sensed an extraordinary energy flowing within her. Her hand reached for the pot of vegetables in Wang Yumin's bowl, and instantly, the vegetables began to expand wildly, growing even faster than Wang Yumin could control. Seeing this, Wang Yumin and his wife immediately understood why Han Qingxia had looked down on their vegetables. So she was also a wood-type ability user, and far stronger than themselves. Suddenly, a very peculiar emotion rose within the couple, a mixture of gratitude and trepidation. She was willing to accept them even though she herself had given them. She was too kind. Han Qingxia bought Wang Yumin's house. A large Xia character was engraved on the mailbox at the gate. Her map of this area was now complete. From today onwards, I am your lord. Han Qingxia instructed Wang Yumin and his wife to guard this land for her, forbidding anyone from entering her territory. They were to diligently cultivate the land for her, and she would guarantee their safety and provide rewards based on their contributions. Wang Yumin and his wife excitedly agreed. This was exactly what they wanted. Whether before or after the apocalypse, ordinary people only wanted a safe place where someone could protect them. Before, the state protected them. Now that the state had collapsed, Han Qingxia was providing protection. This lordship was real. Han Qingxia then asked Wang Yumin and his wife's daughter, Wang Yunduo, to accompany her to collect supplies. Considering the girl's young age, and the fact that Wang Yumin's supplies were likely unsustainable, she didn't let her take too much. For her first visit, she gave her only a bag of rice, a carton of milk, a carton of fresh eggs, and 10 pounds of pork. The items were hung on the car, which Hongzhong and Baiban pulled, escorting her back. From then on, all of their family's produce would be delivered by her daily. Han Qingxia's recruitment of residents was similar to a post-apocalyptic base, except the layout was completely different. She wouldn't allow any recruited residents to enter her bomb shelter. That was her private domain. These residents under her protection could only live within the territory's radiation range. This place was something they looked up to. The next day, Wang Yunduo came to deliver Han Qingxia's daily produce. A box of vegetables, half bean sprouts, and half cabbage. Beep detected a household's produce. Reward 3 points. Han Qingxia heard the system notification after receiving the box of vegetables. She still earns points by receiving the produce from the residents of her territory every day. Besides the initial acceptance reward, she also receives rewards for their subsequent output. The reward amount seems to be based on population. Wang Yumin's family of 3 contributes 3 points to Han Qingxia every day. Han Qingxia was overjoyed. On her return trip, when she gave her the rice, milk, eggs, and pork for the day, she also rewarded her with a bag of seeds and a lollipop. Tell your parents to plant something else when you get back. Yes, Lord. Wang Yunduo replied softly to Han Qingxia. Escorted by Bai Ban and Hong Zhong, she returned with the day's produce. After watching her leave, Han Qingxia took out a map and began planning her next target. Going left, she'd reach the villa area. Behind the villa area is another city, with more complex terrain and many villagers, making it a bit troublesome to manage. If there are zombies there, it would take her half a day to trek there. To the right is a highway. She picked up her binoculars and looked at the highway outside. Since the day the rescue team evacuated a group of people, the highway had seen a new surge in traffic. With rescue vehicles leading the way, the surviving civilians drove out and followed them towards the rescuers' base. If Han Qingxia remembered correctly, that was the base where Han Ying's family had boarded the plane, a flat open area on the backside of City B, bordering City A. K1 base, one of the 3 major bases in the east, was established there. Its military strength was formidable, but according to her knowledge from her previous life, K1 base was always short of food, requiring a large number of personnel to be sent out daily to find supplies. Expanding her territory northward might lead to encounters with people from K1 base, so Han Qingxia considered it and decided to expand southward, towards City A. She acted immediately. That day, she cleared about 20 acres of uninhabited land along the highway, eliminating all the zombies roaming within the territory and seizing a small amount of supplies. Most of the supplies were from vehicles involved in road accidents. A total of 4.5 bags of rice, half a bag of flour, and 5 boxes of instant noodles. She didn't take any of the spoiled meat, vegetables, or bread. The supplies were slightly meager. However, the points reward was considerable. 2,000 points. The exchange rate was approximately 1,000 points for 10 acres. If it's a residential building, it earns more points. For example, clearing out the entire villa area yesterday resulted in a reward of over 3,000 points. That villa area wasn't even as large as the no man's land Han Qingxia conquered today. In just a few days, Han Qingxia's territory had grown 4 or 5 times larger, and her points had reached nearly 7,000. She wasn't far from getting her AK. Just as Han Qingxia was about to finish off her AK, a group of reds suddenly appeared in her mind's map of her territory. Red dots? Zombies are gray dots. After a second of stunned silence, Han Qingxia immediately realized what was happening. Living intruders. And they were in the area outside her bomb shelter, and now they were heading towards it. Han Qingxia decisively took her dogs and drove back. Captain, hang in there. According to the map, there should be an air raid shelter up ahead. Something feels off here. A group of 7 or 8 men in base combat uniforms walked through the woods outside the air raid shelter. The further they went, the stranger the place seemed. Yes, there aren't any zombies along the way. It seems like it was deliberately cleared out. Look, there are tire tracks from vehicles coming in and out, and they're quite fresh. It looks like there are people inside. If there are people, that would be great. The group of men, almost all of them wounded, continued walking when suddenly their conversation stopped. Because they saw a huge sign in front of them. Private property, vicious dogs within. Everyone. Look, one of them, with sharp eyes, caught a glimpse of a flash of silver light. He quickly ran forward, pushed aside the bushes, and climbed over several rows of dense trees, finally seeing a well-hidden base. Upon seeing the fortifications before them, he and the others were stunned. A massive barbed wire fence, over 3 meters high, was topped with countless concealed Okinawan razor blades, their cold, silvery sheen revealing their hidden power. At the very center stood a massive steel gate, 3.5 meters high, its thickness suggesting that even a tank might not be able to breach it. Within the barbed wire fence, one could vaguely see lush vegetables, penned chickens, ducks, and sheep, as well as numerous orchards and fish ponds. Is this paradise? The fortifications were breathtaking, the supplies plentiful. This is the Shangri-La from the book. There must be someone in here. I'll go find her for help. The man who had just spoken strode forward. Just then, his captain's voice came from behind him. Watch out. But it was too late. Thud. The Special Forces soldier fell right in front of them.
By
the time everyone reacted, he had already fallen into the trap pit. Daping. Qingxia, the other Special Forces soldiers immediately rushed to the trap pit. They saw that the well-hidden trap contained steel barbs and a large bear trap. Seeing these things, they all felt a chill run down their spines.
damn.
This wasn't an ordinary civilian bear trap. This was definitely a professional-grade military fortification. Anyone who accidentally triggered it would die. Fortunately, their comrade was a well-trained Special Forces soldier. Realizing something was wrong, his first reaction was to defend himself. Only his leg was caught in the trap. Both his hands were impaled. They carefully pulled him out of the trap. As they pulled him out, a pack of dogs rushed out from a special small door at the base's main gate. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. 8 or 9 incredibly ferocious dogs, led by a super fierce German shepherd, surrounded them. Xia Tian glared at the group of people before him, bearing long fangs and sharp claws. At that moment, they finally understood what it meant to be surrounded by vicious dogs. These dogs right in front of them. How could they not be vicious dogs? Just then, a female voice blared from the loudspeaker on the foundation in front of them. One warning only. Get out of here within 1 minute. Otherwise, we'll bite you to death, and we're not responsible. Everyone present. Upon hearing Han Qingxia's warning, everyone frowned, their gazes fixed on the severely injured man in the center. The man's brows were tightly furrowed. His face was obscured by camouflage paint, but his deep eyes shone brightly. He looked towards the base and said in a deep, pleasant voice, "We are guards from K1 base. We're in trouble. Can you help us?" 59 seconds. The only response was Han Qingxia's cold, impersonal countdown. "Hey, help us out. We're really in trouble." 58 seconds. "How can you do this? We're in danger because we're saving you." Hearing the other side's utter lack of mercy, a younger Special Forces soldier angrily exclaimed. 30 seconds. Han Qingxia directly have their time. The younger Special Forces soldier almost cried with anger. "Captain, she. Forget it." Their captain's tone softened. "Helping is a favor. Not helping is one's right. You shouldn't morally blackmail them. Let's retreat." But you're so badly injured, and we don't know when rescue will arrive. We have nowhere to retreat. Go. At this moment, the base's Special Forces soldiers, who had been carrying their captain the whole time, knelt down with a thud towards the gate. "Comrades inside, I, Su Xiaoyang, am begging you. None of us will enter your base. Just save our captain. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you." Han Qingxia, who was driving, in a live feed on her phone, she saw a man she knew all too well. Su Xiaoyang. It really was Su Xiaoyang. Thump, thump, thump. Several sounds followed. The others also pleaded with Han Qingxia. The young man on Su Xiaoyang's back saw his comrades kneeling and begging for mercy. It felt as if a giant hand was gripping his heart, a pain more intense than any physical injury. He desperately wanted to stop them from kneeling, but before he could speak, everything went black. He had lost too much blood and collapsed. Just then, with a screeching sound, a sudden stop, kicking up countless fallen leaves. To everyone's astonishment, a state-of-the-art armored vehicle, unlike anything they had ever seen before, came to a screeching halt in front of them. A cloud of leaves and dust fell as the door opened from the inside. A girl in combat gear jumped out of the vehicle. Her long, jet-black hair was tied in a high, stylish ponytail. Her fair, rosy face was incredibly beautiful, especially accentuated by her sleek combat uniform, which highlighted her tall, elegant figure. Beautiful and dashing, stunningly gorgeous. After getting out of the car, the stunningly beautiful woman walked straight to the center of their group. She knelt down on one knee and reached out to grab the man's chin. Su Xiaoyang, stunned and unable to move, intently examined his face. Han Qingxia's eyes shone brighter with each rub, her excitement growing. She gripped Su Xiaoyang's chin tightly, her voice trembling with excitement. Su Xiaoyang. Yes, it's me, Su Xiaoyang. His chin held by her hand, suddenly found himself unable to look her in the eye. Perhaps it was because her smile was so intense, her hand so intense. The other comrades around them were utterly dumbfounded by this scene. This. It works. All right, come in. Han Qingxia waved her hand, opening the door behind her and letting them in. At that moment, everyone felt as if they had fallen into a cloud of light. They all looked at Su Xiaoyang, their gazes filled with a knowing, almost mocking interest. Having a good-looking companion can be incredibly helpful in a pinch. Even Su Xiaoyang's icy demeanor couldn't withstand such stares. He tightened his back to his captain, forcing a calm expression on his face, and said to those around him, "Hurry up and go in." The others finally snapped out of their daze. Going in was the first priority. They helped each other up, lifting Zheng Ping out of the trap, and followed Han Qingxia into her base. Once they were truly inside, they were even more shocked by what they saw. Outside, corpses littered the ground, order had collapsed, and food was incredibly scarce. But here, chickens and ducklings were thriving in broods. Just one glance was enough to see the coops overflowing with eggs. And the vegetables in the fields were growing incredibly well, looking like they'd be too old to be harvested soon. Not to mention the fish and shrimp constantly churning in the ponds they passed. East, south, west, north, center, white, too. Congratulations on your fortune. Give me a red envelope. Good luck, long life. Dinner's ready. Everyone. They stared in even greater shock as Han Qingxia pulled a huge bowl of fresh, bone-in beef from the air raid shelter and fed her dogs. Holy crap. This is so extravagant. Outside, they'd been starving, never eating this well, and this woman's dogs were eating so well. Su Xiaoyang, have you eaten? At this moment, Han Qingxia, having finished feeding the dogs, looked at Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang, his neck turning bright red, stammered. We still have some food on us. So there's no food left. I'm going to cook. Han Qingxia turned and walked into the air raid shelter. Just then, Su Xiaoyang hurriedly called out to her. Miss, do you have any medicine? Our boss is dying.
Yes.
Could you please save our captain first? Han Qingxia then lazily glanced at the person Su Xiaoyang was carrying on his back. A smirk played on her lips. What would I get out of saving him? Miss. As long as you can save our captain, I'll do anything you want. Su Xiaoyang's face was filled with an utterly earnest promise. Han Qingxia's lips curled into a smile, and here it was. Simple. I want you, Su Xiaoyang. His usually icy face instantly flushed red from his neck to the roots of his ears. He didn't even know how to answer. The gazes of his other comrades towards Su Xiaoyang were even more indescribable. What is this all about? Actually, it's just that Su Xiaoyang is handsome, and this female devil has taken a liking to him at first sight, intending to keep him as her husband, right? For a moment, everyone didn't know whether to pity Su Xiaoyang or envy him. Miss him alone. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath and looked at Han Qingxia. What do you want me to do? I want you to stay and be my subordinate. From now on, you'll only work for me. No way. I want to go back to the unit with everyone. Han Qingxia lazily got up. Then you can think about it slowly.
If you want to save him, stay.
Watching Han Qingxia's nonchalant back, Su Xiaoyang's fist clenched suddenly.
Miss.
Can you really save my captain? Of course, as long as he's breathing, I guarantee he won't die. Han Qingxia said with absolute certainty. With the system's emergency rescue pills, she was confident. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang was silent for 3 seconds before solemnly replying. Okay. If you can save my captain, my life, Su Xiaoyang's life, is yours. Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang. The group of teammates immediately became anxious upon seeing Su Xiaoyang agree. Take me. I, Qi Mingtang, am willing to risk everything. Just let Su Xiaoyang go. I'll go with you. I, Wang Heng, am willing to. Use me to exchange for our captain. I, Tang Jian, will submit to you. You all step aside. I, Li Lin, Have no one left at home. My life doesn't matter. I'll go. She-devil, take me, He Zhongping. I'm just a worthless life now. I could die at any moment. I'll give you my life. It's the best deal. The unlucky guy who fell into Han Qingxia's trap shouted as he lay on the ground. Han Qingxia looked at this group of self-recommending men. Why are these people acting like they want to devour Su Xiaoyang, vying to die in his place? And one of them even called her a she-devil. She had been so kind and approachable today, using all her good temper to recruit her precious Su Xiaoyang. You dare call yourself worthy, Han Qingxia retorted, then looked at Su Xiaoyang. Carry him on your back and come in with me. Han Qingxia strode into her bomb shelter. Su Xiaoyang took a deep breath, steadied the man on his back, and quickly followed. Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang. The teammates watched helplessly as Su Xiaoyang carried the man inside. They were so worried they wanted to rush in and follow. But ultimately, reason prevailed. This was that she-devil's territory. They were the ones she had taken in. Leaving aside pre-apocalyptic logic, just consider the dogs she kept in her base and the other unknown defensive fortifications. They dared not act rashly. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the man went in. Inside the air raid shelter, following Han Qingxia through the large iron gate, Su Xiaoyang was immediately struck by the even more astonishing interior. It was brightly lit, and he could hear a generator at the far end. He wondered how she had managed the soundproofing, or what kind of high-tech generator she had purchased, as the noise level was remarkably low. Diesel generators are known to be incredibly loud, especially in such a relatively enclosed space. That was because he didn't know it was a generator that had undergone a system upgrade. The air raid shelter was remarkably well organized. It contained sofas, wool cushions, a large bed, and a bathroom. The innermost rooms were all airtight, with doors that resembled professional-grade bank vault doors. The second floor appeared to be a tower, where he could vaguely see a row of computers and a crossbow. Adding to the crops outside, the electrified high-voltage wire mesh, traps, and packs of hunting dogs, it was a fully equipped, impregnable small fortress. A person living inside would be able to withstand any danger. Unless a professional army is deployed to attack, but what army would specifically target such a remote personal base? That's right. Su Xiaoyang belatedly realized the importance of the terrain. Yes, the base's location was extremely well hidden. No one would suspect such a sophisticated and powerful personal defensive fortification hidden deep in these mountains. Invasion was virtually impossible. This girl had considered everything. After reviewing all the information about Han Qingxia's base in his mind, Su Xiaoyang was even more shocked. Just who is this girl? She actually managed to quietly build such a doomsday fortress in such a remote place. Even more shocking was where she obtained everything inside the fortress. Just look at the animal traps at the entrance, and the car she drove. Everyone had observed them afterward. Their craftsmanship surpassed modern standards. She built them herself. Hey, what are you thinking about? Han Qingxia said. Su Xiaoyang immediately snapped out of his shock. He looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, glanced around, and quickly placed her on her bed. Wait, put her on the floor. Su Xiaoyang. This was disdain for his captain. His captain, Lu Qian, was the undisputed #1 male god of the Eastern military region before the apocalypse, with an incredibly powerful background. His grandfather was the commander-in-chief of the Eastern military region. This was the first time he'd ever seen anyone disdain their captain. Han Qingxia's air raid shelter was long, with warehouses at the back, all with closed doors. Su Xiaoyang dropped her off near the door. My captain was shot in the abdomen, but the bullet didn't lodge in his body. He also has multiple abrasions from sharp blades. Do you really have any solutions? Han Qingxia picked up a pair of scissors and quickly cut open Lu Qian's clothes. After 10 years of surviving the apocalypse, minor surgical rescue was an essential skill for her. In her past life, however, she didn't have any life-saving medicine. Usually, she would only apply hemostatic and anti-inflammatory medications to injured people, leaving the rest to their own resistance. It was all up to fate.
Now.
She flipped her hand, pretending to take something from her pocket, but actually pulling out a small bottle from her spatial storage. Emergency pills. With this spatial elixir in hand, even the king of hell can't take me. Han Qingxia glanced at the gift package she received as a bonus from the last crystal core transaction. Each emergency pill was worth 100 points. If it weren't for needing to win over Su Xiaoyang, she wouldn't have given him this medicine. Su Xiaoyang saw the medicine Han Qingxia took out. He was about to ask about it, but in the end, he remained silent. He stared intently at Han Qingxia. Right now, he had no choice but to trust her. Su Xiaoyang stood nervously to the side, watching Han Qingxia. He watched as she fed his leader a bottle of white pills and then began cleaning his wounds. She removed the dirt and necrotic tissue from the wounds, then quickly applied a bottle of medicinal powder. It seemed to be a hemostatic agent. After applying the powder, she bandaged his wounds. Once Han Qingxia had basically finished treating the wounds, he saw his captain's eyelashes flutter. He coughed, and he actually woke up. Su Xiaoyang. Captain. Let him rest for a while. Han Qingxia waved her hand at him, signaling him not to approach. Su Xiaoyang immediately stopped and nodded seriously. Once he wakes up, he should be fine. Han Qingxia stood up. Su Xiaoyang looked at the girl in front of him, then knelt down in front of her with a thud. Miss, from now on, my life, Su Xiaoyang's life, is yours. Very good. Han Qingxia looked at the man before her with satisfaction. Su Xiaoyang was her most loyal subordinate in her past life. Although she knew fate had changed and he couldn't be exactly the same as before, human nature is unchangeable. She understood his character very well. For him to say this was a promise for life. My name is Han Qingxia.
Just call me boss from now on.
Su Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, then said decisively, Yes, boss. As soon as he finished speaking, a notification sounded in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep base guard +1 detected. Reward, 1,000 points. 1 combat uniform. Overall base security increased by 10%. Base guard's special attribute copied. Han Qingxia exclaimed in surprise. She could feel her base being reinforced and strengthened again, imperceptibly. And she felt the fluctuations of water within her body. She remembered that Su Xiaoyang was a water-based ability user. She had gained a new ability. Han Qingxia was overjoyed. This time, she was 100% certain that as long as she accepted ability users into her territory, she would acquire their abilities. Han Qingxia looked at Su Xiaoyang in front of her, finding him more and more precious. Her Xiaoyang was such a good young man, a true treasure. She stared intently at him. Take off your clothes, Su Xiaoyang. He met her fiery gaze, and his usually cold face flushed with embarrassment, turning red all the way to his neck. For a moment, he felt like a helpless, manipulated little girl. Was it really this fast? He slowly unbuttoned his shirt. The muscular man was shy. Hurry up and take it off. Han Qingxia turned around and took out another gauze pad and alcohol from the cabinet, along with her newly acquired combat uniform and a packet of Yunnan Baiyao. Turning her head, she saw Su Xiaoyang still unbuttoning the second button. He was incredibly hesitant and slow. Su Xiaoyang saw what she was holding. Miss, boss, you're going to apply the medicine. Hurry up, Su Xiaoyang then realized he had misunderstood. His ears immediately turned bright red, and this time he sped up his undressing. He quickly and decisively took off his outer garment. He wanted to say he'd handle it himself, not wanting Han Qingxia to bother, but she had already firmly pinned him down and started cleaning his external wounds. They had all encountered a very dangerous attack, struggling to escape from a horde of zombies, almost all of them perishing there, everyone covered in wounds. Su Xiaoyang remained completely silent throughout. Even when she lifted the clothes sticking to his flesh and removed some rotten meat, he didn't make a sound. It was impossible not to feel pain. The tearing of flesh and fascia, the pain in the nerve endings, could make one feel numb. But he didn't utter a sound. Tough guys don't cry out in pain. He endured the pain, but when Han Qingxia finished cleaning his wounds and sprinkled a layer of white powder on them, an unprecedented coolness struck his numb nerves. He looked incredulously at the powder Han Qingxia had applied, just a little, and his wounds no longer hurt. Following this, an incredibly comfortable warmth quickly enveloped his wounds. After Han Qingxia finished bandaging his wounds, he felt as if his own wounds were almost healed. He stared at Han Qingxia in utter shock. "All right, stop staring at me like that. Go to the bathroom and get a damp towel to dry yourself off, being careful not to rub your wounds, then change your clothes." Han Qingxia tossed him a clean set of combat gear. Su Xiaoyang took the clean towel and clothes, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He held the items in silence for a second, then solemnly said to Han Qingxia, "Thank you, boss." "Go ahead." Han Qingxia waved him off to the bathroom. When Su Xiaoyang came out after changing, he saw Han Qingxia starting to cook in the kitchen. He then noticed the half-empty bottle of Yunnan Baiyao she had just placed on the table. He hesitated for a moment, then said to Han Qingxia, "Boss, could you give me the rest of your medicine?" Han Qingxia, who was cooking, turned to look at him and casually nodded. "Take it." Su Xiaoyang was immediately grateful. He checked on his former captain in the room, making sure he was all right and recovering, then picked up the Yunnan Baiyao and went outside. Outside at that moment. "Pingzi, bear with it. Don't waste your medicine on me. We don't have much." He Zhongping collapsed pale against the wall outside the air raid shelter. His companions were treating his leg wound. He had been seriously injured by Han Qingxia's trap, which only worsened his already battered body. He knew that in this situation, without rescue, relying on the little medical supplies they had left was simply a waste. "Keep it for yourselves. This medicine can't save my injury. Stop talking nonsense. We definitely won't let you die. Even if it can't save you, we'll save you." Just then, a voice came from behind them. "Use this medicine." Su Xiaoyang, dressed in new clothes, emerged from the air raid shelter carrying the Yunnan Baiyao he had asked Han Qingxia for. As soon as everyone saw him, "Xiaoyang, how's the captain?" "Where's the captain?" "He's resting inside. He's out of danger." Hearing this, most of the gloom that had been hanging over them for days dissipated. Su Xiaoyang walked up to everyone and took out Yunnan Baiyao, a traditional Chinese medicine. "The captain and I have both used this medicine. It's incredibly effective." He Zhongping glanced at the bottle. "That's she-devil's medicine?" "Humph. I don't want it. That's my boss. You're not allowed to slander her anymore." Su Xiaoyang forcefully straightened He Zhongping's leg, exposing his wounds. Seeing his comrades so protective of Han Qingxia, He Zhongping felt even more indignant and wanted to retort, but then an unprecedented chill swept over him. He was instantly shocked. He Zhongping's wound was deep, and some hemostatic medicine had just been applied. The more it was applied, the more painful it became. But at this moment, Su Xiaoyang applied the medicine to his wound, and an indescribable cooling sensation subsided all the pain. As the wound was bandaged, it began to warm, but not hot. It felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. His tense nerves gradually relaxed, and his previously pale complexion began to improve. "What kind of medicine is that she-devil's? It feels so good." "She's called she-devil." Su Xiaoyang tightened the bandage. "Hiss." He Zhongping immediately became obedient. I was wrong. Call me big sister, big sister." Su Xiaoyang was also very careful, releasing him and finishing bandaging his wound. Looking at the remaining powder, he said to his comrades, "There's a little left. Everyone use this." Su Xiaoyang applied the remaining powder to the most severely affected areas of his comrades' bodies. After applying Han Qingxia's medicine, everyone's eyes lit up. Qi Mingtang exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, this medicine feels so good." Wang Heng's eyes shone. "It doesn't hurt at all after applying it." Li Lin wholeheartedly agreed. "I've never used such good medicine." Tang Jian pouted. "Looks like that she-devil, aside from being a bit wicked, has some good stuff." Tang Jian, Su Xiaoyang's icy face instantly darkened. "That's right. We all begged her just now, and she wouldn't help us. What else could she be but a cold-blooded demon?" Tang Jian was the young soldier who had almost been brought to tears by Han Qingxia just now. "My boss saved the captain and even turned a blind eye, giving you all the medicine." "Humph. That's because you traded your own money." No, I followed my boss willingly, Su Xiaoyang said seriously to everyone. Han Qingxia, standing by the air raid shelter door, heard this, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Su Xiaoyang was still the Su Xiaoyang she knew from her past life. Xiaoyang.
Don't say that.
Didn't you say the boss was better? Once the boss recovers, we'll all sneak away. Right. We'll sneak away. She definitely won't find out. Even if she does find out, we're not afraid of her. There are so many of us. We can't be scared by a little girl like her. Yeah, we're not afraid of her. You guys, Han Qingxia said, carrying a large bowl of rice. Aren't you afraid of anyone? The group, who had just been excitedly discussing something, immediately shut up when they saw Han Qingxia. They looked up at the sky, down the ground, and all of them obediently shut their mouths, looking up at the sky, down the ground, but no one dared to look at her. Han Qingxia glanced at this group of guys who only knew how to talk big. Yangzi, come and eat. Su Xiaoyang obediently stepped forward upon hearing the command. The other four, seeing this, hurriedly tried to stop Su Xiaoyang, telling him not to go. Please don't go. But none of them dared to say it to Han Qingxia's face. After watching Su Xiaoyang obediently walk up, they all sighed with regret. Alas, their good comrade, their comrade in arms, ultimately sacrificed too much. Yangzi, you've worked so hard for everyone. Just then, a rich aroma of braised pork ribs wafted over. Han Qingxia opened her large bowl. It was filled to the brim with braised pork ribs. The braised pork ribs, first pan-fried and then stewed, were a golden red color, incredibly fragrant, and bursting with flavor. Each bite was so tender the meat fell right off the bone. The savory taste combined with a satisfying texture was enough to make anyone ravenous. Above, Han Qingxia had also fried 5 eggs and a full plate of stir-fried vegetables. The fragrant fried eggs and vibrant green vegetables paired with the ribs were enough to make anyone's mouth water, let alone for these veterans who hadn't had a proper meal in over 10 days. Wow, they're eating so well. Su Xiaoyang was taken aback when he saw the large bowl of ribs in front of him and the 2 pots of fragrant rice in the pressure cooker beside it. He was deeply moved. Boss, there's no need to prepare such a good meal for me. I'll just eat what we have. He knew how scarce supplies were right now, let alone ribs. Many people weren't even getting a decent meal. Han Qingxia had prepared such a lavish meal for him. It was clearly a welcome feast specially arranged for him. This was really unnecessary. Even if she valued him, a little bit of stir-fried meat would have been enough. This was far too extravagant. Han Qingxia picked up a rice cooker and sat under the grapevines. This is what I usually eat, Su Xiaoyang. The people behind him. From now on, you'll eat whatever I eat. Follow your boss, and I'll make sure you start at this standard every day. Han Qingxia said loudly. The 5 people on the other side stared wide-eyed. No way, starting at this standard. This is the apocalypse. They couldn't even afford meat in the base. Han Qingxia was going to make Su Xiaoyang eat this standard. This seemed quite different from the miserable life of a male slave they had imagined Su Xiaoyang to lead. Following Han Qingxia didn't seem like a sacrifice. They're doing much better than at their base. We'll eat ourselves, hurry up and eat. Tang Jian snorted. We have our own food. We'll eat our own. He took out some compressed biscuits from his bag, added some water, and started eating them dry. The others stopped watching, pitifully picking up the remaining compressed biscuits from their bags. While eating the tasteless and choking compressed biscuits, they smelled the aroma of braised pork ribs wafting over from over there. These biscuits are getting more and more boring. It smells so good over there. I really want to eat. Eat more. Why are you eating so slowly? Han Qingxia ate the ribs in large bites, barely gnawing on the bones, while Xia Tian and the others squatted beside her. Han Qingxia left the bones for them to chew on. Su Xiaoyang, however, ate very slowly, gnawing each piece clean. Han Qingxia's bones were very flavorful, and he even ate the bone fragments. The bones are for Xia Tian and the others to gnaw on. You eat more meat. It won't go to waste. Su Xiaoyang shook his head, determined to continue gnawing on the bones. Han Qingxia, seeing his attitude, understood perfectly well. She continued eating, letting him do as he pleased. After she had eaten and drunk her fill, and even downed a bottle of cola, there was still quite a bit of ribs left in the large bowl. She wiped her hands and stood up. Su Xiaoyang asked, "Boss, are you going to eat the rest?" "They're all yours." Han Qingxia saw through his act but didn't say anything. She turned and went back into the air raid shelter, adding before leaving, "But you have to wash all the dishes and chopsticks and also put the vegetables away later." Su Xiaoyang immediately replied gratefully, "Yes." After Han Qingxia left, He Zongping and the others had long since lost interest in their compressed biscuits and stopped eating. However, they didn't dare waste any, licking even the crumbs clean. Just then, a bowl of leftover braised pork ribs was brought to them. "Eat up, this is for you." Su Xiaoyang was saving food from his own teeth to feed them. "If you give us the food, will the female demon, the queen, agree?" Tang Jian's tone shifted. "I asked the boss, and she said she could give it to me." "That's great. Xiaoyang, you've worked hard. Good brother, good brother. Listen to me, thank you. Because of you, we're warm. Stop talking, eat." Tang Jian, He Zhongping, and Wang Heng immediately started eating. While they were eating, Su Xiaoyang, worried they might choke, added water to everyone's water bottles. This was a recent physical mutation he had discovered. He could produce water. Everyone in their team had undergone some physical changes. Tang Jian was faster, He Zhongping was stronger, Wang Heng could control fire, Qi Mingtong's body reacted to metal, and Li Lin could alter the terrain. Although they still didn't know why this was happening, and were even figuring out how to use it, they were fortunate that their bodies had all mutated, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to escape the zombie horde. Watching his former comrades eat, Su Xiaoyang got up to work. He started by harvesting vegetables. Tang Jian, gnawing on bones, watched him work. "Xiaoyang, you're really going to do this for her?" Su Xiaoyang bent down to cut chives. "I promised, and I'll keep my word." "So, you're really not coming back to the army with us?" "I'm the boss's man from now on. Will the captain let you go if he finds out?" Su Xiaoyang stopped talking. He focused on his work, and after cutting half of the chives, his brothers behind him finished their ribs and got up to work with him. "We'll share the meat. We'll work together." "How could I let you sacrifice yourself alone?" Everyone harvested vegetables, weeded, washed dishes, and after finishing, they swept the yard clean inside and out. Han Qingxia watched them work from inside the house, her eyebrows slightly raised. She knew from the ribs Su Xiaoyang left behind that he wanted to save them for his comrades. She saw through it but didn't say anything because she understood this kind of brotherhood that transcends life and death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken Su Xiaoyang in at such a cost. Brotherhood built through countless life and death experiences, spanning years or even decades, couldn't be easily severed. Now the timeline had changed. In her previous life, when she met Su Xiaoyang, she only saw him alone. He didn't mention his past at all. Now, thinking back, it seemed all his comrades, including the captain, were dead. Only he was left, whom she took in. He had no attachments and worked wholeheartedly for her. His comrades were still alive in this life, and he was a bit more cheerful than in his previous one. Han Qingxia didn't deliberately damage his relationship with his comrades, preventing him from severing ties with them later. She even tacitly approved of many of his actions, such as taking Yunnan Baiyao and leaving with the spare ribs all to let him off the hook. She was showing favor to Su Xiaoyang. Otherwise, it would only backfire. People have feelings. His teammates' survival would ultimately make him think about them. Or should she wipe them all out? Bring them all back? Han Qingxia's eyes grew brighter as she looked at the few nimble young men working so diligently. Keeping these people around to work for her seems like a good idea.
Dusk.
Han Qingxia lazily walked to the outside of the air raid shelter, inspecting her territory. Her territory was completely transformed. The vegetable garden had been thoroughly cleaned. All the freshly harvested vegetables were neatly stacked in a shady spot, each type sorted and organized. The weeds in the garden were all removed, the chicken and duck coops were cleared, and any minor damage was repaired. The entire area, inside and out, had been thoroughly cleaned. Han Qingxia was very satisfied. The soldiers really do a great job. Boss, where are all these vegetables stored? No rush, let's take some out and wash them first. We're having hot pot tonight. Hearing about hot pot, the eyes of her comrades, who were lounging nearby, lit up. A short while later, Han Qingxia set up a pot in the open space. Fragrant beef bones and chicken thigh bones were first added to make the broth, then the hot pot seasoning packet was added. Half spicy, half tomato. A variety of meats, fish, fresh vegetables, and frozen tofu were laid out, making he Zongping and the others drool. Boss, there's so much food. This is nothing.
I've told you with me, food is the most basic thing.
This is daily life. You'll get used to it. He Zongping and the others' ears perked up. Their gazes towards Su Xiaoyang suddenly held a hint of envy. Daily life. These people had only brought some compressed biscuits and a tiny bit of canned beef with them when they left the army. Food was scarce at the base, and they immediately faced rationing. At the base, their meals consisted of one dish, one bowl of rice, and one soup, the soup with a few egg drop soups and a little bit of meat worse than bathwater with eggs. Yet even this was something many people envied. Many people inside the base couldn't even afford steamed buns. This was a stark contrast to the food at Han Qingxia's house. It was like heaven and hell. Han Qingxia tossed large slices of beef rolls, pork slices, shrimp paste, and fish into the hot pot. The rich, oily aroma made everyone's mouths water. They wanted to eat. Let's eat too. I can't eat. Tang Jian turned his head away. Seeing everyone else eating so well, he really couldn't stomach his compressed biscuits. If you can't eat, just drink some water and pretend you're eating. They drank some water to calm themselves down, hoping that Su Xiaoyang would bring some back for them after Han Qingxia finished eating. After Han Qingxia finished her hot pot, she wiped her mouth and, before Su Xiaoyang could say anything, said, "Xiaoyang, put the food away. I don't think you can eat much, so I'll prepare less next time." Everyone, Su Xiaoyang was caught off guard by Han Qingxia's words. He had only eaten about 6/10 full and wanted to leave some leftovers, but now, "Boss, I'm still not full." "Oh, not full? Then you continue eating. I'll go inside and digest." "Okay. Boss, I'll clean everything up later." Su Xiaoyang watched Han Qingxia leave. After she entered the door, he immediately called the others over. "Come on. Eat quickly." Tang Jian, He Zongping, and the others immediately, and without hesitation, picked up the leftovers Han Qingxia had left and frantically put them into the pot. They even ate the vegetable leaves that served as a base for the meat. Everyone rubbed their hands together excitedly, waiting for the steaming hot dish to be ready, each face beaming with childlike smiles. Just then, a meaningful female voice came from behind them. "Well, who gave you permission to steal my food?" As Han Qingxia's voice fell, all the burly men present, whose combined weight was nearly 1,000 pounds, froze in place. Damn it! Seeing Han Qingxia, a seemingly frail woman, they were all like mice before a cat. If there were any safe place to hide, they would have scurried in. What hungry? Han Qingxia walked step by step to her hot pot, scanning the group of men. We haven't eaten." Tang Jian was the first to stand up, his youthful face looking at Han Qingxia. He was the youngest among them, only 20 years old this year. However, he had been in the army for quite some time. He enlisted at 16 and had consistently performed exceptionally well, successfully joining Lu Qian's Special Forces team. However, while he was individually skilled, he was young and inexperienced and had never encountered a cold-blooded and ruthless woman like Han Qingxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have almost been driven to tears by her. "What are you doing if you haven't eaten?" "We're just sitting here smelling the aroma. Is that not allowed?" "Of course not," Han Qingxia said lazily. "The smell of all this stuff is mine." "Who gave you permission to smell my food?" "Tang Jian. You know that when hot pot boils, a lot of oil vapor evaporates. This oil vapor has energy. It's part of my food. Stealing the aroma of my hot pot is stealing my food. What else do you have to say for yourself?" I'll leave, okay?" "Too late. You have to pay." Tang Jian stared in shock at the woman in front of her, a woman comparable to Huang Shirnak. Even Huang Shiren wasn't as stingy and wicked as her. She was about to cry again from anger. How could he possibly compensate her? Boss, Su Xiaoyang stood up. I did it. Punish me if you must. Shut up and sit down. Han Qingxia turned and continued looking at them. I'm not unreasonable. You're all soldiers. You're definitely more reasonable than me. So tell me, what's the plan? Tang Jian and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Well, just buy you a whole pot of food, said Qi Mingtang, the oldest among them. Yes. Well, pay you.
How?
Well, go out and find you some food. Well, make sure it's exactly the same dish.
Ha.
Is there really such a thing as the exact same thing in this world? And I need it right now. Give it back to me. You're being unreasonable. That's right, you're bullying me. Fine, you bunch of people think you're so great. Stealing from someone and still acting so self-righteous. It's obvious you're bullying me. The group of burly men were speechless after Han Qingxia's retort. They exchanged glances, and Qi Mingtang said, Big sister, how about this? You tell us how you want us to compensate you. We'll do as you say. Han Qingxia had easily gained the upper hand. She sat leisurely in front of the hot pot. It's easy. You stole my things, so you can pay for them yourselves. I'll be lenient and take you in as subordinates.
Oh.
So you want to take us all? Tang Jian was the first to react. Let me tell you, no way. That's right. We all have to go back to the army. Big sister, we really can't stay. Then you can decide for yourselves. If you don't agree, you'll have to compensate me for the stuff. If you don't, you're all going to die. Han Qingxia stopped talking and turned to walk back. As soon as she left, everyone started to freak out. My God, I've never seen anyone like her. She expects us to compensate her for this. It's the apocalypse. Food is scarce. We're not related to her. Why should she give us food? Did we eat her hot pot? You ate her ribs and used her medicine, Su Xiaoyang said. He withdrew his gaze from Han Qingxia, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Han Qingxia's trip was also to let him know that she had seen everything he had done. But she hadn't confronted him or blamed him, which showed that she wasn't a stingy or petty person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tolerated him so many times. This was all out of kindness, and Han Qingxia was passing on that kindness through him. However, these people didn't realize it. Boss, she's a good person, a really good person. You all have a deep misunderstanding about her. Xiaoyang, don't speak to her. Xiaoyang, no matter what, we can't go with her. It's fine if you go with her, but once the captain wakes up, we all have to go back. My mom's still at K1 base. I have to go back. Me too. We have to go back. Han Qingxia watched the scene outside from in front of the base's camera. She pulled her headset over and spoke into the loudspeaker outside. I don't care what you think or whether you like it or not. If you stay here for a day, you have to work for me. Tonight, all of you are on night watch. Otherwise, get out. The people outside were speechless. After giving these orders, Han Qingxia turned and went back to her bed to sleep. One step at a time, no rush. But the important thing is, if you eat her food, you have to work. She went downstairs to her bed. On her way back, she saw Lu Qian still lying on the floor. After giving him emergency medication and applying Yunnan Baiyao, his life was definitely saved. He was now recovering rapidly and steadily. Han Qingxia glanced at him, then strode over his head and went to bed. When she woke up the next day, everything outside the air raid shelter was once again in order. Those annoying guys, though they didn't submit to her, had done all the work. Her vegetables were being harvested regularly, her chickens, ducks, and sheep were being fed, and when she went out today, she found they had even expanded her fish pond. Han Qingxia couldn't help but think. She really needed a few more helpers. It was right to have someone do all this work for her. Boss, where do we put these vegetables? Follow me. Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang into the air raid shelter, telling him to pile the vegetables at the large iron gate, which she would then take inside herself. Power and responsibility must be matched. Since Su Xiaoyang hasn't been assigned any truly important tasks yet, he doesn't deserve access to her warehouse. This is for Su Xiaoyang's benefit, and also for Han Qingxia's. Managing people requires gradual control. Only after complete control can authority be gradually delegated. Han Qingxia registered Su Xiaoyang's fingerprint information for entering and exiting the air raid shelter, instructing him to leave all the stored vegetables at the warehouse entrance from now on, and she would handle the rest. Su Xiaoyang had no objections whatsoever. His only thought was absolute obedience. After Han Qingxia finished preparing the daily groceries, she heard a voice outside. "I've come to deliver groceries to the Lord." A soft, sweet voice rang out at the door. Wang Yunduo, as usual, had brought today's supplies. However, Wang Yunduo saw many unfamiliar faces here today. She stood timidly by the door. "You've come?" Lord Wang Yunduo felt a natural affinity for Han Qingxia. Everyone who came under Han Qingxia's wing felt the same way, including Su Xiaoyang, who, ever since agreeing to become her subordinate, had placed unconditional trust in Han Qingxia. He even viewed her through a very biased lens. He couldn't understand why his comrades said anything negative about Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia was such a wonderful and kind person. "Lord, I gave him the seeds you asked me to cultivate for my father yesterday. He said they'd be ready in a week. Please be patient." "Good. You haven't finished eating your food, have you?" "Not yet. My father said you don't need to give us supplies yet, Lord. We can't store them all. Can we exchange them with you later?" Han Qingxia nodded, turning to call the dog, but then looked at the few idle men. "Two of you, take her back. Everyone." Two of them stepped forward and escorted Wang Yunduo back to her home. After they left, Han Qingxia looked at the remaining men. "You guys don't just sit around, come and work for me. Everyone." After smelling the aroma of her hot pot, they're now her slaves. Han Qingxia gave Su Xiaoyang a map and a bunch of signs. "Take them to expand the territory." "Expand the territory?" Tang Jian looked at Han Qingxia in shock. "Why expand territory? In this apocalyptic world, what's there to expand? Everywhere's empty." Han Qingxia rolled her eyes at him. "Just do what I tell you to do. Expand at least 10 acres by today. Put up Han Qingxia's sign on all the empty plots, everyone." "Yes," Su Xiaoyang said decisively. Han Qingxia's expression softened slightly. "Go on. There'll be food when you come back." "Can we even afford that food?" Tang Jian said sarcastically. Han Qingxia immediately kicked him. "Eat it or not. You still owe me." Everyone slunk off to work for Han Qingxia. Only He Zhongping, the most seriously injured and still recovering, remained. His leg injury was severe. He shouldn't walk for the next day or two. But Han Qingxia couldn't stand seeing him idle. "You, come and work too, He Zhongping." They'd practically entered the home of some landlord or slave owner. After just a couple of whiffs of her meat, they'd all been exploited to the bone, turned into her long-term laborers. And what's worse, they didn't even spare him, the sick man. Little did he know, if it weren't for the unconscious man lying inside, if Lu Qian had even a single finger to move, she wouldn't have let him be idle. He had to do all the work for her. He Zhongping dared not complain, obediently getting up to cook for her. Han Qingxia also had a humane side. Considering his mobility issues, she arranged some light chores for him. She had him wash and chop vegetables and cook a large pot of rice. Han Qingxia was finally free. She didn't have to do any work herself. She ran a few laps around the outside of her air raid shelter to warm up, and at the same time, she carefully restored the traps that had been destroyed earlier. During this time, she heard the system notification sound. Beep territory expansion detected. 100 square meters. Reward. 100 points. Han Qingxia knew she was right after hearing the system notification and seeing the expansion of her territory in her mind. Sending her own people out to expand her territory also increases it. At this moment, she suddenly wondered if the residents within her territory migrated and occupied more land. Would that count as hers? Han Qingxia wanted to try it, but unfortunately, she only had one household in her territory so far, and she was quite cautious about accepting residents. She didn't particularly like humans. After finishing her run, Han Qingxia returned to her base. Suddenly having so much free time made her feel a little uneasy. Don't ask why she didn't expand her territory further. There were outsiders in her bomb shelter now. She wasn't going to leave. After thinking for a while, she leisurely warmed up and then practiced martial arts in the open space. While reluctantly cooking, He Zongping heard the sounds of martial arts demonstration and turned to see Han Qingxia's explosive punches and kicks. In an instant, holy crap. So strong. This woman's martial arts are amazing. Her fighting techniques even amazed him, a veteran. Every punch landed with force. Every move ruthless. Just watching from the sidelines made his eyes light up. What are you looking at? Trying to steal my techniques. Hearing this, He Zongping's fear of being dominated by her returned, and he immediately lowered his head to work. But as he worked, he couldn't help but steal a few more glances. So amazing. Really amazing. She seems even stronger than their captain. In the afternoon, the people sent out returned. As Han Qingxia had promised, there was indeed food when they returned. He Zongping cooked a huge pot of food all day, including a stir-fried egg and chive dish that Han Qingxia couldn't finish, and a big stew left over from yesterday's hot pot. It's the apocalypse now, and supplies are scarce. Han Qingxia didn't throw away the food they hadn't eaten last night. She had He Zongping reheat it for them. Everyone was so moved by the hot meal that they almost cried. They were all excitedly showing off their rice cookers, not even caring about the oiliness of the hot pot broth. They each ladled a big spoonful over their rice and ate it like that. Since the apocalypse, they hadn't had anything properly oily or flavorful for a long time. This kind of food that would have made everyone shudder before the apocalypse was exactly what they needed now. They didn't mind how oily it was. They could drink it like soup. Of course, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang ate differently. Han Qingxia prepared a separate, fragrant braised pork dish for herself and Su Xiaoyang. Braised pork is still the best. Yangzi, don't you think so? Su Xiaoyang affirmed, yes. I have plenty of braised pork, but I need a few more people to help eat it. The group drinking hot pot broth over there. At this moment, they almost wavered in their faith. Don't always tempt them with food. After the meal, Han Qingxia assigned them tasks. She asked them to build a makeshift shelter outside the air raid shelter. Han Qingxia had all the tools and materials. There were several furniture stores in the large shopping mall they'd previously raided. The steel frame and joists were readily available. After setting up the frame, Han Qingxia added a bed and a luxurious down comforter inside. She didn't need too much of these. Yangzi, you stay here for now. Go up the mountain to cut down trees these next few days and reinforce this place. Yes, sir. The air raid shelter was Han Qingxia's private space. Even Su Xiaoyang, one of her subordinates, slept outside. Build a few houses outside. Su Xiaoyang can live outside the air raid shelter, and they can also serve as sentry posts to oversee the entire base's security. After assigning the tasks outside, she went back to the base to sleep. At this moment, Qi Mingding asked, Big sister, how's our captain? Still asleep. Before Han Qingxia came out, Lu Qian was still unconscious. Although she was a little puzzled. Why hadn't he woken up? However, she had checked his injuries and breathing. His external injuries had indeed healed considerably, and his breathing was normal. He seemed to be simply asleep. Then can you let our captain stay outside? We'll take care of him. No. Han Qingxia refused outright. Lu Qian was her hostage. She absolutely couldn't trust this group of people who weren't under her command to be completely at ease on her territory. Just as these people had said before, what if they wanted to run away and kidnap Su Xiaoyang along with them? These people seemed very loyal to Lu Qian, their bond seemingly unbreakable. Even when she tried to poach him while he was unconscious, she couldn't. There was a strong possibility that Lu Qian might wake up and steal Su Xiaoyang away. They had to be careful. Han Qingxia didn't see this as a test for Su Xiaoyang. A test is a surprise in dire circumstances, not an opportunity given to someone else due to her own carelessness. Human nature doesn't need testing. A smart person would keep Su Xiaoyang away from such a bizarre choice. Therefore, letting them keep an eye on Lu Qian was absolutely unacceptable. Then we don't know how our captain is doing. If you're worried, ask Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia left without another word of explanation. Everyone was used to Han Qingxia's bad temper. I've never seen a woman like her in my life. Tang Jian complained furiously behind Han Qingxia's back. How many women have you seen? Everyone laughed at him. I've never seen anyone as cold-blooded, ruthless, fierce, and domineering as her. She's not a woman at all. When the captain wakes up, just wait and see. How are you? Su Xiaoyang looked at him. I'm running nonstop. I'll never see her again. Ha ha ha. Everyone around burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? Tang Jian pouted, his still childish face full of defiance. Aren't you leaving after the captain wakes up? Let's go. Let's run too. You're right. After everyone finished laughing, they all looked at Su Xiaoyang. Yangzi, you have to take good care of the captain for us. You have to trust my boss. The captain's injuries have really healed. I saw it with my own eyes. He should rest for a few more days. Then keep an eye out for him. Okay. 2 days passed in a flash. While Han Qingxia was still able to work, she renovated and tidied up her air raid shelter base. First, Su Xiaoyang's living quarters have been completely built. A simple tin-roofed and wooden house. It will facilitate the care of the chickens, ducks, fish, and vegetables throughout the base, and will also serve as a primary defense for the air raid shelter. In addition, Han Qingxia's chicken and duck coops have been renovated, expanded, and upgraded. She sent all the laborers who had been living off her to the mountains to chop firewood, weave branches and vines, and completely renovate her makeshift chicken and duck coops. Soldiers are indeed very capable. They can do anything. Furthermore, the vegetable and fruit cultivation was reorganized, doubling the arable land area. Previously, she had simply scattered seeds without any planning, making inefficient use of the space outside the air raid shelter. This time, everything was completely renovated, increasing the base's yield several times over. The fish and shrimp ponds were also redug. A 5-meter-deep pit was dug next to them, and water was diverted from the old ponds to expand their capacity. This increased the living environment for the fish and shrimp, increasing their yield. They worked quickly and efficiently, which pleased Han Qingxia. In addition, during the day she would send Su Xiaoyang with 3 people to expand the territory, while the rest stayed behind to renovate the base, providing them with 2 meals a day. As a responsible landlady, Han Qingxia felt that providing 2 meals a day was enough for the short-term workers who couldn't stay. 3 meals a day were out of the question. She would give her long-term workers a lavish breakfast in front of everyone. Her favoritism was that obvious and undisguised. Han Qingxia was always fiercely protective of her own people, applying a blatant double standard to those who weren't on her side. Tang Jian and the others gradually got used to it. This woman was indeed blatantly hypocritical, cold-blooded, and domineering. But it had to be said, having such a person as their leader was truly a blessing. Undoubtedly. Tonight, when Su Xiaoyang and his group returned, each brought back a car for Han Qingxia. They were all enormous delivery trucks. While expanding his territory earlier that day, Su Xiaoyang had come across a road where several large trucks had been involved in a chain reaction collision. They had cleared away the surrounding zombies. After planting Han Qingxia's sign and occupying the land, they discovered that there were still quite a few drivable vehicles. More importantly, several of them were large delivery trucks. The group immediately repaired the vehicles and drove back to Han Qingxia's base.
Boss,
We've got supplies. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up when he saw the large amount of supplies they had captured. Well done, Han Qingxia praised Su Xiaoyang directly, and then looked at everyone else with newfound favor. I'll give you all an extra meat meal tonight.
Wow.
I'm so touched. I've seen a female miser show her kindness in my lifetime. Get lost. Han Qingxia kicked Tang Jian. You're not allowed to eat later. No way. You're not a female miser. You're a female bodhisattva, okay? Han Qingxia chuckled. Call me ancestor. Tang Jian hesitated for a moment, weighing the meat against his pride, and finally chose, Ancestor, you're smart enough to know what's good for you. You can only eat after you've finished unloading all the goods. Tang Jian, swear to your ancestors. Han Qingxia waved to Su Xiaoyang, signaling him to follow her inside to get the meat and vegetables. Tonight, she'd give everyone an extra braised pork with potatoes. After getting the meat, Su Xiaoyang, as usual, glanced at their sleeping captain. Lu Qian's wounds had all healed, his complexion was rosy, and his breathing was strong and normal. Su Xiaoyang tried to wake him, but to no avail. His head and spine are unharmed, so it shouldn't be nerve damage, Han Qingxia said. But let me tell you, we can't rule out the possibility that he'll remain unconscious for life. Su Xiaoyang's gaze darkened upon hearing this. I understand, boss. Su Xiaoyang knew Han Qingxia had done her best. She wasn't a professional doctor. She had promised to save his life, but she had never guaranteed anything else. Regardless of the outcome, they were grateful to Han Qingxia. He first carried out 20 pounds of pork and 10 pounds of potatoes. Han Qingxia glanced at the man on the ground and followed. As she turned to leave, the man lying on the ground twitched his finger. Outside, Tang Jian and the others were as excited as if it were New Year's Day. Everyone worked together to unload the goods from the 4 trucks. They unloaded nearly 2,000 packages. The packages varied in size, and Han Qingxia arranged them according to size on the open ground. When they saw Su Xiaoyang carrying out the groceries, they all rushed over, some washing vegetables, some scrubbing pots and pans, some setting up tables. Han Qingxia then went to the pile of packages and began unpacking them. She asked Su Xiaoyang to come and help her. By the time the food was ready, they had almost finished unpacking their packages. They'd never unpacked such a satisfying blind box delivery before. They'd opened over 600 food items, mostly snacks. Puff snacks, biscuits, cakes, drinks, candy, and more. The variety was so vast that Han Qingxia could open almost anything. She opened over a dozen boxes of Coke and Sprite alone, generously giving a bottle to everyone present. Of course, there were also many expired and spoiled short shelf-life foods, such as the chilled items she'd bought all gone bad. Han Qingxia casually tossed those aside. Then there were toiletries, daily necessities, bedding, and, well, let's just say, indescribable items. Han Qingxia was never picky. As long as it was valuable and hadn't spoiled, she'd take it all. There was also a good amount of cat and dog food, but Han Qingxia hadn't fed Xia Tian and the others any of that dry food. They ate whatever she had. Finding all these items was unexpected, but she decided to keep them. She also unpacked quite a few clothes, shoes, socks, several brand new mobile phones and computers, and several large pieces of furniture. This time, she was unpacking actual blind boxes, and the joy of unpacking them was quite enjoyable. Han Qingxia was in a great mood today and sat down to eat with them.
What are you looking at?
This is my food. I can't eat it. I thought you were going to have a private meal with Xiaoyang again. I'll eat however I want. It's none of your business. Han Qingxia picked up her rice cooker. Everyone present had a rice cooker. Luckily, Han Qingxia had previously raided an electronics store during her shopping spree, and it proved that these rice cookers were all very useful. Everyone ate using their rice cookers as a unit. Han Qingxia took the first bite, scooping a large ladleful of plump pork belly and tender, stewed potatoes over her rice. The rich, fragrant broth seeped into the white rice, making it incredibly appetizing. After she picked up her chopsticks, everyone swarmed to grab some. These people were specifically after the meat. They were all like starving ghosts, their eyes gleaming as they starved at the large chunks of meat. The perfectly marbled chunks of meat were stewed until incredibly fragrant. One bite, and the satisfying, meaty texture exploded in your mouth. And then there was a potato, soaked in the gravy, freshly harvested from their field. They didn't know why, maybe because they hadn't had potato and meat dishes in so long, but these potatoes tasted especially sweet. That's because they didn't know these potatoes were grown in Han Qingxia's upgraded soil. They just felt everything Han Qingxia cooked tasted delicious. A bite of meat, a bite of potato, paired with white rice soaked in the gravy, it was so fragrant they all felt like they could fly to heaven. So incredibly satisfying. Boss, did you miss out? I'll give you some. Han Qingxia had eaten half a pot of rice today and didn't want any more. Seeing how frantically these people were grabbing for it, she didn't even bother to help. Because she felt her mouth was watering too much, she'd rather cook for herself from now on. At that moment, a large stack of braised potatoes and pork was pushed in front of Han Qingxia. This half is untouched, Su Xiaoyang said. He was always very meticulous about his meals. Even when hungry, he would carefully divide the food and eat slowly, bit by bit. This was the first dish he had taken, and he had been eating it slowly. Han Qingxia saw the dish he offered. No need, you eat it yourself, I'm full. As soon as she said she was full, everyone looked at her. Big sister, are you really full? Don't be shy. That's how we eat. We all have to fight for it, otherwise you can have all of this. Qi Mingtang handed over the last bit of potato and meat chunks and soup that had been fought over. Full of sincerity. Never mind. Han Qingxia had no appetite just looking at it. Then, if you're not going to eat it, we can help you with the rest of your rice. Tang Jian looked at the half pot of rice she had saved and said cautiously. She probably gave her dog the same look when he asked her for leftovers. Han Qingxia. Here you go. Han Qingxia gave them her pot. They poured her rice into a bowl, mixed it with leftover meat broth, and devoured it all. Han Qingxia, watching them, opened her drink and said quietly, Is it really necessary? Of course. We haven't had such good food for almost a month. Tang Jian said. Aren't you from the military? Is the food in the military bad? He Zhongping waved his hand. It's been bad for a long time. Our Eastern Military Region established a base, and all the supplies were sent to the base first. The food for our soldiers was greatly reduced. And it got worse every day. When we left the base, we could only eat one dish, one soup, and one bowl of rice every day. Han Qingxia said quietly, K1 base.
Yes.
You know our base. Qi Mingtang's eyes lit up. I heard it on the radio. Han Qingxia said casually, since they didn't know how their base was advertised. Our base is huge, and it's been rescuing residents of a city and B city. It's the largest rescue operation in the Eastern region. Wang Heng said. Li Lin, who had been the least noticeable among them, said, Our base is very strong too. All the troops from the Eastern Military Region are inside. It's very safe. At this moment, Tang Jian looked at Han Qingxia. Big sister, why don't you come with us to our base?
Puffed.
I'm not kidding you. You might be a bit fierce, short-tempered, and a bit ruthless, but you're incredibly strong. Tang Jian looked Han Qingxia up and down. Our K1 base desperately needs someone like you. That's right, He Zhongping immediately chimed in. Big sister, your skills are amazing. I think you're even better than our captain. Join us. That way, all of us, including Xiaoyang, can stay together. Everyone looked at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia. She wanted to poach them, and these people wanted to poach her. Han Qingxia looked at the group and waved to them. They all crowded around. Will we get meat every day after joining you? Everyone thought seriously for a moment, then shook their heads. Will we be able to go wherever we want after joining you? Will we be free every day? They shook their heads again. Will we be able to kill anyone or anything we don't like after joining you? They shook their heads vigorously. Han Qingxia smiled at them. Then why should I join you? Everyone was speechless. For honor, Tang Jian stood up proudly. Honor my ass, Han Qingxia kicked him away. Honor means you guys fighting like idiots outside, only to get no rescue in the end. Honor means you kneeling before me like stray dogs, begging for shelter? Honor means you have nothing, yet you're expected to be the first to charge into battle? Let me tell you, your honor has long since crumbled. Once order collapses, there's no going back. The fragmentation of bases will only worsen. You're now loyal to the K1 base, which offers you nothing and no guarantees. Han Qingxia coldly recounted the 10 years of change she had experienced in her previous life. The apocalypse is a completely new era. All order has collapsed. After the collapse of the national machinery, some forces tried to salvage the situation, but the tide of history was beyond their control. Bases rose in various regions, and a new base civilization was inevitable. Anyone trying to restore the old order was going backwards. Therefore, there is no such thing as the end of the apocalypse or the restoration of order. At least, until the zombie virus is completely eradicated. All of this is just a dream. The future civilization is the civilization of the base, and its glory is the glory of the base. Han Qingxia knew that these people would be nothing more than insignificant soldiers in the K1 base after they returned, to the point that she didn't even bother sending anyone to rescue them, because they didn't deserve the sacrifices of the K1 base for them. But you can work for me, and I can make sure you have enough to eat, that you won't be restrained or oppressed by anyone, and that you can kill anyone or anything that displeases you. All of Han Qingxia's territory is your land of freedom. Han Qingxia encouraged them with a smile. Tang Jian and the others all stared at her with wide eyes. Just then, the door to the air raid shelter behind them opened, and a cool, pleasant male voice rang out. Miss Han Qingxia, thank you for your kindness. Han Qingxia turned around and saw a young man, his clothes tattered and bandaged, emerge from her air raid shelter. Upon seeing him, all the burly men in front of her excitedly stood up and rushed over.
Captain! Captain! Captain!
Only Su Xiaoyang remained. He looked at the recovered Lu Qian with delight, his eyes filled with excitement, but ultimately remained with Han Qingxia. Thank you, Miss Han, Lu Qian said, walking up to Han Qingxia after reuniting with his men. I am deeply grateful for your care of my men during my injury. Han Qingxia lazily stood up. Stop with the empty words. Show your gratitude with something tangible. You've been eating and drinking here for 4 days and 4 nights. Bring something over. Everyone. Captain, don't listen to her. We've been working day and night for her these past few days. We earned our food and drink through our own labor. We didn't eat her food for nothing. Ahem. Han Qingxia coughed heavily, glancing at this group of ingrates. You have the nerve to say that? What time is it? If I hadn't taken you in, you could work yourself to death and no one would give you anything to eat. Everyone. Even the most ruthless capitalists and landlords of the past weren't as heartless as Han Qingxia. Is she even speaking human language? But these people dared not speak out against her. Faced with Han Qingxia's domineering power, they could only hide behind their captain. Lu Qian looked at his subdued teammates with slight surprise and said to Han Qingxia, I'll give you supplies as compensation, as a thank you for rescuing us. When we get back. I can't wait. Han Qingxia spread her hands directly. No credit. But we don't have any supplies left. Think for yourself. If you want to leave here, you have to pay me a travel fee. Everyone. The new era's Han Qingxia the Skinflint. Everyone was so angry at Han Qingxia that they wanted to fight her, but since she was Han Qingxia, they could only endure it. Lu Qian, however, remained expressionless throughout. He thought for a moment, then said, Where's my backpack?
Here, boss.
Tang Jian handed him his backpack. Lu Qian opened the bag and took out a sealed, transparent bag filled with shimmering, transparent crystals. Is this okay? Zombie crystal cores. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up immediately. Give it to me. Han Qingxia snatched what appeared to be 30 or 40 zombie crystal cores. All right, that'll barely count, as you've paid enough.
You can go now.
Lu Qian's eyes brightened slightly when he saw Han Qingxia snatch the items from his hands. Her speed and strength were extraordinary. This woman was indeed no ordinary person. He didn't speak again, composed himself, and looked around at his teammates. We should go back. Everyone, take your things and head back now. Yes. Tang Jian and the other 4 immediately went to pick up their backpacks. Lu Qian then looked at Su Xiaoyang, who hadn't moved yet. Xiaoyang, why aren't you going? Captain, he can't go. Tang Jian was the first to sling his bag over his shoulder and walk over. He's now with the queen, He Zhongping. His leg healed, said spiritedly. Lu Qian's brows immediately furrowed. Captain, Xiaoyang sold him to Sister Han to save you, Qi Mingtang explained. If he hadn't caught the eye of Sister Han, we might not have been saved, Wang Heng said. That's right, Li Lin said. Lu Qian grew increasingly shocked, his brows furrowing deeper with each word. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang pulled his badge from his pocket. Captain, I can't go back with you. Su Xiaoyang, Special Forces C1. Su Xiaoyang stood still and snapped to attention, giving a sharp salute. Lu Qian looked at him sternly. Return to your unit. Hey, who are you ordering around? My men. Lu Qian turned to Han Qingxia. Miss Han, I will repay the favor I owe you. I will take all my men with me. Not a single one of my men can be missing. Not a single one of my men can be missing either. Crystal cores. 100. Lu Qian said coldly. No trade. 1,000. No trade, no matter how many. Just as the two sides were locked in a tense standoff, Su Xiaoyang said, Captain Lu, I'm staying here voluntarily. Su Xiaoyang looked at Lu Qian with unwavering determination. Lu Qian looked at him with the same resolute gaze. The bond between everyone in their Special Forces squad was exceptionally strong. Before the apocalypse, they were the ace team in the war zone, carrying out the most challenging special operations missions, border defense, overseas rescue operations, surprise field raids. Lu Qian was their captain, leading them through countless life-or-death situations to protect their country and guide them to the pinnacle of glory. Everyone regarded Lu Qian as their most trustworthy pillar, unconditionally supporting, trusting, and following him. He, in turn, would never abandon any member no matter what.
But now,
Are you really sure? Lu Qian asked after the standoff. Yes, Captain Lu. Lu Qian stopped speaking. He took the badge from Su Xiaoyang's hand. I'll keep it for you for now. You can come back anytime. Su Xiaoyang's eyes flickered with emotion, but his resolve remained firm. Take care, Captain Lu. Han Qingxia watched them part the entire time. She pursed her lips, lazily opened the door, and let them leave. As they left, each of them hugged Su Xiaoyang, as if it were a final farewell. In fact, this was entirely possible. It was the apocalypse now. No one knew what tomorrow would bring. Once separated, it could be forever. Tang Jian walked to the door, looked at Han Qingxia, and greeted her. Big sister, I'm leaving. Don't bully Xiaoyang. I'll feast him on meat and fish every day from now on. I'll throw away what I can't finish. Tang Jian. He pretended not to say it, pretended not to ask. He Zhangping approached. Your Majesty, goodbye. Get lost. If you're late, you'll be my farm hands? He Zhangping. Qi Mingdang, Wang Heng, and Li Lin didn't say much, only nodding to Han Qingxia before bidding farewell to the dogs. These past few days, they had been taking care of Xia Tian and the dogs every day, bathing them, feeding them, cleaning their poop. They had even developed a bit of affection for them. Goodbye, we're leaving. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof. Xia Tian and the dogs circled around them, seemingly puzzled as to where this group was going. Weren't they new companions? Where did they go? Xia Tian and the dogs ran after them. Come back, all of you. Han Qingxia called to them, and the dogs all obediently returned. As the sun set, the group descended the mountain. Han Qingxia closed the door without hesitation and went back to eat. Everyone has their own ambitions. There's no need to force it. The next day, Han Qingxia woke up. After the Special Forces team left, her life returned to normal. Because of the new member, Han Qingxia now had a very capable helper. Su Xiaoyang would get up 2 hours earlier than her every morning to clean up the vegetables and sanitation outside the air raid shelter. She finally didn't have to do any work herself. Another piece of good news was that her sheep had grown up. After observing them for the past 2 days, the 2 goats had successfully mated, and it looked like they would be producing milk soon. Then, Wang Yinduo would come over in the morning to deliver the daily resin produce. Han Qingxia's supplies were increasing. Therefore, she granted Su Xiaoyang an additional privilege. Given his loyalty, she granted him access to a warehouse, allowing him to store his daily supplies there. Han Qingxia now had 3 large warehouses and a massive system space. Most of her food remained in her system space. Her air raid shelter space was used to store produced resources and a small amount of inventory.
Lord,
These are the seeds you gave me last time, strawberries my dad cultivated. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up when she saw a small box of fresh, bright red strawberries among the food Wang Yunduo had brought today. She had given Wang Yuman a packet of strawberry seeds last time, and she hadn't expected him to actually cultivate them. Han Qingxia was very satisfied. She gave her another packet of wheat seeds and, as an extra reward, a packet of candy. Take this back to your father and tell him to keep planting. If he succeeds, there'll be a reward. This is the reward.
Yes. Thank you, Lord.
Wang Yinduo had been eating meat and drinking milk lately, and her complexion was significantly better than before. Even the little baby had become much prettier. She took the things Han Qingxia had given her and was about to leave when she turned around and remembered something. Lord, my father said you might have some salt. We'd like to exchange some with you. Hearing this, Han Qingxia turned back and retrieved a packet of salt and a list. The list contained various common items such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, shampoo, soap, eggs, chicken, and so on. Each item was marked with its exchange price. The price was in points. A 500g packet of salt cost 1 point, a 5L jug of oil cost 10 points, a bottle of shampoo cost 10 points, and an egg cost 1 point. These points were earned by exchanging food. Han Qingxia instructed Wang Yumin to plant more crops and increase production, awarding 1 point for every pound of grain produced. She also specifically noted that any scarce food or items could be bought back at a higher price. Han Qingxia's point system was highly motivating. Seeing this, Wang Yumin began producing at full capacity, expanding his farmland with his wife to cultivate for Han Qingxia in order to exchange for supplies. After settling the only resident, Han Qingxia left Xia Tian and several dogs to guard the base. Today, she, Su Xiaoyang, and the dogs went out again to expand their territory and collect supplies. Boss, there's still a lot of supplies on the road we came back on yesterday. There seems to be a major car accident ahead. All the vehicles are stuck there.
Good.
Go there and expand another area. Han Qingxia drove her armored vehicle, had Su Xiaoyang drive, and headed straight for the area they had explored yesterday. An hour and a half later, Han Qingxia saw a highway. There were indeed a large amount of supplies there. Before Han Qingxia lay the 8-lane toll booth of the elevated highway. A horrific car accident had completely blocked the highway, with vehicles jammed in both directions, especially on the elevated section of the highway ahead. The road stretched endlessly, all the vehicles stranded on the elevated section, an undeniable sight. Han Qingxia quickly scanned the area and saw a long line of delivery trucks stuck on the elevated highway. At least 40 or 50 trucks. Red, green, and white container trucks were all jammed. Refrigerated trucks, container trucks, open-top trucks, and even semi-trailers loaded with sports cars. It was clear that these were trucks heading to City A to deliver goods on the day of the accident. But these goods hadn't even left the elevated highway before they were all stuck in traffic. The 4 delivery trucks Su Xiaoyang and his team had brought back yesterday were only a small part of the total. There were still a great deal of supplies here. Xiaoyang, you stay here and clear the wreckage. I'll go up and check the situation.
Okay.
Han Qingxia jumped down from the armored vehicle and assigned Su Xiaoyang a task. To retrieve all the supplies from above, they would definitely need to clear a path. Meanwhile, she would leave Su Xiaoyang to clear the wreckage while she went up to collect a batch of supplies into her spatial storage. Later, they could just drive back in any vehicle. She released the dogs, keeping 2 with Su Xiaoyang, and the rest followed her up. There weren't many zombies near the wreckage. It seemed Su Xiaoyang and his team had cleared it yesterday. Han Qingxia walked through the core area of the wreckage and reached the toll booth. There was a zombie locked inside the manual toll booth. She was wearing a toll booth operator's uniform, her hairnet askew in her messy hair, her head peeking out from a cracked glass window. The face, flawlessly made up, was devoid of color. The skin was withered and clung to the skeleton. Black, crawling veins covered the face and hands. The grayish-white, cloudy eyes stared greedily and excitedly at Han Qingxia. A hand, bitten down to a single bone, reached out from the window crack to grab Han Qingxia. Roar, bang, a long shovel precisely pierced the toll booth through the window crack. Han Qingxia grabbed the shovel and swiftly pulled it out, a thumb-sized, shimmering crystal emerging from it. The toll booth zombie collapsed motionless. Han Qingxia, her gloved hand satisfied, took the crystal and put it in a plastic bag. As she walked away, she glanced at the skeletal arms still dangling from the toll booth. She tossed a 1 yuan game coin into her palm. Don't say I didn't pay the toll, Su Xiaoyang, who was cleaning the road behind, witnessed this and was thoroughly impressed by Han Qingxia's cool demeanor. Han Qingxia's skills were truly amazing. His zombie killing was so swift and efficient that even he was amazed. It was as if Han Qingxia had already slain at least 10,000 zombies. Not a single wasted movement, concise and brutal, each strike fatal. It was so beautiful that even he, as a Special Forces soldier, felt ashamed of his own abilities. They couldn't match Han Qingxia's decisiveness. What was even more deadly was that Han Qingxia possessed a damnably ruthless elegance. The more ruthless, the more handsome. Like a ferocious lone wolf, every fight she fought was a brutally beautiful display of violence. And the worst part was, she was a woman. She was absolutely stunning. After being impressed by Han Qingxia's cool demeanor, Su Xiaoyang confidently let her go to the overpass, while he worked even harder clearing the road. Han Qingxia carried a shovel in one hand, followed by several running dogs. Congratulations on your fortune. Watch ahead. Give me the red envelope. Watch behind. Red and white cards, guard my left and right. Han Qingxia checked several vehicles, finding a truck with a key in the ignition, enough fuel, and in good condition. She designated this truck as the one she would drive away later, notified Su Xiaoyang, and then jumped over it to loot other vehicles. She jumped onto the crossbar at the rear of a container truck, ripped the lock off with her bare hands, and with the body rewarded by the system, her strength had reached a monstrous level. After opening the container door, a whole truckload of delivery boxes appeared before her. Han Qingxia sucked them all up without leaving a trace. Opening the blind boxes was something to do later. First, grab the supplies. After sucking up one container, Han Qingxia jumped to the next delivery company's truck. The container-type delivery trucks were all forcibly opened, and the open-top ones were even easier. Han Qingxia simply jumped onto the roof, tore open the awning, and crawled inside to suck up supplies. On average, each truck provided her with about 10 cubic meters of supplies. These 40 or 50 trucks provided Han Qingxia with over 400 cubic meters of supplies. That's roughly enough to fill a nearly 200 square meter house inside and out. The only slight drawback was that there were 3 refrigerated trucks among them. When Han Qingxia opened the refrigerated truck doors, everything inside had rotted. A stench assaulted her nostrils. With the apocalypse having begun for over a month, these items meant for refrigeration had long since spoiled. Han Qingxia could only regretfully abandon those vehicles. After she had almost finished loading the supplies, Su Xiaoyang had cleared a path. "Boss, we can go now." Han Qingxia was standing on the roof of a vehicle. She had just finished clearing the last one when she heard Su Xiaoyang's voice in her earpiece. Knowing better, she prepared to head back. Then, she noticed 3 tanker trucks about a kilometer ahead, stuck in a pile of vehicles. She looked in that direction. A gas station.
Gas.
Yangtze. Drive the marking vehicle down first, then drive the armored vehicle up to clear the road. I need the elevated highway to clear path and take the tanker trucks. Su Xiaoyang. Without hesitation, yes, sir. Han Qingxia led her dogs towards the gas station a kilometer away. As she approached the gas station, she finally saw the shadows of zombies. At the small gas station, sparse groups of zombies wandered around the open space and the convenience store. The small convenience store inside the gas station was a complete mess. It was clear that when all the vehicles were stuck on the highway, a group of people ran, and many escaped here to try to call for help and grab supplies. However, those who made it here couldn't escape. They all turned into zombies, and because this was the largest gathering point on the entire road, many zombies on the road had already chased people away, and there were still quite a few here. They were wandering near the gas station when they heard Han Qingxia running towards them, and the zombies came to life. Their previously slow, mechanical movements transformed into frenzied, maniacal actions. Woof, woof, woof. Woof! Fatside charged ahead, pouncing on a zombie and knocking it down. Woof! With a swipe of its paw, it swatted the zombie's head away. Immediately afterward, Han Qingxia's other dogs pounced on it. The summer dogs she kept at the base were equally formidable. These were the best military dogs she had trained. They didn't need much instruction from Han Qingxia to hunt zombies. They learned instantly. Han Qingxia equipped each dog with armor to protect their vulnerable bellies, greatly increasing their defense. The dogs quickly and efficiently killed the onrushing zombie horde. Han Qingxia then proceeded to mow down the remaining zombies. Her killing was swift and ruthless. Wherever she went, only dismembered zombies remained. Each zombie had a gash cut open on its forehead. Some had crystal cores, some didn't. Most didn't. By the time she reached the gas station, Han Qingxia had collected over a dozen crystal cores, and the zombies were mostly gone. Han Qingxia didn't even bother going into the small supermarket. She went to collect her fuel first. She glanced at Su Xiaoyang, and while he drove the empty tanker truck away, she stored the 2 fully loaded tanker trucks into her spatial storage. She left one slightly full for Su Xiaoyang to drive later. As for the fuel in the gas station's pumps, Han Qingxia tried to isolate and divide her spatial storage. Since she didn't have any containers to hold the fuel, she only found a few empty buckets nearby. Unexpectedly, after this thought arose, she focused her mental energy on her space, and her space actually began to divide. Han Qingxia was overjoyed, because she remembered that when she received her spatial reward, it was in cubic meters, so it should be possible to divide it. Her idea was absolutely correct. Having divided her space into several small cubic meters, Han Qingxia gripped the pump tightly and began frantically sucking up the fuel. By the time Su Xiaoyang, driving the armored vehicle, forcibly pushed aside the road vehicle and rushed to pick up Han Qingxia, the gas station's fuel tank was almost empty. This fuel amounted to approximately 60 cubic meters, enough to fill roughly 1,000 vehicles. Enough for Han Qingxia to use for a long time.
Boss.
I'm here to help you. Su Xiaoyang got out of the vehicle. Just then, they suddenly felt the road beneath their feet tremble. Several fake fuel cans near Han Qingxia's feet were swaying. The vibration felt like giants walking, each tremor causing the entire road surface to shake. Su Xiaoyang, puzzled, sensed this force. Could it be an earthquake? Quick move, Han Qingxia said with utmost seriousness. Everyone get in the car. She grabbed 2 fuel cans, rushed into the armored vehicle, and her dogs ran towards it in unison. Just as they rushed out of the gas station, a deafening boom resounded. The spot where Han Qingxia had just stood was smashed to pieces. A humanoid monster, weighing nearly 400 pounds, burst out of the gas station. It pounced on the spot where Han Qingxia had just stood, its limbs digging into the ground. After missing its target, it raised a disproportionately small head from its flabby body. Its face was unlike the other zombies, which were completely devoid of flesh. It had an abundance of flesh on its face, so much so that it sagged in layers. One eye, the size of a mung bean, was hidden within the fleshy skin, while the other eye, due to mutation, was sunken out like a giant chocolate ball stuffed in the middle of a mass of fat. It was unclear when it might fall off. Its triple chin was fused to its neck, its entire body a pyramid of flesh, layered with large, overlapping clumps of fat. The most disgusting part wasn't even the layers of fat, but rather the maggots and protruding, tumor-like lumps of flesh that festered between them. After missing its target, the mutated zombie let out a furious, dissatisfied scream. The scream was so intense it could cause excruciating headaches, like countless needles piercing the brain. A powerful sense of oppression emanated from it. Everyone who sensed it couldn't help but feel fear. Damn it, a level 2 mutated zombie. Retreat. Han Qingxia shouted at Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang snapped out of his shock. Hearing Han Qingxia's voice, he immediately rushed to the tanker truck. Forget the tanker truck. Let's retreat. Han Qingxia herself wasn't confident she could fight such a level 2 mutated zombie. Even in her past life, level 2 mutated zombies were incredibly powerful. Basically, for ordinary people, the highest level they could fight was a level 2 mutated zombie. Level 2 and above required the intervention of superhumans. And even then, it had to be a level 2 or higher superhuman. Although Han Qingxia had gained superhuman abilities in this life, it was only recently, and she was merely a beginner superhuman. Her control over her abilities was insufficient, and she dared not engage in a rash battle.
Run.
Retreat first. Hearing her words, Su Xiaoyang didn't stop. Boss, you start the engine. I'll attach the trailer. We can keep up. He couldn't bear to go back empty-handed. This was the oil Han Qingxia wanted, and he had to bring her some back. Han Qingxia wanted to curse, but held back. This idiot had no idea he'd already loaded most of the oil into the truck. She pressed the clutch, her hands clicking rapidly as she activated the armored vehicle. Boom! Another cloud of dust rose as the level 2 mutated zombie lunged at Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang nimbly rolled over, drawing a gun from his back as he did so. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out. Every shot hit the mutated zombie, one even striking it in the forehead. However, this mutated zombie was completely different from the others. It was unharmed. Idiot, you can only completely destroy a level 2 zombie by blowing its brain. Get in the vehicle. Hearing this, Su Xiaoyang didn't hesitate. He rushed towards the armored vehicle, ready to start at any moment. At the same time, the mutated zombie seemed to possess intelligence, anticipating his position and lunging at him at full speed. Land to the left, Han Qingxia commanded him. Upon hearing her command, Su Xiaoyang immediately lunged to the left. The moment he lunged, whoosh, the right side of the armored vehicle deformed, and a row of spikes shot out. They pierced the mutated zombie's heart. Using this moment, Su Xiaoyang rolled into the vehicle through the door that had been opened for him on the right. After piercing the zombie, Han Qingxia immediately retracted the spikes, floored the accelerator, and sped off with Su Xiaoyang and the dogs pulling the tanker truck along a newly cleared road. She was incredibly fast, but the mutated zombie was just as fast. After being pierced by Han Qingxia, it frantically chased and attacked her, but even after ramming the armored vehicle several times, it couldn't break free. This was a tank rewarded by the system. Its sturdiness was incomparable to anything else. Seeing it couldn't catch Han Qingxia, the mutated zombie leaped onto the tanker truck it was towing behind it with a bang, causing the tanker to sway violently from side to side and pulling the armored vehicle off course. Bang! Rumble! Han Qingxia's armored vehicle broke through the median strip, crashing into several cars and hitting the opposite guardrail. Several sedans were knocked off the overpass by Han Qingxia. Her armored vehicle's 2 front tires cleared the guardrail. The front half of the vehicle was suspended in midair above the overpass. Her and Su Xiaoyang's vision suddenly became a scene stretching across the highway overpass, suspended in midair. Below them was a viaduct dozens of meters high. Thankfully, Han Qingxia was skilled. She almost fell. Roar! 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 Immediately afterward, the armored vehicle beneath them trembled. The ground shook violently. The super heavyweight level 2 zombie, its rotting flesh churning, pressed its advantage, charging towards Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia saw the massive creature on the vehicle's dashboard. Her cold eyes narrowed as she gripped the other steering wheel, her hands working on the complex instrument panel. Click. Boom. A fiery serpent, like a dragon, shot straight at the level 2 zombie. A small cannon appeared atop Han Qingxia's armored vehicle. The shot struck the level 2 zombie squarely. The recoil sent it flying several meters. The high-pressure flames pierced its shield-like chest, scorching a blackened hole in its flesh. The air reeked of burning flesh. Having landed a direct hit, Han Qingxia shifted gears and reversed the vehicle to get it out of the way. But the front wheels spun several times, unable to move out. Yangzi, do you know how to use the cannon? Su Xiaoyang, having just watched Han Qingxia operate the vehicle, nodded calmly. Okay. You drive, I'll get out and lift the car. Han Qingxia unbuckled her seatbelt. Su Xiaoyang watched as she went to lift the car. This armored vehicle weighed several tons. Boss, I'll get out. Get out of the way. You can't lift it. Su Xiaoyang. He couldn't lift it, but could Han Qingxia? At that moment, another rumbling sound came from behind, and the monitor on the control panel showed the level 2 zombie again. Su Xiaoyang immediately took over the control panel from Han Qingxia, mimicking her actions. Han Qingxia's vehicle was extremely advanced, with functions he had never seen before. However, being a special forces soldier, He was familiar with various weapons and mechanical operations, and he memorized Han Qingxia's instructions after watching her once. Boom! A dragon of fire erupted. It struck the level 2 zombie again, engulfing it in flames and forcing it back. He and Han Qingxia worked together seamlessly, covering her landing safely. Just as his heart was pounding, thinking about Han Qingxia's words about lifting the vehicle, how could a woman like her possibly? Then, the armored vehicle beneath him actually started to lift. Su Xiaoyang watched in shock as a woman in combat gear lifted a corner of the armored vehicle. With a powerful push of her foot, she pulled the vehicle up. Su Xiaoyang. Holy crap. She actually lifted it up. And at that moment, Roar, a level 2 zombie, engulfed in flames, burst forth again from the thick smoke. Han Qingxia, having lifted one side of the vehicle, jumped to the other. She needed more time. Su Xiaoyang unleashed his full firepower to protect her, flames spewing from the cannons onto the level 2 zombie. However, to Su Xiaoyang's surprise, this level 2 zombie was no longer afraid of the flames. The flames only temporarily slowed its speed. It continued its full speed charge towards them. In the blink of an eye, it reached Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia had just grabbed the other tire. Watching the level 2 zombie, engulfed in flames, charge, she stood at the edge, not dodging, but instead spreading her arms like a matador, welcoming its charge. Su Xiaoyang, inside the car, was stunned by this scene. He knew what Han Qingxia was doing. Han Qingxia was trying to lure it off the overpass. She might succeed, but at the same time, she would face immense danger. Su Xiaoyang's scalp tingled. One wrong move, and she would fall after it. Why was she putting herself in such danger? She could have let him do this dangerous thing. She could have even abandoned this place and escaped. She was putting herself in the most dangerous position, so they could survive. No! Su Xiaoyang rolled down the car window. He had just opened the window when a thick wave of smoke and heat rushed towards him. A massive ball of flame, radiating intense heat, surged towards Su Xiaoyang directly in front of him. Roar! Su Xiaoyang's pupils constricted instantly. The fireball, its temperature reaching 40 or 50 degrees Celsius, swept past him, flattening everything in its path. Empty. His heart suddenly felt empty. Even though they had only spent a short time together. Even though everyone said she wasn't good. But. She was the one who would protect him with her life. Just as he was filled with panic and helplessness, a slender, graceful figure leaped up from beneath the overpass. Su Xiaoyang saw the woman who had caught his eye. At that moment, he felt as if his heartbeat had returned. Roar! Behind Han Qingxia, another massive ball of flame appeared. Boom! A massive, uncontrollable torrent of water erupted from Su Xiaoyang's palm, striking the level 2 zombie's head directly. It pierced its brain. As Han Qingxia landed, the level 2 beast that had followed her was knocked back down with a loud thud. This time, it was truly knocked down. Han Qingxia turned to look at the level 2 zombie that had fallen completely. The air was still filled with water that hadn't yet dissipated, which then pattered down like rain. She looked at Su Xiaoyang in amazement as he manipulated his water-based abilities. Impressive. He'd only been awakened for a short time, yet he could already unleash such explosive power with his water abilities. Han Qingxia had originally planned to finish it off after she got back up, but Su Xiaoyang had already dealt with it. Well done! Han Qingxia walked over to him and patted him hard on the shoulder. Su Xiaoyang felt the weight on his shoulder, and seeing Han Qingxia return safely, a faint smile appeared on his usually cold face. He got out of the car and, together with Han Qingxia, lifted it up. Although it was almost entirely Han Qingxia who did the lifting, he was actually no match for Han Qingxia's strength. After this ordeal, the two had essentially risked their lives together. Trust is something that deepens through repeated experiences. Han Qingxia had always trusted Su Xiaoyang, but because this was a new acquaintance, it required going through several trials. And after this experience, Su Xiaoyang was noticeably closer to Han Qingxia. Boss, I don't know what's going on. I discovered 10 days ago that I could sense a little water, just a tiny amount. I usually only use it to provide drinking water for the special forces. I don't know why this happened just now. Su Xiaoyang recounted his past experiences to Han Qingxia, explaining his changes in detail. This is a superpower. Han Qingxia drove her car, with the tanker truck towed behind, down the overpass. A superpower. Su Xiaoyang frowned slightly upon hearing this term. Superpowers are mainly divided into the most common enhanced superpowers, such as speed mutations and strength mutations, as well as elemental superpowers, the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and very rare variant superpowers. Variant superpowers include lightning superpowers, ice superpowers, healing superpowers, mental superpowers, and very niche and rare superpowers that you only discover when you encounter them. Han Qingxia explained everything to Su Xiaoyang without reservation. What was there to hold back now? This was her person, not someone else. She was explaining things to Su Xiaoyang now to help him level up later. Superpowers start at a basic level. As your understanding and cultivation progress, they will form levels, but no matter the level, there will always be a suppression within the superpower. Variant superpowers generally have a higher upper limit than ordinary elemental superpowers and are stronger than enhanced superpowers. Han Qingxia was an ordinary person in her previous life and never awakened any superpowers. In the early stages, it was fine. The effects of superpowers weren't obvious. Han Qingxia was ruthless and cunning. She could make a name for herself even without superpowers. Later on, the gap between those with superpowers and ordinary people widened significantly. Han Qingxia was limited to being a squad leader in a small base. If she had possessed even one superpower, she could have at least risen to a high-ranking position in the base in her previous life. As a result, she knew very little about superpowers. Superpowers could be enhanced, but because she didn't know how, she had no access to such enhancements. The only thing she knew was that it might be related to crystal cores. In her previous life, crystal cores were the common currency in the base. They were collected everywhere. Han Qingxia had tried to study them herself and sensed energy within the crystal cores, but unfortunately, as an ordinary person, she couldn't research as much as she could.
Zizi.
Han Qingxia drove the car under the overpass. She found the corpse of the level 2 zombie, jumped out, and rummaged through its head, finding a crystal the size of a goose egg. This is the crystal core. I know this, Su Xiaoyang said. When I was in the Special Forces, we were ordered to collect these. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. You came here specifically to collect this? Su Xiaoyang nodded. Their mission wasn't a regular rescue mission, but a zombie hunting mission. Go to the core location, hunt down large numbers of zombies, and incidentally assist the rescue team. Even after the rescue team left, they continued fighting. Because their superiors hadn't allowed them to withdraw. They didn't know what the higher-ups wanted. Later, they encountered danger, narrowly escaped death, and came to Han Qingxia for help. Han Qingxia frowned and began to ponder Su Xiaoyang's words. Did the military discover the crystal core so early? In her previous life, K1 base was always famous. Aside from a constant food shortage, everything else was quite impressive, especially the superhumans. The superhumans they trained were the strongest in the entire eastern base. Han Qingxia wondered if this was related to their early research into crystal cores. Let's go back first. Okay. Su Xiaoyang drove a large truck that had been delivered earlier, while Han Qingxia drove the armored vehicle with a tanker truck attached back to their base. Today's trip had been very fruitful. Han Qingxia asked Su Xiaoyang to kill a fresh chicken and fish for them to eat, and Su Xiaoyang went to work without hesitation. Killing a fresh chicken and fish made him walk a little faster. Meanwhile, Han Qingxia went back to the air raid shelter to study her points and crystal cores. She first opened the system shop panel and exchanged all the crystal cores she had collected that day. Excluding the one from the level 2 alien beast, she had exchanged a total of 16 crystal cores today. Adding to the 44 she had previously obtained from Lu Qian, she now had a total of 60 crystal cores. She only needed 40 more to open the next big gift pack. Han Qingxia hesitated for a moment, but still didn't exchange her level 2 zombie ability crystal core. Exchanging for a level 2 zombie crystal core would definitely give her more points, but the exchange quantity wouldn't be counted. She decided to leave it for now. Now, glancing at her points, after this period of territory expansion and crystal core exchange, she had accumulated a whopping 18,045 points. With a tap of her finger, she bought the AK she had long desired. When the AK landed in front of her, Han Qingxia felt a surge of satisfaction. "My precious treasure, I finally got you." Then, Han Qingxia remembered there was an interface that required 5,000 points to unlock. She opened the special shop. When she unlocked this interface, Han Qingxia noticed that each item had a countdown timer. The first item on her page was a golden item. Evolution Fluid Extractor. Price: 10,000 points. Limited time offer: 180 seconds. Han Qingxia. Evolution Fluid Extractor. She clicked on the details and saw a long string of detailed instructions. Evolution Fluid Extractor extracts 100% harmless energy from the crystal core. The evolution fluid can be used to enhance superpowers. Han Qingxia. Isn't this the evolutionary path for superpowered individuals she's been pondering all day? With 170 seconds left in the time limit, Han Qingxia decisively bought it. Even after buying this, she only had 45 points left. After buying the machine, the area in front of her transformed into a cooldown window. It seems the items here aren't unlimited purchases. They're randomly refreshed. Besides the evolution fluid extractor, there were no other golden items, only materials. Steel plates, reinforced plates, floor tiles, steel bars, cement, gates, and other base construction materials. These items were very cheap, basically 1 point each. Limited time offer, but no purchase limit. Han Qingxia remembered that Su Xiaoyang's house near hers had poor materials, so she bought a batch of steel plates, floor tiles, and gates as well. Only after buying these items did she realize they all had attributes. All of them increased base sturdiness by 1 to 10. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up. If she reinforced her entire base with these materials, it would become a true steel castle. She suddenly had a whole new direction. She quickly used up all 45 points. She looked longingly at the other items she still wanted to buy, but had run out of points for. Don't worry. Wait until later. Han Qingxia decisively logged out of the system and went to research her evolution fluid extraction machine. With a flash of golden light, she retrieved the extraction device from her spatial storage. It was a small, tabletop-sized instrument with a hinged inlet at the top for placing the crystal core. Below was a liquid outlet. Han Qingxia took out her saved level 2 supernatural zombie crystal core, placed it inside, and put a clean cup in the liquid outlet. After connecting it to the power source, a blue light appeared on the device, and in less than 2 seconds, a cup of colorless liquid flowed into the cup. Han Qingxia picked up the glass of clear liquid. She first tentatively smelled it, then divided it in half and drank half. The evolution liquid had no taste. It even had a slightly indescribable sweetness. After drinking it, she tried releasing her supernatural ability. With a whoosh, a potted rose bush in her bunker rapidly sprouted new shoots. Its thorny branches visibly thickened, the thorns becoming incredibly sharp, and vibrant rosebuds bloomed on the branches. In a few seconds, this small potted rose bush, long past its blooming season, transformed into a large bonsai rose bush half a meter tall. Han Qingxia's eyes lit up immediately. Her previous supernatural ability level was only enough to make a single branch grow, and after using her ability, her body would experience a prolonged feeling of emptiness. She had previously researched how to improve her supernatural ability. However, she discovered that constantly releasing and practicing her ability didn't raise its upper limit. On the contrary, eating more meat or experiencing a sudden burst of power is what allows one to break through limits, like Su Xiaoyang today. But now, after taking the evolution fluid, Han Qingxia could easily ripen this pot of roses with a wave of her hand. All the vines were aggressive, moving at her will, and there was nothing unusual about her body. She used water manipulation on the bathroom. She now possessed both water and wood-based abilities. Boom! Splash! A torrential downpour of water crashed into the bathroom. The amount of water, she controlled more than double what Su Xiaoyang had done today. The powerful impact even blasted a large hole in the wall. If the air raid shelter hadn't been built inside a mountain, this would likely have breached an ordinary building. The explosive power amazed Han Qingxia. She looked at her hands in surprise. In her memory, her current strength was roughly equivalent to that of the ability user's 5 or 6 years after the apocalypse. And this was only after consuming half of the level 3 zombie evolution fluid. She understood. She was absolutely certain. Crystal cores were essential for ability users to level up. That's why in her previous life, ability users evolved very slowly in the early stages. It wasn't until the large base matured and a large number of crystal cores circulated that ability users began to progress rapidly. That was because the secret of crystal cores was gradually discovered by the large base at that time. They formulated evolution fluids and sold them to ability users, allowing them to progress quickly. However, in Han Qingxia's memory, the ability users she knew all suffered significant aftereffects. In the later stages, the faster their ability improved and leveled up, the stronger their aftereffects became. They either became irritable or mentally unstable, and some even suddenly went berserk, uncontrollably killing those around them, tearing and devouring them like zombies. Han Qingxia now suspected that the evolution fluid formulated by the large base was not pure enough. While it enhances the abilities of those with superpowers, it also causes toxins to accumulate in their bodies, eventually leading to a backlash. Han Qingxia gradually grasped the rules of superpowers. She came out of the bathroom, looking at her purifier with satisfaction, and stored it in her spatial storage. This was truly a super treasure. It could convert and extract 100% of the crystal core energy without any side effects. If those large bases outside knew, the whole world would be shocked. She drank half of the remaining evolution fluid, saved a little, and took it with her. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had just finished cooking dinner and was bringing out a large pot of sauerkraut fish. The fresh fish smelled incredibly delicious. The aroma could be smelled for miles around. Yangzi, have some water. Han Qingxia handed Su Xiaoyang a glass of water. Su Xiaoyang didn't even look at it and drank it straight down. But after drinking it, his eyes lit up. The water was sweeter than usual. This water is so sweet. You don't even know who gave it to you. Han Qingxia casually brushed it off, turning around and sitting at the table to wait for her meal. Su Xiaoyang smiled and scooped the fish out with a spatula, placing it on the table. A large plate of roast chicken was already laid out on the square table. Paired with a pot of fragrant boiled fish, it was a nutritious and delicious meal. He and Han Qingxia each had a rice cooker, and 16 dogs each had a food bowl. Everyone was happily eating. At that moment, Su Xiaoyang genuinely felt that it would be great if all his brothers had stayed. Han Qingxia was someone worth following. Following her was good too. After they finished eating, leaving nothing behind, Su Xiaoyang went to wash the dishes, while Han Qingxia played with the dogs for a while and also checked the supplies they had brought back that day. Besides what was in her spatial storage, there was only a large delivery truck and a tanker truck that Su Xiaoyang had risked his life to bring back for her. She drove the tanker truck to the side of the base as a backup, unloaded all the packages, and started opening the blind boxes again. One truckload of packages, over 500 boxes. This truckload was from JD. Com's next-day delivery service, and the quality of the items inside was exceptionally high. Han Qingxia opened quite a few packages and noticed some patterns. For example, some large delivery trucks contained mostly useless odds and ends, but a high proportion of food items, mostly relatively inexpensive. Some expensive delivery trucks yielded more valuable items, such as pre-apocalyptic brand-name computers, mobile phones, cosmetics, and much better quality food. In this particular truckload, Han Qingxia found imported chocolate, ready-to-eat canned bird's nest, whole pieces of pre-apocalyptic smoked ham worth thousands, or even tens of thousands of yuan, numerous gift packs of nuts, and a considerable amount of instant noodles and snacks, all from high-end brands. Of course, there were also about 1/5 of expired or short shelf-life food items. She threw away all the spoiled ones. Besides, there were clothing and supplies. Most of the clothes were designer brands. She gave the men's clothing to Su Xiaoyang and had him deliver the rest to her warehouse. To her surprise, among this pile of blind box packages, she found an unsharpened Tang Dynasty sword, sold as an art piece. Han Qingxia opened the sword case. With a sharp whoosh, the chilling glint of the blade caught her eye. Han Qingxia gripped the Tang sword with both hands, swinging it through the air, the chilling wind of the blade dancing in the
Air.
whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Tang sword was incredibly powerful, its movements wide and sweeping, its strikes precise and ruthless. A fine sword, Su Xiaoyang, having just delivered supplies from the air raid shelter, saw the menacing blade. Han Qingxia saw him. "Can you sharpen it?" "I can try." Su Xiaoyang strode up to her, speaking earnestly. "All right, it's yours now." Han Qingxia left the Tang sword for Su Xiaoyang to sharpen. She'd almost finished unpacking her deliveries, and seeing there was still some time tonight, Han Qingxia dragged Su Xiaoyang along to reinforce his house. She used the steel plates and building materials she'd redeemed from the system to reinforce Su Xiaoyang's small house. The extra space was used to expand it by one room. Her base's overall defenses began to improve. Han Qingxia was very satisfied. Her focus for the foreseeable future would be buying materials to build her base. The next morning, Han Qingxia woke up early and pushed open the door of the air raid shelter to see Su Xiaoyang sharpening a knife outside. Swish, swish, swish. On a large whetstone, a Tang Dynasty sword was being sharpened with rapid, sweeping strokes. With each stroke, water was poured over the blade, sharpening it by an inch. This water was Su Xiaoyang's own supernatural ability. He didn't need to prepare it separately. When the final stroke was finished, a beam of water washed over the blade. Instantly, a chilling, murderous aura emanated from it. The sharp edge of the sword was revealed. Su Xiaoyang gripped the hilt of the Tang Dynasty sword and swung it powerfully in the air. Whoosh! A piece of scrap wood was chopped into several pieces. Each cut was perfectly clean. If this were used on a zombie, it would be as easy as slicing a watermelon. So fast! Su Xiaoyang sheathed his knife and handed it to Han Qingxia. "Boss, this knife is excellent, very sturdy, and extremely practical." "Well done." Han Qingxia praised Su Xiaoyang. "I'll save you a good knife next time." "No need, I have a weapon." Su Xiaoyang declined Han Qingxia's offer. He still had his previous equipment, but his guns were out of ammunition and unusable. He only had a triangular military knife. But he still possessed water-based superpowers. Whoosh! He casually released a high-pressure jet of water. The power was much greater than yesterday. "Boss, I don't know why, but when I woke up today, I found that my superpower seemed to have gotten stronger again." Su Xiaoyang reported his changes to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded in satisfaction upon seeing his superpower. Of course, she had given him evolution fluid. It seemed that in the future, besides recycling the zombie crystal cores, some would also need to be saved for evolution fluid. Just a little bit every day, and their abilities will improve rapidly. "Let's go. Let's kill zombies." Han Qingxia, full of enthusiasm, led Su Xiaoyang out. 10 days passed in a flash. During these 10 days, Han Qingxia took Su Xiaoyang out during the day to expand their territory and returned at night to use the rewarded territory points to reinforce their base. At the same time, she divided the zombie crystal cores she captured each day into two parts. One part was recycled by the system, and the other was kept to make evolution fluid to improve her and Su Xiaoyang's abilities. They haven't encountered any high-level zombies in the past few days. Moreover, there are very few zombies in the suburbs, and even fewer that produce crystal cores. Han Qingxia quickly fought her way out of the far suburbs and into the city's outskirts, killing all the zombies in the area from her air raid shelter to the outskirts. She only obtained about 30 crystal cores. Although the number of crystal cores was small, the increase in their abilities from converting them into evolution fluid was visible to the naked eye. Their abilities were improving rapidly. Furthermore, her air raid shelter base had been reinforced inside and out with system materials. Thus, Her air raid shelter underwent a dramatic transformation. Its overall defense was 10 times stronger than before. Now, even tanks and artillery couldn't breach her base. Han Qingxia also saw a large amount of base equipment in the system's special shop. For example, protective clothing. Han Qingxia was pleasantly surprised to see protective suits for combat dogs. She generously bought a system-made protective suit for each of her 16 dogs without any hesitation. 100 points per suit.
Bye.
In addition to these, there are the base's defense systems, radar systems, and integrated reconnaissance and strike drone systems. The radar system is self-explanatory. The integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system is a complete drone system combining reconnaissance and strike capabilities. This system simultaneously controls multiple drones to patrol the territory. Upon detecting intruders, it automatically alerts Han Qingxia, who can then determine whether to engage with a single button on a device inside the base. 8-hour patrols, with multiple drones automatically switching routes for 24/7 monitoring. It's absolutely an essential asset for the base. However, this system is incredibly expensive. This system costs 100,000 points. Han Qingxia has only accumulated 30,000 points in the past 10 days, so she can only watch with envy for now. Han Qingxia's next small goal is this integrated reconnaissance and strike drone system. Han Qingxia looks at the system, which is only available for purchase for 10 days. She calculates that currently, expanding her territory and killing zombies earns her about 3,000 points a day. Expanding territory is less profitable than killing zombies. The problem was, she'd wiped out all the zombies in her vicinity. It seemed she needed to find a more populated area to kill more. She opened her electronic map, carefully observing what areas near her city had a large population. Her gaze gradually settled on a large grain processing factory on the outskirts of the city. A factory. Han Qingxia remembered this was the largest grain processing factory in City A, employing tens of thousands of people. One zombie crystal core was worth 100 points. If there were only 1,000 crystal cores out of 10,000 people, she'd have enough. Yangzi, we're going to the factory today, Han Qingxia said to Su Xiaoyang as she emerged from the air raid shelter.
Okay.
Su Xiaoyang, who was working outside, immediately put down his work and accompanied Han Qingxia. He had absolute obedience to Han Qingxia. He was a model of hard work and dedication. Han Qingxia, as usual, left Xia Tian and several dogs at the base, then drove the armored vehicle with 8 dogs towards the grain factory. The journey was long, but fortunately it was all Han Qingxia's territory, so the road was clear and unobstructed. It took them an hour and a half to reach the vicinity of the grain factory. This grain factory was located on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by farmland for dozens of miles around. It was sparsely populated, so the workers lived and ate at the factory. On holidays, they would ride bicycles or take public buses to the city for leisure. At this moment, the area around the factory was quiet. Several abandoned vehicles were scattered along the straight roads, all left by the roadside. A bus had plunged into a field. The door was open, revealing dried, blackened blood, but it was empty. It was foreseeable that this bus had met a difficult fate. Someone on board had mutated, and the driver had plunged into the ditch and urgently pressed the door open button. People inside were running, fleeing, and chasing each other. The area was in utter chaos. However, the factory gates were tightly shut. Han Qingxia's car drove up to the factory. It was eerily quiet. Even the security booth was empty. Could it be a holiday? Impossible. Even if the factory was closed, there would still be quite a few people inside. Besides, it's a fully enclosed dormitory area with workers on rotating shifts. There are always a large number of people here. This is definitely a zombie-infested area. Han Qingxia told Su Xiaoyang to floor the accelerator, and the armored vehicle violently smashed through the gate, entering the vast factory area. A massive row of buildings quickly appeared before them. Inside were dormitories, a canteen, factory buildings, and administrative offices. Han Qingxia's car stopped first in front of the dormitory building. Let's go, let's kill some zombies. Okay, the car door opened. Han Qingxia, Su Xiaoyang, and 8 dogs stood in front of the factory dormitory building. Let's start with the easy ones. Gong 11 Fa Kai. Guard the gate. Notify us immediately of any unusual activity. Red, white, and black are with me. The rest with Yangzi. Woof woof woof. The dogs quickly split into 3 groups. 2 dogs gathered outside the dormitory building, leaving Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, each with 3 dogs. In front of Han Qingxia was the wide-open dormitory gate, in front of which was a row of turnstiles. Entering and exiting the dormitory building required swiping a card. The turnstiles were already powered off, and even if they had, Han Qingxia didn't have a card. She would have to climb over them. She and Su Xiaoyang, one on each side, carefully observed their surroundings and climbed over the turnstiles. The corridor behind the turnstiles was quiet. All the doors on the first floor were tightly closed. Han Qingxia threw a heavy object forward. Thump, thump, thump. The sound rang out in the quiet dormitory building. Instantly, a commotion came from all the closed rooms, but the corridor remained silent. Woo, 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 woo. Han Qingxia cautiously waited in place for 3 minutes. Good. They were all locked inside their rooms. There were no zombies roaming outside. After confirming the surroundings, she led Su Xiaoyang to break into the first room. The killing officially began. This way, they wouldn't be surrounded by zombies that suddenly appeared outside. Boom! The room door was kicked open by Han Qingxia. A pungent, putrid stench rushed out. 4 or 5 female zombies howled and lunged at the open door to freedom and the fresh scent of living people. They hadn't seen food for far too long. All the zombies' eyes were filled with bloodlust and madness. Their grayish-white eyes were terrifying, and their rotting, maggot-infested mouths hissed, as if they wanted to tear apart and devour the creatures outside.
Tuft.
Swish, swish, swish. A sharp tang sword flashed through the air, followed by a chilling glint of blade and water. 3 zombies' heads were sliced off instantly, the remaining 2 pierced by 2 high-pressure water jets. After all 5 zombies landed, the dogs swarmed forward, their giant claws plucking from the zombies' heads, bringing Han Qingxia 2 tiny crystal cores, each the size of a grain of rice. Well done. Han Qingxia patted the dogs' heads encouragingly, while simultaneously surveying the dormitory room. This dormitory room had a separate toilet and 4 bunk beds, each with bedding. She quickly deduced the following from this information. The regular staff dormitory here should house 8 people per room, with a toilet. With 5 zombies, about half the staff were probably working the night shift. Oh, and this is a girls' dormitory. She and Su Xiaoyang cleared out another room, confirming her suspicions and familiarizing themselves with the dormitory building's layout. Then, they split up, one on the left and one on the right, to break down doors and kill the zombies. Boom! Roar. As soon as Han Qingxia broke down the door, the cold glint of a tang sword flashed inside the dormitory. This tang sword, sharpened by Su Xiaoyang, chopped down zombies like watermelons. Han Qingxia's strength and speed were amplified to the human limit by the system. Wielding the sharp and effective tang sword, she killed quickly and ruthlessly. The zombies couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes before being decapitated. The 3 dogs, acting as support, would then finish them off with a claw attack and finally dig out the zombies' core. 1 dormitory was finished in 3 minutes. In half an hour, she and Su Xiaoyang cleared the first floor. They then repeated the process, clearing the upper 5 floors. By noon, she had cleared 1 dormitory building. The entire building was devoid of living people, teeming with zombies. The 2 of them killed over 1,000 zombies that morning. They collected over 300 zombie crystals. There were 2 more dormitory buildings to go. Han Qingxia followed the same method, clearing the buildings side by side with Su Xiaoyang. After clearing each building, they rested for 10 minutes or so, taking a short break in the armored vehicle to eat some heated rice balls for lunch to replenish their energy. By evening, they had successfully cleared the factory's 3 zombie-infested dormitory buildings. They had killed over 3,500 zombies and successfully seized 1,000 zombie crystals. Han Qingxia watched as darkness fell. In the apocalypse, the night was 1,000 times more dangerous than the day. During the day, zombies are suppressed, their movements slowed down. But at night, all their abilities are 100 times stronger. Even the seasoned Han Qingxia never causes trouble at night. Besides, she now has enough crystal cores to exchange for the integrated investigation and suppression system. Let's go back first. We'll come back tomorrow. Okay. Han Qingxia led Su Xiaoyang and the dogs into the car and drove away. Just then, a loudspeaker attracted their attention. Help, help on the factory's main building. A group of 20 or 30 people on the rooftop were desperately pleading for help from Han Qingxia and her group. A huge banner made of patchwork clothing was stretched across Han Qingxia's face. Su Xiaoyang saw the group of survivors and immediately looked at Han Qingxia.
Boss.
There are survivors, should we help them? Han Qingxia glanced at the crowd on the rooftop. 20 or 30 young laborers, men and women, mostly between 20 and 40 years old. No elderly or children. The population structure was excellent. A ready-made pool of excellent, able-bodied laborers. Since beginning to develop her territory, Han Qingxia had viewed the population issue from the perspective of someone in power. From that perspective, people weren't divided into good and evil, only into labor classes. Everyone was the most basic labor force for production and development. Every person could contribute to the base. Before her stood a group of the finest young, able-bodied laborers. But for now, don't save them, Han Qingxia said decisively. It was late today. Even if she wanted to absorb these young, able-bodied laborers, she would have to wait until tomorrow. Retreat first, come back tomorrow. As soon as Han Qingxia finished speaking, Su Xiaoyang stepped on the gas and drove away. He was a ruthless execution machine. Whatever Han Qingxia said was law. They resolutely carried out all her orders. At that moment, the people on the rooftop saw Han Qingxia's car about to leave, and everyone panicked. Don't go. Don't go. You can't abandon us. The screams attracted the zombies in the factory below. A thunderous pounding sound came from the large iron gate behind them. These people had been trapped on the rooftop for a long time. Fortunately, this was a grain factory. They lacked other things, but food was plentiful. They had taken a large amount of supplies with them when they escaped to the rooftop, allowing them to survive until now. But behind the large iron gate behind them were hundreds of densely packed zombies. Having been blocked for over a month, the zombies roared and pounded with bloodshot eyes, and the chained iron gate was already on the verge of collapse. Previously, these people had kept silent, hiding in a corner of the rooftop trembling to minimize their presence. But today, when they discovered someone had entered the factory, everyone's eyes lit up. Seeing Han Qingxia and her group about to leave, they immediately pleaded for help. But unexpectedly, they refused to save them. Captain Ding, what do we do? The woman who had just pleaded for help looked at the fat man beside her. The fat man was named Ding Yi. He was originally just a lowly security captain in the factory. After the apocalypse, he and a group of survivors escaped to the rooftop. Using his physical advantages and seniority as a security guard, he quickly became the leader of everyone there. And after awakening his superpowers, he became even more lawless among them. Everyone had to submit to him and obey him. Ding Yi originally didn't want to leave. If their food hadn't been running low, he wouldn't have asked Han Qingxia for help. But even after they had pleaded, these two dared not save him. If they don't save us, they won't escape either. He pulled a button from his pocket, his beady eyes glowing green, and pressed the activation button with his large hand. Captain Ding, you can't hold them down. If you release the zombies, none of us will be able to escape. A thin man tried to stop him.
Slap.
Ding Yi slapped him away, grabbed him by the collar, and dangled him in midair. If I don't live, nobody else will. You agree, right? The others immediately chimed in yes. They didn't save us. They deserve to die. Kill them. If we don't survive, they'll die too. Ding Yi tossed the man in his arms to the ground with satisfaction, throwing down the only one who had dared to object. Simultaneously, he pressed a button, instantly opening all the factory gates surrounding the large building. In an instant, a whoa-ha-ha-ha-ha, the man thrown down landed at the factory's main entrance. The instant the gates opened, he was immediately surrounded by a swarm of zombies pouring out. This time, The zombies had been starving for far too long. In their eyes, this man was nothing more than food. Before he could even mutate into one of their own kind, he was devoured by the mountain of zombies, reduced to a pile of bones.
Hungry.
Hungry. Still so hungry. Wanna eat. The scream was quickly silenced. The others on the rooftop stared wide-eyed at the sight, their hearts filled with fear, yet they could only think, well done, that's it. After releasing the zombies, Dingy looked at Han Qingxia's car. He crouched down, gripping the rooftop floor with both hands, his tiny eyes fixed on the direction Han Qingxia's car was heading. At the closest point to him, he suddenly exerted force. Trying to escape? Absolutely not. Boom! The armored vehicle beneath Han Qingxia stumbled violently, lifting itself from the center. Beep! Beep! Her armored vehicle emitted an alarm sound. The armored vehicle system informed her that the car beneath her had been blocked by a raised mound of earth. Earth-based ability. The ability level wasn't high. It could only move a small mound, but its placement was perfect, just enough to stop their car. Soon, in Han Qingxia's view, countless zombies surged into the vast factory from all directions. They emerged from the canteen, from various workshops of different sizes and functions, and even from the office building. Most of these zombies were still wearing factory uniforms, their appearance unchanged from when they were working. The dense swarms of zombies jostled and pushed their way out from all sides, creating a scene reminiscent of a pre-apocalyptic factory. Of course, one had to ignore their disfigured, maggot-infested, fly-swarming faces. This factory had completely become a zombie factory. Haha, you bumpkins probably don't know I'm a superhuman. Dingy laughed uncontrollably from the rooftop, watching the armored vehicle surrounded by the zombie horde. Serves you right for daring to abandon them and run away alone. This is your fate. Die, all of you. That's right. Make them abandon us. Damn it. The other's eyes gleamed with malice. If they have no hope, then no one else should live. The crowd watched expectantly as the two men were surrounded by the zombie horde, their vehicle gnawed to pieces, when suddenly a deafening roar erupted. A cannon barrel rose from the top of the armored vehicle surrounded by zombies. Boom! Intense flames erupted from the cannon barrel, instantly scorching and clearing away the zombies on top of the armored vehicle. As more zombies tried to climb up, countless sharp spikes sprang out from the armor. With a deafening roar, the armored vehicle restarted. The supermodern armored vehicle, a system reward, automatically raised its underside, making the small mound of earth instantly insignificant. Han Qingxia floored the accelerator, and the large armored vehicle surged out of the horde of zombies. This time, Han Qingxia wasn't heading away from the factory, but towards the factory building. In the eyes of those in power, people are neither good nor evil. Similarly, people are nothing in their eyes. Han Qingxia wouldn't feel any saintly pride in saving them, nor would she feel any guilt in killing them. If they obediently waited for her rescue and lived peacefully as residents of her base, Han Qingxia would welcome them. But those who dared to use underhanded tactics and had so many ulterior motives deserved to die. Han Qingxia slammed on the gas, sending the armored vehicle hurtling to the foot of the factory building where they were located. She retracted the cannon muzzle, letting the zombies climb onto her armored vehicle while simultaneously raising a ladder on the roof. The people on the rooftop, watching the armored vehicle still engulfed by zombies, could no longer laugh. Just now, seeing them surrounded by zombies, they felt only a sense of relief. Who told these two not to come to their aid? They should just die. Die already. Die before them. Die right before their eyes. But now, these zombies they had released were climbing up Han Qingxia's vehicle roof towards them. Everyone felt a fear of having provoked a demon. Han Qingxia was known for her vengeance, and she would settle it immediately. Today, she had to repay them. Soon, the zombies climbed onto the rooftop using the ladder Han Qingxia had built. The first to rush up immediately attacked them. They tried to drive the first zombie off, but a massive horde followed. Everyone scrambled to escape in terror, but there was nowhere to run. The large iron gate behind them held zombies, and behind them lay an abyss. There was no way out. The rooftop was quickly breached. Seeing the overwhelming zombie horde, Dingy pulled a few people over to act as his backup. He rushed to the edge of the rooftop, activating his superpower to raise the ground. His power was weak, but in a crisis, it could still be unleashed. A small mound rose from the ground, and Dingy felt he could jump. At that moment, Han Qingxia watched his actions coldly on the monitor. Seeing him jump, she lazily said, "Yangtze." Yes, a powerful jet of water, dozens of times stronger than his power, instantly washed away the buffer slope he had built. Ding Yi, who had already jumped, Han Qingxia shook her armored vehicle and withdrew from the zombie horde. As the sun set, the zombies' attacks would become more powerful. She retreated from the zombie factory, and at that moment, she caught a glimpse of a group of survivors on the roof of a neighboring factory building. The group of survivors had also been observing them for a long time. They all huddled on the rooftop, trembling like lambs, watching the scene unfold. Han Qingxia withdrew her gaze, waved, and signaled Su Xiaoyang to leave the factory. After they left, the group on the rooftop quickly surged towards the edge. "They're gone. They're all gone." The leader among them was a middle-aged man. He recovered from his shock. They also have superpowers, 100 times stronger than Ding Yi. "They're too strong." Hearing his words, everyone felt a pang of sympathy. They weren't a rescue team with a duty to save them, risking their lives to do so. They weren't beings they could provoke and trample on at will. They were incredibly powerful. They had professional equipment and even stronger superpowered individuals. They could crush everything in a zombie-infested factory. They were beings they could only look up to. Fortunately, they hadn't tried to force a rescue, nor had they resorted to sabotage like Ding Yi's group after their distress call failed. In the end, they all perished here. But now, they looked down at the horde of factory zombies that Ding Yi had released to stop Han Qingxia. The sun was setting, and zombies roamed every corner of the factory. As the sun dipped below the horizon and night deepened, the zombies moved with increasing speed. Sensing the presence of living beings in their building, they all howled and charged towards the factory below. They spread their arms and clung to the walls, desperately climbing upwards. Soon, the building beneath them was surrounded by layers upon layers of zombies. Completely blocked, Li Gang noticed that several zombies were significantly faster and more agile than the others. They trampled over their companions, rushing to the top and frantically climbing towards their rooftop. Fortunately, their building was over 10 meters tall with a smooth facade, unlike their neighbor Ding Yi and his gang who had been reckless enough to attract the zombies. They were on the rooftop, seemingly safe for now. These zombies couldn't climb up there. Just then his wife, Wang Fong, nudged him. "Honey, look over there." Wang Fong's voice trembled. Li Gang followed her gaze and saw a zombie, its stomach ripped out and its face half-eaten, staggering to its feet where Ding Yi had jumped to his death. After falling from the rooftop, over 10 meters high, Ding Yi hadn't died instantly. He was quickly surrounded, devoured, and torn apart by the ravenous zombies. Thanks to his robust physique, he transformed into a zombie before the zombies could completely dismember him. Ding Yi, now a zombie, let out a piercing roar. It looked around, its gaze finally settling on the survivors on the roof of the neighboring building. It raced towards them, instantly reaching the foot of the factory building. Faced with the layers of corpses and the horde of zombies that still couldn't break through, it pushed through the zombies and roared with all its might. Instantly, a mound over 3 meters high rose up beneath its feet. Seeing this, all the zombies frantically surged towards the mound it had built. The zombies now had a foothold. Finally, they had a chance to climb. The survivors on the rooftop were completely terrified. "Honey, what do we do?" Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, along with their dogs, successfully returned to their base. When they left the factory, many zombies chased their car, but they were all quickly outpaced after a few hundred meters. Han Qingxia didn't slow down at all, not even stopping to check for zombie cores after running them over. It was getting late. The factory was an hour-and-a-half drive from the base. By the time they returned, it would be completely dark. She couldn't afford to relax for even a moment, at least not after entering her territory. At 7:30 p.m., they successfully returned to the base. As usual, the two took showers first, then Su Xiaoyang cooked dinner, while Han Qingxia inventoried their spoils in her bomb shelter. Today, they had seized a total of 1,148 zombie cores. These cores were all level 1. Zombie cores are graded. Level 1 is the most common type. Roughly 1 in 3 zombies will have a crystal core forming in its brain. Level 1 zombies aren't particularly strong. They're only slightly stronger than the most common zombies, like the mutated level 1 zombie Han Qingxia killed in the villa. Their agility and speed are much greater than ordinary zombies, but they're still manageable. Any ordinary person with even a little fighting skill can defeat them. However, the difference is huge with level 2 zombies. Their strength and speed far surpass that of a strong adult, often requiring multiple ordinary people working together to kill them. The crystal core is about the size of a quail egg. Level 3 zombies are basically beyond the reach of ordinary people. They're the opponents of superhumans. The crystal core is about the size of a goose egg. The formation of level 2 and level 3 zombies requires certain factors, one of which is cannibalism. The level 2 zombie Han Qingxia defeated on the highway last time most likely ate its own kind. At that time, the entire highway, except for the gas station area, was almost devoid of zombies. 9 times out, it was that level 3 zombie who led the others there to eat them. Secondly, there was the possibility of supernatural power evolution. Zombies can also evolve supernatural powers. Once a supernatural power emerges, the level increases dramatically. The strongest zombie king in the entire eastern region that Han Qingxia had heard of in her past life was a level 8 zombie with multiple supernatural powers. It was said that he possessed more than 3 supernatural powers. He occupied the border area of cities A, B, and C. Of course, she had only heard of him. She had never seen him. She wasn't worthy. In her past life, as an ordinary person, Han Qingxia wasn't worthy of going to such a high-level battlefield. She was also very cautious, only carrying out missions she was 100% certain of success on. She wouldn't do any missions with even a little risk. This is why, although other powerful supernatural beings were strong, they ultimately couldn't defeat Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia was as steady as a rock. She would never joke with her own life. Getting back to the point, at this time, the zombies were mostly level 1. High-level zombies were rare. Level 3 zombies, like the one Han Qingxia killed last time, were extremely scarce. She looked at her 100-plus zombie cores, exchanged 1,000 for points, and kept the remaining 100 to extract evolution fluid. Each level 1 core was worth 100 points, and the number of cores in the bonus pack was calculated. Congratulations on obtaining 104,000 points. Adding to her previous 30,000 plus points, she now had almost 140,000. Han Qingxia rubbed her excited hands together. She had enough money. She immediately went to the limited time window reconnaissance and strike integrated drone system. Exchange. Deep congratulations on obtaining the reconnaissance and strike integrated drone system. Before Han Qingxia, an incredibly high-tech military device sat down. Soon afterward, Han Qingxia's base also noticed a change. At this moment, the tower on the second floor of Han Qingxia's building expanded again, extending half the size of an air raid shelter into the mountainside behind it. Directly above was a large, operable atrium. A massive control unit was located in the center of the second-floor tower, behind Han Qingxia's crossbow. 24 small military drones were neatly parked in the central open space. These drones were very small, appearing only slightly larger than commercially available drones, but their power was far beyond that of toy-like drones. These were standard military reconnaissance and strike drones, possessing astonishing ground control capabilities and the ability to destroy main battle tanks. If used in an invasion, a few waves of drone airstrikes would absolutely overwhelm the enemy's air defenses. Firstly, drones are extremely small, difficult to monitor, and very expensive. Destroying them would require expensive surface-to-air missiles. Even using relatively cheaper man-portable air defense systems, manpads, would be counterproductive. Using a single artillery shell, costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, to shoot down a drone is simply burning money. And that's assuming it hits with a single shot. Using large-caliber anti-aircraft guns, even with a slightly dense concentration of drones, ground-based air defenses can't intercept them all. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, and it might not even work. The best countermeasure is electronic jamming, forcing the drones to land or deviate from their intended trajectories. However, this is a system-rewarded reconnaissance and strike drone. The existing electronic jamming levels are useless against Han Qingxia's drones. Han Qingxia will use her reconnaissance and strike drone system within her territory, creating an impenetrable, super-strong protective net. 24 drones, 8-hour flight time, divided into 3 shifts with automatic rotation, 2 drones in each of the 4 directions, north, south, east, and west, perfectly achieving 24/7 surveillance. Han Qingxia looked at her base's awesome defense system with immense satisfaction. Killing zombies all day was totally worth it. Just then, she noticed a glowing, unclaimed reward in the system chat. She had killed over 1,000 zombies today and exchanged for over 1,000 crystal cores. There was also a large gift pack available for crystal core exchange. Last time, she was reminded that the second gift pack could be exchanged for 100 crystal cores. Han Qingxia called Fatsai over and gave Fatsai's head a good rub, leaving Fatsai bewildered and Xiatian barking jealously. Han Qingxia, holding both dogs, opened the crystal core gift pack. Ding, congratulations on obtaining Yunnan Baiyao *1. Ding reward, first aid pill *1. Ding, congratulations on obtaining fresh beef *1000 gene. Ding, congratulations on obtaining solar power panels *100 Han Qingxia. Not bad, not bad. A decent, very practical gift pack. It has medicine, supplies, and energy panels. She's been consuming quite a bit of fresh meat. The system's in-game store also sells fresh meat, but Han Qingxia thought it was too expensive. She remembered it cost 10 points per pound, which seemed like a waste. The reward of 1,000 pounds of fresh beef seemed to justify the crystal core she'd spent on the exchange. And after claiming this gift pack, there's more. The crystal core exchange area indicated that a new gift pack would unlock every 1,000 crystal cores collected. Han Qingxia redeemed over 1,000 tokens today, immediately triggering the next big gift pack. Han Qingxia claimed it without hesitation. Ding reward, mental ability. Han Qingxia was completely stunned when she heard this reward. The third gift pack in the Crystal Core Redemption program only had one reward. But this reward was a mental ability. Even the composed and experienced Han Qingxia was once again shocked by the system's enormous reward. Mental ability. She had heard of mental ability users in her previous life. They were the absolute strongest among ability users. You might not find one mental ability user out of 10,000. Mental ability users could see the abilities of other ability users. Their attacks were through mental power. A powerful mental ability user could kill an ordinary person with a single glance. The pinnacle of ability users. Beep ability detected. Host, would you like to use this ability? Use it. Of course she used it herself. Could she give it to someone else? Han Qingxia's brain felt like it had been hit by a huge hammer. Unlike the wood and water type abilities she had copied before, this mental ability was incredibly painful. Her mind went completely blank. When she gradually recovered, she noticed a completely different vision in her mind. She looked at the dogs beside her. They were covered in a faint red hue, with Xia Tian's red being the most intense. The stronger the color, the more dangerous. She seemed to sense the dog's fighting power. She looked at herself and sensed blue and green light moving around her. Blue, green. It's an ability. So these are the colors of abilities. Han Qingxia finally had her first ability of her own. She then looked at the huge pile of rewards she had received today. Armed reconnaissance drones, Yunnan Baiyao, a traditional Chinese medicine, emergency pills, 1,000 gene, 500 kilograms of beef, and 100 solar panels. Building the base diligently, the future is promising.
Charge, charge, charge.
Han Qingxia emerged from the air raid shelter. Outside, Su Xiaoyang had prepared dinner. Boss, today I made shredded pork with sweet bean sauce and poached eggs. Han Qingxia nodded and waved to him. Yangzi, come in for a moment. What is it? It's time to tell you some things you need to know. Su Xiaoyang. Han Qingxia took out his phone and pressed a button on the air raid shelter behind him. To Su Xiaoyang's astonishment, he saw a huge skylight open on the shelter's tower, and a group of drones flew out from inside. Our base's drones, my little gadgets. Su Xiaoyang. He stared incredulously at the military drones flying in the sky. This couldn't be an armed reconnaissance drone, could it? Holy crap. What the hell is this gadget Han Qingxia made? She made it. After the initial shock, Su Xiaoyang seemed unable to disbelieve it, because drones of this caliber are simply unavailable for purchase elsewhere. Moreover, he had never seen this model before. It's impossible that Han Qingxia didn't create it herself. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of the other military-grade defensive fortifications Han Qingxia had built. None of these things could be made outside. Take her armored vehicle, for example. It was absolutely the strongest armored vehicle Su Xiaoyang had ever seen. Without a doubt. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Han Qingxia with utter shock. Just what kind of amazing person was his boss? She was practically omnipotent. His admiration for Han Qingxia was beyond words. The next day, the crimson sun rose above the horizon. Bright, warm light shone once more upon the human civilization that had created countless miracles. However, the human world was now a scene of utter devastation. Gone were the breakfast shops that opened early in the morning, the joggers, the sanitation workers cleaning the streets, and the people toiling early for a living. The city was now filled only with countless zombies roaming the streets and the occasional piercing screams. In a massive factory park on the outskirts of the city. From the rooftop of a 4-story, several-meter-high factory building came an incredibly piercing scream. A loud boom echoed. A stainless steel pipe slammed heavily into a zombie, slamming the charging creature back down. But by then, it was too late to hold on. Roar! Ha 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 ha! A large number of zombies climbed upwards, layer upon layer, on a protruding earthen slope. After a night of piling up and trampling over the bodies of their companions, they finally reached the factory rooftop. The first zombie to emerge was knocked down with a stick, followed by countless zombie claws gripping the edge of the roof. The withered, sharp claws gripped the edge, and one by one, the bloodied, mangled, and terrifying zombie heads emerged. They had been starving for too long. Their grayish-white, cloudy eyes were filled with a bloodshot red from extreme hunger. They wanted to eat. They wanted to eat people. So hungry. Roar! 2 zombies leaped up simultaneously. Boom! Boom! 8 or 9 men stood guard on the front line, wielding steel pipes with all their might, relentlessly clearing away the zombies. Behind them were 11 or 12 women, also armed, trying to knock down the hands of the zombies clinging to the edge of the rooftop. They had no way to retreat. This was the rooftop. The fire escape behind them was already blocked. That area was teeming with zombies. There was no way to escape. But time ticked by. The people on the rooftop gradually became exhausted, while the zombies below surged higher and higher, climbing ever more numerous. They were a group of people, and they hadn't had a proper meal in a long time, suffering from severe malnutrition, but below them was a horde of zombies like perpetual motion machines. Roar! The sharp female scream rang out, and a male zombie charged up from behind their defensive line. He wore the latest Air Jordans on one foot, but his other foot, missing his beloved shoe, was bare, with the front half gnawed off. His mangled foot limped, but he was clearly faster than the other zombies. He leaped onto the platform and charged towards the nearest woman, pouncing on her in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to bite down, a steel pipe flew through the air, its immense force shattering his head. Wife! Li Gang pulled the woman back. Husband! Wang Feng trembled, cowering in his arms. By this time, more and more zombies were climbing up. The rooftop was completely lost. Stop fighting. Climb to the top of the generator. Li Gang, carrying his wife, climbed towards the top of the only tallest, most massive generator in the center of the rooftop. Everyone saw this and immediately followed suit, abandoning the fight and climbing upwards. By the time they reached the top of the generator, the rooftop had completely fallen. Zombies surged up from the ground, surrounding their last refuge from all sides, with endless streams pouring in through any gaps where they could no longer fight back. The generator was only 2 meters high and extremely narrow. Everyone was huddled together like a flock of helpless sheep, surrounded by a dense, impenetrable horde of zombies, with nowhere to escape. The generator beneath their feet was being pushed and shoved by the zombies, teetering on the verge of collapse. They were doomed. They were truly doomed. Just as they were sinking into utter despair, a roar echoed through the silent factory. A powerful armored vehicle reappeared before everyone's eyes. At that moment, everyone stared in disbelief. The enraged armored vehicle scrambled through the scattered, wandering zombies, heading straight for the factory building. Boom! The armored vehicle crashed into the horde of zombies, smashing and flattening the zombies and the earthen mound below. Instantly, the zombie staircase was blasted away. The zombies still climbing in midair scattered and fell. Like rain, they rained down from the sky. Following this, a powerful jet of water shot out from the top window of the armored vehicle. A man stood at the aiming slit, conjuring an immense jet of high-pressure water in his palm, which he unleashed towards the remaining zombies. Where the water jet passed, a vast swath of zombies was wiped out. Zombies hanging in midair, clinging to their companions, were all swept away. Immediately following, boom, 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 gross flames erupted from the armored vehicle's roof. A combination of fire and water attacks, coupled with the armored vehicles stylishly rampaging and ramming below, quickly flattened and scattered the thousands of zombies within minutes. Han Qingxia, driving the vehicle, thought, "This is what zombie killing is all about. Efficient." After the main zombie force was cleared out, the armored vehicle pulled up close to the factory building. The doors opened, and a pack of dogs were released to finish off the remaining zombies. Dressed in specialized combat suits, the dogs' heads and bellies were completely protected. They charged into the zombie horde with incredible ferocity, devouring them one by one, chasing after any survivors to finish them off. Meanwhile, the armored vehicle's sunroof opened completely, revealing a super-tall elevator. Shocked by the sight of Li Gang and Wang Feng, two figures, a man and a woman, leaped up from below and rushed onto their rooftop. They came to save them. The man wielded a continuous jet of water, while the woman held a tank-style sword. They slashed at the zombies they saw. The two were unstoppable, killing everything in their way. Wherever Han Qingxia's tang sword passed, zombies were decapitated, and they were sent tumbling in terror. Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water jet precisely protected her. Clear out all the zombies outside her attack range. The two moved with perfect precision and fluidity, reaching the generator. 10 minutes passed. All the zombies around Li Gang and his group were gone. The group stared at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang as if they were gods. These were the legendary gods, and gods who had come specifically to save them. "Are you willing to come with me?" Han Qingxia asked, looking at the people after killing the zombies on the rooftop. The people reacted instantly. "I've built a base. Those of you who are willing to come with me will become residents of my base. From now on, I will protect your safety. Within my territory, you will be the safest people." Han Qingxia spoke each word carefully, looking at the people before her. Li Gang was the first to react. "Then what do you want us to do?" "Submit to me." Han Qingxia stood alone before them. "I can't restore your lives to what they were before the apocalypse, but by submitting to me, I will make you the happiest residents of the base right now." Su Xiaoyang stood behind her like a resolute backdrop, an aura of absolute power emanating from Han Qingxia. The strong possess a natural and absolute attraction and persuasive power. It made everyone unconsciously move closer to her. "You saved us, my wife and I are willing." Li Gang was the first to agree, grabbing Wang Feng's hand and helping her down from the generator. They had no reason to refuse Han Qingxia. Now, zombies were everywhere. They had nowhere to go, no home to return to, no food, no work, and they had to face zombies appearing from nowhere at any moment. Of course, they needed to find a safe place to settle down. Besides, if Han Qingxia hadn't saved them, none of them would have survived. She's so powerful, so incredibly strong they'd follow her just for that. How else would they survive? After Li Gang and Wang Feng came down, the remaining dozen or so people rushed down as well. We're willing to. Me too. I'm willing to follow you. As long as you guarantee our safety. Give us some food. Almost everyone present was willing, except for a young couple. We want to go home, one of the girls said to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia lazily glanced at them.
There are zombies outside.
Don't you have zombies in your house? Her words caused the two girls to hesitate noticeably.
No.
We still want to go home, the girl said. Hearing this, Han Qingxia didn't try to stop them any longer. She said coldly, Go if you want to. The two girls, as if granted a pardon, glanced at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang and quickly headed towards the ladder by the wall. Seeing this, some of the others wanted to intervene, but ultimately gave up and watched them leave. Now, of the 18 people in the group, 16 remained. After they confirmed their allegiance to Han Qingxia, a notification sounded in her mind. Ding 16 residents detected joining, reward 1,600 points. Ding strength type talent detected *2. Reward, special attribute. Ding speed type talent detected *1. Reward, special attribute. Among the 16 people Han Qingxia accepted, 3 were ability users. Once she accepted them, their special attributes would be copied to Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia immediately felt a change in her body. She could clearly feel an inexhaustible power throughout her body. What surprised Han Qingxia was that the system also stacked duplicate abilities. It doubled the original. It wasn't that duplicate abilities were simply counted as one. Han Qingxia gained this group of residents, earning her 1,600 points and 3 special abilities. She looked at her new residents with great satisfaction. After the system confirmed their resident identities, everyone's gaze towards Han Qingxia suddenly softened with admiration and closeness. From now on, you can call me Lord. Yes, Lord. Everyone greeted Han Qingxia affectionately. Han Qingxia scanned all the zombies present. Everyone listen up. Clean out the zombies' brains and find what's inside. Han Qingxia casually broke open a zombie's brain, flicked it with the tip of her knife, and pulled out a crystal core the size of a grain of rice. Everyone's eyes lit up at this sight. Whoever cleans out the most and hands in the most will get a reward. Han Qingxia encouraged them further. Everyone immediately began scrambling to collect the cores. After assigning the task of collecting the crystal cores, Han Qingxia looked at Su Xiaoyang. Clear out all the zombies in the factory. Yes. She led Su Xiaoyang to the entrance to the rooftop passage. The thick iron chains securing the massive iron gate couldn't contain the zombies crammed inside like sardines in a can. They howled and screamed through a small crack in the gate. Seeing Su Xiaoyang and Han Qingxia enter, they became even more excited. Han Qingxia slashed at the chain with her tang sword. With a snap, the chain broke in two, and the zombies rushed towards them like a madman released from his cage. However, they were met with an incredibly powerful jet of high-pressure water. Upon contact with the zombies, the water jet rapidly dispersed into countless water bullets. Under high pressure and speed, these water bullets were as powerful as bullets. A series of water bullet attacks struck as many zombies as they came out. If other superhumans saw this, they would be speechless with shock. This is insanely powerful. The current level of superpowers is generally limited to conjuring small water orbs, fireballs, or mounds of earth. Even Ding Yi, who previously blocked Han Qingxia, possessed a superpower level considered strong. However, Su Xiaoyang could unleash powerful, high-pressure water jets with a mere wave of his hand, and effortlessly control the form of whatever level of control already reaching that of a level 3 superpower user. This was the enhancement Han Qingxia gave him through the daily consumption of the evolution fluid. And it had no side effects. By the time other bases started promoting the evolution fluid, their combat power would have been far surpassed by Han Qingxia. More importantly, their evolution fluid had a host of side effects. In terms of strength, they were simply incomparable.
Su
Xiaoyang, as the main force, charged out and killed one zombie after another, quickly clearing the zombies from the safety passage. Han Qingxia lazily stood by with her knife, finishing off any stragglers she spotted. Soon, the safety passage was cleared. She told Li Gang and the others not to forget to clean up the crystal cores here, then led Su Xiaoyang towards the safety passage. She needed to clear all the zombies from inside and outside the factory. Afterwards, she would put up her Han Qingxia sign here, expanding it into her territory. This ready-made large factory had a large amount of machinery, which would make it easier for her to process food in the future. This factory was hers. Just as they reached the third floor, Han Qingxia's mental energy surged. Within her mind, she clearly sensed an energy 10 times stronger than that of an ordinary zombie.
Stop.
Han Qingxia's voice fell, and Su Xiaoyang stopped immediately. With a boom, the security door in front of Su Xiaoyang was smashed open, and a zombie with its stomach bitten through appeared before them. It was slightly different from the other zombies. Its grayish-white eyes possessed a sliver of intelligence. Another one, a level 3 zombie. After missing its target, the zombie raised its ferocious head and roared at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Roar, it was a fresh zombie. Bright red pus and blood gushed from its mouth. Half its face had been bitten off. Besides the bite marks, its entire face was horribly deformed, as if it had been smashed face down, completely mangled. White brain matter and dark red secretions mingled on its face, dripping down in large drops. It opened its gaping maw like an abyss, its entire head looking as if it might fall apart at any moment, a bloody mess like something out of a horror movie, not to mention its stomach had been completely ripped out. I've seen ugly things, but I've never seen anything this ugly. Han Qingxia felt nauseous just looking at the zombie. It was simply too brutal. What inhuman treatment must it have endured in its previous life to be in such a state? Upon closer inspection, oh ho, good heavens! Isn't this the Earth Elemental ability user who messed with them yesterday and then got messed with back? Boss, it's that Earth Elemental ability user from yesterday who turned into a zombie, Su Xiaoyang said. Roar, the zombie Ding-yi glared fiercely at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang, a hint of hatred appearing in its gray, unconscious eyes. As if it retained a sliver of memories from its past life, it stared hatefully at its enemy. It lunged at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. Boom! A high-pressure water jet immediately shot toward its head. Rumble! To Su Xiaoyang's surprise, the wall beside him collapsed with a loud crash, blocking the zombie Ding-yi. Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water jets all struck the wall. Immediately afterward, a dark shadow pounced on him. Su Xiaoyang dodged behind him, then with a loud bang, launched a flying kick, sending the dark figure tumbling down the stairwell. His elite special forces skills allowed him to react faster than his brain to any unexpected attack. Even the zombie-like Ding-yi couldn't get close to him. However, at that moment, the staircase beneath Su Xiaoyang's feet suddenly began to collapse. The earth crumbled, the steel reinforcement collapsed, and Su Xiaoyang was left dangling in midair, plummeting downwards. Fortunately, Han Qingxia grabbed his shoulder and pulled him back up with great force. But the ordeal wasn't over. The staircase continued to collapse, and Han Qingxia, without even putting Su Xiaoyang down, hoisted him onto her back and ran upwards. With every step they took, another step of the staircase collapsed behind them. Large chunks of concrete collapsed with a deafening roar, the entire stairwell crumbling layer by layer in Su Xiaoyang's view. Through the gaps in the concrete, he glimpsed a figure at the very bottom. Boss. That Earth Elemental ability user, after turning into a zombie, still retained his Earth Elemental abilities. And they've been enhanced. I know. Han Qingxia, carrying Su Xiaoyang, strode towards the rooftop. Just then, the last step in front of her completely collapsed. Han Qingxia lost her footing, and almost simultaneously, she swooped upwards along the wall, carrying Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang, on her shoulder, grabbed the door to the third-floor passageway. This time, it was Su Xiaoyang's turn to hold onto Han Qingxia tightly. He gripped the tightly closed emergency exit door on the third floor with one hand, his legs wrapped around Han Qingxia's waist. As the stairs beneath them collapsed, he executed a handstand, sending Han Qingxia to the narrow crevice of the third-floor entrance. He then nimbly leaped onto the crevice. Boom! The entire emergency exit collapsed, all the stairs gone, leaving only layers of exposed, broken steel bars and pitted walls. At this moment, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang stood pressed against the edge of the emergency exit doorway. A narrow crevice, barely wide enough for half a foot to stand sideways. Below them was a crater more than 10 meters deep. The slightest movement would plunge them into the abyss. And what was worse, behind them in the locked emergency exit were zombies. Several zombies, sensing their presence, swarmed against the emergency exit door. The mangled, bloodied face of a zombie was separated from Han Qingxia by only a glass window, pressed against her face. The feeling was incredibly thrilling.
Boss.
That zombie with superpowers is hiding. Su Xiaoyang had been trying to locate the zombie, but Ding Yi, the zombie, possessed Earth-based superpowers. He hid in the rubble and disappeared immediately. At this moment, he felt his water-based superpowers were completely useless here. With the enemy hiding in their main battlefield, he was utterly helpless. And they were in grave danger. An abyss lay before them. Zombies lurked behind them. It seemed there was no way out. At this moment, Han Qingxia closed her eyes. With her eyes closed, her mind rapidly constructed a picture of the entire area around her. Her powerful mental energy, like radar, swept towards the areas it could detect. Within her mental realm, the people around her were deep blue, while behind her were 17 or 18 grayish-white creatures. The blue ones were Su Xiaoyang, and the grayish-white ones were zombies. She continued to extend her mental power downwards, spreading it outwards. Instantly, an even larger scene appeared. Below them, there were still 15 or 16 zombies, and at the very bottom, 7 or 8 grayish-white zombies wandered scattered about. A distinctive, earthen-yellow zombie immediately appeared before her. Yangzi, 12 o'clock, prepare. Su Xiaoyang suddenly heard Han Qingxia's words. Boom! Without any hesitation, he unleashed a full-force water jet towards the direction Han Qingxia indicated. Instantly, boom! The powerful water jet pierced through the pillar, causing a collapse of the earth and the ceiling. The earth elemental mutated zombie was struck hard by these objects. Continue in the center, Han Qingxia said coldly. Su Xiaoyang's high-pressure water jet shot towards the center again. The water jet blasted through a pile of rubble and struck the superhuman zombie's brain. Within Han Qingxia's mental domain, the yellowish-brown color completely vanished, replaced by a very small but bright yellowish-brown crystal. A level 3 crystal core had appeared. All done. Han Qingxia opened her eyes. Looking at the completely dead zombie Ding Yi, she grabbed the steel bars and concrete blocks of the surrounding walls from the third floor and began to climb down. She was incredibly agile, scaling the wall like a nimble gecko. After descending, she went straight to Ding Yi's location and pried off his crystal core. Su Xiaoyang followed her down the stairwell, which had no stairs. Seeing this, he couldn't help but admire his boss even more.
How did she do that?
She could pinpoint the zombie's location so quickly. And his boss was incredibly cool and efficient, never letting him down. How could there be such a cool woman in the world? Doing missions with her was so comfortable. Today was another day of increased admiration for Han Qingxia. His boss was truly amazing. After eliminating the level 3 zombie with superpowers, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang then worked together to wipe out the remaining scattered zombies in the factory. Li Gang and the others collected zombie cores from the entire factory. Han Qingxia wasn't worried about them pocketing them. First, they didn't know the core's uses and wouldn't have the thought of keeping them. Second, and most importantly, she possessed psychic abilities. She could sense the color of the cores. She could tell at a glance whether anyone was hoarding any. Lord, here are what you wanted. Li Gang handed Han Qingxia all the zombie cores they had collected. Han Qingxia scanned the 16 people present. None of them had any cores they were hoarding. Han Qingxia nodded in satisfaction. This time, they obtained a total of 1,208 cores. Plus, 1 level 3 core. Tell everyone how many crystal cores they've collected and how many points each person will receive as a reward. Points.
Yes.
Follow me to my base, and I'll tell you how to use the points. Li Gang and the others were overjoyed to hear this, knowing they were being led away. They were immediately delighted. Yes, Han Qingxia found a bunch of drivable cars in the factory. There were so many cars in the factory, almost all in good working order, just without keys. But that didn't stop Han Qingxia. She fiddled with them for a bit and got several cars ready for them, enough for everyone. Before leaving, she also ransacked the factory. Led by Li Gang and the others, she quickly found all the production workshops in the factory. This was the largest grain factory in the entire City A, producing a large quantity of food-related products. For example, Wuchang rice, rice bran oil, flour, noodles, white sugar, wide noodles. The variety was endless, all food-related. All of it together amounted to over 100,000 tons. Han Qingxia instructed Su Xiaoyang to have the factory gate renovated, adding her name and a flag. The factory would then be her territory. Meanwhile, she quickly emptied the factory warehouse of food supplies. All the boxes and crates of packaged food were packed away. Once she had emptied the factory's inventory, her storage space was 3/4 full. It was roughly the size of a 10-story building, every corner piled high with supplies, almost overflowing. It was packed full. This amount of food, not just for herself, could feed 7,000 or 8,000 people for a lifetime. Han Qingxia was very satisfied. She didn't touch the other machines and production lines for the time being. She would bring people to process food later when her base's productivity had increased. These things would be extremely useful. Today was a very fruitful day. She had acquired a huge food factory, over 10 tons of food, 16 people, and over 1,000 crystal cores. She emerged from the large warehouse, where the people at the entrance had already repaired the gate. At Han Qingxia's command, everyone got into the vehicles, and she led them towards her base. On the way, everyone felt a long-lost sense of security. It was as if they were being protected. As their convoy left the factory road and entered the main road, they suddenly heard screams outside. On the roadside, a group of 3 to 5 scattered zombies surrounded a woman, devouring her. Another woman was running desperately. She saw their convoy and ran towards them for help. Help, but she hadn't run 2 steps before she was pounced on by zombies on both sides of the road and bitten on an artery. Wang Fong immediately recognized the screaming women. It's Lu Ling and Su Wenwen. Everyone inside the vehicle stared at the 2 women surrounded and being devoured by zombies, all rushing to the windows to look out but unable to bear it. Those were the 2 women who had left when Han Qingxia asked if they wanted to go with her. Their home wasn't far from the factory, and even though Han Qingxia had warned them that there were zombies near their home, they hadn't listened and insisted on going. It was obvious they'd run home, discovered zombies, and were frantically trying to escape. But how could they possibly outrun the zombies swarming from all sides? The moment they appeared, they were targeted by the ravenous zombies, with nowhere to run. The 2 women were devoured by zombies right before everyone's eyes, and then, just before everyone's eyes, their bodies began to convulse and mutate. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. Boom, the lead armored vehicle floored the accelerator, violently crushing the 2 hordes of zombies, clearing a safe path for them. All the vehicles followed the path Han Qingxia had cleared. Once they were safely away from the 2 hordes of zombies, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of security and immense relief. They were so glad they had resolutely followed Han Qingxia and hadn't been like those 2 fools, trying to go home. Zombies are everywhere outside. There's not a single safe place. There can be no room for complacency. Following Han Qingxia, they were told that as long as they remained within her territory, they could all live safely. The group followed Han Qingxia's car, quickly heading towards the outskirts. The convoy stopped at a cluster of villas in the suburbs. The moment Han Qingxia appeared, the residents of Villa number 9 immediately ran out.
Lord,
You've arrived. Han Qingxia nodded when she saw Wang Yumin and his wife and children. She waved, signaling the people in the 5 or 6 cars following behind to get out. From now on, you will all live here. Han Qingxia looked at Wang Yumin. You will lead them in planting crops and developing production. Production is the foundation of everything. And crop production is the foundation of everything. Only with a stable crop yield can we consider expanding into other types of production. We must proceed step by step. Upon hearing this, Wang Yumin immediately nodded. Okay. Everyone come over here for a moment. I'll explain the base's rules to you. P.S. To briefly summarize, this zombie novel style is quite realistic, featuring a lot of chase and survival scenes in a zombie world. Bai is a huge fan of zombie movies and TV series, especially Train to Busan and The Walking Dead. I've watched Train to Busan countless times. I love the thrill of being chased by zombies. This book will be written from Bai's own perspective, without any external guidance. Aside from the base-building aspect where the female protagonist has an unfair advantage and dominates, the zombie world won't be fantastical. While zombies will level up and develop superpowers, it will be grounded in realistic physics and won't be overly exaggerated, striving for gory chases and a strong sense of survival. If you also enjoy this kind of thing, be sure to add it to your bookshelf. Let's go. Zombie World. All residents joining my base will use a point system. Points can be exchanged for food, water, daily necessities, and various tools. Han Qingxia took out the list she had given Wang Yumin earlier, instructing him to post it on the bulletin board in the villa area. It detailed the point exchange rates for food. 1 pound of rice, 1 point. 1 packet of salt, 1 point. 1 egg, 1 point. 1 pound of pork, 10 points. 1 live chicken, 50 points. Of course, there were also ways to earn points, with the same exchange rates. All crops you produce and harvest can be exchanged for points. In addition, killing zombies and obtaining crystal cores will also be rewarded. Han Qingxia showed everyone the crystal cores she had. Li Gang, I just had you record the crystal cores they dug up. At 1 point per core, that's your base points. From now on, any crystal cores you find through your own hunting will be exchanged for 10 points. Li Gang and the others. Everyone understood instantly. In Han Qingxia's base, their points would be their currency, and the crystal cores they had just been collected would each receive between 50 and 60 points, or even 70 and 80 points. Their base points would be between 50 and 60 points, or 70 and 80 points. If converted to grain, each person could get at least 5 or 600 jin. Furthermore, all of you will need to pay me 10 points daily as a resident tax. Han Qingxia outlined the framework of the base's regulations. This tax will cover your use of all land and buildings within my territory. For each day of delay, a 10% late fee will be added. If you are in arrears for 10 days, you will be stripped of your resident rights. All your property will be confiscated, and you will be expelled from the base. Everyone can monitor each other. There will be a reward for reporting tax evaders. Half of their property will go to the informant. Everyone immediately tensed up. However, in return, all residents within my territory will be under my protection. I will provide you with the safest environment. Within my territory, you can produce freely, as safely as before the apocalypse, and I will distribute welfare benefits to you periodically. Since ancient times, there have been 5 methods of governing the people: keeping them ignorant, weakening them, exhausting them, humiliating them, and impoverishing them. Keeping them ignorant means unifying the people's thoughts, making everyone identify with only one central authority. Han Qingxia wants to unify their thoughts, making them accept her leadership. Residents living within her territory must share her ideas and develop the base together. This is keeping them ignorant. Weakening them means ensuring the base's strength is strong while the residents' individual strength is weak, preventing the emergence of organizations that can challenge the base's authority. For example, the group of Ding Yi that Han Qingxia encountered yesterday. Led by Ding Yi, they banded together, all like troublemakers, each with their own agendas. Han Qingxia would never want them. Otherwise, would she recruit such a group of troublemakers because she thinks her base is too peaceful and wants to bring in some people to cause trouble? Weakening the people means diminishing the power of her subordinates, breaking up their groups, and allowing them to remain independent yet collectively part of her territory. The people Han Qingxia has now brought under her control are all loosely organized individuals. They've temporarily banded together, lacking a true leader. Even Li Gang, who has the most influence, doesn't have much appeal. Once Han Qingxia took over, everyone was more willing to trust her.
Such a group could be taken in.
Weakening the residents' power and controlling everyone so they couldn't affect the base. This is the weakened populace. The exhausted populace, on the other hand, keeps residents busy every day, driven by a single goal. For example, Han Qingxia implemented a point system for them. Each person needs to contribute 10 points daily as living expenses for the base. Failing to reach this amount incurs interest, and failing for several consecutive days results in expulsion. Making everyone produce, using points as the direction for everyone's efforts. This is the exhausted populace. The humiliated populace, as Han Qingxia later mentioned, involves a reporting and oversight system, allowing the populace to monitor each other, ensuring her punishments are effectively enforced. This way, everyone will be cautious, diligently perform their labor, and abide by the rules. And finally, the impoverished populace. Poverty is the deprivation of the populace, the deprivation of resources beyond basic necessities. Like before the apocalypse, society was teeming with people living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to accumulate personal wealth despite a lifetime of hard work. Most wages barely covered living expenses, leaving no way to earn more. This is poverty. It leaves people toiling away their entire lives with no time for anything else. Of course, for a fledgling base like Han Qingxia's, everyone is already incredibly poor. There's no need for poverty at all. What's needed now is development. Develop vigorously. Build the base. The 10 points she assigned per day are enough to keep everyone working, and with diligence, accumulating wealth isn't difficult. Of course, as the base's lord, she must guarantee the safety of all residents, provide comprehensive support and assistance under any circumstances, and offer some welfare. Under her control, as long as these residents work diligently, she can provide them with the best treatment in any base. In the initial stage, I will provide you with seeds, tools, and everything you need free of charge. I'll have Wang Yuman's family lead you in starting planting and raising livestock, and the base's taxes and fees will be temporarily waived for 1 month. After 1 month, everyone will need to pay me points, Han Qingxia said to everyone present. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Han Qingxia with a mixture of fear and gratitude. She provided them with safety and territory, leading them back to a normal and peaceful life, and giving them a month's buffer time. A month is enough time to grow early maturing vegetables and achieve a bountiful harvest. That's enough for them to reconnect with normal production and life, not to mention that they still have a few dozen points, enough for them to live comfortably during this period. Furthermore, Han Qingxia's incentive system has everyone highly motivated. You see, if a dragon can only bring humans good weather and abundant harvests, then humans won't be grateful. They will only reduce it to a slave. But a dragon has the power of thunderous wrath and the ability to destroy everything, so humans will regard it as a god. The way to govern the people lies in a combination of kindness and severity. Han Qingxia was a god in their eyes. By the way, Lord, our base should be named. What should we call it? Wang Yuman asked. Han Qingxia thought for a moment, then said to everyone, Midsummer Base. From now on, all of you are residents of Midsummer Base. Upon hearing the name, everyone's spirits lifted, and their gazes towards Han Qingxia instantly became incredibly reverent. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Ding Super Lord system activated. Lord's territory successfully named. Ding Prosperity activated. Current prosperity level 60. Reward. Resident loyalty increased by 10%. Base production increased by 10%. Han Qingxia. 2 rewards in a row, both practical and powerful. The system is amazing. Han Qingxia saw the newly unlocked attribute values. The base prosperity level appeared after her points and crystal cores. Opening the prosperity level interface revealed the detailed attributes. Current base residents, 19 base guards, 1 base war dogs, 16 territory area, approximately 41 square kilometers cultivated area, 30 mu current prosperity value, 60 rural village, Han Qingxia. Isn't the title rural village a bit too harsh? Prosperity is composed of various values. Upgrading your title will unlock a big gift pack. Han Qingxia glanced at her next level. Prosperity 500, urban rural fringe. Great, I have to aim for an urban rural fringe. Yes, all for the glory of Qingxia base. Onward to the urban rural fringe. Han Qingxia left the residential area. She told all the residents to find their own housing as long as it was within her territory. Due to current technological limitations, Han Qingxia temporarily registered everyone's points, making 2 copies for both sides. If anyone wanted to exchange for supplies, they should let Wang Yuman's family know, and Wang Yunduo would come to collect them the next day. With limited resources and many things still in the experimental stage, and Han Qingxia lacking manpower, this was the only way for now. Therefore, she gave Wang Yuman's family 100 points as a subsidy, and their rent would be deducted at 10 points each, without requiring them to deliver production daily. After settling everyone in and distributing a batch of seeds for Wang Yuman to plant, Han Qingxia left. On the way, Su Xiaoyang kept glancing at her. "What are you looking at?" Su Xiaoyang, driving, said earnestly. "I think boss is a very excellent leader, Han Qingxia." A sudden act of flattery. Could it be? She wants a paycheck? She looked at Su Xiaoyang, thought for 3 seconds, then gritted her teeth. "Fine, you've worked the most for me, so you deserve some pay. From now on, I'll give you 100 points every month. Ask me for anything you want." Su Xiaoyang. He chuckled softly. "What? Still complaining about the amount? 100 points is more than enough. That's 100 gene of grain." Han Qingxia immediately started calculating on her fingers. "Don't forget you sold yourself to me. I even provide you with food and lodging and take care of your every need.
Do I need to say more about how I treat you?
You should be grateful." "All right, let's leave it at that for now. We'll give you a bonus when the base develops better." "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep for a bit." Han Qingxia yawned, pretending to sleep. "Want a raise?" "No way. She's determined to be stingy to the end." Su Xiaoyang saw that she had closed her eyes and fallen asleep, so he gripped the steering wheel and drove steadily. A gentle smile appeared on his cold face. He didn't just want a salary. He genuinely thought Han Qingxia was exceptional. The longer he spent with Han Qingxia, the more he felt this way. She might seem fierce and ruthless to outsiders, but she was incredibly kind to her family. Once she considered someone one of her own, she would do anything to protect them and give them the best life. Han Qingxia's excellence didn't come from her appearance, but from the strength within her. Following someone like her, one could definitely live a good life. Their base would definitely become powerful. Su Xiaoyang drove quietly and steadily back to the base. After returning to her bunker, Han Qingxia counted her spoils of the day. As usual, she first exchanged 1,000 level 1 crystal cores. After the exchange, plus her territory expansion today, having captured a factory, her current points totaled 150,000, plus a crystal core gift pack. She wouldn't open the crystal core gift pack for now. She rubbed her excited hands and first exchanged for a radar system, also worth 100,000 points. With a whoosh, another area expanded behind her second-floor tower, and several radar stations appeared at the very top of her bunker. A complete radar system was on her second floor. The radar system produced by the system will automatically increase its detection area according to Han Qingxia's territory expansion. All anomalies within the territory will be comprehensively monitored and alerted to Han Qingxia. Far more accurate than her territory link system. Furthermore, it integrates with Han Qingxia's reconnaissance and strike drone system. After detecting anomalies, Han Qingxia directly transmits the coordinates to the drone, allowing it to conduct reconnaissance and strike. She no longer needs to run around herself. Han Qingxia's territory security is further strengthened. In addition, While browsing the displayed items, she was pleasantly surprised to find an electronic statistics system, similar to a cafeteria's meal card system and water card system. This product was marked as an essential item for the territory, and it only costs 100 points. However, each member card requires 1 point. Han Qingxia decisively placed an order. She spent another 100 points to buy 100 member cards. This was exactly what she needed. From now on, each member of her base will have an identity points card, making it incredibly convenient to deduct and earn points. She no longer needs to register manually. The system records everything automatically. The Lord system truly knows how to create excellent lords. It perfectly understands what Han Qingxia needs. In no time, the entire system appeared before Han Qingxia. Each card was printed with the words Shengxia, meaning summer in full bloom. Actually, this kind of device isn't difficult to obtain. Before the apocalypse, many programmers could write the code, add a sensor and a chip card, and they could create a complete system. But now it's the apocalypse. Where could she find programmers to develop the program for her and also find the device chips? And what the system provided was simply perfect. The identity cards were beautiful, the system was fast, and it didn't have any bugs. It was fantastic. After receiving the point system, Han Qingxia immediately entered the information of the existing 19 members, along with their respective points. She would have Wang Yunduo take it back and distribute it to everyone tomorrow. At this point, the basic structure of her midsummer base was truly complete. After accumulating the resident points, Han Qingxia used the evolution fluid machine to extract evolution fluid from the level 3 crystal cores. She drank the evolution fluid from the level 3 crystal cores and then got Su Xiaoyang a vial of evolution fluid from a level 1 zombie crystal core. Looking at this vial of evolution fluid, she thought, "Look, there's no one else in the world as good a boss as me. Want a raise? No way. Here, take this." Su Xiaoyang, having finished cooking, saw Han Qingxia hand him a glass of water and a card. He took it without hesitation and drank it. The taste was as sweet as ever. The water his boss gave him was definitely different. "What's this?" Su Xiaoyang asked, looking at the card after finishing the water. "Your identity card. From now on, you are a formal resident of the Qingxia base. You have 100 points on it." Su Xiaoyang took the ID card from his hand. His number was 002, the second citizen number in the Qingxia base. Holding the card, looking at the number, Su Xiaoyang felt a sudden warmth in his heart. 002, this must be his position in Han Qingxia's heart, second only to 001, Han Qingxia herself. This feeling was subtle. Han Qingxia considered him her closest person. So, in this apocalypse, they truly depended on each other for survival. Han Qingxia placed him so highly, so in the future, she would also be his closest person. At this moment, Han Qingxia whistled at Xia Tian, who was gnawing on a bone. "Brother Tian, come here. Hand out ID cards." "Woof woof woof." Xia Tian put down the bone and ran over. Han Qingxia took out an ID card with a string threaded on it and placed it in the slot of Xia Tian's combat uniform, tying a knot. It clearly read 001. Su Xiaoyang. Xia Tian is 001. Otherwise. Then, what about you, boss? I'm 000, Su Xiaoyang. What the hell? There's a 000?
He was so shallow.
In addition, Han Qingxia also arranged identification documents for all her dogs. From 003 to 017. Each dog had a custom-made tag with the logo of Han Qingxia's Qingxia base, placed in the slot of their combat uniforms. To Han Qingxia, the dogs were no different from people. They were all her comrades. And even more trustworthy comrades. They had to have Qingxia base identification cards. 2 days passed in a flash. Han Qingxia had been busy with base construction these past 2 days. Constructing and managing a base is an extremely complex and troublesome matter, especially in the early stages of base construction. She needed to solve problems for the residents, such as water, electricity, and basic supplies. Previously, it was just Wang Yuman's family. Their needs were small, and they could tolerate whatever they lacked. Now, with the increase in residents and the formation of a village, basic livelihood issues had to be addressed. Han Qingxia installed the 100 solar panels she had won in the prize draw in the villa area. This provided the residents with a stable power supply. The power supply problem for this area was solved. Moreover, if there were any problems here, they could call the air raid shelter, eliminating the need for Wang Yunduo to run around every day. As for water, this area was still connected to a water supply company. Previously, Wang Yunduo's family collected rainwater, but now with more people, rainwater was definitely insufficient. Han Qingxia organized everyone to dig wells, using the water system connected to her air raid shelter. Her water system had been systematically enhanced and was very safe. The water problem was quickly solved. With the improvement of these two basic livelihoods, water and electricity, Han Qingxia's residents' loyalty to her skyrocketed, and their sense of belonging also increased. Life is getting better and better with Han Qingxia. Then there's the resource exchange aspect. Han Qingxia is severely understaffed. Running around exchanging items every day is a waste of labor. So, she arranged a market for the base. Besides the most basic supplies, she'll hold a market on the 1st and 15th of each month to allow everyone to trade their daily necessities. Everyone can shop to their heart's content on that day. For extremely scarce resources, everyone can contact Wang Yunduo and have her exchange them at her air raid shelter. No one is allowed to enter her territory. Han Qingxia even arranged a small bicycle for the little girl. These are special times. Everyone needs to engage in production work, and children are an important human resource. Furthermore, Han Qingxia is giving Wang Yunduo a tax exemption as wages. This can't be considered bullying a child. In times of resource scarcity, everyone must be useful. Like in Han Qingxia's small base in her previous life, children were used like adults, and adults were used like slaves. There was no protection for children or the elderly. If you weren't capable of working, the base would simply kick you out. The base didn't need you. You were just a burden. Children also have to work. But actually, if people from other bases saw the level of labor everyone was putting in at their Qingxia base, they would all be scrambling to join. Other bases are already in chaos. A large influx of refugees flooded the base. Food was scarce, resources were tight, and the group had no way to even earn a bite to eat to survive. The children here had work to do, and earned points. It was practically a paradise. A haven on earth. Under her care, land near the villa area was cultivated, and high-yield, fast-growing crops like potatoes and sweet potatoes were planted. Everyone truly began productive labor, and her base was truly on track. Han Qingxia's base's prosperity value increased by 30 points. The rural village was taking shape. Once the crops were harvested and everyone had resources, the base's prosperity level would continue to rise. After 2 days of management and construction, Han Qingxia could finally catch her breath, but at the same time, she realized she was lacking something crucial. That was manpower. She was severely understaffed. One Su Xiaoyang was far from enough. Su Xiaoyang was already overwhelmed just helping her maintain the air raid shelter. He now has to get up an hour earlier every day to clean the air raid shelter inside and out. More vegetables in the garden are ready for harvest, and many fruit trees are starting to bear fruit. Su Xiaoyang also has to cook, clean, tend to the air raid shelter, and is occasionally called by Han Qingxia to the residential area. Even the donkeys in the production team aren't as capable as him. And this is only because Han Qingxia has the help of the radar and drone systems. When wandering zombies invade the territory, it's the drones that eliminate them. Otherwise, she and Su Xiaoyang really couldn't handle it all. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Han Qingxia's mind. Ding Super Lord system activated. Conquer the Western United Pharmaceutical Research and Development Plant in City A. Reward. Hosts Electronic Butler. Han Qingxia. This is like a pillow delivered to someone who's sleepy. The strongest support is the system. The system rarely issues tasks, but every time it does, it's a powerful assist. Yangzi.
Get out.
Yes, sir. Su Xiaoyang, who was washing dishes, immediately rinsed them, stood up without a word, grabbed his equipment, and headed out. Han Qingxia's words were orders. Execution was enough. Han Qingxia imported the map into her armored vehicle and, as usual, took 8 dogs with her, leaving Xia Tian and 7 others to guard the air raid shelter. Their destination was a pharmaceutical research and development plant located in the western part of City A, bordering City B and City C. The drive took 2.5 hours. They arrived at the plant around noon. The plant was extremely secluded. It was the only building for several kilometers around, a solitary 6-story structure. The exterior was pure white, and the security measures at the entrance were extremely advanced. However, there was no one there. After arriving, Han Qingxia suddenly felt that the place sounded familiar. The R&D department of United Pharmaceuticals. She felt like she had heard that name somewhere before. "Boss, is this the place?" Su Xiaoyang stopped in front of the Pharmaceutical Research and Development Plant's gate. Surprisingly, the gate was open. It felt like someone had been inside. Han Qingxia's delicate brows furrowed deeply. Where had she heard of this place before? She was absolutely certain of one thing. In both her past lives, she had never been here. United Pharmaceutical Research and Development Plant. Let's go in first. Su Xiaoyang's car slowly drove through the gate of the United Pharmaceutical Research and Development Plant. Han Qingxia was very cautious. After entering the building, she had Su Xiaoyang drive around the exterior of the United Pharmaceutical Plant building. She needed to familiarize herself with the layout, determine how many entrances and exits the building had, their approximate locations, and the escape routes in case of any danger. She wouldn't rashly rush in. Even with her strength, she could never be reckless. After circling the building, she obtained the following information. The building had only one entrance, the main door. From the outside, it appeared to have only 6 floors above ground, but Han Qingxia noticed a sign for the underground parking garage. There was a high probability of an underground parking lot. As a seasoned post-apocalyptic survivor, Han Qingxia wouldn't enter the parking garage. Firstly, the underground parking garage was cramped, dimly lit, and highly dangerous. Secondly, exploration should proceed from easy to difficult. She needed to secure the areas she could manage first before venturing into more dangerous areas. Otherwise, recklessly entering the underground garage, encountering danger inside, and then discovering hidden dangers in what seemed like a safe area outside would be like digging her own grave. After circling the area twice, Han Qingxia parked the armored vehicle at the main entrance. She had confirmed there were no zombies outside. She would go inside to check the situation above ground and inside the buildings, ensuring it was safe before descending underground. A thorough search inside and out would allow her to claim this research facility as her territory. Let's go. Yes, Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang cautiously stepped inside. 2 dogs remained at the entrance to watch the car, while the remaining 6 dogs each had 3 dogs with them. They ventured deeper. But soon, to Han Qingxia's surprise, she discovered that all the doors to this pharmaceutical research factory were wide open. There were an unusually large number of security doors here, each requiring a special ID card to open bank-level security doors. Normally, encountering a place like this would be very troublesome. But it was fate. They passed through without hindrance. Not only without hindrance, but there wasn't a single zombie on any of the 6 floors. Han Qingxia felt like she was getting something for nothing. Was the system giving her another freebie? Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang used the emergency exits the entire time, checking every room on each floor from 1st to 6th. They confirmed it was true there really wasn't a single person or zombie here. All the doors to the passageways and rooms were open, and the equipment and facilities in each room were covered in a layer of dust, indicating they hadn't been used. Boss, there's no trace of anyone or any zombies. It seems like they evacuated this place beforehand. Su Xiaoyang, a former Special Forces soldier, quickly shared the information he had with Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia nodded. Could it really be that simple? She entered an office on the top floor, which appeared to be the administrative office. The lower floors were mostly laboratories, filled with specialized equipment. Here, Han Qingxia noticed an electric kettle on the table, still plugged in to heat water. This type of kettle uses a temperature sensor. It automatically reheats when the temperature drops, repeatedly heating the water in the transparent glass until it reaches the minimum level to prevent dry burning. Han Qingxia touched the kettle. The glass exterior was still warm. Next to the kettle was an open container of instant noodles containing various seasonings and a braised egg and sausage. It seemed the person who had been there was waiting for the water to boil so they could make noodles. However, now the instant noodles were rotten. The heavily preservative-laden braised egg and sausage were moldy and spoiled, ruining the entire container of noodles. The person who had been making the noodles hadn't even had a single bite of their own. Han Qingxia found this feeling very strange. It was as if everyone who had been there had suddenly vanished into thin air. She glanced around, spotted the computers, and tried to find some information. However, unlike the open doors, these computers were all password protected with the highest level of security. Han Qingxia didn't find any useful information. She looked around the office and did find a batch of supplies. It was mostly instant noodles, ham, and braised eggs. She couldn't go empty-handed. Han Qingxia, true to her frugal and environmentally conscious tradition, packed everything edible into her bag. Of course, she also put some into her spatial storage as she went, just to make it look good for Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang wanted to help her, but she told him to go next door and collect the food himself. In no time, all the edible items on this floor of the administration building were packed. Su Xiaoyang, carrying bags in both hands, his back bulging, even slung 2 cases of cola over his shoulder, was genuinely packing very diligently. Han Qingxia looked at the obedient, goofy-looking guy. "Let's go down and put the supplies away first." "Yes, sir." This time, Han Qingxia didn't take the stairs. The building had its own independent power system, and the elevators were still running. Han Qingxia pressed the down button on the top floor, and the elevator came down shortly. She and Su Xiaoyang exchanged a glance, then split up on either side. They'd checked the ground floor, so naturally, they needed to check the elevator too. Ding, the elevator stopped on their top floor. The moment the doors opened. Empty. At this moment, Han Qingxia was absolutely certain that there wasn't a single person or zombie on the ground floor of this pharmaceutical research plant. After confirming it was safe, she and Su Xiaoyang, along with the dogs, all entered the elevator. There were 7 buttons in total. Exactly as Han Qingxia had imagined, 6 floors above ground and a basement parking garage. She had seen this during her scouting trip. She planned to go down to the first floor first, put the supplies down, and then go down to the basement. After thoroughly inspecting the basement, the research plant would be completely captured. Han Qingxia reached out to press the elevator button for the first floor, but then her hand suddenly stopped. Wait. She suddenly remembered something. This joint pharmaceutical research plant was located in the western part of City A. The name of this pharmaceutical plant was not surprising, but its location is at the intersection of cities A, B, and C. Damn. Is this the legendary Zombie King's territory from my past life? Just then, the elevator began to descend rapidly after pressing only a few floors. The display screen in front of Han Qingxia showed the basement level. A chill ran down her spine inside the elevator. Because it wasn't them pressing the button to go to the basement. Someone on the basement level was pressing the button to go up. The elevator sped towards the basement level. Inside, Han Qingxia pressed all the floor buttons. However, the elevator didn't stop anywhere, as if prioritizing requests from the bottom up. Carrying all the creatures inside, it quickly descended to the ground floor. Han Qingxia's mind raced. She stared intently at this ghostly elevator, mentally considering countless possibilities. First of all, it couldn't possibly be a ghost. Even in the apocalypse, with zombies roaming everywhere, ghosts wouldn't appear. Furthermore, even if ghosts did exist, how pathetic would it be for them to press elevator buttons to scare people? With that kind of power, why not cause an elevator crash, wipe everyone out, and break their spirits a little? Forgive Han Qingxia for being blunt, but anything that didn't directly cause her physical harm was trash. The option of ghosts never even crossed Han Qingxia's mind. A truly wicked person like her is afraid of fire, guns, cannonballs, and people, but not ghosts. Ghosts aren't as scary as her. So, excluding the possibility of an elevator malfunction, the The one pressing the elevator button must be a physical being. First, a human. Second, a zombie. A human? A zombie? Would a zombie press an elevator button? Unless it was accidentally pressed, it definitely wouldn't. But Han Qingxia's only uncertainty was whether this place was where the zombie king resided. If it were one of those top-tier zombie kings she'd heard about in her past life, operating an elevator might be possible. However, she really couldn't be sure because she'd never been to a place like this before, nor had she ever fought a zombie king. Furthermore, this is the early stages of the apocalypse. Even if super zombies could spawn here, they shouldn't be that powerful in the early stages. Therefore, the probability of it being a human is higher. She turned to look at Su Xiaoyang. The two exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Human or zombie, it doesn't matter. Whoever is outside today will die. Ding, the elevator descended floor by floor. When it reached the last floor, the doors finally opened. A single ray of light shone from inside the elevator, illuminating the pitch black outside. The moment the elevator doors opened, those outside were clearly startled. Because, woof woof woof, there were 6 dogs inside the elevator. The dogs pounced on the waiting crowd outside. There were only 2 people outside. 3 dogs pounced on one person, quickly and accurately, catching them completely off guard. The speed was too fast, the attack sudden. No one expected there to be dogs in this deserted building. But clearly, these 2 people were no ordinary individuals. After being pounced on, they reacted swiftly. Some were fighting, some were drawing their guns, and some were retaliating. But then, 2 incredibly fast figures darted out of the elevator. They moved swiftly, one on the left and one on the right, their movements so fast it was dazzling. The 2 who had the upper hand moved with lightning speed, displaying the skills of top-tier special forces soldiers, working in coordination with the dogs. In less than 3 seconds, they had disarmed the 2 men who had been tackled by the dogs outside. Click! With her rifle cocked, Han Qingxia pressed the black muzzle against one of the men's foreheads. Having secured the area outside, she finally had time to see who was there. She looked down and met the face of a slightly immature young soldier. The young soldier was visibly shocked to see Han Qingxia. After a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed excitedly, "Big sister, Han Qingxia." This was Tang Jian, the one who had always made Han Qingxia cry, Xiaoyang. Your Majesty. Qi Mingtang, who was being held down by the dogs, also recognized Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang. They both stared in astonishment at Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang appearing there. Just then, a hurried voice came from the shadows ahead. Is the elevator here? They can't hold on much longer. Pingzi, look who's here, Tang Jian immediately exclaimed. Fully armed and with a grave expression, He Zongping ran over and saw Han Qingxia. Be big sister. Upon seeing her, He Zongping's serious face instantly lit up with surprise. What are you all doing? Hasn't the elevator arrived yet? At that moment, another crisp female voice rang out. A woman in military uniform rushed over anxiously. Upon reaching this point, she noticed a group of people and dogs ahead, and her gaze immediately darkened. Who are you? Captain Wang. They are our friends, He Zongping immediately replied. Friends? A strange look appeared on the woman's face. Especially after seeing Han Qingxia's dogs had tackled all of their men, with a gun pointed at one of their special forces members. This was hardly the behavior of friends. However, there was no time to question this person who had come here. From the darkness behind them came a chilling scream. It sounded like a human, yet also like a wild beast. The scream was so loud it sounded like someone was screaming their lungs out. It was hard to imagine what kind of creature could make such a sound. Boom! A burst of hot air exploded, the scorching fire shattering the darkness in Han Qingxia's vision for a moment. She saw a scene that chilled her to the bone. Countless zombies surged out from the end of the corridor. Some wore white protective suits, others blue hospital gowns, all looking like demons crawling out of hell, bearing their fangs and claws at the soldiers blocking their way. A barrage of gunfire was poured on them, yet with little effect. Bullets had very little damage. Only a single shell could blast their heads off and stop them. And these zombies were several times more powerful than those outside. They pounced on a fully armed soldier, a single claw tearing through his protective suit, a powerful pull ripping out his beating heart and devouring it whole, gnawing on his flesh. They couldn't hold out. These people can't hold out. Run. Han Qingxia, in a split second, led her pack of dogs into the elevator at lightning speed. Get in the elevator. Retreat. At the same time, a familiar male voice came from ahead. This voice gave the order simultaneously with Han Qingxia and Tang Jian, and the others immediately followed, rushing into the elevator. They also provided fire support for their companions behind them. Within 2 seconds, Han Qingxia saw several familiar faces. Wang Heng, Li Lin, and Lu Qian. It really was Lu Qian's team. Among them were 4 or 5 soldiers Han Qingxia didn't recognize. These men were clearly startled when they saw Han Qingxia inside the elevator, but there was no time to ask questions now. Everyone was racing against time to retreat. Behind them was a horde of mutated zombies.
Charge. Charge. Charge.
Retreat. 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 Just as they all stepped into the elevator, before they could even catch their breath, the elevator alarm sounded. Beep, beep, beep. Overweight. This is a large elevator limited to 20 people with a maximum load of 1.6 tons. Han Qingxia has 6 dogs and 2 people on her side. Her dogs are very well fed, each weighing 70 to 80 pounds. Adding Lu Qian's group, there are a total of 12 people. They're right on the edge of being overloaded. Overloaded. Wang Mengwei heard the elevator's overload alarm and immediately ordered Han Qingxia, who was in the innermost part, "Get your dogs out right now." Han Qingxia's eyes flashed with murderous intent upon hearing this. Overloaded. Huh. In the cramped elevator car, she kicked Wang Mengwei. "You fucking get out." Wang Mengwei was kicked out of the elevator, but fortunately, a group of soldiers still firing snipers were positioned at the edge. They quickly grabbed Wang Mengwei and pulled her back in. At that moment, at the very edge of the elevator, Lu Qian, carrying a man-portable missile on his shoulder, decisively ordered, "Drop all your weapons." The horde of zombies was less than 10 meters away. His voice trailed off, followed by a shell that launched the entire missile, blocking the zombies' path and briefly halting their advance. Seeing this, the other soldiers, filled with reluctance, also threw their weapons. The zombies hit by the initial barrage of weapons howled, quickly being trampled over by the horde behind them. Like a log thrown into a flood of rats, it only momentarily halted their advance. Soon, the rats swarmed over the log and continued their rampage, let alone such a horde of zombies. Fortunately, Lu Qian's decision was correct. With this desperate act of throwing away their weapons, the elevator was no longer overloaded. The elevator doors slowly closed as Wang Mengwei frantically pressed the close button. Just as the doors were about to shut completely, a female zombie in a white coat lunged at them from the ground in an exaggerated manner. Han Qingxia, inside the elevator, her eyes flashed coldly. She contorted her palm, preparing to unleash her superpower, but a bolt of lightning struck first. Sizzle following the lightning, a flurry of fireballs, metal knives, wooden vines, and water balloons flew out. Almost everyone in the elevator reacted. These superpowers were all relatively weak, but almost everyone possessed them. Instantly, the female zombie at the forefront was smashed to a crisp. What surprised Han Qingxia most wasn't that almost everyone in the elevator had a superpower, but that the first person to unleash their lightning-based superpower was Lu Qian. Lu Qian actually possessed a lightning-based superpower. Moreover, the intensity of his lightning-based supernatural power was clearly higher than everyone else's. This was an extremely rare supernatural power. Click, the elevator doors finally closed. The moment the elevator doors closed, everyone inside visibly relaxed. After that near-death experience, how could they not feel a surge of relief? Wang Mengwei had also recovered. She turned and glared angrily at Han Qingxia. "What did you just do to me?" Her voice sent chills down the spines of everyone in the elevator, especially Tang Jian and the others. They felt a tightness run down their spines. No, no, no. Please don't mess with Han Qingxia. That's the Demon Queen. She's not someone to be trifled with. Wasn't it you who told their dog to get off first? They saw Han Qingxia, the great demon king, her dark, beautiful eyes flashing with a light upon hearing her question, a slight smile suddenly appearing on her lips. Tang Jian and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing her like this. We're doomed. This Wang Mengwei has really offended her. Please don't be reckless. Please. At this moment, a deep, cold male voice rang out. Captain Wang. Lu Qian sensed the atmosphere in the narrow elevator, his face turning extremely cold, and his tone became even colder. It was completely different from what Han Qingxia had heard before. He usually spoke quite politely. Now, his tone was clearly impatient. Captain Lu. Wang Mengwei looked at him immediately upon hearing his voice, trying to reason with him. You saw it too, right? This woman was going to kick me off. She tried to kill me. She wanted to harm all of us. Go up first. Come here and swipe your card. Lu Qian tapped the elevator panel. They were still stuck on the basement level, and this elevator required a card to operate. Han Qingxia finally realized why she hadn't been able to get off when she pressed the elevator button to get off earlier. It turned out that after selecting a floor, she still had to swipe her card.
No.
Go to basement level 2. Wang Mengwei shouted. Lu Qian's handsome brows furrowed deeply, his impatience deepening. Captain Wang, we suffered heavy losses today. Our preparations were inadequate. Let's leave now and come back another time. Lu Qian looked exhausted. Several comrades had died today, not from his squad, but it still made him very uncomfortable. Their operation this time had been reckless. The preparations were completely inadequate, and now the weapons were lost. He didn't want to take any more risks. Besides, Han Qingxia and the others were still in the elevator. He had to at least get Han Qingxia and the others up. No. Wang Mengwei squeezed to the elevator buttons, swiped her card, and the buttons finally lit up. The second basement level is definitely where the stuff is. And it's definitely safe there. We just misjudged the floor. Wang Mengwei asserted. And don't forget, you're assisting us in this operation. Wang Mengwei glanced at Han Qingxia, then turned to Lu Qian seriously. We absolutely have to take the stuff. If we don't take it now, who knows what dangers await us later. Captain Lu. Swipe the card. Lu Qian's lips were tightly pressed together, his gaze icy as he stared at the woman before him. 2 seconds later, he finally pulled another card from his pocket. Beep, both cards were swiped simultaneously. A button popped up on the elevator panel in front of Han Qingxia. Basement level 2. Han Qingxia's brow twitched. There's another floor? This pharmaceutical research plant really does have secrets. It requires 2 administrator cards to enter the hidden elevator. Han Qingxia's gaze deepened. She felt this place was truly extraordinary, perhaps very likely. At that moment, she met a pair of eyes. Lu Qian, standing by the front elevator buttons, looked at her. We'll take you up after we're done, Lu Qian said. Han Qingxia met his eyes. But what if something happens to you? How will we get up there? You'll all go down with us. Wang Mengwei looked at her amusedly. Who let you in here? Han Qingxia really couldn't take it anymore. She planned to send this woman to meet her maker right there. Just then, a slender finger reached through the crowd and handed her a card. Here's my access card. If we don't come back, you can go up yourselves, Lu Qian said. Han Qingxia immediately took it. Without hesitation. Wang Mengwei panicked when she saw this. How could you? She was interrupted coldly by Lu Qian halfway through her sentence. Captain Wang, you just need to focus on your work. Just then, the elevator dinged and arrived at the floor. At this point, Wang Mengwei had no choice but to give up. She felt as frustrated as if she had swallowed a fly and turned to glare at Han Qingxia. Han Qingxia, seemingly oblivious to the trouble, waved the access card Lu Qian had given her, which infuriated Wang Mengwei. Her father was the current head of the K1 base. No one had ever dared to treat her like this before. This damned woman had just kicked her off the elevator. After her mission was over, she would make her pay. Ding, the elevator doors slowly opened. Everyone inside the elevator instantly went on alert. Lu Qian and the others on the outermost edge immediately assumed offensive and defensive stances, their supernatural abilities gathering in their palms. At the slightest sign of trouble, they would pounce. Ding, the elevator doors swung open. Silence. Extreme silence. Not only that, this floor was lit. Bright, daylight-like lights illuminated the second basement level before everyone's eyes. A pristine white expanse met the eye. Shiny white ceramic tiles stretched from directly in front of the elevator, revealing a vast interior. A huge glass security door led down the corridor, through which many offices could be seen. Empty. Completely empty. This is it, Wang Mengwei exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the lobby. Lu Qian exchanged glances with his teammates and carefully withdrew from the elevator. A professional special forces team, extremely professional in their work. After carefully checking that there was no danger outside the elevator, they allowed everyone inside to exit. Han Qingxia also came out of the elevator. She left her 2 dogs nearby and, like a sightseeing patrol, leisurely followed Lu Qian's team, accompanied by Su Xiaoyang and the 2 dogs. Noticing they had followed him all the way, Lu Qian, upon reaching the door, immediately asked, "What are you doing following us?" "Just strolling around and looking around. Everyone." Damn it, they were on a top-level, important mission and 2 random people had followed them in for a stroll. Is this appropriate? This is perfect. Han Qingxia came here to seize the research and development plant. Now, a group of advanced cannon fodder was scouting ahead for her. Why not use them to figure out the plant instead of just standing around? Besides, this group clearly knew the research and development plant well. Following them would save Han Qingxia a lot of trouble. This couldn't be more perfect. You don't need to worry about us and we won't bother you. Go about your business as usual, Han Qingxia said politely to Lu Qian, the cannon fodder leader. After all, she'd retreat as soon as problems arose. She could always abandon the mission. She was always this reasonable and friendly. Who gave you permission to follow us? Wang Mengwei protested. Take your dog and get out of here. None of you are allowed here. Wang Mengwei's words abruptly stopped. Her vision blurred, and a swift figure swept through the crowd, appearing before her. Then, she was lifted high into the air, her neck gripped tightly. Instantly, a suffocating feeling washed over her, as if she could only exhale, unable to inhale. Under immense force, she struggled violently like a chicken awaiting slaughter, staring in terror at the woman before her. Han Qingxia was a reasonable person, though she mostly used her fists. Especially in the apocalypse, there was no need for words. Meanwhile, click-clack, the Special Forces soldiers, reacting a second later, nearly half immediately drew their guns, wielding their superpowers, all aiming at Han Qingxia. Su Xiaoyang and his gang on the periphery reacted even faster, rushing to Han Qingxia's side to protect her. Tense tensions instantly rose, the 2 groups facing off. Tang Jian and the others remained motionless, stunned by the sudden turn of events, unsure of whom to help. Put down your weapons. At this moment, Lu Qian spoke. He looked at Han Qingxia, his gaze falling on the struggling Wang Mengwei. Release her, and I'll allow you to come with us. Han Qingxia hesitated for a second.
Bang!
Wang Mengwei was thrown to the ground. Captain Wang! Captain Wang! Wang Mengwei's men rushed to her side. Breathing in the air again, Wang Mengwei coughed violently. Her vision was still black. Her heart felt like it was going to jump out of her throat. She could hear the rush of blood through her body, yet despite this, she trembled uncontrollably, drenched in cold sweat. A clear 5-fingered claw mark was visible on her pale neck. She rested for a full half-minute before regaining consciousness and her senses. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She had almost died. That woman really tried to kill her. How are you? Wang Mengwei heard Lu Qian's voice. She instantly flew into a rage, wanting to order him to kill Han Qingxia, but when she saw the beautiful woman smiling faintly at her, she trembled like a leaf. Fear welled up from the bottom of her heart. Her voice was hoarse and trembling as she said, I'm all right. Anyone who had almost been strangled to death would be terrified. She immediately became obedient. If you're all right, we're about to leave. Lu Qian looked at her coldly. He showed no pity or intention to seek justice for her. Wang Mengwei rested on the ground for a while, this time quietly following Lu Qian, no longer giving him any orders. Tang Jian and the others who knew Han Qingxia exchanged glances upon seeing the now docile Wang Mengwei, and all shook their heads and sighed in unison. Look, another one getting brutally beaten by the great demon Han Qingxia. Everyone knows that provoking Han Qingxia will only lead to trouble. She's not someone to be trifled with. She's a lawless and ruthless thug. Looking at the meek and submissive Wang Mengwei, who was still clinging to life, Han Qingxia was in a relatively good mood. That's enough for now. If she misbehaves, I'll deal with her later. Han Qingxia was always tactful and controlled, maintaining perfect order at all times. She wanted these people to be her cannon fodder, but she couldn't go too far. Killing their captain in front of them, she didn't think Lu Qian would let it go just because of their past relationship. Not to mention it might affect their subsequent operations and delay her own. But at the same time, she was certain Han Qingxia wouldn't tolerate it. This woman who was bothering her had to be taught a lesson. Disobedience would be punished until she was obedient. Han Qingxia was never a good-tempered person. At this moment, she met Lu Qian's gaze. Lu Qian looked at her and said, "Let's go." Okay. Han Qingxia was in a good mood. She led her people and the dogs, following behind their group. Beep. Wang Mengwei swiped her card, and the tightly closed door opened. Han Qingxia finally saw the place. Only then did she realize that this second basement level was far larger than she had imagined. Directly in front of her was a huge hall with office areas on either side. Each half of the office area consisted of rows of neatly arranged glass-enclosed offices. The entire second basement level, by her estimation, had at least 100 offices, much larger than a single floor of the building above ground. It seemed this was the true core area of this pharmaceutical research plant. Han Qingxia once again felt that her judgment was correct. She had to follow Lu Qian and the others. Left or right? Lu Qian looked at Wang Mengwei. Wang Mengwei's face was still deathly pale. Having been thoroughly humiliated by Han Qingxia, her sharp edge had diminished considerably, and her tone softened. I don't know. The information only shows this much. Let's search room by room. Lu Qian felt he had brought a terrible teammate. With such poor preparation, how dare they lead them in like this? At this moment, Lu Qian couldn't help but glance at Han Qingxia, who was following behind, observing and scrutinizing everything. If it were Han Qingxia, she would never be so reckless and foolish. 2 people per group split up. Search the left side first. Yes, sir. The others immediately lined up and split into pairs, skillfully forming groups. There were 12 of them in total, divided into 6 groups, with Wang Mengwei and her group. Lu Qian wanted to see if Han Qingxia would follow, but then he saw her walk to Tang Jian and He Zhongping's group. Captain Lu, let's go. Wang Mengwei relaxed slightly when she saw Han Qingxia hadn't followed. Lu Qian withdrew his gaze and led Wang Mengwei to begin searching the first row. Big sister, Yangzi, Tang Jian, and He Zhongping's faces lit up with excitement when they saw the 2 of them following them. How are you 2 doing? Su Xiaoyang asked. Not bad, but how about you? Su Xiaoyang glanced at Han Qingxia beside him. Very good. Tang Jian and He Zhongping, hearing his tone and words, knew that he was doing very well following Han Qingxia. A tiny bit of envy suddenly welled up in their hearts. Following Han Qingxia was really great. What are you doing here? Han Qingxia asked. She followed the 2 of them into the last row of office areas. Both sides were lined with locked office doors. Through the glass walls, they could see various kinds of precision instruments inside. Sorry, the mission is confidential, Tang Jian said. Han Qingxia. Well, she still has quite a bit of professional ethics. At this moment, Tang Jian walked up to her and whispered, But big sister, I'm telling you quietly, you must follow us closely during our retreat. Don't linger in here. It's very dangerous. The destruction process will be activated. Han Qingxia. She turned her head again and saw that Tang Jian, that brat, had resumed a serious and impartial demeanor. Han Qingxia chuckled, looking at Tang Jian, who remained silent, strong, and aloof. She reached out and gave his 1.85-meter-tall, helmeted head a firm rub. Okay, I got it. Tang Jian. How could she rub his head? Don't she know you shouldn't rub a boy's head? He slowed his pace, then quickly caught up with Han Qingxia and the others. They searched for about an hour. They had searched the left side of the basement. They returned empty-handed. The only good news was that there were indeed no zombies on the second basement level. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. Everyone, rest here for half an hour. Yes, sir. They had set off from the base at 3 a.m. to carry out the mission, suffering heavy losses on the second basement level. They needed a short rest to replenish their strength. After Lu Qian's order, everyone immediately split into two groups and rested together. Han Qingxia, who was with Tang Jian, was joined by Wang Heng, Li Lin, and Qi Mingting. Big sister. Queen, Your Majesty. The three of them greeted Han Qingxia warmly. How was your trip back? Wasn't it better than when you were with me? Han Qingxia asked with a smile. Hearing her words, everyone couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After all, she wasn't wrong. After surviving a near-death experience and returning to the base, they were greeted not with their former glory, but with a major overhaul of the base. They used to pride themselves on being soldiers of the nation, serving the country no matter how hard it was. But upon returning, they discovered that K1 base had undergone a major transformation. The military headquarters had been reorganized and dismantled, and everyone had become base guards, no longer military district soldiers. If their captain hadn't been Lu Qian, they would have been reassigned to various places. Han Qingxia had told them that the future belonged to the base's civilization, and their glorious past was over. She was right. If it weren't for Lu Qian, they really wouldn't know who they were serving. Moreover, the standard of living at the base had plummeted, nowhere near as good as the food at Han Qingxia's home. Come and get the food. Just then, they heard the order come from Lu Qian's side. Lu Qian was beside Wang Mengwei, who wasn't carrying anything. She raised her palm, and immediately, a pile of supplies appeared. Han Qingxia then realized that Wang Mengwei was a space-type ability user. After taking out the supplies, Wang Mengwei even turned her head to look at Han Qingxia defiantly. Han Qingxia met her gaze, giving her a slight smile. The previously arrogant and boastful Wang Mengwei immediately turned her head away, seemingly timidly ceasing to provoke Han Qingxia. A short while later, Tang Jian and the others brought over their supplies. There were 5 boxed meals in total. They were still steaming hot. It looked like K1 base had specially prepared this for them before they set off today. Big sister, we used to eat yours. Today you eat ours. Let's all eat together. Okay, let's all eat together. Tang Jian and the other 4 placed the 5 boxed meals in the center, lifted the lids, and inside was a bowl of oily cabbage stew and 2 coarse flour buns. 2 pitiful slices of pork were faintly visible in the stew. They laid out the food for Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang to eat together. Just then, another voice came from above them. I'm not hungry. This is for you too. Lu Qian had walked over unnoticed and brought out his portion. His portion had an extra egg compared to the others. This was absolutely heartwarming at a time like this. How could Lu Qian not be hungry? He just didn't want his subordinates to go hungry. Food for 5 people wasn't enough for 7. Not to mention he'd even brought out eggs. Those were eggs. Who gets to eat eggs these days? All eyes were on them, waiting to see if Han Qingxia, who was supposed to be eating their food, would be blinded by the eggs and wolf down her food. Then the woman lazily said to Su Xiaoyang behind her, Yangzi, bring out our food. Yes. Su Xiaoyang put down his backpack. First, he took out a portable army stew pot with an alcohol heater. Then 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 3 large metal boxes. The first box was crammed full of braised, cold-cut beef. The second box contained incredibly tempting-looking ribs, deep-fried until golden and crispy, then coated in rich, fragrant cheese. The third box was the largest, weighing a full 10 pounds. Opening it, one was greeted by a sight of fresh, raw meat and bones. Wang Mengwei and the others were completely stunned. Holy crap.
Meat.
All meat. Beef, ribs, and such top-quality meat at that. They didn't even bother with a single leaf of vegetable. They're so poor they only eat meat. Suddenly, everyone felt a burning shame on their faces. What were they just saying? They thought Han Qingxia and the others would be ecstatic to grab the eggs. But look what happened. What they ate was what she ate. But before they could even feel embarrassed, their jaws dropped. They saw that the third box of raw meat and bones was actually live a long and healthy life. You guys eat first. When you're done, call them over to take over. Woof woof woof. Han Qingxia pushed the raw meat and bones towards the dogs. The dogs immediately started munching away. This huge bowl had dog food at the bottom and was topped with a generous amount of raw meat and bones. A balanced meal. Enough for them. Wang Mengwei and the others were completely stunned. Holy crap. Giving it to the dogs. Are you kidding me? How many people can afford to eat rice these days? Let alone meat. Han Qingxia actually gave so much high-quality raw meat and bones to the dogs. Everyone on their side was completely dumbfounded. Seeing Han Qingxia's still incredibly lavish meals, Tang Jian and the others just wanted to kneel down in awe of her. Their leader was truly amazing. Still so awesome. Yangzi, cook up a lot of the instant noodles we collected upstairs, and give them a bowl too, Han Qingxia generously offered. Su Xiaoyang immediately started cooking noodles. They had also looted some food upstairs today. It was all instant noodles, ham, and braised eggs, perfect with army stew. It was absolutely delicious. Su Xiaoyang opened 10 packs of instant noodles, added 10 braised eggs, and the self-heating hot pot started sizzling. Tang Jian and the others were practically drooling. Captain Liu, sit down too. I'll share a bowl with you, Han Qingxia said. Yes. Captain, please sit down. Sit here. Tang Jian and the others had no qualms about it. At Han Qingxia's invitation, they quickly pulled their captain over for a free meal. They could get a free meal from Boss Han again. It would be foolish not to eat. Lu Qian looked at the steaming army stew and his men. No, you guys eat here. He took back his bland lunchbox. After all, he was a high-ranking officer at K1 base. He also had to consider the others at K1 base. He told everyone to eat with Han Qingxia and then turned back to his own lunchbox. Han Qingxia didn't try to persuade them to stay. Take it or leave it. She had Su Xiaoyang lift the lid, and instantly, the aroma of the army stew filled the entire space. The melted cheese on the ribs coated the entire pot of golden instant noodles, paired with perfectly braised cold-cut beef, ham, and braised eggs. It smelled absolutely delicious.
Wow.
It smells so good. Each person received a large bowl of steaming hot beef and pork rib noodles. Delicious. Delicious. Tang Jian ate with tears of joy. Following Han Qingxia definitely meant getting meat. Big sister is awesome. The soldiers on Wang Mengwei's side smelled the hot aroma, heard the slurping sounds of the soup, and looked at their own coarse grain buns and bland cabbage stew with meat. Their mouths watered, and their own food tasted increasingly bland. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. How could the people next door be so extravagant? They really wanted to go over and have a bite. They were so envious. Wang Mengwei herself, however, had an extremely awkward expression, staring at Han Qingxia's group, gradually gritting her teeth. This is unfair. Are you kidding me? She doesn't even eat this well. How can that bitch eat so well? Why does she deserve this? She looked at Lu Qian and suddenly thought, Captain Liu, since your men aren't eating our base's food, bring it back. Base food can't be wasted. Lu Qian gave her a cold look. Captain Wang, supplies are distributed per person. Whether they eat or not is their business. If your men don't eat a single bite and save it, that's their own choice. Wang Mengwei was even angrier upon hearing this. That damned Lu Qian, always siding with outsiders. If it weren't for his grandfather being the former commander of the Northern Military Region, a force that rivaled her father's, she would have definitely taught Lu Qian a lesson. She ate her coarse steamed bun in large bites, but couldn't finish it after a few bites. She didn't even want to eat the chunks of meat she had secretly added to her lunchbox. After all, compared to Han Qingxia's feast next door, was this even edible? She wasn't eating anymore. "Who's that woman?" Han Qingxia asked, eating her meal while watching the scene unfold. Tang Jian and the others were eating heartily when they heard Han Qingxia's words and all gathered around her. "Her name is Wang Mengwei. Her father was a high-ranking official in the government before the apocalypse, and now he's the manager of K1 base," Tang Jian whispered. "She's a space-type ability user?" Han Qingxia continued to ask. Everyone nodded. This was no secret, especially since Wang Mengwei always claimed to be the only space-type ability user at K1 base. Everyone at K1 base knew it. Her father secured his position as the manager of K1 base because of his daughter's ability. Then why didn't you let her pack her things when you were overloaded? "Her space is very small," He Zhongping said, looking at Han Qingxia. "It can only store 1 cubic meter of supplies." Han Qingxia understood. Space-type ability users are rare, and upgrading them is extremely difficult. However, space is very useful as a mobile warehouse. It's a treasure no matter where you are. So, they brought Wang Mengwei along, this to me a seemingly useless person who was actually a portable space. "Are you looking for something here?" Han Qingxia asked with a smile. "How did you know?" Tang Jian blurted out. He realized his mistake immediately. He'd been tricked. Han Qingxia was exceptionally clever. Having successfully gotten the information, Han Qingxia grinned from ear to ear, reaching out to vigorously ruffle Tang Jian's hair. "Good boy, tell your sister what you're looking for, and I'll give you meat." Tang Jian. Is this some kind of big bad wolf trying to kidnap children? Tang Jian shook his head frantically. The others also kept their mouths shut. Military discipline is a must. Even if they're eating Han Qingxia's food, they simply can't say anything. "Fine, I'd know even if you didn't tell me," Han Qingxia said, giving up the question. Han Qingxia actually appreciated their insistence on keeping quiet. If they were to reveal their secrets to her just because they ate a few bites of her food, they would be utterly untrustworthy in her eyes. She might not even believe them. Since she really wasn't asking anymore, Tang Jian and the others felt increasingly moved as they ate Han Qingxia's food. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel indebted to Han Qingxia. She wasn't angry that they ate her food but didn't tell her secrets. They would definitely repay Han Qingxia someday. Han Qingxia was someone worth repaying. Their goodwill towards Han Qingxia skyrocketed, like Guan Yu's feelings for Cao Cao. In less than half an hour, they devoured Han Qingxia's hot pot, finishing every last drop, broth and all. At that moment, Lu Qian also issued his order. "Break time over, everyone assemble." Han Qingxia and her group quickly packed up their belongings. They also put away their uneaten box lunches. Tang Jian and the others wanted to give them to Han Qingxia, but they figured she ate lavish meals every day and wouldn't even look at their food, so they kept them for themselves. They could give them to their captain later. After all, food was scarce at the base, and their captain wouldn't complain. Everyone, continue searching the right side in pairs. Lu Qian glanced at his watch. It was already 1 p.m. They should be able to finish and leave before 5 p.m. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone dispersed and began their search. Han Qingxia, as usual, stayed with Tang Jian and He Zhongping in their pair. Han Qingxia had probably guessed the purpose of Lu Qian and his group's trip. This pharmaceutical research plant must contain the important supplies they needed, which was why they hadn't hesitated to send Lu Qian and Wang Mengwei, both space-type ability users. But what important things could be here? And then there's the question of whether the zombie king from her past life came from this place. Thump! Suddenly, a sound of something lunging at her came from beside Han Qingxia. A zombie wearing a green hospital gown lunged forward, slamming its head against the glass wall of the office to Han Qingxia's right. Instantly, a trail of blood appeared on the glass in front of Han Qingxia. It opened its gaping maw, its scarlet mouth howling like a demon gnawing at the glass, its nose, mouth, and cheekbones pressed against the glass until they were deformed, a desperate, ravenous attack. The clean glass wall was quickly stained with streaks of blood. Click, click. Instantly, Everyone around Han Qingxia went on alert. Tang Jian and He Zongping immediately drew their pistols. They had lost their heavy weapons, leaving them only with light weapons. The sound from her side attracted the attention of several nearby teams. "What's going on?" "Captain, there are zombies here," Tang Jian exclaimed. Immediately, Lu Qian and the rest of the group rushed over. Wang Mengwei, looking at the row of offices with zombies, affirmed, "It's here." "Are you sure?" "This is the lab. It's definitely in this row." "I can't be sure which room it is. You guys search here," Wang Mengwei said. Lu Qian once again thought Wang Mengwei was a complete idiot. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to begin searching this row. Han Qingxia followed behind them. This row of offices was completely different from the one on the left. The sides were no longer filled with sophisticated instruments, but rather resembled hospital wards, each room containing a bed. Han Qingxia walked through it, and from the wards and labs on either side came the thud of zombies lunging at her. Each room contained at least one zombie, some with 4 or 5. Sensing the movement of living people, they all pounced, howling and gnawing at the flesh through the glass. The feeling was strange. They were only separated by glass on either side, walking in an area surrounded and attacked by zombies. If even one pane of glass broke, the scene would become quite interesting. Following the vanguard, Han Qingxia observed as she walked, her mind racing. First, she observed that all the zombies here were intact, none with bite marks, indicating that they weren't mutated by bites, but rather mutated on their own. But why were there so many mutated zombies imprisoned here? Could it be that they were researching this before the zombie virus outbreak? Han Qingxia didn't think the virus originated from this small research institute, because she knew that the zombie virus broke out simultaneously worldwide. If it originated from a small research institute, the outbreak would have been a source-spreading pattern. First from City A, then expanding outwards until infecting the entire globe. It wouldn't be a simultaneous global outbreak like this. However, this didn't rule out the possibility that the government had discovered and researched it before the zombie virus outbreak. After all, there was a long period of influenza before the zombie virus, and even 10 years later, the origin of the zombie virus remained unknown. The only thing certain was that this pharmaceutical research institute was definitely not simple. Lu Qian came from the powerful K1 base in his previous life. K1's evolution fluid was renowned, and they were here again looking for something. These two things seemed to be connected. Han Qingxia was analyzing and thinking when a voice suddenly came from ahead. "Found it. This is it." Wang Mengwei confidently walked to the front. Before her was a room with a completely enclosed metal door. It looked somewhat like a nuclear radiation chamber in a radiology department in her previous life. Wang Mengwei took out her card and beeped. A password appeared in front of her. Under her protection, she beeped and entered the password. However, after entering the password, it showed that an administrator card was required. "Beep, please swipe administrator ID card number 2. At this moment, everyone looked at Han Qingxia. "Miss Han, could you please give me my card?" Lu Qian said. Han Qingxia strolled over leisurely. "Are you begging me?" Wang Mengwei was furious. What begging her? That was their card. She was about to retort when she met Han Qingxia's smile. She decided against it. Her neck hurt. She glared at Lu Qian, leaving him with this mess. Lu Qian was speechless. "Miss Han, please cooperate." "You want me to cooperate?" "Fine, but on one condition." Han Qingxia walked over unhurriedly, the access card tucked between her fingers. "I'll come in and take a look too."
No.
"No, huh? Then I'll go back first." "Xiaoyang, let's go." Han Qingxia turned and left. She was every bit the rogue. She had absolutely no qualms about returning someone else's card. She left decisively. Lu Qian watched her retreating figure, utterly impressed. He only had one thing to say. "Come back, I agree." Beep, click, the deal was done. Han Qingxia returned, swiped her card, and the door in front of her slowly opened. Han Qingxia stood steadily behind Lu Qian. She stared intently at the room that appeared before her. It was pitch black inside, with no lights. The corridor lights shone on a small section near the entrance, revealing a small waiting room made entirely of steel plates. In the center of the waiting room was a large glass window, but the light was insufficient, revealing only darkness inside, suggesting a large area. Silence reigned. Yet, Han Qingxia felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in this pitch-black room. It was as if an unknown creature lurked within.
She was a psychic.
Psychic abilities are a very special kind of ability. Besides possessing the ability to perceive zombies and other psychics when extremely focused, they also have an extremely strong premonition of danger. She followed these people down to the second basement level, even passing through the corridor previously teeming with zombies, without feeling any danger. But when the door opened in front of her, her heart suddenly pounded. An intense sense of oppression washed over her. She tried to probe the area with her mental energy, but found it difficult to penetrate the radiation-proof isolation room. At least, her current level of mental energy couldn't penetrate it at all. The only thing Han Qingxia could feel was intense oppression. Danger. 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 Han Qingxia stopped at the doorway, refusing to go in. Wang Mengwei, seeing her stop, asked, "Didn't you want to come in?" A wise man avoids dangerous places.
I don't want to go in.
Wang Mengwei's face immediately turned mocking. TCH. A wise man. What a coward. It's good you're not going in. Captain Liu, let's go. She strode inside. Lu Qian stopped and looked at Han Qingxia. You said it's dangerous inside? Han Qingxia looked at him with a half-smile and held out her hand. 100 crystal cores. I can give you an important hint. Lu Qian met her eyes, thought for a full 10 seconds, and then, feeling like a madman, pulled a bag of crystal cores from his pocket. But I only have 78. Han Qingxia snatched it away. All right, take whatever you have. I'll give you a discount, so you don't die in there, and it's all wasted. Lu Qian. Thank you. What's in there? I don't know. I just know it's dangerous. Lu Qian. Did he buy 78 crystal cores for nothing? At this moment, Wang Mengwei's urging came from inside. Captain Lu Qian, what are you dawdling for? There can't be any danger in there. Come in and assist me. Lu Qian stopped talking, raised his weapon, and entered. As they brushed past each other, Han Qingxia, clutching his bag of crystal cores, earnestly told him, "Remember, it's extremely dangerous inside." Lu Qian gave him a deep look but didn't lead anyone inside. This was the core mission area. No one was allowed to enter. As soon as he went in, Han Qingxia immediately took out her access card. Yangzi, get the dogs and supplies onto the truck first and park it at the entrance. Yes, sir. Su Xiaoyang glanced worriedly inside, then turned and led the dogs upstairs first. As soon as he left, Tang Jian and the others surrounded Han Qingxia. Big sister, is there any danger inside? Big sister, what's in there? Just then, the lights in the isolation room in front of Han Qingxia suddenly switched on, and they all saw the scene inside the observation window. Instantly, everyone was stunned, because they saw, behind the glass, a dense, haphazard mass of corpses. None of the corpses were complete. Some had only 2 leg bones left, some had their bellies ripped out, and some had their heads mostly gnawed off. The isolation room was covered in blackened blood, and everything was a mess. It looked like a crime scene from a horror movie. But what shocked them most was seeing a small child inside. Look! Tang Jian exclaimed in shock, pointing to a corner where a child was hugging a female corpse. The child looked only 5 or 6 years old. She was snuggling in the female corpse's arms, as if she were her mother, begging for a hug. But then, everyone saw the child turn her head. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. Because it wasn't a cute child's face. It was the face of a ghost child from a horror movie. Her face was black and bluish-black. Her eyes, which should have been innocent and pure, were a terrifying, empty gray. Her little white dress was covered in blood, and she clutched a doll tightly in her hand. Sensing the presence of people outside through the glass window, the zombie infant tilted its head at them. It opened its mouth, and black blood instantly flowed out. A piece of rotting heart membrane fell from the corner of its mouth. She had just been gnawing on a corpse. Before Tang Jian and the others could recover from the shock of seeing a zombie child, what followed was utterly terrifying. They saw 1, 2, 3, 12, 13. From the haphazardly lying corpses, more than a dozen small zombies crawled out. All of them stared straight at them. Han Qingxia's gaze darkened upon seeing the child zombie. Because she knew, contrary to common sense, the child zombies were far more powerful than adult zombies. The mutated child zombies retained their flexibility and agility. The zombified children were even more ferocious, possessing formidable attack power, and, moreover, the degree of mutation in the child zombies was far greater than that of ordinary zombies. Almost all of them enhanced their strength and speed. Thump, 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 thump. The child zombies in the isolation room sensed the presence of living beings and excitedly pounced on the glass wall. Each impact left a spiderweb-like crack in the glass wall, which was far more sturdy than in other rooms. Just then, a sharp scream erupted from inside the isolation room. Wang Mengwei's scream. The child zombies that had been thrashing around Han Qingxia and the others heard the sound and all rushed into the isolation room. Immediately afterward, they heard gunshots. Tang Jian and the others, seeing this, rushed inside recklessly. Han Qingxia, seeing this, suddenly had a flash of insight. She seemed to remember something. In her past life, she seemed to have found Su Xiaoyang on the outskirts of city around the same time. Su Xiaoyang was a disheveled mess, collapsed on the roadside like a lost dog, utterly lifeless. If Han Qingxia hadn't rescued him, he wouldn't have survived the night. After Han Qingxia took him in, he wouldn't say a word when asked until a life-or-death mission, when he finally spoke and saved her. After that, Su Xiaoyang told her he was from the military region, a soldier, but nothing else. Han Qingxia occasionally overheard him talk about having teammates, but she never saw him seek them out. So, could it be? This was his last mission in his past life. And all these people died in that mission. Just then, Han Qingxia suddenly saw everyone who had rushed forward simultaneously turn back. These people, wielding small energy orbs and their remaining firearms and ammunition, escorted Lu Qiyan and Wang Mengwei, who had broken through their ranks. Through the crowd, Lu Qiyan, who had escaped, looked at Han Qingxia with shining eyes. His gaze seemed to be a thank you. Thank you for the warning. They had all escaped. Lu Qiyan truly had to thank Han Qingxia. If it weren't for Han Qingxia, he might not have survived today. He was carrying out the highest SSS-level operation at K1 base, coming to the pharmaceutical research plant to find data reports and instruments researched before the zombie virus outbreak. Among them lay the secret to unlocking the energy extraction from zombie crystal cores. Before the zombie virus outbreak, the government had discovered this new latent virus in multiple locations. Initially, they mistook it for the flu, but later, researchers discovered through experiments on mice that it was a completely new virus, unlike anything ever seen before in human history. They were thrilled to discover that this virus contained an energy that could cause cells to deviate from their normal ecological state, transforming them into something akin to immortality. If they could decipher it, it would be a pivotal moment in human history. But unfortunately, before they could even make any progress in their research, catastrophic disaster struck. This immortality virus granted humans the constitution of zombies. Even with prior preparations, the nation couldn't withstand the zombie virus's overwhelming attack on the entire human population. Something beyond human control. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed. Fortunately, they had some prior groundwork. This research institute, appointed by Wang Mengwei's father as the central hub for virus research, had accumulated a vast amount of data. Based on this data alone, he was qualified to be elected as the administrator of the K1 base, controlled by the military. This time, K1 base had sent Lu Qiyan to personally escort Wang Mengwei to retrieve data and equipment. But who could have imagined that Wang Mengwei was such a complete disaster? All the information she had was wrong. She claimed that all personnel and zombies in the research plant had been eliminated, but in reality, the first basement level was full of infected staff. Upon reaching the second basement level, Wang Mengwei still insisted with absolute certainty that there were no zombies there. It was perfectly safe. Then she led everyone down to the life-or-death situation, completely ruining everyone's lives. Even Lu Qian couldn't handle such a terrible teammate. Luckily, he met Han Qingxia today. If it weren't for Han Qingxia's warning before they went in, he would have been utterly ruined by Wang Mengwei in the isolation room. He had been incredibly careful and cautious in leading Wang Mengwei to find the item, but this incompetent teammate turned on the lights as soon as she entered and, upon discovering the zombies, screamed. She even almost forgot to use her spatial abilities. Thankfully, Lu Qian was the most professional, and thanks to Han Qingxia's reminder, he maintained a high level of special forces skill throughout, quickly eliminating the small zombies and buying Wang Mengwei time to grab her belongings and leave. The moment he stepped out of the isolation room, he knew it was all because of Han Qingxia. He didn't know how Han Qingxia knew there would be so many zombies inside. But without her, he might really have died here today. His gaze towards Han Qingxia completely changed. "Retreat," Lu Qian shouted.
Han
Qingxia watched as the people who had escaped all breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, they're out. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. While everyone behind them was firing at the child zombies, Wang Mengwei looked towards the isolation room door. Close it. Activate the destruction procedure. She rushed to the button area at the door and frantically pressed the close button before everyone inside had finished exiting. Han Qingxia had finally had enough of this idiot. She kicked him away. Damn it, idiot. 3 seconds. She stood by the door, controlling its closing speed, and shouted to everyone inside. 3. A large number of small zombies poured out of the door. Many more were violently ramming against the glass panel. 2. Clang, spiderweb-like cracks spread rapidly across the glass window as the little zombies inside slammed their heads against the glass, flattening their heads an inch with each impact. Their faces grew increasingly distorted and grotesque. 1. Crash. Glass shards littered the floor. At that moment, the last Special Forces member rushed out. Boom! The isolation chamber door slammed shut. Thank you. Lu Qian, panting heavily, looked at the woman who had closed the door for them. A hint of tenderness softened his usually cold face. The others looked at Han Qingxia with even greater excitement. Sister, thanks to you. What did you mean by destruction? Han Qingxia asked. The pharmaceutical research plant has a destruction mechanism. We'll destroy these after we leave. As soon as Lu Qian finished speaking, they heard the glass door in front of them click open. Immediately afterward, the lights on the second basement level flashed, and all the lights in front of Han Qingxia and her group went out. Only the elevator lobby light remained, shining through in front of them. A woman, clutching her stomach, looked at Han Qingxia and her group with undisguised smugness. My dad said, if he could, he'd kill you all. Perfect. You're in there too, you bitch. You can go down with them. Ha ha ha. Perhaps some people's pig teammate tendencies are intentional. Otherwise, why would she have repeatedly allowed Han Qingxia to follow them? She swiped her card on the door in front of her. An alarm sounded throughout the second basement level. Beep self-destruct mechanism activated in 30 seconds. All the doors on the second basement level opened at that moment. The rooms that had been tightly closed, containing the zombies, all opened. Wang Mengwei grinned maliciously at them, closed the doors on the second basement level again, and rushed towards the elevator. In her final glance as she turned away, she looked at Han Qingxia with utter defiance, raising her middle finger. How dare she provoke her? Go to hell. She watched with smug pride as the door closed and the group surrounded by zombies rushed towards the elevator, intending to escape. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her. Yangzi, kill her, Han Qingxia said coldly. A Wu inside the second basement level. Above everyone's heads, red alarm lights flashed, indicating a countdown. Below these lights, zombies, freed from their tightly closed office doors, thrashed about. They bared their teeth and claws, shaking their heads and swaying wildly, like a chaotic dance of demons, lunging towards a group of fresh, live prey at the back. The zombies have been unleashed. 29 seconds countdown. Ha ha ha. Under the red alarm lights, the closest zombie in a blue hospital gown opened its blood-red maw and lunged forward. Bang! A split second before the zombie could reach them, a bullet pierced the center of its forehead, leaving a charred bullet hole the size of a peanut on its forehead and a bowl-sized bloody hole on the back of its head. Dark red blood, mixed with whitish brain matter, gushed out from the back of the zombie's head. The brain matter, as fragile as a bowl of tofu pudding, was instantly pulverized as if by chopsticks, the powerful impact sending it flying and exploding along with bits of flesh and skull fragments. Instantly, a gaping, bloody hole appeared on the back of the zombie's head, brain matter, blood vessels, scalp, and skull all tangled together. One shot to the head. The zombie shot in the head fell straight down. Lu Qian, having landed a precise headshot, roared. Charge! His words fell, and all the Special Forces soldiers on the scene charged out at full speed. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Bullets sprayed out relentlessly. A desperate battle, the powerful firepower allowing them to carve out a no-man's land within the horde of zombies. Han Qingxia was spontaneously protected by these men, placed in the center. Tang Jian and He Zhongping flanked her, while the others who had eaten Han Qingxia's food, out of gratitude, protected her in the center, blocking the zombies and clearing a path for her as they charged out. At this moment, none of them remembered Han Qingxia's prowess. They only knew she was the only non-military person among them, and because she was unarmed and had never displayed any special abilities, she was automatically categorized as a civilian to be protected. Protecting the civilians is a soldier's duty. Even if times have changed, the spirit of a soldier cannot be easily eroded. Moreover, this person was someone who had given them a meal. Without hesitation, they instinctively placed Han Qingxia in the center, protecting her as she charged forward. This rendered Han Qingxia, who had wanted to pull out her AK and charge in the dark, helpless. Protected in the center, she couldn't charge. However, at this moment, her little desert eagle could be used. Bang bang bang. Tang Jian and He Zhongping forcefully cleared away the zombies on both sides, but the dense horde of zombies was impossible to defend against. Han Qingxia calmly stood between them. In her line of sight, with the people protecting her forming a wall, any zombies that managed to cross that line were all shot and killed by Han Qingxia. They all rushed towards the exit amidst the incredibly tense horde of zombies and the powerful firepower. But soon, countdown 21 seconds. Countdown 20 seconds. In 10 seconds, they were out of bullets. Most of their firepower had been used up on the basement level. It simply wasn't enough. And there were still over 100 meters to go. Time was down to just 20 seconds. Zombies. Crowded. In the brief moment of depleted firepower, a Special Forces soldier who had been on Wang Mengwei's side was simultaneously pounced on by two zombies. He was struck in the leg by a plank, his struggle momentarily halting. A zombie grabbed his helmet from the side and bit down. Just then, a bright flash of lightning appeared before everyone's eyes again. Zzz. A bolt of lightning struck the zombie in front of the soldier. The shaken soldier was forcefully pulled back to his feet by Lu Qian. A clear, large tooth mark was now visible on his sturdy helmet. Lu Qian carried him on his back and continued his charge. Captain Lu, I'm not your soldier. Put me down, you guys run. Those who follow me are my men, Lu Qian said coldly. Han Qingxia now understood why Tang Jian and the others were unwilling to leave Lu Qian. This man was cold, yet possessed a deep humanity. Zzz. Lightning bolts struck one after another in the air. The other team members discarded their weapons and began using their superpowers. Bang bang bang. Bang. Egg-sized water balls, fireballs, and metal blades flew rapidly through the air. Their superpowers weren't strong. At this moment, they used as many as they could. Those without elemental abilities were all speed-type and strength-type mutants. They wielded military-grade triangular spikes, utilizing their enhanced physical abilities for hand-to-hand combat charges. Fighting fiercely, charge. Countdown 15 seconds. 70 meters to go. Countdown 12 seconds. 50 meters to go. Countdown 10 seconds. 40 meters to go. They were about to break through the horde of zombies when the Special Forces soldiers at the front, clearing the way, all felt their legs buckle. The energy orbs in their hands gradually shrank, and when they tried to unleash them, they found they couldn't regenerate. Their energy was depleted. Their abilities were weak, unable to withstand such intense exertion. Everyone's speed suddenly slowed, shifting from offense to defense, requiring them to support each other. They were weak, the zombies were strong. Because humans get tired, but zombies don't. On Han Qingxia's side, Tang Jian's fireball dissipated in midair, and the zombies seized the opportunity, howling as it pounced. There was no way to avoid it. Bang! Han Qingxia pulled Tang Jian aside and kicked the zombie away. But before the pale-faced Tang Jian could even express his gratitude to Han Qingxia, He Zhongping on the other side was grabbed by the feet by 3 or 4 zombies. He was pulled back by Wang Heng, but Wang Heng was also pounced on by zombies. The group surrounding Han Qingxia gradually exhausted their strength. They collapsed one after another. Big sister.
Run.
Tang Jian shoved Han Qingxia away, then rushed back into the horde of zombies to rescue his companion. We can only take you this far.
Run.
They could only go this far. As for the rest of the way, they'd run as many as they could. Tang Jian stayed behind to cover her retreat. At that moment, several bolts of lightning struck down simultaneously, felling all the zombies around Tang Jian and his companions. A man stopped in his tracks, his eyes turning completely silver. Lu Qian stared intently at Han Qingxia, his entire body crackling with electricity. Han Qingxia, help me carry as many as you can. It'll be your last line of defense. To Han Qingxia's astonishment, she saw an extremely powerful stream of light erupt from Lu Qian's body. Then, in addition to his lightning-based abilities, he unleashed mutated ice and light-based abilities. Han Qingxia's mind suddenly clicked again, as if she had realized something. Could it be? Run, everyone, Lu Qian shouted, and instantly all the zombies were drawn to him, rushing towards him. Captain! Captain! Just as everyone was in despair, seeing the horde of zombies charging towards Lu Qian, a water wall 100 times stronger than them appeared before their eyes. Run! What are you waiting for? A lazy female voice boomed in everyone's ears, like a thunderclap. Everyone stared in stunned silence at Han Qingxia, who unleashed an incredibly powerful water-based ability from her palm. Han Qingxia. She's also an ability user. And so strong. Even Su Xiaoyang, locked outside and anxiously waiting, was dumbfounded. No way, his boss is an ability user too. How many other identities does she have? Bang! Splash! Instantly, the water wall exploded, scattering all the surrounding zombies in a flash. 7 seconds left. Run! What are you waiting for? Tang Jian and the others snapped out of their daze, no longer caring about their shock. They huddled together in 2s and 3s, sprinting in the final seconds of a countdown. 5 seconds countdown. 4 seconds countdown. 3 seconds countdown. Han Qingxia was already faster than them. She swung her power-filled energy ball, blocking the zombies as she rushed to the main entrance. Swipe her card. This door required 2 cards to enter, but only 1 to exit. 2 seconds countdown. Beep. 1 second countdown. The door in front of Han Qingxia opened at the last second, and everyone rushed out, exhausted. Beep countdown complete. Self-destruct program activated. The door behind Han Qingxia slammed shut again. This time, even with a card, it wouldn't open. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. The zombies that had caught up again all pounced on the glass door. Many of them had just been hit by the water wall, their bodies soaking wet. They lay there, pounding on the glass door in front of Han Qingxia and the others, looking even more ferocious and terrifying. Just then, sizzle, a thick cloud of white mist billowed from their heads. We need to get out of here right now. Lu Qian, who had barely escaped with his life, gasped for breath. The entire first and second basement levels must self-destruct. Hearing his words, everyone mustered their strength again, their limbs weak, but they forced themselves to leave. At this moment, everyone noticed a woman lying in a corner. Her neck was bent at a 180-degree angle. She lay there stiffly. Beside her, a lot of supplies had exploded. Lu Qian saw Wang Mengwei's corpse, his eyes darkening. Really dead. Captain Lu, I killed her, Su Xiaoyang said. Han Qingxia's eyes turned cold. You're not going to settle this score with us now, are you? Lu Qian turned to meet Han Qingxia's eyes, his cold lips uttering, thank you. Han Qingxia then noticed his gaze. This man had changed. Lu Qian turned to look at the supplies that had spilled out beside Wang Mengwei. Besides the two machines, there was a considerable amount of food and a pile of gold bars. There were at least 100 or 200 gold bars, each weighing 500 grams. Most conspicuous were the bags of rice and flour. There were over 100 bags of rice, each weighing 100 kilograms, along with a jumble of other items that looked very valuable. These items, when converted to volume, would amount to 2 or 3 cubic meters. Wang Mengwei claimed she only had 1 cubic meter. She was lying. She must have hidden all their most valuable possessions and food, leaving only a little space to lie about. The more Lu Qian looked, the more intense the murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Wang family truly deserves to be torn to pieces. Everyone, carry these up. We're leaving, he said coldly. Yes. Lu Qian didn't look at the rice, but ordered his men to carry the machine up. Everyone immediately went to carry the machine. After carrying the machine into the elevator, everyone entered one after another. Han Qingxia showed unusual humility at this moment, letting them all go in. Looking at the fully packed elevator, she said, never mind, they'll wait for the next elevator to avoid overloading. Yangzi, you help them carry their things up later.
Yes.
Hearing her words, Lu Qian looked at her calmly. He saw Han Qingxia smiling as she swiped her card and waving goodbye as they left from outside the elevator. She was as friendly as could be. In short, she seemed like a kind and good comrade. Han Qingxia watched the elevator doors close and the indicator show it was going up, her face beaming even more. Today was destined to be a fruitful day. Going to collect supplies. Others may not have a spatial storage, but she does. Han Qingxia glanced at the gold bars and food that had popped out of Wang Mengwei's spatial storage and with a wave of her hand, collected them all. Some people are useless when they're alive, but they're quite a contribution when they're dead. Han Qingxia looked at the thoroughly dead Wang Mengwei beside her, pulled out her AK, and fired 2 more shots. She'd beaten her to a pulp. Okay, finally, she'd vented her anger. You can't offend Han Qingxia. Otherwise, even in death, you'd be whipped. Han Qingxia has never been a magnanimous person. She's vengeful and repays 100-fold. After shooting her down, she leisurely walked to the elevator, pressed the down button, and the elevator doors opened quickly. To her surprise, Lu Qian was also inside and followed her down. Why are you still here? I was worried about you. The 2 underground levels are about to be destroyed. We have to leave quickly. Oh. Han Qingxia swiped her card and closed the elevator doors. What do you mean by destroy? Can it kill all the zombies? Lu Qian nodded. Once the destruction device here is activated, both underground levels will collapse and be sealed off. Han Qingxia fell into thought, especially looking at Lu Qian in front of her. She felt, you have 3 superpowers? Yes. Lu Qian answered honestly. Han Qingxia looked at the man in front of her. No way could she have saved the zombie king from her past life. The more Han Qingxia thought about it, the more likely it seemed. First, in her past life, she met Su Xiaoyang around this time. All his companions were gone. If Lu Qian were still alive, he would not look for him, because he knew where they came from. Furthermore, Lu Qian is actually a 3-elemental ability user. The zombie king from my previous life came from here and was also a 3-elemental ability zombie. Thank you, I owe you twice. At this moment, Han Qingxia heard Lu Qian's words. She immediately beamed. Remember to pay me back later, especially the crystal cores. You still owe me 22. Regardless of whether it's true or not, I have to accept this favor. And I definitely need the crystal cores. Okay. Lu Qian saw her smiling face. His cold eyes flashed slightly, and he looked away, just as the elevator doors in front of him were about to close. Just as the doors were about to close, he glimpsed Wang Mengwei's body outside and the empty space around it. Where did Wang Mengwei's supplies go? Beep, the elevator reached the first floor. They had just ascended when they heard a rumbling, collapsing sound outside. At that moment, Han Qingxia received a notification in his mind. Beep, congratulations on completing the mission to capture the joint pharmaceutical research plant. Reward, Lord Super Electronic Butler Han Qingxia. Some people seem to have everything going smoothly on the surface, but behind the scenes, they're incredibly lucky. Big sister, Queen. As soon as Han Qingxia stepped out, Tang Jian and the others surrounded her. Their gazes towards Han Qingxia were filled with the fervor of starstruck fans. Han Qingxia had shown off her abilities today, revealing her water-based superpowers, completely shocking them. They never imagined Han Qingxia was also a superpowered individual, let alone that her power was so strong. While everyone else's powers were generally conjuring small fireballs or water spheres, she simply waved her hand and created an entire wall of water. How could she be so strong? Too strong. After today's events, they were absolutely certain of one thing. Big sister is big sister. Boss Han is Boss Han. They were all just younger brothers. Are you all alright? Han Qingxia asked casually. We're all fine. Although everyone was a mess, and their combat suits were tattered, thankfully, no one had been bitten by zombies. They'd lost several comrades on the first basement level, and the second basement level was even more dangerous, yet not a single person died. This was an incredible stroke of luck. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze towards Han Qingxia became even more fervent. Even the group Wang Mengwei had originally led looked at Han Qingxia differently. They all looked at Han Qingxia with utter awe. They thought to themselves, no wonder these Special Forces soldiers are so familiar with her and so admire her. She's truly amazing. She's not an ordinary person. By the way, big sister, what are you doing here? Tang Jian asked. Yeah, do you need our help? No need. Han Qingxia searched for Su Xiaoyang in the crowd and called out to him. Yangzi, you can put our sign up now. Yes. Su Xiaoyang took a sign from the car and replaced the one that was originally at the main entrance. Everyone stared at Su Xiaoyang's familiar movements. Holy crap. No way. He'd braved mountains and rivers, risking everything to come here just to expand his territory. They stared in shock at the new piece of land Han Qingxia had conquered, their minds filled with utter, holy crap, he really was here to take over. Are you kidding me? They truly didn't understand the world of this big shot. Han Qingxia seemed to have a mysterious obsession with expanding her territory. They couldn't understand the point of occupying so much unclaimed and useless land. Besides, zombies roamed everywhere. All the land was now unclaimed, no man's land. If she wanted to occupy it, no one would compete with her. At least they had absolutely no intention of conquering it. Not only them, but everyone else, no other faction, had this mindset. But they didn't know how much economic benefit and how powerful a base kingdom these conquered lands would create in the future. No matter what, land remains the core of all development. Especially in the later stages of the base's development, when internal resources dwindled and expansion became necessary, they discovered that all the territories they could occupy had already been taken by Han Qingxia. Goodbye, big sister. Farewell, big sister. Goodbye, Your Majesty. After capturing the research facility, the sun gradually set. Han Qingxia and Lu Qian's team parted ways, each returning to their respective bases. Before leaving, Lu Qian stopped the car and asked Han Qingxia, "Do you have a satellite phone?"
No.
What about the radio? Yes. With the citywide power outage, all the land-based signal-based stations were useless. The only remaining communication signal was the satellite signal from the sky. However, satellite signals don't last long either. Without maintenance, they either collapsed or broke down within a few years. Han Qingxia had never used a satellite phone in her previous life, but she had used a much simpler form of radio signal. That was a radio. Radios and fax machines, capable of transmitting and receiving low-frequency signals, were the most primitive and simplest form of radio. In the later stages of the base civilization, each base had a radio station. Han Qingxia understood what Lu Qian meant as soon as she heard him speak. A radio? Of course she had one. A whole bunch of electronic devices at home could all be used as radios. She just didn't have anyone to contact them. Give me a radio frequency. It was 6:30 p.m. Han Qingxia returned safely just as it got dark. She went straight to the bomb shelter as soon as she returned to her base. The chores of cooking, feeding the dogs, and chickens were once again left to Su Xiaoyang. She had another important matter to attend to. Rubbing her excited hands, Han Qingxia came over to collect her super haul for the day. Beep Base headquarters detected. Unlock electronic butler. Yes, it must be unlocked. As Han Qingxia finished speaking, a holographic supercomputer appeared in the open space on the second floor of the bomb shelter. She stepped forward, pressed the power button, and a burst of lights illuminated the holographic screen in front of her, displaying a miniature electronic version of herself. The electronic butler's image became clearer and clearer. 3 seconds later, it opened its eyes before Han Qingxia, looking at her. My dear master, hello. Please name me. Han Qingxia looked at the electronic robot before her with satisfaction. You shall be called Xia.
Yes.
My dear master, Xia will serve you immediately. Xia's cold, mechanical voice rang out, and instantly all the equipment on the second floor of the air raid shelter simultaneously beeped, power buttons flashed, as if connected to the network. Master, I have connected to all the electronic facilities in the base. I will supervise and manage all operations within the base for you at all times. Han Qingxia was extremely satisfied to hear this. Don't underestimate Xia just because she's an electronic administrator without a physical body. In fact, she will be the strongest and most fundamental administrator of Han Qingxia's base. All the cameras in the base are her eyes, the all-area radar is her sensory tentacles throughout the base, and the reconnaissance and strike drones patrolling outside are her weapons. All the equipment in the base is her clone. Han Qingxia will no longer need to handle every trivial matter herself. For example, if the radar system detects an intruder, Xiao Xia will immediately dispatch a reconnaissance drone to the scene. There's no need for repeated reports to Han Qingxia. Xiao Xia will automatically drive the intruder away, and if that fails, it will launch an attack. Furthermore, if danger arises, the drone will flexibly retreat and leave, avoiding destruction simply because it hasn't received Han Qingxia's commands. In short, all offense and defense within Han Qingxia's base has a central brain. This means Han Qingxia no longer needs to worry about being unsupervised after leaving the base. Xiao Xia is essentially the one who looks after the base for her. Moreover, all the miscellaneous tasks of the residents within the territory could be handled by it. For example, the tasks that had previously kept Han Qingxia extremely busy, such as point statistics, item exchange, and production management, could all be handled by Xiao Xia simply by installing a computer in the residential area. There was no need for that little girl Wang Yunduo to run around every day delivering messages and carrying things. Furthermore, people need rest, but machines don't. While Han Qingxia rested, Xiao Xia continued to manage the base for her 24 hours a day. In other words, she had a complete and comprehensive base steward, and it would absolutely never betray her. Very good, Xiao Xia. From now on, you'll take care of everything in the base for me. Monitor the Qingxia base at all times. Yes, my dear master. Xiao Xia spun around in front of Han Qingxia and disappeared from the holographic screen. Han Qingxia, meanwhile, was already thinking about expanding Xiao Xia's domain. The next day, Han Qingxia, accompanied by Su Xiaoyang, hauled a cartload of supplies to the residential area. The residents, who were working in the fields, all greeted Han Qingxia warmly. Lord, you've arrived. Han Qingxia greeted her 19 residents, then parked her car in an empty villa. Just then, Wang Yunduo came bouncing over. Lord, your survivors banded together, forming bases. However, even after banding together, they faced numerous challenges: food shortages, resource scarcity, an endless horde of zombies, and frequent invasions from other humans. In her previous life, Han Qingxia was stranded in a small base, struggling for 10 years. During those 10 years, she encountered 8 waves of zombie hordes. Several times, she nearly suffered total annihilation, and in the final super zombie horde, her base was completely destroyed. The most despairing thing wasn't death, but having nowhere to escape. Her base was destroyed, as were other small bases. In the entire eastern region, only the strongest base, K1, remained, teetering on the brink of collapse, but even it wouldn't last much longer. The swarms of zombies covering the globe have left humanity with only the question of how long they can survive, not how long humanity can hold out and survive. This is a cataclysmic disaster, the annihilation of civilization, a hopeless situation with no escape. After yesterday's events, Han Qingxia suddenly realized something. That is, fate can be changed. She saved Lu Qian's team and eliminated a major threat-to-future zombie king from her territory. Therefore, she could do much more in the early stages of the apocalypse, especially now that the threat is weak and her strength is formidable. Han Qingxia is currently focusing on eliminating potential threats while quietly and rapidly developing her base. A virtuous cycle of steadily increasing food production, a robust offensive and defensive system, and a stable population structure will ensure she has sufficient strength to withstand any future disasters. At the very least, her Qingxia base must survive the destruction 10 years from now. Taking advantage of the relatively peaceful situation in the early stages of the apocalypse, she should hurry to strengthen her forces and develop the base. Every day the base improves, her strength against disaster increases. Han Qingxia, with a clear goal in mind, took Su Xiaoyang out to kill zombies. First, she would eliminate all the most threatening areas near her territory. Han Qingxia drove to a livestock farm in the western suburbs. She remembered that this place had experienced an animal plague outbreak 6 months after the apocalypse. The zombie virus doesn't infect animals, but without human care, the chickens, ducks, and sheep would starve and die of disease. The rotting animal carcasses would then breed widespread animal plague. Han Qingxia had come here with the base's people to collect supplies in her previous life. What they saw then was a scene of carnage. Corpses strewn everywhere, rotting animal carcasses scattered about. Buzzing flies formed a swarm, swarming and biting the stinking pig, cow, and sheep carcasses. White maggots writhed among the animal carcasses, and pus oozed from the rotting flesh, sticky and viscous everywhere. But the most horrifying were the small animals with fur. Their fur decomposed slowly. Their bodies had already rotted into the ground, but their fur remained stiff, like clumps of hair growing on the ground like moldy sphagnum moss. The scene was beyond description. Just one look would give you goosebumps for 6 months. Even more deadly was the fact that these rotting carcasses carried a large number of animal bacteria and viruses. After Han Qingxia and her group returned from the farm, a wave of animal plague swept through the base. This made the already struggling small base even more precarious. Later, it seemed to affect many other bases, causing some smaller ones to be completely wiped out. Han Qingxia's first step in demonstrating her skills was to use her past life's experience to get ahead of everyone else and take over the area. She arrived here based on her memory. However, to her surprise, gunfire erupted as soon as her car arrived. Bang! A burst of bullets fired in front of Han Qingxia, heading straight for the farm in front of her. A small team of 7 or 8 people was attacking the farm's entrance. Someone had gotten there first. However, this group seemed very inexperienced. They only had 2 pistols, and their accuracy was extremely poor. It appeared they had fired several shots without hitting a single target. Han Qingxia focused her mind, using her mental energy to sense the situation. The group consisted of 5 men and 2 women, including 1 fire-type ability user and 2 strength-type ability users. The strength-type users carried 2 handguns. The rest were ordinary people. They carried weapons like sticks or machetes, closely following the 3 ability users, all appearing tense. But Han Qingxia noticed the last man in their group, wearing a baseball cap. He didn't emanate any special abilities, yet she sensed an energy different from that of ordinary people. He wasn't ordinary, nor was he an ability user. After firing a few shots, these people probably realized the situation inside was difficult to handle, and then they noticed Han Qingxia's armored vehicle approaching. Brother Phone, look over there. A car's coming. It's an armored vehicle. It's definitely people. More are coming. The leader stared at Han Qingxia's car. He told his men to back out first. You wait here, I'm going over there. He strode towards Han Qingxia's car. To show his sincerity, when he was 10 meters away from her, he waved and unloaded the bullets from his gun in front of her. Han Qingxia had Su Xiaoyang flash the car lights twice, and the man strode towards them. The apocalypse has its rules. Within arm's reach, everyone is an enemy. Everyone must be wary of each other. Any stranger approaching is a source of danger. No one can guarantee what the other is like. Zhang Feng, on the other side, was the first to extend a friendly gesture to Han Qingxia. Knock knock. He knocked on Han Qingxia's window. Han Qingxia pulled the armored vehicle a quarter of the way back. The vehicle was very tall, above the man's head, providing Han Qingxia with a perfect defensive position. If the man tried to cause trouble, it would be extremely difficult for him to intervene, while Han Qingxia could easily subdue him. At the same time, she could hear him speaking. Friend, you're here to collect supplies too, right? Zhang Feng asked.
Yes.
That's perfect. How about we go in together? We've been staking out this place for 3 days. We know it well. After we take it over, we'll split the supplies. Zhang Feng pulled a cigarette case from his pocket, carefully taking out one and, Here, I was just about to look for you.
What do you want?
To exchange supplies with you, Lord. There's so much again. Wang Yunduo sweetly pulled out a piece of paper. It was covered with a densely packed list. She looked at Han Qingxia with a grin. By the way, Lord, when are you going to open another market? The last market you held was so much fun. Yunduo can't wait. I really want to go to your market again to buy delicious food. Han Qingxia smiled and tugged at the little girl's braid. You can buy things anytime you want. She waved her hand, and Su Xiaoyang got out of a truck. This truck was the same delivery truck Han Qingxia had captured on the highway last time. After getting out, Su Xiaoyang began unloading the goods. Upon seeing this, the surrounding residents immediately rushed to help. Lord, what is this? What is this? This is our summer base's directly operated store. Everyone. Half an hour later, a supermarket, very common before the apocalypse, appeared before everyone's eyes. Looking at the dazzling array of food, everyone felt as if they were in another world. They could still shop like before the apocalypse. And in the very center of the store was a huge electronic screen, displaying the prices of all supplies and a virtual image of Han Qingxia. This is our summer base's directly operated supermarket. This is Xia, the base's manager. From now on, everyone can come in and buy whatever they want. You don't need to swipe your cards. Xia will use facial recognition to check your accounts, and the cost of what you take will be automatically deducted. Of course, if you have anything to redeem, put it on the shelf on the right. There's an electronic scale here. After weighing it, Xia will automatically calculate your balance. If you're worried, there's a card reader at the entrance. You can swipe your card to check your balance when you leave.
Wow.
I want to try it. Wang Yunduo exclaimed excitedly. Go ahead. Han Qingxia gave her a look, and Wang Yunduo immediately ran to the snack shelf, grabbed a lollipop, tore off the wrapper right there in the store, and happily ate it. Wang Yumin and his wife saw this and took out Wang Yunduo's card to check. With a beep, a string of numbers appeared, 99.5 points. Wang Yunduo previously had 100 points in her account, which were subsidies for Wang Yumin's family working with others and for hiring Wang Yunduo. A lollipop automatically deducted 0.5 points, leaving her with 99.5 points. Wang Yumin and his wife were both happy and heartbroken to see that a lollipop cost only 0.5 points. They were happy because their daughter could afford a snack that was so unimportant before the apocalypse. Now it was the apocalypse, with zombies everywhere and many people starving and fleeing, yet their base could already afford lollipops. This must require incredibly strong resource reserves and security. But at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Points were hard-earned. 1 point could be exchanged for a pound of rice. Their daughter had spent half her money on a lollipop. That was too expensive. It seems they'll have to keep an eye on their daughter's spending from now on, making sure she doesn't spend all the points in her account. Lord, I'd like to exchange some supplies, Li Gang said. Can I trade the bean sprouts I've grown these past few days? Of course, Han Qingxia nodded. Li Gang immediately ran back and retrieved the 5 gene of bean sprouts he had grown. After weighing them, the shop immediately beeped. Beep 5 gene of bean sprouts detected. Exchangeable for 2.5 points. Exchange now. Exchange. Vegetables cost half the price of grain. After trading the bean sprouts, Li Gang immediately checked his account. And sure enough, he had 2.5 points. Everyone was overjoyed and excited upon hearing this. They all rushed into the shop, some buying goods, some exchanging points, and some just browsing. This place contained the most common basic supplies: rice, flour, cooking oil, salt, sugar, daily necessities, tissues, sanitary napkins, and a small amount of snacks that instantly transported them back to the pre-apocalyptic world: lollipops, cola, and small bread rolls. Instantly, a strong sense of satisfaction rose in everyone's hearts. It felt like returning to the pre-apocalyptic world. They had only one feeling. Their Qingxia base was getting better every day, visibly getting better and stronger. Han Qingxia said she would lead them to a better life, and it was true. Everyone's sense of belonging to Qingxia base increased significantly. At this moment, a notification sounded in Han Qingxia's mind. Beep base prosperity increased by 100. Current base prosperity, 180. Han Qingxia was surprised that building such a small, directly operated store had increased the base's prosperity so much. But after thinking about it, she quickly understood. The exchange of goods is an essential need for residents. Even in Han Qingxia's previous life, in a small base with scarce resources, there were still numerous market trading areas where people constantly came to exchange goods. A directly operated store within the base is absolutely necessary. Seeing the bustling market, Han Qingxia thought that once land production stabilized, she could establish livestock breeding, fish farming, and various processing plants. Her base was developing steadily and powerfully. After settling the base's directly operated store, Han Qingxia returned to her air raid shelter. Replenishing and delivering goods to the base's directly operated store was entirely automated by Xia, requiring no effort from Han Qingxia. Xia would dispatch drones to deliver supplies based on real-time inventory. The drones automatically flew to Han Qingxia's warehouse, retrieved items, and operated completely automatically. When resource reserves or consumption reached a certain level, Xia would notify Han Qingxia to see if she needed to adjust the inventory list. It was a perfect assistant to Han Qingxia, solving a major problem of manpower shortages. Han Qingxia no longer needed to worry about base management. She could finally unleash her full potential. Yangzi, come with me to a place. This was a global zombie virus outbreak that decimated the world's population by 99.9%, devastating human society. In densely populated, geographically unfavorable areas, large numbers of people were wiped out. The zombies isolated the world into countless isolated islands. A small number of, holding it up to his lips. These days, cigarettes were a scarce commodity. They couldn't even afford food, let alone cigarettes. A truly scarce resource. Every cigarette smoked meant one less available. His cigarette was taken by the person inside, who immediately said, "No, you guys go ahead. I'll go after you're done." Zhang Feng's smile froze upon hearing her words. Could you not have refused my cigarette? Friend, it's dangerous everywhere right now. The more people we have, the more we can help each other, right? Then we stand with you in spirit and may God bless you. Zhang Feng. Since the apocalypse, Zhang Feng had seen all sorts of people. In a friendly situation, he wouldn't accept anything from someone he didn't want to cooperate with. If he did accept, he'd always agree to it. But Han Qingxia? She accepted the goods without hesitation, but immediately said no. Today was truly an eye-opener. Looking at the imposing armored vehicle before him, Zhang Feng gritted his teeth in the face of such overwhelming power. If you can help us go in, We only want 30% of the supplies. You take 70%. How about it? A soft laugh came from inside the armored vehicle. This laugh made Zhang Feng completely uneasy. Friend, we'll take 20%. You take 80%. The response was still silence. How about we take 10%? We'll assist you. You lead us in. You can't take everything inside. A puff of smoke drifted from the roof of the vehicle, and Han Qingxia looked down at him from inside. I said, you go in first. We'll wait until you finish looting before we go in. Han Qingxia didn't need to share with anyone. Even 10% wasn't enough. Hearing Han Qingxia's domineering words, Zhang Feng was utterly helpless. He had no leverage to negotiate. The difference in strength was stark. He stared at the vehicle for a long time before dejectedly returning to his team. As soon as he returned, his small team quickly surrounded him. Brother Feng, how did it go? Who are they? Did you invite them to cooperate with us? Zhang Feng glanced at the large armored vehicle and waved to the group. They won't cooperate with us. So what do we do now? Zhang Feng looked at the large farm in front of him. Let's go one last time. 5 minutes later, Han Qingxia, seeing the group abandoning the farm and leaving dejectedly, waved her hand. Drive. With a roar, her armored vehicle shot towards the farm like an arrow. Faced with overwhelming power, she only needed to crush them. The group, 200 meters away, watched in awe as the powerful force stormed the farm they had held for so long. The strong are always objects of admiration. Zhang Feng felt even more resentful. This person truly didn't need to cooperate with them. They had the strength. They weren't worthy. Just then, from the breached gate, scattered, still living zombies rushed out. Smelling human presence outside, they bared their fangs and claws, lunging at them. Zhang Feng and the others saw this and shouted, Run! Retreat! They didn't have Han Qingxia's strength. Facing more than 3 zombies, dodging was the best strategy. Retreat immediately. After Han Qingxia's car forcefully entered the farm, she released dogs to clear out the remaining zombie workers. She got out of the car and stepped on a book, Postpartum Care of Sows. Han Qingxia crouched down and picked it up. A good book. She had to keep it. This is a small to medium-sized black pig farm, or more accurately, a franchise of a larger pig farm. Several years ago, pig farming in Han Qingxia's city underwent reforms, prohibiting farmers from raising pigs independently. All pigs are now raised in a standardized manner by qualified pig farms, and after reaching maturity, they're sent to slaughterhouses for processing. The pig farm where Han Qingxia worked didn't even need to breed pigs. They only needed to raise them to market weight. This small farm had a contract with their head office to raise pigs. The head office provided the piglets, technical guidance, and recorded their weight upon arrival at the farm, agreeing on their market weight and the purchase price for the meat. Their profit came from raising the piglets, calculated based on their market weight. Their job consisted solely of raising the piglets. Furthermore, they were prohibited from selling them privately. Every piglet was registered upon arrival, and the agreed-upon market weight was verified. Even if a piglet died, the head office would collect it, preventing the pork from circulating privately. This largely ensured the safety of the meat source, a complete, traceable process. Han Qingxia looked at the book she had picked up, wondering if the pig farm was planning to secretly breed some piglets themselves. She put the book away and led Su Xiaoyang into the pigsty. There weren't many employees at the pig farm, and they were all gathered at the entrance. A few had been crushed and killed by the dogs after being trampled in, a few escaped, and the few that chased after them were pounced on and killed. Now, there wasn't a single zombie to be seen in the vast farm. Han Qingxia strode into the pigsty area, and a stench assaulted her senses. Fortunately, Han Qingxia had arrived in time. The pigs in the pens were almost all skin and bones, but about 70% were still alive. Yangzi, you keep watch outside. Yes. Su Xiaoyang turned and went out without a word. Han Qingxia looked at the huge pig pen in front of her and began to collect the still-living pigs from each pen into her spatial dimension. Stinky. It stinks horribly. Raising pigs is no easy task for just anyone. Just as she reached the third pig pen, she felt a gaze sweep over her from behind. Her powerful mental energy instantly locked onto that direction, and simultaneously, a high-pressure water bullet flew towards it. Thump! In the far corner of the pigsty, a man wearing a baseball cap nimbly dodged, tumbling and scrambling out. Once out, he immediately grinned at Han Qingxia. "So you're a space-type ability user?" Han Qingxia looked at the man in the baseball cap, her brows furrowing even more. She remembered him. He was the one who followed behind everyone in Zhang Feng's team. What impressed Han Qingxia was that he didn't seem like an ordinary person or an ability user. "Who exactly are you?" The man in the baseball cap raised his hands. "I mean no harm. I just want to join you." "Join me?" "That's right. I think you're very powerful, and I want to join you. Only you are worthy of my joining." "Then what? Do you have to offer that I'll accept you?" Hearing Han Qingxia's words, the man took off his baseball cap, revealing an eye patch covering one eye. Han Qingxia's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw the disguise. Then, the man's eye patch was removed, revealing a grayish-white zombie eye. "Qin Ke, how do you know my name?" Qin Ke raised an eyebrow when he heard Han Qingxia say his name. At this moment, a storm of emotions surged within Han Qingxia. Having survived 10 years in the apocalypse, she naturally knew some of the most influential figures there. In those 10 years, 10 prominent figures emerged in the entire eastern region. Each one was a big shot in their own base. One of them was the half-zombie Qin Ke. Qin Ke was the only human infected with the zombie virus, but who didn't turn into a zombie. This guy, with his unique ability to avoid being bitten by zombies, roamed freely throughout the zombie-infested world. What's most astonishing about Qin Ke isn't his unique abilities, but rather the shady things he does. This man is cunning, greedy, and fickle, with a penchant for betraying his allies and scheming against others. Using his unique abilities, he moves between various bases. He never stays at any one base for long. After thoroughly understanding the situation, he moves on to the next. If the previous base is weak, he sells the information to stronger individuals, leading them back to launch a counterattack. Conversely, if the next base is weak, he returns to inform the previous base to launch an attack. As mentioned before, in the apocalypse, besides the zombie threat, another major threat is human invasion. This troublemaker, Qin Ke, single-handedly destroyed several small settlements and a medium-sized base. After destroying them, half of the resources from the destroyed bases were his. He indulged himself before moving on to the next. As for why he doesn't roam freely in zombie-infested cities and enjoy their resources, it's because he's someone completely devoid of refined tastes. While others were sworn enemies of gambling and prostitution, he was one with them. He'd swindle money and supplies to gamble and find women. Greedy, lustful, and unable to bear loneliness, he could never live alone. All he did was swindle others. Han Qingxia's base had been targeted by him before, but its remote location, far from neighboring settlements, prevented him from swindling her. When he first entered their small base, Han Qingxia didn't remember him. It wasn't until long after he left that she heard about him on the base's public address system. Only then did everyone realize what kind of person he was. Afterwards, Han Qingxia occasionally heard rumors of his dissolute life in her base's tavern. However, his end wasn't good. In the 8th year of the apocalypse, he wandered to another large base, Hope Base, intending to incite a duel between them and K1 Base. He was captured by people from Hope Base. They said they took him to their laboratory to dissect him for research. They wanted to decipher the mystery of the serum from him. After that, Han Qingxia never heard from him again. Han Qingxia never expected to encounter this legendary, incredibly talented person in her life. "Beautiful lady, I'll only tell you this once. I was infected with the zombie virus, but I didn't mutate. I can walk freely among zombies without them attacking me. So, how about it? Can someone like me join you?" Qin Ke's black eyes, half zombie and half human, grinned at Han Qingxia. His gaze was incredibly sincere and honest. If Han Qingxia hadn't had 10 years of experience from her previous life, she would have been moved by this guy's sincerity and ability. How could she not recruit such a talent? However, Han Qingxia now knew who he really was. Han Qingxia looked at Qin Ke, who had come to pledge his allegiance, and her gaze hesitated. To kill or not to kill? This guy was definitely disloyal and a ticking time bomb. She couldn't afford to keep someone like him. However, his talent. Han Qingxia copies the special attributes of everyone he takes in, and he absolutely needs his half-zombie body. Alright, I agree to let you join me. Wait, Qingke said. Beautiful lady, I haven't finished. What kind of treatment will you give me if I join you? Han Qingxia smiled insincerely. I'll definitely give you the best treatment. With me, you'll have meat for every meal. Do you have women in your base? Oh no, I mean, how many people are in your base? Han Qingxia. This guy is indeed as rumored. Just me and Su Xiaoyang and that guy outside. Just the two of you. Qingke stroked his chin, a strange light flashing in his one-eyed human black eye, then he smiled. He's not your boyfriend, is he? Han Qingxia.
No.
All right, I'll join you, Qingke responded. Immediately, a voice echoed in Han Qingxia's mind. Beat base guard fake, detected +1. Reward points plus 100. The new base guard's loyalty is less than 60, unable to unlock special attributes. Han Qingxia. She stared in shock at the first appearance of this fake notification, opening his attribute panel in her mind. A line of white numbers appeared prominently. Loyalty 59. Initial loyalty 19. System added 40 loyalty. Han Qingxia. Damn it. His initial loyalty was only 19. Even with the system adding 40 loyalty points, he still couldn't reach the 60 standard. This is a complete trap. Su Xiaoyang next door already has a purple loyalty of 100. When Su Xiaoyang first joined Han Qingxia, his loyalty was 70. The system added 40, bringing his loyalty directly above 100. After exceeding 100, loyalty is divided into 3 color levels: red, purple, and gold. Red represents fiery loyalty, purple represents unwavering loyalty, and gold represents eternal loyalty. And this guy in front of her was only level 59. Not even 60 to unlock his special attributes. Han Qingxia was speechless, wanting to just shoot this inherently rebellious guy, who was already plotting to betray her the moment he joined, to death. Who would want someone like this? But seeing how close he was to loyalty, no way, she had to have his half-zombie hostage. Qingke, what do you like? If you join us, as the captain, I'll definitely give you something. Give him something to quickly raise his loyalty. I don't really have any crushes. Qingke grinned at Han Qingxia. Beautiful captain, if you really want to give me something, why not give me your heart? I fell in love with you at first sight, truly. Bang, Han Qingxia, unable to bear it any longer, kicked him away. Get to work.
Drive.
All the live pigs out here, or I'll rip your heart out and feed it to the pigs. Qingke. Lying on the ground, he watched Han Qingxia go into the next pig pen to collect the live pigs. A strange light flashed in his half-zombie, half-human eyes, and a slow smile appeared on his lips. Half an hour later, all the live pigs in the pigsty were stored in Han Qingxia's spatial storage. The remaining dead pigs were dragged into a pit by Qingke. This guy's body was half-zombie, and his strength and speed seemed to have increased as well. He worked very quickly. The dead pigs were buried together. Gasoline was poured on them, and they were burned. These dead pigs had all been dead for some time. Their carcasses were rotting and inedible, and leaving them would only breed bacteria and viruses. To prevent future epidemics, they were burned beforehand. Throughout the entire ordeal, Qingke remained silent, only keeping a grinning eye on Han Qingxia. Sensing the fire inside, Su Xiaoyang and the dogs waiting outside barked. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Boss, how are you in there? I'm fine. Han Qingxia emptied the pigsty, pushed open the door, and went out. Su Xiaoyang looked at her anxiously. Boss, what happened? Nothing. At this moment, his gaze fell on the man wearing a baseball cap and an eye patch following behind Han Qingxia. Who are you? Xiaoyang, this is my new subordinate, Qingke. Han Qingxia introduced him. Hello brother, my name is Qingke. Nice to meet you. Qingke smiled and extended his hand to greet Su Xiaoyang. Su Xiaoyang disliked the man's demeanor. He only showed one eye, his gaze seemingly warm but actually full of cunning, making him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing that Han Qingxia had taken in such a person, he frowned. Ignoring his outstretched hand, she turned to Han Qingxia. "Boss, where are the pigs inside? Should I go get them?" Before Han Qingxia could speak, Qin Ke beside her said, "No need. I'm a space-type ability user. I've already put all the pigs inside." Su Xiaoyang looked at Qin Ke in surprise. "You're a space-type ability user?" Qin Ke crossed his arms. "That's right. With me and the team from now on, we don't need to worry about supplies." He looked at Han Qingxia, his smile wide and revealing his sharp teeth. Taking advantage of Su Xiaoyang's inattention, he moved closer to Han Qingxia, grinning. "Beautiful captain, this is our little secret." Han Qingxia looked at this incredibly clever man, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. Okay, if she hadn't known what kind of person this man was beforehand, she would have been truly impressed by his intelligence and thoughtfulness. Just by looking at a few details, you could tell from her earlier distraction of Su Xiaoyang that she didn't want to expose her spatial abilities, conveniently covering for Han Qingxia. This shrewd woman, no wonder she caused so much trouble in her past life, disrupting various small and medium-sized bases. She truly is an extremely cunning fox. Let's go. Okay, my beautiful captain. Qin Ke crossed his arms and followed behind Han Qingxia, watching her retreating figure, one eye gleaming brightly. Han Qingxia took over the pig farm, but the adjacent chicken farm was unusable. All the chickens were dead. Fortunately, Han Qingxia had already stockpiled chickens and ducks. There were plenty in the air raid shelters, so she didn't need them. Han Qingxia had Qin Ke and Su Xiaoyang dispose of the chicken farm, setting it all on fire. The hidden danger of this large-scale breeding area was completely eliminated. The animal plague that would later sweep across various bases was nipped in the bud by Han Qingxia. On the return trip, Qin Ke sat inside the large armored vehicle, excitedly looking at Han Qingxia's vehicle and its interior. "Beautiful captain, where did you get this treasure?" "Ask what you should ask, don't ask what you shouldn't," Han Qingxia said coldly. The colder she was, the more enthusiastic Qin Ke became. "Beautiful captain, is it really just the three of us at our base?" Su Xiaoyang, who was driving, looked at Han Qingxia at this moment. Han Qingxia replied decisively, "That's right." "Then where is our base?" "At the grain processing plant." Su Xiaoyang. "Yangzi, drive back to base." "Yes, sir." Su Xiaoyang dared not ask anything, dared not say anything. They drove to the enormous zombie factory they had previously captured. Qin Ke's eyes lit up as he looked at the massive factory before him. To take over such a large factory, they really had the capability. Last time they left this area, besides having them dig out all the zombie cores, they also disposed of the zombie corpses. They burned them all. Han Qingxia's area was relatively clean. She told Su Xiaoyang to drive to the dormitory building. "You can stay anywhere, whichever floor you want. You won't be afraid of zombies if we run into one." Qin Ke chuckled. "Okay, beautiful captain, I'll pick one myself." After Qin Ke left, Su Xiaoyang looked at this man who exuded a roguish charm, his brows furrowing deeper. "Boss, that guy's got a wicked heart." As a former soldier, Su Xiaoyang could immediately sense the unpredictable aura emanating from Qin Ke. Definitely not a good person. "I know." Han Qingxia followed him down. "That's why I brought him here." Qin Ke wasn't a good person, and neither was Han Qingxia. She couldn't possibly bring such a dangerous bomb to her base. She'd keep him outside, raising his loyalty. A guy with a loyalty level of 19 coming to her, only to betray her. That kind of guy was unusable. Su Xiaoyang nodded thoughtfully. He felt Han Qingxia's words made a lot of sense. What will happen to the base if we don't go back? Xia is enough. Xia manages the base perfectly. She can even feed the dogs using drones. She can stay away for a few days and then go back later, no problem at all. Su Xiaoyang had no more questions. He followed Han Qingxia into the dormitory building, and each of them chose a clean room, treating it as their established territory. The 6 dogs stayed in Su Xiaoyang's room. Just as they entered, they heard Qin Ke's voice from outside. "Captain Beauty, What is it? Has dinner been served? Yes, dinner is ready, Han Qingxia said to Su Xiaoyang. She asked him to take out the small amount of food they had in the car. Qin Ke saw the meager supplies. Is this all the supplies we have? What do you think? Han Qingxia raised an eyebrow. Enough to eat is fine, Qin Ke chuckled. But I know a place nearby with lots of supplies. Where? There's a 3-story supermarket in the development zone, about 5 miles east. Han Qingxia nodded. Okay, we'll go there tomorrow. Gathering supplies is a constant task. Since everyone's here, let's clear out the map of this area. Qin Ke's smile widened as he watched Han Qingxia respond. He started chatting with Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang about all sorts of things, trying to get closer to them and learn more from them. By the way, brother, where are you from? Judging from your appearance, were you in the military before? How did you meet the beautiful captain? Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyang was a tight-lipped guy. He only answered Han Qingxia's questions. Otherwise, he was incredibly cold. Throughout the meal, Qin Ke couldn't get any information out of the two men. In the end, only the dogs could offer him a few words of response. He didn't care at all. Even so, he continued to chat and laugh, bragging to Han Qingxia and Su Xiaoyang like a storyteller. After finishing the meal, he looked at Han Qingxia and suddenly said, "Beautiful captain, didn't you say you were going to give me something today? What do you want?" Han Qingxia finally answered him then, after meeting his single, gleaming eye, turned and punched him first. "Don't look at me like that." Qin Ke covered his single eye. "Beautiful captain, can't you be a little nicer to me? I grew up without parents, raised by my gambling grandma. She beats and scolds me at the slightest provocation. I've never had a single friend. Now, with the apocalypse, I really want to follow you, to become your comrades in arms, sharing life and death. Can you accept someone like me? Speak like a human being. I want some supplies. I don't feel safe without supplies." Su Xiaoyang. He stared in shock at this shameless person. Han Qingxia already knew what kind of guy he was. She smiled slightly. "Okay, take the rest of the supplies in the truck now. I'll give you 1/3 of the supplies we collect tomorrow." "Beautiful captain, you're an angel. Beautiful inside and out. I'll definitely work hard for you from now on." If it weren't for his unwavering loyalty, Han Qingxia would have been completely fooled by his superb acting skills. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Without offering substantial benefits, it's impossible to entice him. Satisfied with the answer, Qin Ke happily went to the truck to unload the supplies. After he left, Su Xiaoyang immediately said, "Boss, give it to him. Give him whatever he wants." Han Qingxia's gaze was deep. The next day, it was broad daylight. Han Qingxia and her team had already made arrangements early in the morning. The supplies in the truck yesterday were all given to Qin Ke. They hadn't had breakfast that morning. Han Qingxia secretly gave Su Xiaoyang some food so he and Guzi could eat first. No one else could go hungry, but she couldn't let anyone else go hungry. When Qin Ke came down, she pretended not to have eaten and said, "Qin Ke, I've given you everything. I haven't even had breakfast. We need to find supplies." Qin Ke immediately opened his backpack and took out a bag of bread. It was Han Qingxia's bread, which she had stored in her armored vehicle as spare rations. Qin Ke had taken it all yesterday. "How can our beautiful captain go hungry?" "You eat mine first." Qin Ke offered her the bread. Han Qingxia didn't stand on ceremony. It was hers after all. "Let's go. If we don't find something, we'll go hungry later." Her gaze lingered on Qin Ke's not-so-bulgy backpack for a few seconds, then casually put the bread bag into her own bag, turned, and got into the car. Qin Ke and Su Xiaoyang followed. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at the supermarket in the Eastern Development Zone. This area was already in the suburbs of City A. City A has developed well in recent years. What used to be just a few small villa areas in the suburbs has now seen the development of several new large residential complexes. However, most of these developments are essentially ghost towns. The population is limited and occupancy rates are low. Several developments have even been abandoned, causing quite a stir beforehand. With the arrival of the apocalypse, the air is thick with the wailing and howling of ghosts, making this place even more eerie. From time to time, a few ghost-like zombies emerge from these empty buildings. Sensing the presence of living people, they howl and scream within the empty steel and concrete skeletons of the buildings, and some of the zombies wandering the streets all chase and pounce on them. Han Qingxia's car didn't even stop. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! It scrambled through the zombies. It ran over the scattered, wandering zombies, finally reaching its destination, the large supermarket in the development zone. There were many zombies near the supermarket, all gathered at the entrance. Most were dressed in civilian clothes, but many were fully armed and heavily armored. They were clearly residents of the area who had attacked this place after the apocalypse, only to meet a tragic end. Of 10 people who came out, 1 was lucky enough to return. As soon as Han Qingxia's car arrived, the wandering zombies immediately surrounded it. Han Qingxia waved to Su Xiaoyang, who pressed a button inside the car. A turret rose from the top of the armored vehicle, unleashing a brutal and effective barrage on the zombie horde below. Inside the car, Qin Ke watched as the zombies outside were instantly engulfed in flames.
Wow.
Captain, your car is so cool. Where did you get it? Don't ask yet, go scout ahead. Most of the zombies have been cleared, Han Qingxia said. Qin Ke raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Okay. He got out of the car empty-handed to survey the surroundings. The scattered zombies that were still alive ignored his presence. He walked straight to the supermarket entrance, waved to Han Qingxia, indicating that everything was all right inside. Su Xiaoyang, seeing this, asked, "Boss, who exactly is he?" "He has a special constitution. The zombies don't bite him." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Qin Ke changed. No wonder his boss wanted to recruit him. This guy is truly talented. However, this guy seems to have a wicked heart and is definitely not a good person. We're leaving. Okay. Su Xiaoyang picked up his weapon and got out of the car with the dogs. The dogs pounced on the few remaining zombies in 2s and 3s, and Su Xiaoyang took care of the. Thank you for watching Nava Manhwa Recapped.